Chapter 491. The god of karma said, "You really should thank me. If I hadn't told you to devour it, you wouldn't have this ability now." Lin Luo smiled. "Even without your help, I would have devoured the lotus platform of salvation. I didn't play a crucial role." Okay, you're the one showing your ingratitude," the god of karma said angrily. "I'm just being honest," Lin Luo said. The god of karma said, "What ability did you acquire, kid? I'm almost dead, and you haven't used it yet. This ability can only be used once. If we kill him, we win. If we can't, we be the next to die," Lin Luo said. "Then you should use it yourself. If you die, my good days will be over." The god of karma's usual carefree attitude doesn't mean she's heartless. The only person she can rely on and trust is Lin Luo. Once Lin Luo dies, she will have no chance to compete, and will only be used by others. If she didn't participate in these people's competition, she could live longer. Otherwise, she would die early. Tathagata delivered another powerful punch, striking Lin Luo's chest. The sound of bones snapping resounded, and the bones collapsed. A large dent appeared on Lin Luo's massive dragon body. "You're just pretending. You haven't gained any power at all. I'm going to beat you to death next." Tathagata's attacks grew faster and faster, disregarding defense. Lin Luo suffered multiple injuries, and his bones collapsed. Through his frantic attacks, Tathagata remained on guard, preventing Lin Luo from launching a sudden attack. "It's almost over." Lin Luo unleashed a vast sea of three-colored flames, its temperature far exceeding that of any previous one. The entire space was violently distorted and threatened to collapse at any moment. "Is this the only power you have?" Tathagata sneered, continuing his attack on Lin Luo. He was now increasingly convinced that Lin Luo was lying, that he hadn't even gained the power of the Kundi Buddha, and most likely a rather useless one. Tathagata continued his attack on Lin Luo, breaking several of his bones. Not good. Tathagata was about to gloat when he suddenly realized something was amiss. At some point, Guanyin, who was watching nearby, suddenly fled, a crucial signal. Only if Lin Luo had used his full power, Guanyin would likely be affected and would flee. Tathagata was about to leave, not wanting to face Lin Luo's attack head-on, when suddenly, he noticed the sea of fire below begin to shift. A mirrored surface appeared, reflecting his own fist. Invisible forces suddenly emerged, striking Tathagata. Tathagata tried to block the attacks, but could only block a few. There were simply too many punches coming his way, and each one was delivered with full force. "I've been tricked." Tathagata remembered Lin Luo's absorption of the power of the Kundi Buddha, and made corresponding preparations. Kundi Buddha's ability was mirrored, primarily reflecting light. Tathagata had been restraining himself from using the Buddha Demon Light Wave. He had considered Lin Luo's ability to enhance the power of the Kundi Buddha, but he thought it was impossible. The idea that Lin Luo could enhance the power of the Kundi Buddha so soon after acquiring it sounded too fantastical. The Buddha Kundi was beaten so hard that countless bones were broken, and many parts of his body were sunken. The pain Lin Luo had just endured was returned 1,000-fold. "Damn it! I really underestimated you, kid. You gained the power of the Buddha Kundi, and have enhanced it so quickly. If my master knew you were such a freak, he'd be vomiting blood and utterly envious," Tathagata said with a scowl. The god of karma immediately taunted, "I don't know if your master is jealous, but I know you're going crazy with jealousy. Why mention him? You're the main concern right now. Your master Kundi will be delighted to see you suppressed by me, not hurt," Lin Luo said. Tathagata said fearlessly, "I don't believe you can do anything to me. You have the initiative now, but I didn't even use my strongest power just now. You can't possibly kill me." Lin Luo said, "It seems you've always been very smart. You didn't give me any chance. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. I've been prepared for this move for a long time. I considered every possible scenario. I don't believe you can do anything to me. I still have the upper hand." Tathagata was shattered, blood oozing from his body. He possessed powerful self-healing abilities, and his body was rapidly recovering, his wounds mending. The god of karma said anxiously, "Little Lindsay, if you let this guy keep dragging it out like this, we'd be in a very passive position. I said I strike with all my might, and that would definitely end this battle. Next, you strike with your strongest attack, and I strike with my strongest," Lin Luo said. The god of karma said, "What's going on? You're still asking me to take action. Killing Tathagata will benefit us all." Lin Luo didn't waste any more words. Gathering his utmost strength, flames emanated from each of the three heads. The light began to materialize, transforming into light-like energy, and shooting out toward the mirror. 3 beams of light reflected from one mirror, and immediately bounced off the others. All the light reflected to a single point, focusing on Tathagata. The god of karma exclaimed in astonishment, "Little Lin, this guy is amazing. He's capable of such a powerful skill. Your attack reflection, through the various reflections on the mirrors, has increased its power hundreds of times. This Tathagata will be crippled if not killed. Stop analyzing. It's your turn now," Lin Luo said. "I'm just a support, and you're the primary DPS. You're so heartless, letting a support take the lead," the god of karma said with a fairy-like air. Lin Luo said dismissively, "Go ahead and attack me if you want. I used up all my strength. If Tathagata hadn't died, I'd be completely powerless and would have been left waiting for death." "You? Did you do that on purpose?" "That's understandable. Very well, I remember you." The god of karma decided, "I use my own power later, and you cooperate with me in the attack." "No problem." Lin Luo nodded in agreement. The god of karma used the power of time, enveloping Lin Luo in a layer of white light. As the power of time grew, the white light gradually turned silver, and the giant blue dragon transformed into a silver dragon. "You're quite capable, hiding your strength and letting me do the work. Now it seems you're no weaker than me. I have to make you do more work from now on." Lin Luo felt like he'd been tricked. Chapter 492. The god of karma kept saying his power was sealed, and that using it would come at a great cost. Lin Luo suddenly realized he'd been tricked. This god of karma had lived for so long, appearing harmless, but he was actually quite cunning. Tathagata had tricked the god of karma once, and the god of karma was furiously trying to kill him. The god of karma was unconvinced. Hey, what's that idiot? What do you mean I have to take the fight from now on? I'm telling you, I'm just a supporting player. You're not the main player. It's already too much to ask me, a supporting player, to attack, and you expect me to work for you. What do you mean by working for you? Don't you get any benefits?" Lin Luo scoffed. The god of karma said, "Stop talking nonsense. I already paid a heavy price for my actions. I hope to destroy Tathagata. I believe I can." Lin Luo's plan was almost complete, and 3 dragon heads emitted silver light. The silver light was filled with the power of time, capable of rapidly aging and killing people. Even the most advanced life forms could not withstand the intense force of time. The god of karma boasted a great deal, but she was not exaggerating about her own strength. Her power was immense, surpassing many powerful creatures, forcing the 5 special beings to be wary. Lin Luo felt that confronting this force head-on would be extremely difficult. The light of time reached the mirror, rapidly reflecting and converging at a single point. Tathagata had just survived the 3-color light, but his body was already ravaged by multiple injuries and extensive burns. He was now in a state of extreme distress, not a single part of him intact. "I survived. I almost thought I wouldn't." Tathagata gasped for air, feeling the excruciating pain radiating from his body. It wasn't long before he was engulfed by the silver light. The silver light was filled with the power of time. While its power wasn't as strong as Lin Luo's 3-colored flames, it was incredibly deadly. If Tathagata wasn't careful, he might have died of old age or become a fetus. Either way, Tathagata was gone. Tathagata fought the power of time with all his might, transforming from old age to middle age to youth, and youth to old age again. Each time it pulled him back to youth, it was a sign of his resistance. Lin Luo said, "You're quite a hidden talent. This power of time is driving Tathagata insane." "Of course. I told you who I am. I'm one of the native gods of the devouring world, the one the 5 special beings fear the most. They lost all their dignity to fight me." The god of karma immediately reacted, "Don't try to coerce me, you bastard. I already taken action once, and it's going to cost me dearly. I won't do it again. What's the price? Tell me, and I give you some compensation. This is my secret, I can't tell you." "Don't pretend. There's no price. You used your power once, and it's just a restriction on your ability to use it for a period of time. Don't think I don't know. Even if you knew, it wouldn't matter. I won't intervene again anyway." The god of karma refused. "Don't worry. If there's no need for you to intervene, I won't force you." Lin Luo said, "My biggest concern right now is whether Tathagata can survive." The god of karma said, "You weren't kidding just now when you said you used all your strength, holding nothing back. Why would I lie to you? Don't you think about how long we've been fighting? This Tathagata thought it was easy to fight. If I hadn't used all my strength, if I'd been careless even a little, I might have been dead. This guy is far stronger than those guys before." Lin Luo said, "Thank you for reminding me. I run away as soon as possible. Do you think you have the strength to escape? The power you just used has almost completely exhausted you. It's all your fault, brat." the god of karma said angrily. If I were dead, you'd be almost gone too. It's just a matter of not eating enough. Given your importance, they won't let you go. You long been targeted by 5 special beings. You were difficult to devour before, but now that they have the chance, they will definitely not let you go. Lin Luo exposed the situation. Thank you for letting me know my situation, the god of karma said, gritting his teeth. Don't thank me. This is what I deserve. Lin Luo said. Gradually, the silver light dissipated, the time energy nearly fading. An old figure lingered within the silver light, but Tathagata had not died. Tathagata spent countless years within the power of time, repeatedly transforming from youth to old age, and from old age to infancy. Several times, he nearly perished completely. I am a man of great willpower. I will not die so easily. After the power of time completely vanished, Tathagata transformed into a child. The god of karma said, Xiao Linzi, act quickly. Tathagata is at the end of his strength. If you act, you will surely kill him. Lin Luo said, I think so. Why don't you attack again? I believe we can definitely kill Tathagata. I'm sure you have enough strength left. You weren't kidding, that was your strongest attack. Don't you understand what I just said? Besides, I used the mirror field of the Buddhakandi. Do you think this mirror field wastes so much energy? You're going to kill me. The god of karma was weeping. You're really going to kill me. If you hadn't used the power of time just now, you could have easily escaped. The Tathagata spoke in a childish voice. The god of karma said, Tathagata, how about this? You let me go, and kill this Lin Luo. After all, I have nothing to do with him. Tathagata sneered, are you trying to use a self-torture tactic, or do you truly want to leave? The god of karma said, I truly do want to leave. Haven't you tricked me twice? Just let me go this time, and our past grudges will be wiped out. What do you think? I don't think so. Tathagata said, no matter what happens, I won't let you go. The biggest mistake I made in my life was making my opponent too powerful. I almost lost. You forced me to do this. I still have some strength left. This time, I'm going to kill you completely. The god of karma said angrily. Stop pretending. If you had greater power, you wouldn't be talking to me here. You would have killed me long ago. Tathagata sneered. I think your judgment is wrong, said Lin Luo. Tathagata said coldly, stop pretending. After fighting to this point, there's no chance of reconciliation. The god of karma said, Little Lin, you can start now. Even death would be better than this, guys. You seem to have forgotten someone, Lin Luo reminded him. Chapter 493. The god of karma exclaimed in surprise, you're talking about Guanyin. How could I have almost forgotten her? This guy was just trying to scare me. You actually had it planned all along. Guanyin? Tathagata's face darkened. I never thought we'd end up like this. Guanyin appeared beside Lin Luo and spoke to Tathagata. Tathagata's face wavered, and he angrily said, as expected of my disciple, we truly share the same lineage. The disciple betrayed the master, and the master targeted the disciple. I shouldn't have trained you in the first place. Guanyin said, there's no point in saying more. You should know my thoughts. I discussed this with you. I want to fight the devouring world and find a way to stop it. To stop the devouring world, we need to kill the 5 special beings. This will not only save all living things in the real world, but also save the devouring world. Tathagata sneered, do you realize how ridiculous your words are? Wanting to fight the devouring world. These 5 special beings have been powerful for a long time, and now, after a long slumber, they become even stronger. Even if I evolve to the ultimate life form, I likely won't be able to contend with even one of them. You claim you want to kill each of the 5 special beings. That's nothing short of fantastical, absolutely impossible. Guanyin said, when we first discussed this, you told me that if the 5 special beings were allowed to evolve further and become eternal life, there would only be 5 spots left to devour the world, and all other creatures would become their food. We must resist to the end, and ideally, seek out strong individuals to unite with. I did say that. The Tathagata said, but now my mindset has changed. There are 7 spots for eternal life, not 5. With my extraordinary talent, I can evolve to the ultimate life form. I don't believe any creature can compete with me. In fact, 5 creatures might not be enough, but I am confident that 7 will win me a spot. You have this opportunity right here. As long as you don't take action, I can promise you that you will become one of the 7 eternal beings. Guanyin flatly refused. Do you think I could agree? The Tathagata sighed. When you and Moto arrived at the land of 10,000 Buddhas, you were both the most intelligent women. Being a woman presents many limitations. Otherwise, you would have achieved great things. I could only choose one person to be my disciple. At that time, I discovered that you have a compassionate heart, which is very different from me, while Moto is just as selfish as I am. I thought that even my own disciple was so treacherous. Accepting Moto would be like finding a disciple who would become a hidden danger for me. Then I accepted you. Even though your views differ from mine in many areas, I would have trained you well. The result now is that you shot yourself in the foot. I didn't realize my life depended on your whim. If you helped me, I would have died. The god of karma hurriedly said, Guanyin, don't listen to his nonsense. He's trying to persuade you not to take action and let you take the initiative. I know that, Guanyin said. Tathagata feigned anger. Our relationship as master and disciple has lasted so long, dozens of epochs have passed, and now you won't even listen to me. The god of karma said, this is called those who have the way have many supporters, while those who have lost the way have few. Because you acted so quickly, your disciple made the right choice. Okay, Tathagata said angrily. Lin Luo emphasized his tone, addressing Guanyin, come back quickly. You're getting closer and closer, and you could be in danger at any moment. Oh! What am I doing? Guanyin suddenly realized and ran back to Lin Luo's side. It had seemed that Tathagata was trying to deceive her, to trick her into not taking action, but in fact, he had another motive. Tathagata wanted to lure Guanyin to a location where he could then kill her. As long as Guanyin was killed, he wouldn't be afraid of Lin Luo gaining her power, he would still be the victor in the end. The god of karma angrily said, you are truly despicable. You speak without thinking, and you're even using your powers to deceive Guanyin. Guanyin said sternly, it seems our master-disciple relationship is over. If you're ready to strike directly, I have no reason to be soft-hearted. Tathagata sneered, what master-disciple relationship is there? In my eyes, you're not even my disciple. The land of 10,000 Buddhas and the heavenly demon clan are all tools I can exploit. To become stronger, anything is worth sacrificing. Even wisdom has its limits. I thought you would betray me, but I never imagined you would become the key to my future life and death. If I had foreseen that, I would have killed you immediately. Guanyin said, it seems I've been overly sentimental. Tathagata said, I said so much just to tell you one thing, all living things are ruthless. Look at this Lin Luo, he seems different from me. When he evolves into the ultimate life form, he might be even more ruthless than me. You have one of the 7 spots. I can guarantee it. The best outcome is to be strong and not dependent on others. Life and death are within your own control. Any emotional bond is inferior to being strong. I hope you don't miss this opportunity. Once you miss it, it will never come back. You and I have experienced many eras together and witnessed countless cruel things. You should know that only power belongs to you. Guanyin said, if you just want to talk nonsense to me, then don't say anything. I have my own decisions, and I will personally change them. Tathagata said, It's okay to disagree. I'm sure someone will agree. Karma God and Lin Luo, you two don't have to kill me. I still have a spot for an eternal life. Evolving to eternal life is the true transcendence. Think about it carefully. We can definitely cooperate. Karma God was a little tempted, but said angrily, give up on that idea, you idiot. We're not that foolish. We won't be fooled so easily. Lin Luo said, Tathagata has reached this point, and you're still trying to deceive me. The devouring world has always only had 5 spots, not 7. Once 5 powerful beings become eternal life, then the devouring world and the entire universe will be destroyed. Tathagata smiled, you're worthy of being my enemy. You pushed me to this point. You must understand some things better than I do. I lied. The devouring world has always had only 5 spots. Chapter 494. The god of karma angrily said, I knew you were a pervert. Even at this hour, you're still trying to deceive me. Lin Luo, hurry up and take action to save this opportunity. I help you. Guanyin transferred her power to Lin Luo, and Lin Luo felt the powerful force again. Lin Luo's dragon body was coated in gold, emanating a golden Buddha light. His 3 dragon heads combined powerful forces: the power of time, the power of the stars, the power of Tao, the power of demons, and most importantly, the power of Guanyin. Fearing they couldn't kill Tathagata, Lin Luo and the god of karma used their own powers to enhance their efforts, hoping to completely destroy him. The god of karma said, if you have any last words, say them. We won't have time for them later. The Tathagata said, I planned so many things, and not a single one has failed. I considered the possibility of failure, but I never imagined I would fail at the very last moment. You were just one step away. What a pity! If I had devoured you, with my strength, I could have taken one of the 5 special beings for myself. Lin Luo slammed. It's a good thing you didn't succeed. If you had, many more creatures would have died. The Tathagata sneered. You can say that to me now. Then you understand that while you might win against one special being, you have no chance of winning against 5 powerful ones. Perhaps you end up like me. Guanyin said, don't worry. That won't happen to you. Lin Luo's 3 dragon heads radiated Buddha's light and rushed towards the mirrored realm. The Buddha's light struck the mirror again, rapidly bouncing and refracting, converging towards Tathagata. After all the reflections and refractions, the light vanished. Lin Luo's battle with Tathagata was an extremely arduous one, a battle unlike any he had ever fought before. Tathagata feigned his death in the real world, luring Lin Luo to the land of 10,000 Buddhas for a final showdown. His plan was profound. Returning to a parallel world, he could devour more powerful creatures and strengthen himself even further. Tathagata also wanted Lin Luo to become even stronger, so that he could become the perfect food. After devouring him, he could successfully break through to the ultimate life form. He had calculated everything perfectly, but some things unfolded beyond his control, leading to an unexpected outcome. Tathagata, enveloped by the Buddha's light, began to rapidly dissipate. A long time passed before the light completely dissipated, and Tathagata vanished with it. The god of karma breathed a sigh of relief. That damn Tathagata is finally dead. He was so hard to kill. This battle was incredibly difficult. I fought many battles before, but none as grueling as today. We were nearly defeated. This Tathagata is truly a monstrous evil. Facing such a formidable opponent, even winning feels unreal. Lin Luo interrupted. I agree with both the first and second points, but I disagree with the middle part. Most of the battles you fought have been crushing, right? With your personality, if you encounter a truly powerful opponent, you immediately flee. Then, if you encounter a weaker opponent, you bully them to death. Lin Luo's careful observation of the karma god necessitated the nickname Big Yi Tian. Yi Tian was a boaster and a reckless man, sometimes charging headfirst regardless of his opponent's strength. Lin Luo believed that Yi Tian's survival was simply due to good luck and good fortune. The karma god was far superior to Yi Tian in this respect. Their boasting had a similar quality. But one thing had to be admitted. The karma god was far more formidable than Yi Tian, not as reckless. She treated the strong with indifference, avoiding combat whenever possible and bullying the weak with all her might, prioritizing her agility. The karma god angrily said, Can't you just stop undermining me when I say something? No. Lin Luo flatly refused. Guanyin worriedly asked, The battle is over, but is Tathagata dead? The god of karma said, I think he should be. If he's still not dead, then this Tathagata is truly insane. His terror is on par with one of the 5 special beings. If he were allowed to grow, I think he'd be at least 4th among them. Guanyin nodded and said, Tathagata is terrifying. He might just be a little bit unlucky, otherwise he would have won today. I don't think Tathagata is dead. We've forgotten one thing. This could be a fallback that Tathagata has set up. He could very well survive through it, Lin Luo said. Guanyin asked, What fallback? Lin Luo said, I tell you on the way. Tathagata must not be allowed to come back to life. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble, and it will be difficult to resolve. Okay, killing Tathagata is more important. Guanyin nodded. Come and get to work. Lin Luo said to the god of karma. The god of karma angrily said, The battle just ended, and you're already starting to act. You should at least give me some time to rest. You're treating me like a beast of burden. You're such a scoundrel. Lin Luo said, You're acting as if you're the only one acting alone. Shouldn't I act too? I was the one fighting so hard just now, and I'm the most tired. What are you complaining about? No, you need to rest. Otherwise, I won't leave. The god of karma insisted. If you want to stay here, stay. When Tathagata is resurrected, he won't let you go. Lin Luo threatened. I don't believe it. The god of karma said he didn't believe it, but his body honestly followed Lin Luo. Devouring the world. 2 huge black cages, wrapped in what looked like thick black wire, preventing even a breath of air from entering. Gradually, the black wires unraveled, revealing the occupants. 2 cages holding 2 large bald men. The receiving Buddha opened his eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, How long have we been sealed? How did it suddenly break free? Could it be that Tathagata is dead? The Kundi Buddha said weakly, Tathagata wouldn't let us go for no reason. Now that the seal has been lifted, it only proves that Tathagata is likely dead, and only then can we escape. The receiving Buddha breathed a sigh of relief. This creature is finally dead. He's tortured us for countless epochs, refusing to let us go. We're like imprisoned food, poised to take a bite at any moment. Kundi Buddha said, we don't know who killed Tathagata. We don't know what nurtured such a monster. The most important thing now is to leave here. The receiving Buddha wanted to break free from the black cage and escape for you as soon as possible. Chapter 495. But the receiving Buddha had been trapped in the black cage for too long, leaving him utterly weak, his bones reduced to mere skin and bone, devoid of any remaining strength. He tried to break free from the black cage but failed, and was instead injured. The black scratched the receiving Buddha's golden skin, leaving hideous wounds that continuously bled. Juinti Buddha advised Jiayin, we've been trapped for so long. There's no need to rush. We be free soon. Jiayin Buddha nodded and said, I am a little anxious. This black cage is disintegrating, but we've been sealed for so long, our bodies are extremely weak. It's impossible for us to break free. We can only wait for it to slowly rise, and then we can escape. Zuni Buddha sighed, we calculated many things in our lives, but the only thing we didn't anticipate was being tricked by this one disciple. We've been trapped for so long. I don't know what year it is today, how many years have passed, Jiayin Buddha said. Masters, it's been a long time since we last saw you. The thin black thread disintegrated, not disappearing as it had before, but rushing towards the two Buddhas. Plop! The thin black thread entered the bodies of the two Buddhas, frantically absorbing their blood. Damn it! The Buddha of Reception, now slightly stronger, reached out to pull out the black threads from his body. As his hand touched the threads, they suddenly sprouted dense spikes, piercing his entire palm. Blood gushed out, and he howled in pain. The Buddha of Kundi angrily shouted, Tathagata, you, worse than pigs and dogs. Even after you die, you won't let us go. How did we treat you back then? We gave you the entire land of 10,000 Buddhas, and nurtured you with all our heart, and yet you treat me like this? Tathagata sneered, Master Juinti, please stop talking about this. What did you call training me? You only treated me as a subordinate. When you go out on your own, leave the land of 10,000 Buddhas to me. When you return, demand your authority. I'm just a pawn. When the devouring world descended, you two didn't even bother to care about me. You're so cold to your own master, how could you possibly treat me, your disciple? Zuni Buddha's body was covered in prickles, covered in thin black threads, and Tathagata continuously drained his blood. I raised you a scourge. It seems I die at your hands today. Zuni Buddha raged helplessly. Tathagata said, Master Juinti, you should believe in karma. In another parallel world, I was fighting a powerful creature in the past, and you were devoured by it. After devouring you, it gained your mirroring abilities, causing my defeat. Then, I was devoured by it, forcing me to choose resurrection again. Now you will die at my hands, and become my new body. This must be the cycle of cause and effect. Kundi Buddha said, I don't know what you're talking about, what parallel worlds? I didn't know your intention was to kill me, so why all those excuses? Tathagata said, even if I tell you about this, you won't know. After all, you two don't have the ability to time travel, while I do, allowing me to enter the ordinary world. No matter how detailed I explain it, it won't work. If I tell you, you two really should thank me. Back then, I had the power to kill and devour both of you, but I spared you and allowed you to stay here. You've been able to survive this long, all thanks to me. The receiving Buddha said in agony, after being trapped in this black cage for so long, enduring the torment of loneliness, you might as well just kill us. The Tathagata said, is that so? Fine then. We just kill you, and use your bodies to forge a new one for myself. I still have plenty of options. As long as I'm alive, I have a chance. The Kundi Buddha was also pierced by the black thread, like a hedgehog. The wounds were densely packed, and blood continuously flowed from them, turning him into a bloody mess. He cursed angrily, Tathagata, you beast, sooner or later you will receive retribution. You will surely die a more miserable death than mine. The receiving Buddha, equally anguished, said, can't you give us a quick death? The Tathagata shook his head, I'm sorry, masters. I can't give you to a quick death. My method requires this process, and it can't be achieved without experience. The black cage will disintegrate into thin black threads that will penetrate your bodies, harvesting fresh blood. If you die, this blood will naturally be less fresh, and its value will be greatly reduced. Then I will use your blood and flesh to rebuild a powerful body. My soul will then enter it, and forge a new body with 2 level 149 bodies. I'm sure it will be very powerful. With a new body, I will have a new opportunity to become one of the 5 eternal beings, one of the most highly evolved. The receiving Buddha's face was grim. Tathagata, you, a traitor to your master and ancestors, you will not succeed. I curse you to fail. Tathagata laughed heartily. Master Jain, You're truly adorable. We're all advanced beings, yet you're still so superstitious. Do you believe in karma? I don't really believe in it. I only believe in powerful beings. So-called karma is a joke. Damn it! The two Buddhas were furious, but there was nothing they could do. They could only endure the pain silently. Tathagata. A voice all too familiar to Tathagata rang out. Tathagata's face darkened as he asked, "How did you know I was here?" A gigantic, three-headed dragon appeared behind Tathagata. Lin Luo said, "That requires careful consideration. You're here, and you've been killed twice and still alive. You're truly unkillable. I've been thinking about it, and I think you might be resurrected here. In the parallel world's land of 10,000 Buddhas, I could also be resurrected. Why did you seek this place out first?" Tathagata said with a dark face. Lin Luo said bluntly, "You were killed by me. Your brain is no longer sufficient. I certainly won't think of you in the land of 10,000 Buddhas in your parallel world. Your strength has been greatly weakened by my killing. The land of 10,000 Buddhas in your parallel world is tantamount to seeking death. Your only options are the two Buddhas of the future Earth. You trapped them here for a long time. The black cage is your means of sealing, imprisoning your two masters for a long time. You can control the black cage to kill them, and forge new bodies with their flesh and blood. I can't imagine what other abilities you can use." Tathagata's face darkened. "Your intelligence is almost catching up with mine." Chapter 496. Lin Luo laughed. "This is still far inferior to yours. You're still the smartest person. If it were anyone else, they have died once, and there would be no resurrection. You died twice, and are still here. I have to admire you." Tathagata pointed angrily at his own Junti Buddha and said, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't devoured him, and gained new powers, I wouldn't have failed." "Ah!" Zuni Buddha screamed in agony as countless black threads penetrated his body again. Feeling intense pain, he screamed, "You deserve to die." Tathagata was not satisfied. Kundi Buddha smiled wryly. "Now I seem to understand the whole story. You truly received your retribution. It was practically my fault that I killed you. Now you're attacking me, only venting your anger. You also die." Jiayin Buddha smiled similarly. "Didn't you just say you didn't believe in retribution? Now it's here. I can see you die before me. You two shouldn't be so happy. Do you think if I die, you two can survive?" Tathagata was furious. Kundi Buddha said, "Whether you can survive, I don't know for now. But one thing I'm sure of, if you die before us, seeing you in such a state of embarrassment, I'd be very happy." Jiayin Buddha taunted, "Tathagata, are you furious now? You planned so much, but in the end, it all failed. Destiny is not yours." "Shut up," Tathagata said angrily. The god of karma scoffed, "You're killing me. Tathagata, you're amazing. You're so calm and composed in everything you do, even when facing a mountain collapse. But I didn't expect that when facing death, you acted like an ordinary person, even worse than an ordinary person." Tathagata said, "What do you know? I've been working on this for so long, calculating every detail, but I didn't expect the final outcome. If it were you, could you have done better?" The god of karma said, "I'm sorry, I can't empathize with you. I'm too lazy to calculate so much. If you have any last words, say them now. You won't have time later." Tathagata said in a deep voice, "Don't be naive. You think that by killing me here, you killed me completely. That's impossible. I have other places." Lin Luo said, "I don't care about those places. As long as I kill you here, it will be easy for me to deal with you later. You definitely have a way to revive me, but it's definitely not as good as here. Without a strong body to support me, what good is resurrection? The end result is nothing more than a lingering existence, devoured by others. We might meet again in the end, and I will definitely kill you." Tathagata said, "You're really pushing me to the brink of death. If we fought to this point, the outcome is bound to be decided. If I lose, you will definitely not let me go. I won't let you devour me so easily." Tathagata, trying his best to fight, began to extract thin black threads from the two Buddhas. His previous plan was to use the threads to absorb enough flesh and blood to reshape a powerful body. With this powerful body, he could turn things around. Lin Luo's appearance here shattered everyone's illusions. Tathagata formed a massive spike from the black thread and hurled it at Lin Luo. This attack wouldn't kill him, but it would keep him feeling sick for a while. Lin Luo's mouth condensed a wave of Buddha demon light, which emanated simultaneously from the mouths of the three heads. Tathagata, with envy and resentment, said, "Damn it. How lucky are you? You just devoured me, and you already gained my power, my strongest at that." To completely annihilate Tathagata, The Buddha demon light wave from Lin Luo's mouth continuously expanded and compressed, its energy increasing infinitely. The immense force created a series of hurricanes, blinding the three people around him. Kundi Buddha exclaimed in astonishment, "This man is the one who killed Tathagata earlier. He's truly terrifying. With this black gold energy wave forming, I can't even withstand one, let alone three. It's truly terrifying. Tathagata's wisdom is too great. We underestimated him, and missed the perfect opportunity to destroy him. His wisdom is immense. To defeat him, one must possess absolute strength," Jiayin Buddha said. "If Tathagata dies, does that mean we can survive?" Kundi Buddha was thrilled. "Indeed, we can survive." The receiving Buddha was extremely emotional. He had initially thought himself doomed, but unexpectedly, there was a silver lining. The two of them might not have to die, and could have survived the Tathagata. After the Tathagata's death, their lives would once again be in Lin Luo's hands. The receiving Buddha said, "My advice is to flee quickly. This human being before us is not one we can afford to provoke. The Tathagata was annihilated, let alone us." The Kundi Buddha said, "Do you think we can escape? This person is so powerful. If he wants to chase us, we won't be able to escape." "So what do you mean?" the receiving Buddha asked. Kundi Buddha said, "I mean to stay where we are, and see if we can deceive this human race. The devouring world is already at its end. If we want to survive long term, we can't think like we did before. The devouring world is about to end. We either be devoured by other life forms, or perish along with it. The two of us are only level 149, which won't be enough for us later." The receiving Buddha asked, "What are your next plans?" Kundi Buddha replied, "I plan to approach him, and then, through this human race, see if we have a chance." "Okay." The receiving Buddha thought for a moment, and agreed with Kundi Buddha's idea. "Go to hell." The Tathagata drew out all the black threads, and gathered them together, forming a massive spike. Lin Luo's three Buddha demon waves merged, rapidly merging into an even larger one that rushed towards the Tathagata. The spike collided with the massive Buddha demon wave, releasing an extremely dazzling light, and the spike was quickly disintegrated. The last remaining Buddha and demon aftermath carried Tathagata away, his body rapidly disintegrating. "I can't accept this. I've been planning my whole life, but I never thought I'd lose at the final moment. What's there to be unwilling about? Why can't it be you who wins, and not me?" Lin Luo retorted. "I die first, and you definitely be next. You definitely won't be among the five. Do you think you can withstand 5 powerful creatures? It's impossible," the Tathagata said. The god of karma said, "If you're going to die, then die quickly. Why are you talking so much nonsense? It's such a waste of time. You bastard, if I had known you were such a jerk, I would have crushed you to death," the Tathagata said angrily. "Lin Luo, kill this guy quickly. Don't give him any more time. How dare he call me a jerk? No need. He disappears soon," Lin Luo said. Chapter 497. "Lin Luo, you be the next to perish. You can't possibly succeed," Tathagata said unwillingly. "Go to hell now, and stop talking nonsense," Lin Luo said impatiently. Under the terrifying Buddha demon light wave, Tathagata had no power to fight back, and he completely dissipated within the terrifying energy. Guanyin said, "He's probably dead this time. If he's still alive, it would be too absurd." The god of karma said, "Tathagata is terrifying. Is he truly dead this time? I just taunted him so much, and you said Tathagata has resurrected again. Will he kill me?" Lin Luo said, "Of course. Those words you just said were a critical hit. This must be his last rage." The god of karma said, "No, I must investigate Tathagata when I have time. I must make sure he's dead. Only then can I rest assured." Guanyin said, "Tathagata is most likely alive. Finding him won't be easy, but he has completely lost his chance to become the ultimate being. Thank you so much, 3 donors. If you hadn't rescued us, we would have perished at the hands of the traitor." Kundi Buddha expressed his gratitude. "Amitabha," the Buddha of reception said, "Good deeds are rewarded. I believe what we did wasn't too bad. Heaven couldn't bear to see us go, so he had my disciple kill us. Then he sent the 3 of you to help us. He believed that after this, you 3 would also be rewarded." The god of karma angrily said, "What do you mean, you 2 old bald asses? We 3 helped you, and now you say good deeds are rewarded. Don't you need to thank me? Is that right?" The Buddha of reception quickly said, "That's not what I meant. The key is the second half, which means you are good people, and will be rewarded." The Buddha of Kundi said, "My brother can't speak. We mainly want to thank you for your help." "That's more accurate." "The way of karma?" Lin Luo asked, Have you two finished your last words? Jiayin Buddha, frightened, said in a cold sweat, I truly slipped my tongue just now. Please forgive me, sir. Give us a chance. Kundi Buddha humbly said, Sir, we truly mean no harm. Besides, it's useless for you to devour us now. Our power has been completely absorbed by that traitorous Tathagata. Jiayin Buddha said with a mournful face, We have always been kind to others, especially this disciple. We carefully cultivated him, and entrusted him with the important task of the land of 10,000 Buddhas. In return, he betrayed us, and we have been imprisoned by him for dozens of epochs, countless years. Lin Luo sneered, If I didn't know you better, I might have been deceived by you. But I do know you well. There's no need to pretend to be nice. I will not let you go. Hurry! Kundi Buddha immediately fled. Jiayin Buddha was a step behind, falling a considerable distance behind Kundi Buddha. Damn it! He didn't even tell me before he ran away. The two had a very good relationship, often sharing the same ideals. But when faced with life and death, they were more concerned about themselves. If Kundi Buddha had told Jiayin Buddha, it would have been Jiayin Buddha who ran away first. You two don't need to rush. Whoever dies first will die at about the same time. Lin Luo rushed towards the welcoming Buddha. Seeing he was about to be caught up, the welcoming Buddha tried to resist. But he had been trapped in the black cage for too long, his stamina greatly weakened, and he couldn't even unleash a complete skill. No! I don't want to die yet. Lin Luo swallowed the welcoming Buddha in one gulp and immediately chased after the Kundi Buddha. The Kundi Buddha was slightly better than the welcoming Buddha, but not by much. After a brief resistance, he was swallowed by Lin Luo. Guanyin appeared beside Lin Luo and said, With the death of Tathagata and the two Buddhas, this matter is finally over. Lin Luo said, Let's return to the real world. Finally, we're returning to the real world. The god of karma said, Perhaps it's because I've been on Earth for too long that I developed a sense of home. I've been away for so long, and I miss it terribly. Lin Luo debunked, You're just gluttonous. The food in other eras isn't as delicious. Things like milk tea and dessert simply don't exist in other eras. Each era has its merits. The Earth era isn't entirely without merit, it has many delicacies not found in other eras. Many eras have far more advanced technology than Earth's. However, their technology is reserved for higher-level beings, creating a strong sense of disconnection even among those of the same level. Like the land of 10,000 Buddhas, they promote vegetarianism for the lower classes, not because they want to, but because there's simply no meat for them. Some people struggle to obtain some meat, but it was all taken away by the upper classes. Meat is rich in nutrients. How can one evolve without eating meat? The lower class of the Buddha clan might even live worse than the humans on Earth. You kid won't speak unless you expose me, the god of karma said furiously. Guanyin said, I miss Earth too. I've been here so long I've become my second home. It feels so good to brew tea every day. I'd join you then, Lin Luo said. Guanyin smiled sweetly and said, What kind of tea do you want? I can give it to you. Just name it. I love any tea you brew, Lin Luo said with a smile. The god of karma said in disapproval, Lin Luo, can you please hurry up? What are you two doing showing off your affection for? If you want to, come back to Earth and do it slowly. I won't have to see it, and I won't be bothered. Saying cheesy things in front of me is really uncomfortable. You die if you don't speak, right? I die. Lin Luo led the two from the devouring world, preparing to cross back to the real world. He had previously entered this world through a game pod, but now his strength had greatly improved, allowing him to return to the real world on his own. After Lin Luo and the other two left, 3 figures appeared. They had already noticed them, but didn't dare get too close, fearing they would be discovered. Only after Lin Luo and the other 2 left did the 3 dare to appear. The 3 were the god of hell, Di Jun, and Dong Wangtai. Di Jun and Dong Wangtai had undergone significant changes. According to the god of hell's advice, they had absorbed a great deal of netherworld power, masking their original fire attributes. Dong Wangtai's hair turned from black to white, cascading down his back. Veins etched across his face, and dozens of dark flames emanated from his body, making him look like a powerful god crawling from hell. Di Jun's eyes changed, from golden to cyan gold, and he grew considerably taller. Chapter 498. To become stronger, the two gave up their own attributes and embraced the powerful netherworld attribute. They sacrificed numerous creatures, practically the entire devouring world. Many creatures only knew that entering the devouring world offered them a disguised form of immortality, unaware that the devouring world itself possessed life and death. The underworld god was the god of death, ruling over life and death, both in the devouring world and the real world. Even if the devouring world became a virtual world, he still controlled life and death, though his power was less formidable. As the underworld god continued to sacrifice and strengthen himself, all three reaped significant benefits. Even Dong Wangtai, once the weakest, reached life level 148, becoming a top-tier powerhouse. After such a long period, few creatures remained in the devouring world. Those who survived were either too strong or too weak. 2 strong creatures were unchallenged, while 2 weak creatures were unworthy of being devoured. The devouring world, along with Earth, was like an island. All creatures within it engaged in a battle royale, and only one team survived. Dong Wangtai exclaimed in horror. That massive blue dragon just now must have been Lin Luo. He had become so powerful back then, his life force likely reached level 149. Di Jun said, based on my observations, that individual was Lin Luo. I didn't expect him to be this powerful. The people he killed just now must have been Juanti Buddha and Jiang Buddha. Dong Wangtai said, brother, you shouldn't have stopped us. I meant to charge forward and kill Lin Luo directly in the devouring world. Do you think I was deliberately trying to stop you? If I were 100% sure, we would have gone up. Di Jun said coldly. Dong Wangtai said, is this Lin Luo that strong? Even if the 3 of us attacked together, we couldn't kill him. Di Jun said, if I had a 50% chance, I would have attacked. Then how sure did we have to be to kill Lin Luo? My estimate was only 10%, but that's probably quite high. Didn't you see how Lin Luo easily devoured both Juanti and Jiang Buddha? These 2 are no ordinary people. Tathagata's masters? Didn't they disappear a long time ago? Yes, they are Tathagata's masters. I had the impression that they were both dead a long time ago, but I didn't expect them to be alive. There's only one possibility. Tathagata sealed them away. Di Jun said. Dong Wangtai exclaimed in astonishment. I heard that Tathagata's 2 masters are at level 149. The fact that Tathagata was able to seal them both is truly terrifying. This means that Tathagata has long ceased to be our divine king, but has reached the pinnacle of divine king status, not far from the ultimate being. He couldn't help but feel a surge of arrogance. Back then, he had been quite arrogant towards Tathagata. If Tathagata hadn't restrained himself, he could have crushed him to death. Di Jun's face darkened. I only now realize how deeply this old fellow concealed his secrets. I had numerous encounters with Tathagata, but never discovered his secrets. If it weren't for the battle on Earth, I really wouldn't have known. Dong Wangtai angrily said, these guys are truly cunning. It's better for Tathagata to be dead. If he hadn't, who knows what terrible things would have happened. But after killing one terror, another will appear. This will be very difficult for Lin Luo to deal with. Di Jun asked, God of Hell, do you think that Lin Luo just noticed us? God of Hell said, it's very likely that he did. How is that possible? Dong Wangtai said, I was clearly quite far away from him. My ability is a form of perception. If he had noticed me, how could I not have noticed? God of Hell explained, he noticed you didn't notice at all. It's very simple. He's so much stronger than you, so you wouldn't have felt anything. Dong Wangtai objected, I'm level 148, and Lin Luo is only level 149. The difference in strength can't be that great. God of Hell said, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. The facts are facts, and your disbelief won't change anything. Dong Wangtai wanted to insult God of Hell, but he didn't have the courage. The God of Hell before him was far more terrifying than his brother, Di Jun. Before his strength had recovered, this God of Hell was very polite to the 2. After his strength recovered and he became Di Jun, he became much more polite. Although the 3 had never fought, one thing was certain. The Dark God was the strongest of the 3. Di Jun said, I just observed Lin Luo. He looked rather frail. Perhaps he had just finished fighting, and his strength was almost completely depleted. If we had attacked him then, our chances of victory would have been very high. The Dark God said, I also observed this. If he were in his prime, our chances of winning would have been only 10%. Your analysis is correct. However, if his strength were almost completely depleted, our chances of winning would have increased to 50%. Dong Wangtai said, I think 50% is quite high. If we can devour Lin Luo, the 3 of us have an 80 to 90% chance of ascending to the ultimate life form. Once we reach that level, the 5 special beings will be nothing to us. Di Jun nodded and said, if it's 50%, we can give it a try. Mingchen said, your thinking is a bit naive. If we met on Earth, we have a 50% chance of attacking. If we were in the devouring world, we wouldn't be able to attack, no matter how high the chance is. It's impossible for others to make us so powerful that we could threaten them now. You think no one is targeting us, but in fact, many are, especially the 5 special beings. They are very powerful, and don't take us seriously, but they're not fools. They won't let us grow too powerful and threaten them. Dijun nodded and said, "You're quite right. I was being too one-sided." Dong Wangtai said, "No wonder Lin Luo fled immediately after devouring the 2 Buddhas. He was probably worried we stop him. Wouldn't we have just stopped him? If only someone had attacked him, he'd be dead." The underworld god said, "You're oversimplifying some of these things. With Lin Luo's strength, he could easily burst forth once and break free from us. We wouldn't be able to stop him then, and we end up getting hurt. That wouldn't be worth it. We should get to the land of 10,000 Buddhas as soon as possible and kill and devour all the Buddhas there. This will strengthen the power of the netherworld within us and increase our chances of victory," Dijun said. Dong Wangtai agreed. "We held off attacking the land of 10,000 Buddhas until now, primarily because we feared Tathagata would awaken again. Now that Tathagata is most likely dead, we needn't worry about that." After conferring, the 3 Hades immediately headed for the land of 10,000 Buddhas. Chapter 499. Guanyin frowned slightly and said, "Lin Luo, did you sense 3 people appear behind us after we left?" The god of karma spoke first. "I sensed an aura within that I find very unpleasant. This person is most likely the god of hell. He's never been a good person, and even wanted to sacrifice me." Lin Luo said, "I also sensed 2 old acquaintances. They were targeting me, and trying to kill me. I didn't expect to encounter them during my visit to the devouring world." Guanyin asked, "Do these 3 people intend to attack us?" The god of karma said with a wave of fear, If they attack us, we're in great danger. You already exhausted your stamina, and trying to resist them would be a waste of energy." Lin Luo replied, "It's okay. I swallowed the Jiang Buddha and the Xuandi Buddha, and I regained a lot of my strength. It won't be that easy for them to kill me. We probably both suffer." The god of karma suddenly realized, "It's been so long since I left the devouring world. I almost forgot. There are many powerful creatures in the devouring world. If 3 of them attack us, even if they win, they won't end well. I'm not very familiar with the other person, but I sense a strong aura of death from him." Lin Luo asked, puzzled. The god of karma replied, "You mentioned a strong aura of death, so there's only one creature in the devouring world, and that's the Hades." "What kind of being is the Hades?" Guanyin asked. The god of karma replied, "The devouring world is different from the real world you know. There are many innate beings who, seeking to become more powerful, will try to integrate into this world itself. Take me, for example. I control time. I'm born with this ability. I don't need to practice it. Devouring the world will also infuse this time power into me. This Hades god is like me. He's one of the 10 native gods, possessing the power of life and death. He's also a very powerful native god, perhaps only slightly inferior to me. With the awakening of the 5 special beings, the 10 native gods, including me, will certainly not sit idly by. They will definitely consider using their own methods to resist the 5 special beings." Lin Luo said, "I sense that Dijun and Dong Wangtai are much stronger than before. It's very likely the work of the Hades god." The god of karma said, "This guy did it. He has controlled the life and death of others since birth. By offering sacrifice can gain powerful power. This guy's seal was likely broken, allowing him to strengthen Dijun and Dong Wangtai." Guanyin frowned slightly and said, "I have a question. Why does this Hades help Dijun and Dong Wangtai? Why doesn't he directly benefit himself and allow his own strength to break through to the ultimate life form? Wouldn't that be better?" Lin Luo said, "I have the same doubt. Is this what you don't understand?" The god of karma said proudly, "Our 10 native gods are the greatest danger in the eyes of the 5 special beings. Other beings are powerful, but they rarely receive the attention of the 5 special beings. The Hades treatment should be similar to mine. He was also sealed by the 5 special beings. If he could restore some of his power, they might not value him. If the underworld god dares to break through to the ultimate life form, it will attract the attention of the 5 special beings. The rune source god hasn't awakened, but this underworld god dares to ascend to the ultimate life form. Then the rune source god will take action. Devouring the world has restrictions for other creatures, but for the 5 special beings, they have no restrictions. The underworld god is quite powerful, but there's still a huge gap compared to the rune source god. So, the underworld god has taken a different approach, focusing his power on Dijun and Dong Wangtai." Guanyin said, "It seems the underworld god isn't taking action for just one reason, but for many." Lin Luo said, "They all live for countless years, and they're all cunning and shrewd. Not a single one is easy to deal with. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai must be hiding something, as we know. The two of them also knew that these two guys had hidden tricks they would use at the critical moment. The god of karma sighed, let them fight each other. Try not to cause us any trouble. This time back in the real world, I need to rest well. As the main force, I'm exhausted. Lin Luo ruthlessly attacked. How dare you call yourself the main force? Didn't you always say you were a support? How come you're the main force now? The god of karma shamelessly said, that's just shamelessness. Tathagata wasn't completely dead. If I hadn't brought you to the devouring world, Tathagata would have been unable to kill you. Once Tathagata regained his strength, your life would be in danger. In short, it was thanks to me that you survived. So tell me if I'm the main force. How could a support have such strong combat power? Shameless. It's still up to you. Lin Luo stopped talking nonsense with the god of karma and asked, I have a big question. This Hades god's powers were sealed along with yours. Why can he use them freely, but you can't? From the beginning, the seal might have allowed him to use so many abilities. After all this time, you're still limited to just one. Do you think this is your fault? The god of karma flatly denied, nonsense. My seal is the strongest. How could this Hades god's seal compare to mine? My seal is almost as strong as his. I long since unleashed the seal and evolved to the ultimate life form. Honestly, you weren't even worthy enough to be my subordinate back then. In a way, you should be grateful to the 5 special beings. If they hadn't sealed you, you wouldn't even be qualified to cooperate with me. Now you realize how much you benefited. Lin Luo sighed, I seen shameless people, but I never seen someone as shameless as you. The god of karma said angrily, you bastard. Alright, stop arguing. We be leaving the devouring world soon. Guanyin, perched on Lin Luo's dragon back, covered her face with a chuckle. Don't you think we had it too easy? It seems like nothing can stop us all the way. It's just that those 3 cowards just saw us and ran away. The god of karma said. Don't be such a pessimist. Lin Luo said unhappily. I'm just saying it. I can't say it's going to work. I don't think I have the pessimistic trait. The god of karma said unhappily. I was wondering why the devouring world seemed a bit strange today. Turns out there are 3 distinguished guests. A cold, androgynous voice echoed. Chapter 500. Rune Source God. The god of karma's expression darkened. Someone actually recognized me. A tall man covered in tattoos appeared. These weren't patterns, but rather strange characters whose meaning was indecipherable. The Rune Source God was surprised. I was wondering who it was, but it's an old acquaintance, the god of time. It seems you got a new name, the god of karma. That's not a very nice name. I think god of karma sounds better. The god of karma angrily said, how dare you say that? I changed my name. It's all your fault, the 5 special beings. You contributed the most, and you said I'd be the biggest threat. The Rune Source God said, there's nothing I can do about it. Those who wield the power of time are truly terrifying. I can't let you evolve and devour us while we sleep. I'm still very wary of you. I don't want to wake up to find a troublesome being. The god of karma snorted coldly, you should have killed me. It was a mistake to let me live. You face my vengeance. Just you? The Rune Source God's eyes were filled with scorn. Just me. What's wrong? The god of karma was unconvinced. Rune Source God said, it's been so long that you might have forgotten many things. I didn't kill you initially because the devouring world was unstable and needed your stability. Now that the devouring world is about to become eternal, it doesn't matter whether you live or die. If you die peacefully, you suffer much less. If you resist, not only will it be exhausting, but you likely suffer even more pain when I kill you. The Rune Source God pointed at the strange runes on her body and said, do you see these runes? They can transform into insects that crawl onto you and devour you frantically. The Karma God shuddered. You idiot, don't think I'd be scared. The Rune Source God said, I'm giving you 2 choices. One is to stay in the devouring world and help me. I can let you survive, and you still be there in the new world. If you refuse, I won't give you any chance next time. I'm not kidding when I say you'd be torn apart by thousands of insects. This guy. The Karma God felt aggrieved, and some bad memories came flooding back. Back then, she was severely oppressed by the 5 special beings and nearly beaten to death. Now, after so much time, the Karma God's situation remained unchanged, still oppressed by the 5 special beings. Rune Source God said, after so many years, you should be wiser than before. You know what I say will remain essentially unchanged. Back then, it was about devouring the world. Now, there's nothing I can fear. I can simply choose to kill you. I don't want to repeat the same thing a 3rd time. I give you 1 minute to make your choice. Damn it! Kaori's face flushed red with rage, her fists clenched tightly. She felt deeply humiliated, her cheerfulness and optimism completely gone. Lin Luo said, "Who are you? How dare you threaten those around me in front of me?" The Rune Source God said coldly, "You're quite bold, daring to scold me in front of me. You should know I can keep you in the devouring world forever. So what if you know?" Lin Luo condensed an energy bomb from his mouth. 5 distinct properties merged together, the immense energy forming a series of terrifying hurricanes. The Karma God said happily, "Little Lin, you're quite capable. Let me see how strong you are." The Rune Source God had no intention of stepping aside. He crossed his hands, forming a massive protective shield. A dense, eerie pattern of inscriptions appeared on the shield, and with the blessing of these inscriptions, the shield's strength increased dramatically. 3 5-colored shells flew towards the Rune Source God. With a loud boom, the shells exploded, emitting an aurora that blurred everything around them. Lin Luo, accompanied by Guanyin and the Karma God, quickly left the devouring world and returned to Earth. When the smoke and dust cleared, "Rune Source God, you were gone." Guanyin exclaimed in surprise, "Your last strike seemed to have killed the Rune Source God. That shouldn't be possible. The Rune Source God is very powerful. How could he be killed so easily?" The God of Karma said, "Could it be that the Rune Source God awakened, but his strength hasn't fully recovered, so we easily killed him? That would be fantastic. What are you thinking? Do you think it's possible? The Rune Source God is, after all, the ultimate life form. If we can kill him so easily, he can't evolve into the ultimate life form," Lin Luo said in disbelief. The God of Karma said, "Could it be that the Rune Source God is a clone, and his true form is still recovering?" 9 out of 10. Lin Luo nodded. The journey was incredibly dangerous. Fortunately, this Rune Source God may not have fully recovered. Otherwise, returning to Earth would have been many times more difficult. Guan Shirin breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Luo finally reached the border between the devouring world and the real world, about to cross over. "Before, I logged in through the game, but this time, I'm exiting with my entire body." Lin Luo headed towards the real world. The Rune Source God's massive body, like a star, stood out in the devouring world. He opened his eyes and said, "I didn't expect this human to come to the devouring world. It's a pity I just fell asleep. Otherwise, I would have stopped them here forever." The Rune Source God was a clone, patrolling the devouring world while he slept. The Rune Source God was already a powerful ultimate life form. After waking up again, his strength had greatly increased, and he looked down upon the other devouring world creatures. Only creatures that have evolved into ultimate life forms can understand the immense power of ultimate life forms. His primary purpose was to observe the other 4 special beings, and see how they were faring. The Rune Source God created another avatar, continuing to patrol the devouring world. He still didn't take a level 149 creature like Lin Luo seriously. Only by evolving into the ultimate life form could one enter the Rune Source God's sight. Pacific Ocean. Something terrible has happened. A massive creature is burrowing into Earth from the devouring world. Its size is terrifying. The Pacific Ocean might not even be able to contain it. After finally enjoying a period of peace, disaster strikes again. Since the apocalypse, we haven't had a single day of peace. I hope this won't be the last. The Dragon God has been missing for a long time. I wonder if he can appear in time to stop this terrifying monster and save us once again. The border between the 2 worlds is constantly monitored by drones. If a powerful creature enters Earth, an immediate global alert will be issued. Chapter 501. A massive blue dragon beast slowly emerged from the devouring world, its sharp claws leading the way. Everyone was filled with despair, knowing the devastation a powerful creature could wreak. Many might have watched the live broadcast and witnessed the dragon beast enter Earth, but they wouldn't survive beyond tomorrow. This dragon beast looks familiar. I remember the dragon god's scales were also blue. Yes, the dragon god hasn't appeared in a long time. Could it be that he's been devouring the world all this time? Very likely. The dragon god isn't as idle as we are. Without his busy schedule, Earth would have been gone long ago. As the blue dragon beasts gradually emerged, everyone felt at ease. Guanyin said, "After emerging from the oppressive devouring world, the real world is still better. Earth is more humane." The God of Karma said happily, "The great Tao era we visited earlier was already a food desert. I didn't expect the food in the land of 10,000 Buddhas to be even more scarce. The lower-class Buddhas struggle to even get enough to eat. The food in the upper city is also a mess, exactly like that of Stan. Every delicacy is made into a pile of shit. How can it possibly be delicious? You only care about eating." Lin Luo laughed. What do you care? The god of karma left Lin Luo's side first, and ate the food she wanted. Lin Luo said, I thought this girl had already used all her strength, but it seems I was mistaken. She must have retained quite a bit. Next time, I make sure she puts in more effort. Don't even think about it. The god of karma had excellent hearing and could hear everything from afar. Will you come back with me? Lin Luo asked Guanyin. Guanyin smiled and replied, what else? Everyone returned to the villa. Everyone had already rushed back. Cheng Xuexin apologized, you came back so urgently. I didn't even prepare any food, so I could only pack some for you. No need to rush. Let's go get some rest. Lin Luo was severely exhausted. Killing Tathagata was already a difficult task, and on his way back, he encountered the Rune Source God. Luckily, he encountered the Rune Source God's clone, otherwise, returning would have been extremely difficult. Guanyin said weakly, I'm exhausted too. I need a good rest. How about we come together? I don't have the energy to accompany you. You misunderstood me. I just want to hold you and sleep soundly. I don't have any other thoughts. Really? Truer than gold. Even if you promise that, I won't believe you. Ignoring Guanyin's agreement, Lin Luo held her in his arms. Let me go, quick. Guanyin struggled. No, Lin Luo said. If you let me go, I won't run away. Is that okay? No. Lin Luo carried Guanyin to the room and kissed her rosy lips. Guanyin said coquettishly, you rascal, you're always saying you're exhausted, yet you still want to do this? It'd be so awkward when everyone comes back. It's okay. We're an old married couple. If they laugh at you, I can always catch them next time. Lin Luo was very understanding. They hadn't been together for a long time, so it was fine if the flame hadn't been ignited, but once it was hard to extinguish. I told you we could only do it once. We can't do it again. I'm already exhausted. Don't worry. After 3 or 4 hours, the two finally stopped. During that time, they heard noises outside, but had no time to pay attention. Day 3. Early morning. Guanyin stretched out her white jade arm, checked her phone, and said, we slept for 2 consecutive days. Lin Luo stretched lazily and said, it seems we've been working too hard. Sleeping for 2 days is normal. Some creatures are overworked, and this lasts for thousands of years. Guanyin rolled her eyes and said, how dare you say that? If you hadn't insisted on coming several times, I have slept for so long too. It's all my fault, okay? Lin Luo smiled. I'm going to take a shower and get comfortable. Guanyin had just gotten out of bed when Lin Luo pulled her into his arms. What are you doing, you bastard? Don't you understand what your husband wants to do? Lin Luo grabbed Guanyin and began his morning exercises. After Guanyin finally made her way to the bathroom, Lin Luo followed her in. As Lin Luo spoke, he followed her in, inevitably triggering some hidden plot points. The villa's main hall. A round table was covered with a variety of delicacies, fish, meat, and all sorts of precious delicacies. Many monsters, after being killed, became food for humans. The food was graded by specialized personnel, who determined which meat was suitable for each level and priced accordingly. Many people of lower life levels couldn't afford to buy the meat of higher level creatures, even if they had the money. Not everyone, like Lin Luo, had acquired the gift of devouring everything before the game began. Lin Luo didn't need to devour food containing excessive amounts of energy, which would cause him to become abnormal. When monster meat first entered the diet, it caused the deaths of many. They simply ate food they couldn't digest and died of bloating. Death took only a moment, leaving no time for rescue. Unknowingly, the apocalypse had lasted for over 20 years, and those who survived were considered strong. Many had adapted, purchasing food they could afford. At the same time, Earth had undergone many changes, looking completely different from before. Many newborns at this time viewed things related to the apocalypse as people of that time viewed ancient people. As human life levels improved, lifespans greatly increased, work efficiency soared, and technology advanced dramatically. Lin Luo had only been away for 3 or 4 years, and the entire Earth had changed dramatically. It seems that every good thing has its bad side. The apocalypse brought much suffering, but it also had its benefits. In the past, human technological development was limited, primarily by lifespan. A talented individual could only work for a few decades. Nowadays, if a talented individual takes good care of their health, they can easily live for hundreds of years, making technological advancement a necessity. However, technology is still far from being suitable for combat. Biological evolution is the key. It's time for dinner, Shaluo. Cheng Xuexin greeted. Thank you, Sister Cheng. I'm sorry to bother you right after I got back. Lin Luo said. Cheng Xuexin rolled her eyes coquettishly and said, "Why are you telling me all this? Have you grown distant after not seeing me for 3 or 4 years? Not bad." Lin Luo gave Cheng Xuexin a hug, and it had to be said that Cheng Xuexin looked even better. "Why are you hugging me? Can't you see we're all human?" Cheng Xuexin thought. "I just missed you so much that I couldn't help myself," Lin Luo explained. Chapter 502. Li Yinyan asked, "Brother Xiaoluo, why didn't Sister Guanyin come with you for dinner?" "Children shouldn't ask about adult matters," Lin Luo replied. "Oh!" Li Yinyan turned around obediently. Lin Luo took a seat, with Yi Weiwei and Su Qing to his left. Su Qing held out her arms and said, "Brother Lin, give me a hug." Usually aloof, she was especially clingy around Lin Luo. Lin Luo gave Su Qing a hug. "How's everything going?" Su Qing said happily, "I soon evolved to the level of a god. It won't be long before I can catch up with Brother Lin. I help him fight." Okay, as long as you have the intention." Lin Luo smiled and nodded. After chatting with Su Qing, he turned to Yi Weiwei and said, "Sister Weiwei, long time no see. What's wrong? You miss me?" Yi Weiwei feigned displeasure. "You must miss me very much," Lin Luo said with a smile. The Yunshu succubus asked, "Master, do you miss me?" "Of course I do," Lin Luo said. The Yunshu succubus said bluntly, "Then I will serve you well tonight, and let you experience the true bliss of ecstasy." Ahem. Lin Luo felt the unfriendly glances from his companions. "Let me introduce you to a few dishes. The dishes here are quite rich. One is a monster similar to Godzilla. We call it a dino, an amphibious creature that loves to devour us humans. Once on the island nation, it devoured thousands of people in a row. The species was very large, around 400 or 500, all of them smuggled into the real world from the devouring world. The island nation was quite unlucky. A true god-level dire dragon attacked the island and devoured many people. The island nation was unable to handle such a monster, so they asked us for help. We didn't really want to rescue them, but if the island nation were lost, our Yin nation would be the next to suffer. Director Chen Limei convened a group to discuss and finalize a support plan. We helped the island nation deal with the dire dragon. With our help, the island nation successfully dealt with the dire dragon. The number of dire dragons has been reduced from over 3,000 to just over 30. The remaining dire dragons have disappeared and are on the verge of extinction. Cheng Xuexin, noticing the awkward atmosphere, spoke slowly. He said, "This dire dragon may look rather unsightly, but its meat is incredibly delicious. It's incredibly delicious no matter what you cook it with. It's quite different from Godzilla in that respect." Lin Luo said, "Everyone's become incredibly powerful now, capable of slaying even true god-level creatures." "I'm reassured." Cheng Xuexin said rather awkwardly, "The main powerful figure is Ho Tuesday. She's reached the Divine King level, and several powerful dire dragons have reached the Celestial God level. Without her intervention, we wouldn't have been able to resolve this situation smoothly." Ho too. Lin Luo almost forgot. It wasn't intentional, but he's been so busy lately. Li Yinyan said, "Brother Xiaoluo, try this. When you left, this dire dragon didn't exist, but now it exists. Because its meat is so delicious, many people have suggested breeding it." Lin Luo took a bite of the dire dragon and found its meat similar to salmon, but sweeter and softer. "How does it taste?" Li Yinyan asked. Lin Luo replied, "It's indeed delicious. A rare delicacy, I suppose. These dishes are all new monsters. They used to hide in the devouring world, but have since entered the real world." Cheng Xuexin began to slowly introduce them, many of which were new to Lin Luo. Su Qing asked, puzzled, "Did something happen in the devouring world that caused so many creatures to escape from it into the real world? The devouring world will soon be destroyed, and that's not good news." Lin Luo predicted that the devouring world would soon mature, and when it did, it would be destroyed, taking the real world with it. After all, everyone would know about this sooner or later, so there was no need to hide it. Yi Weiwei's face was grim as she asked, "Are you talking about the destruction of just one Earth, or the entire universe?" Lin Luo replied, "Total destruction, not just one Earth, but the entire universe. The devouring world is already clearing the field, and many powerful creatures are devouring it to survive the catastrophe. The law of the jungle will be even more severe. Moon Goddess Diana sighed, our good times will soon be over. The real hardship may begin next." Lin Luo consoled her, "Don't worry too much. Only after this catastrophe is over will our Earth be completely safe." Su Qing said helplessly, "Brother Lin is the one who's most tired. With our strength, we can only be spectators and can't help at all. Don't blame yourself. Your concern is the greatest help to me." Lin Luo said. Let's eat, everyone. There's no point in worrying. It's better to face it head on. Cheng Shui thought to herself. That's true. Everyone continued to devour the food, devouring most of the food on the table. Ho Tu didn't come to today's gathering. It wasn't because they hadn't invited her, but because Ho Tu felt she wasn't that close to Lin Luo. Lin Luo felt it was time to strengthen his relationship with Ho Tuesday. Some things needed to be done. He had already devoured 11 ancestral witches, leaving only Ho Tu. It was already the late stage, and the enemies he encountered would become increasingly powerful. There were things Lin Luo had to do. Lin Luo arrived at Ho Tu's house. Ho Tu had already dressed up. Ho Tu wore a beautiful JK outfit, revealing her long legs. Her snow-white legs were covered with a pair of thin black socks that reached her knees. Your aesthetic is becoming more and more Earth-like. I've been here for so long, I learned a lot. If you want to go somewhere, just tell me, and I take you there. Anywhere? Of course. I was supposed to take you there anyway. I be honest. Ho Tu mentioned several places, and Lin Luo took them all. At first, Lin Luo thought he was taking Ho Tu, but gradually he realized it was Ho Tu taking him. Due to the god of karma's ability to control time, Lin Luo's time in the land of 10,000 Buddhas would have been 3 or 4 years on Earth. The catastrophe brought about tremendous changes, with almost every day seeing rapid changes. 3 or 4 years is enough time to change a lot. Longhai City. Night. Lin Luo and Ho Tu arrived at a tower. No one was around, just the two of them. There were still many monsters high in the sky, all from the devouring world. Even the most powerful superpowered wouldn't dare venture up a tower at night. Lin Luo and Ho Tu are special. Their strength has reached a very high level, and no creature can threaten them. Chapter 503. Lin Luo was particularly powerful. After devouring Tathagata and the two Buddhas, his life level climbed again, reaching a terrifying 149th level. Level 149 meant he was only one step away from the ultimate life. Although this step was far off, Lin Luo's power was unmatched. According to Tathagata, his devouring of Lin Luo would allow him to advance to the ultimate life. However, Lin Luo's devouring of Tathagata and the two Buddhas did not lead to a breakthrough to the ultimate life. Perhaps it was because Lin Luo's combined power was too great. Becoming the ultimate life would be a qualitative leap. A level 149 creature was very powerful, but an ultimate life was like an ant. The power of an ultimate life could easily crush a level 149 creature. The harder it was for Lin Luo to evolve into the ultimate life, the more powerful he would become once he did. The vast starry sky, dotted with stars. Ho Tu leaned on Lin Luo's shoulder and said, seeing the starry sky inevitably brings back memories. Back in the Lich Age, we were also on a planet, with stars all around us. Lin Luo smiled and said, perhaps the star you once gazed upon was Earth. Fate is a wonderful thing. Perhaps it was a moment of gazing that brought you to Earth. Maybe. I feel lucky to have lived this long. The rest of the witch tribe has died, and I'm the only one left. I also feel lucky to have met you. Shouldn't I be lucky? If it weren't for your help in killing the 9 ancestral witches, I'd probably be dead now. Meeting each other is a kind of luck, isn't it? Ho Tu said solemnly, after a few days of fun, my wish has been fulfilled. Now, I help you realize it. Have you thought about it? Lin Luo asked, once you become a part of me, you may never leave me again. There's also a certain probability that you will disappear forever, becoming my strength. He wanted to gain Panga's power, which required the power of the 12 ancestral witches. In Yin Nation mythology, Pangu transformed into numerous gods, each of whom was extremely powerful. The reality is that Pangu transformed into the 12 ancestral witches and countless witch clans, which is quite impressive. If Pangu had truly died and transformed into so many powerful gods, as described in Yin Nation mythology, the Supreme Heaven would certainly not have sat idly by. For example, if the Supreme Heaven had not forcibly awakened and killed Daozu and Mozu, the two would have been very powerful. With Daozu and Mozu's strength, they could have easily destroyed the entire devouring world. Even if they weren't Pangus, the difference in strength between them wouldn't have been great. Pangu's battle with the Supreme Heaven was bitter, his strength nearing its limit. How could he have transformed into so many powerful gods even after his death? Lin Luo devoured Ho Tu, and Ho Tu became the final piece of the puzzle. With this piece, Pangu's immense power would be granted. Ho Tu said, actually, I thought this through long ago. If I don't devour you, you have a hard time resisting the powerful creatures of the devouring world. The battles ahead will be for the ultimate life. Those who aren't ultimate life don't even have the credentials to fight. The later stages will be basically like this. Those who survive now are the most powerful. The weaker beings are basically dead. Even the most powerful creatures of the devouring world have been devoured by them, even the weakest. Lin Luo nodded. Ho-Tu said, if I hadn't waited to devour the world, I'd probably be dead by now. Actually, I'm very happy to be devoured by you. It's better than being devoured by someone else. Actually, you don't have to be devoured by me. You can merge with me indirectly, Lin Luo said. Huh? Ho-Tu was momentarily confused. Are you kidding? Does indirect fusion work? Lin Luo said, fusion does work. It has the same effect as devouring you. I gained this from Tathagata. Originally, I could only gain Pangda's power by devouring you, but now I only need fusion. After devouring Tathagata and Jie Buddha, he gained two powerful abilities from Tathagata. One was perfect fusion without distinction. Lin Luo's abilities came from devouring various creatures, gaining abilities from these creatures. Tathagata also possessed multiple attributes, but his method was different from Lin Luo's, indirect fusion. Initially, Tathagata was an outer devil, specializing in illusion. This ability wasn't strong, but it wasn't weak either. Compared to the powerful Brahma race, the outer devil was significantly weaker. The two races competed for a period of time. Initially, the outer devil was significantly stronger than the Brahma, but later their abilities declined, and they gradually lost ground. Tathagata was an outlier among the outer devil race, possessing exceptional talent, a talent unique to him. Among the entire outer devil race, Tathagata was the only one with this gift. Tathagata possessed a high degree of wisdom, having arrived at the land of 10,000 Buddhas before the devouring world destroyed the Brahma world. Due to the extremely harsh conditions for smuggling, Tathagata abandoned the entire race of foreign demons, arriving alone in the land of 10,000 Buddhas. Later, Tathagata merged with the native race, giving birth to a new race, the Heavenly Demon Clan. The Heavenly Demon Clan was significantly superior to the foreign demons, their physical bodies even more powerful, only slightly inferior to the Brahma clan. When Da Finchen smuggled himself into the land of 10,000 Buddhas, Tathagata saw a hope, and his desire to merge with the Brahma clan intensified. After witnessing Da Finchen elevate the Brahma clan to a higher level, Tathagata became even more eager to merge with the Buddha clan's abilities. The Tathagata then engaged in a frenzy of fusions, gaining the power of time and later finding a perfect Buddha infant. This Buddha infant, unmerged by Tathagata, had an unlimited future. After devouring Tathagata, Lin Luo gained a more complex set of Tathagata memories. Tathagata's journey had been difficult, having endured many dangers. His success was no accident. In addition to this indirect fusion ability, Lin Luo also gained the power of time. He did not tell the god of karma about this power, or he would have been furious. The god of karma always treated the power of time as his own, untouchable by others. Great. I can always be with you. Ho-Tu happily embraced Lin Luo. No one wanted to die. Thanks to Lin Luo's indirect fusion, Ho-Tu had a reason to be with him often, all for the good. What's your reward tonight? Lin Luo reached out and touched Ho-Tu's slender waist, which was soft, delicate, and elastic. Ho-Tu, what are you touching? Ho-Tu's fair face flushed. Lin Luo smiled. Is there anything wrong with me touching my own wife? No, let's go back to the room. I feel like someone's always watching us here, and it's embarrassing, Ho-Tu said shyly. Chapter 504. The tower we're in is deserted. It's much more peaceful now than before, but no one dares to admire the beautiful starry sky from this high up. While Lin Luo and Ho-Tu were in the tower, several giant flying beasts attempted to attack them. To prevent their world from being destroyed, Lin Luo slew these flying beasts before they could reach them. These flying beasts are living creatures too. I'd be embarrassed to let them see me, Ho-Tu said. Okay, let's go back to our rooms. You're always thinking about doing bad things. That's good to know. Lin Luo picked up Ho-Tu and prepared to enter the designated room. Two bright lights flashed across the starry sky. One was extremely black, and the other was extremely white, colliding, creating a massive shock wave. The shock wave spread outward, its area growing larger and larger. How could these two rays of light appear in the starry sky? Is this a natural phenomenon, or was it caused by a powerful creature? I think it's more likely to be caused by a powerful creature. Such a natural phenomenon is unlikely. It seems our good days will soon be over. The Buddha Tathagata may be dead, but there are still many powerful creatures in the devouring world. Everyone was pessimistic. Cake shop. The rest of Earth isn't great, but the food is really okay, especially in Yin country. The food in other countries is only decent, but lacks any unique characteristics. The god of karma had just returned from Gale country and Dhaka country. Gale Country was barely okay, with plenty of delicious food. She barely stayed for 3 or 4 days before hurriedly fleeing to Dhaka Country. After 3 or 4 days in Gale Country, the god of karma didn't find any food she liked. She ate most of the food in Chinatown. Gale Country's common delicacies were either fried chicken or hamburgers. Fried chicken and hamburgers were made with monster meat and were incredibly expensive. Some food was hastily prepared without even being washed properly. Dhaka Country claims to be the world's greatest food country, boasting a wealth of delicious food. The god of karma felt she hadn't tasted delicious food in Gale Country, and figured she might be able to enjoy some in Dhaka. She sat in the restaurant, watching the kimchi and instant noodles being served, and she was practically skeptical. Back then, kimchi and instant noodles were considered delicacies, without even a hint of meat in them. The god of karma left the restaurant after eating very little. She saw another stall, with a constant stream of people crowding past. The stall emitted a constant whiff of smoke and a lingering aroma. Thinking it was some delicious food, the god of karma quickly joined the crowd, eager to try it. After waiting in line for 2 or 3 hours, the god of karma finally entered the stall. She sat there, completely stunned. The so-called delicacies were all kinds of offal, the offal of some unknown monster. There was a particularly disgusting creature called the dung ball beast. Besides devouring living things, it also enjoyed eating the excrement of other monsters. Eating the meat of this dung ball beast was already incomprehensible, and the god of karma was even more incomprehensible. The people of Dhaka also ate the offal of the dung ball beast, including the small and large intestines. This truly disgusted the god of karma. The god of karma immediately lost her temper, saying that Dhaka was garbage, especially when it came to food. Yet, they insisted on claiming to be the best in the universe. Her roar immediately aroused the discontent of many Dhaka citizens, wounding their meager pride. Many Dhaka citizens attacked the karma god, who showed no mercy, beating them violently. Many were left crying and screaming for their parents by the karma god, and rushed to the hospital. This was because the karma god was holding back. Otherwise, a single punch could have killed someone. After the lessons learned from the Gale Kingdom and the Dhaka Kingdom, the karma god decided to temporarily return to the Yin Kingdom to enjoy some delicious food and recuperate. The karma god had just finished a spicy hot pot meal, and was about to return to the dessert shop for a good meal. 2 beams of light suddenly appeared outside. So bright! A man shouted from outside. The karma god dropped her dessert and quickly rushed outside. The 2 black and white light waves collided, forming a massive shockwave that spread outward. These 2 have merged. The karma god's expression darkened, and she was in no mood to enjoy her meal. She decided to urgently seek out Lin Luo and explain the matter. Above the tower, Ho Tu, in Lin Luo's embrace, gazed up at the starry sky. The 2 light waves just now were incredibly powerful. They're likely the product of ultimate life forms. Powerful creatures have appeared in the devouring world. Lin Luo replied, unsurprised, the devouring world is maturing. The 5 special beings are about to awaken. The powerful creatures alive now won't want to die. They surely take advantage of this opportunity to frantically unleash their hidden talents. Once all 5 special beings awaken, the powerful creatures left in the devouring world will have no chance, and will be eaten as food. These 2 light waves possess 2 extreme properties. These 2 ultimate attributes are light and darkness. They are likely the 10 native gods of the devouring world, including the Black Source god, who attacked me earlier, and the Light Creation god. They may have merged into one. Ho Tu said, light and darkness should be mutually exclusive, yet they are somehow able to merge together. I don't know about that. I need to ask someone knowledgeable. Lin Luo shook his head. Lin Luo. This is bad? A delicate girl with black twin tails, about 1.55 meters tall, ran over. You're quite fast, you know? Lin Luo smiled. The god of karma stopped beside Lin Luo and said, of course. I'm the main force, constantly keeping an eye on the overall situation. This team can do without you, but not me. I'm sure you're right. Lin Luo knew the god of karma's character. The god of karma said, the 2 waves of light appearing in the starry sky are likely the fusion of the Light Creation god and the Black Source god. By fusing together, they've broken the seals between them. Their combined power is the ultimate life form, significantly enhanced in strength. They'd likely come to Earth next. Lin Luo said, last time, I devoured the Black Source god. This time, he's gained immense power, and will seek revenge on me. It looks like my good days are over. The god of karma said, the fusion of the 2 is the ultimate life form. You're only level 149, and with all the power-ups, your chances of winning aren't very high. I gained Tathagata's abilities, allowing me to indirectly fuse. All these power-ups allow me to rival the ultimate lifeforms. I have no need to fear the challenge of the light creation god and the black source god. Lin Luo said. Stop it, kid. You are incredibly lucky. By devouring Tathagata, you gain his abilities. The god of karma was incredibly proud. Chapter 505. Lin Luo smiled and said, I gained 2 abilities from Tathagata. One is indirect fusion, and the other, you can guess carefully, it will definitely surprise you. The god of karma, sensing a bad feeling, said, could it be that you gained the power of time? You figured that out. Lin Luo said. Damn it! You're just so lucky. You gain abilities from whatever you devour. If you had enough time to develop, who knows how powerful you become. You be the ultimate boss. The god of karma said with envy and hatred. Lin Luo said unhappily, I don't like your words. Wouldn't it be better if I were stronger? If you're weak, we all be devoured. The god of karma snorted coldly, you're just saying it to make me jealous. Don't think I don't know. You seem quite clever. Of course. The god of karma immediately noticed something was wrong. Why does your compliment sound like an adult praising a child? Ho-Tu worriedly said, there's still a gap between ultimate life and peak god king. The next arrivals will all be ultimate life. I feel like peak god kings won't be enough. It will be a battle between ultimate life. Indeed? Lin Luo nodded. The god of karma offered an idea. I have a bold idea. You now gain 2 abilities from Tathagata. The 2 of us can merge together. You indirectly merge Tathagata's abilities, and we can achieve perfect harmony. The fusion I used earlier only helped your eyes see things of the future. This fusion only grants you an ability, it doesn't enhance your strength. Now that you achieve this indirect fusion, we can achieve a perfect fusion. Our combined abilities rival my previous power over time. We can use this ability to return to the main world's past and alter its history, ideally to a time when the 5 special beings lacked ultimate life. Ho-Tu nodded and said, this method is excellent. If successful, the devouring world will disappear. Lin Luo shook his head and said, I'm not so optimistic. If we dare to use it this way, we might not return to the past, but instead encounter the Supreme Heaven, who will surely intervene to stop us. The god of karma thought for a moment and said, if that's the case, and it's truly possible, then returning to the main world's past could be a trap. This trap could allow the Supreme Heaven to capture and kill us. Ho-Tu nodded and said, your concern is well-founded. The god of karma is the Supreme Heaven's seal. He might consider the god of karma breaking the seal and traveling back in time to slay him. The god of karma said, I'm so annoyed. Nothing works. Is all I can do but wait for death? Lin Luo said, my idea is to return to the 3 Pure Ones era. Now that the devouring world has been emptied, the 3 Pure Ones haven't appeared. I wonder what they encountered that prevented them from re-entering the devouring world. The god of karma said, do you think it's possible that they were eliminated by the Supreme Heaven like the Tao Ancestor and the Demon Ancestor? It's very likely. It's also possible that it wasn't the Supreme Heaven who eliminated them, and that the other 4 special beings took action. It's also quite likely. Lin Luo said. The god of karma said, so what should we do next? Should we return directly to the parallel world of the 3 Purities era to find them, or should we resist on Earth? Resist on Earth. My current strength isn't necessarily weaker than the combined strength of the Light Creation God and the Black Source God. Their combined strength is the ultimate life form. If I devour them, I too can evolve into the ultimate life form. We don't know much about the 3 Purities era. The 3 Purities are only mentioned in the mythological history of the Yin nation. Those mythological histories were likely fabricated by later generations, and the original true history no longer exists. That's actually quite normal. There's a long time between eras, and with such a long period, it's normal for some history to be lost. The only reference we can make is that the 3 Purities are very powerful, not much different from the Tao Ancestor and the Demon Ancestor. We know nothing else. If we go there blindly, we don't know what we gain. Lin Luo decided to stay on Earth and resist the combined strength of the Black Source God and the Light Creation God. Ho-Tu agreed, your analysis is very detailed. Staying on Earth is the best option for you. Returning to the 3 Pure Ones era won't necessarily yield anything. There's no way to deal with the ultimate lifeforms. If I want to transform, I must kill a powerful ultimate lifeform and devour it. Lin Luo said. Kaori said, once you made your arrangements, I can go have some fun. I, the main force, am truly exhausted. I haven't even had a chance to enjoy a proper meal since returning to Earth before I have to rush over. I have a misconception that this Earth doesn't belong to you humans but to me. I can't even eat properly, and I have to help you plan a defense against the Earth. Without me, the Earth is gone. Lin Luo said, You're both right. I don't want to argue with you. I'm going to enjoy my meal. The god of karma said. Last time I called you Big Etion, aren't you going to go find Etion? He should be in Rya country. Lin Luo said. I almost forgot about it. I'm going to find Etion and show him who's the master of pretense. The god of karma disappeared in the blink of an eye, heading to the cake shop. After preparing the desserts, she would go to Rya country to meet Etion properly. In the beginning, the god of karma thought she was imitating Etion, but she felt she had embarked on a new path of pretense. On this path, she was a powerful pioneer, unmatched by anyone. Lin Luo picked up Ho Tu and prepared to go to the hotel room for some time together. Can't you be less impatient? It's not like I don't have legs, Ho Tu said shyly. I'm not just trying to better resist the monsters from the devouring world. The more we understand each other, the better we can merge, and our power will be even greater. Lin Luo spoke with a powerful voice, a pair of beautiful snow-white legs resting on his arm. Ho Tu's legs are like snake tails, just like Nuwa's. Lin Luo almost forgot that, in addition to the three pure ones era, there's also a human era that must pass. According to the god of karma, the human era and the most ancient devouring world are likely sealed by the supreme heaven. If Lin Luo travels to these two eras, the first person he encounters might be the supreme heaven. Ho Tu has a very nice figure, with a curvaceous figure, especially those two large minds, which could very well be G-level. But her proportions are so good that I feel a bit redundant. Lin Luo is blessed tonight, and his children will be blessed too. Chapter 506. Rya. Horrifying underwater monsters would periodically rise from the sea to attack Rya's territory. Rya was a nation in the Pacific Ocean, a junction between the devouring world and Earth. If a powerful creature emerged from within, it would be the first to suffer. When the devouring world was cleared, Rya was the next unfortunate nation on Earth to suffer. Most Yin people were delighted to see Rya suffer. They believed that each of these powerful monsters was a remarkable anti-Japanese pioneer. Later, Rya could no longer resist and repeatedly called on Yin for help. With Lin Luo's help, Yin was now the most powerful nation, even forcing the Fierce Wind Nation to curry favor. When Fierce Wind Nation was in danger, its ruler, Ash, had to call for help. Yin was unwilling to offer assistance, but knew the principle of the lips are cold and the teeth are cold. Rya was completely destroyed and became a paradise for monsters and aliens. The next nation to suffer was Yin. Numerous monsters could use Rya's land as a springboard to launch a frenzied attack on Yin, which would be disastrous for Yin. Today's alien monsters are extremely powerful, and the personnel dispatched must also be formidable. This time, they dispatched Yang Jian, Sun Wukong, and Yi Tian, along with a group of powerful superpowered individuals, to aid Rya in its battle against the monsters. A swarm of Woodlost monsters launched a frenzied attack on Hokkaido, resulting in the deaths of numerous people and the near-total destruction of newly built cities. Everyone in Rya was heartbroken. This city had been built with great difficulty. Since the catastrophe began, powerful creatures from the devouring world have continuously invaded Earth, and their first target was Rya. Rya was a developed country, after all, but it was abruptly destroyed by the monster aliens, reduced to an agricultural nation. In many areas, they were even worse off than agricultural nations, with losses reaching 85%. Only one city, Hokkaido, was fortunate enough to escape destruction, leaving behind a large industrial base. So, the rulers of Rya hoped to rely on this city to restore the nation's industrial capacity. This city had survived destruction many times before, but unexpectedly, it couldn't escape this time, and was completely destroyed. Commander Jiro Yamakawa believed the Yin people were acting on purpose, arriving so late despite having been notified long ago. But Jiro Yamakawa didn't dare say anything. If he did, he would no longer be able to stay in this place. Yang Jian has arrived, a figure from Yin nation mythology. I never thought he would one day visit our city. Look, that's Sun Wukong. He's our protagonist in many of our comic books. I never thought he'd come to our rescue. We can definitely handle this disaster with ease. There's another person with him, and he must be incredibly powerful. Our disaster is almost over. The people of Rya have done a great job evacuating, a fact that stems from their geographical location, where frequent tsunamis and earthquakes are common. If evacuation hadn't been done better, Rya might have been wiped out. When a swarm of woodlice threatened to invade Hokkaido City, most people had already taken refuge in shelters. Drones fluttered overhead, continuously transmitting live footage, allowing Commander Jiro Yamakawa to better direct the attack. Due to the ferocious nature of the woodlice monsters, the Rya army had been nearly annihilated, rendering it impossible for Jiro Yamakawa to even command. The Yen nation's troops were under command, so he didn't need to worry about it. Besides, no one would listen to him even if he ordered them. If he angered the enemy, they might come and destroy him instead of destroying the monster. Sun Wukong swung his iron rod repeatedly, each blow capable of crushing a woodlice into a pulp. Woodlice are about 5 meters long and 2 meters tall, with a pair of wings on their backs and densely packed tentacles on their abdomens. From a drone's perspective, they resemble giant cockroaches. In one era, woodlice were the dominant group. They were so numerous and reproduced so rapidly that even the devouring world struggled to exterminate them all. Later, led by the god-level woodlice king, dozens of woodlice entered the devouring world. During their time in the devouring world, the woodlice continued to reproduce. The devouring world has restrictions. Generally speaking, many creatures cannot reproduce, but woodlice can. Woodlice deposit numerous eggs in their bodies, which cannot hatch and produce new life in the devouring world. Once they entered Earth, they began to multiply en masse, transforming the entire ocean into a breeding ground. Many of the alien monsters residing in the ocean were taken as food by the woodlice. The woodlice, primarily due to a lack of food, launched a large-scale attack on land, with the kingdom of Riyab being one of the nations to suffer. Yang Jian swung his double-edged trident swiftly, leaving only afterimages as he slaughtered the woodlice. Many powerful Yen nation psychics, exerting their immense powers, also slaughtered the woodlice. Casualties soon occurred. One fire-controlling psychic mishandled the flames, and was nearly devoured by a woodlice. Fortunately, a superpowered being intervened in time to rescue this companion. The woodlice were too numerous, swarming towards them. These creatures showed no fear of death and attacked frantically. "Look at my power!" Sun Wukong frantically cloned himself, slaughtering the woodlice. He created thousands of clones in a single breath, each only 1/10 the strength of his original form, enough to kill most of them. The woodlice life level wasn't high, their strength was very limited, and most were cannon fodder. Not killing them would be a disaster, but killing them all would be a waste of effort. There are simply too many of these woodlice. There's no way we can kill them all. After we kill one group, another group comes, almost non-stop. No matter how strong you are, you'd be exhausted by them, unless you're much stronger than them. Yang Jian panted. He also had an ability similar to Sun Wukong's, which allowed him to split himself into 3, each with 1/3 the strength of his original form, and the physical drain on him was no less than Sun Wukong's. Both of them had reached life level 115, not far from becoming a divine king. During this period, the devouring world was being cleared, and many creatures had fled to Earth. Most of these creatures were relatively weak, but after being killed and devoured by Yang Jian and Sun Wukong, their strength had greatly increased. Then everyone else retreat. If this continues, they all die. Sun Wukong's dozen clones responded in quick succession, saving over a dozen psychics. The woodlice were too numerous, and their relentless attacks were too numerous. Even Yang Jian and Sun Wukong, 2 god-level powerhouses, struggled to withstand the onslaught, let alone them. Yang Jian panted, "My stamina is severely depleted. How about we call headquarters for assistance? Longhai City is quite close, so support could arrive quickly." Chapter 507. Sun Wukong said more rationally, "Let's do as you say. Now's not the time to be stubborn. These woodlice are endless. I've seen many species, but never this many." Yang Jian said with disgust, "I heard about these disgusting creatures in the devouring world. They say they lay all their eggs inside their bodies, piling them up everywhere, and they're reproducing frantically, hoping to escape the real world. There was a creature with the ability to circumvent the laws of the devouring world. They killed a woodlice and devoured it, only to discover it was filled with eggs. These eggs were very smelly, and one bite left me feeling sick for a long time. Since then, after that, no one dared to devour woodlice. I never thought I'd encounter such a disgusting creature one day. It's truly disgusting. The stench from killing them is truly repulsive." Sun Wukong said, "The insect race is simple in structure, and while individual strength isn't very strong, they reproduce at the fastest rate. I don't even know how many I killed. There are hundreds of millions of woodlice, and there are still so many around here, so densely packed, it's hard to see the end. Yang Jian killed dozens more woodlice. There are simply too many. If we continue, we'd be killed by these woodlice. Contact the authorities immediately," Sun Wukong said, shielding Yang Jian. "I do it." Yang Jian contacted the authorities, but the signal was gone. "What's going on? We can't get in touch." A powerful creature has blocked all communication here, and we can't leave. Is it possible that the Woodlice King is deliberately using a massive number of his offspring to launch a frenzied siege on Rhea, refusing to target the civilians? He's hoping to use them as hostages to lure us here? Sun Wukong considered a terrifying possibility. Yang Jian's expression darkened as he said, this possibility is very high. The Woodlice King is already a peak-level celestial being. He could very well evolve to the level of a god king. Even for insects, their intelligence increases significantly when their life force reaches a high level. His intelligence could very well surpass ours. Now the two of us might be completely exhausted by it, and then devoured by this creature. This creature is truly insidious. Is there any way we can just leave? I try. Sun Wukong decided to flee. There was no need to stay here and sacrifice himself. He clenched his iron rod with both hands, creating multiple clones. He swung and slashed, slaying a large number of woodlice. The ground was littered with the corpses of woodlice. The remaining woodlice showed no concern for the bodies of their own species. Some even began devouring their companions, using them as food to rapidly evolve. Sun Wukong desperately wanted to rush out, but the woodlice were increasing in number, and their levels were constantly rising. At first, the highest level of woodlice was only god level, with most woodlice below god level. As Sun Wukong slew more woodlice, their level reached true god level. Some mutated woodlice possessed extremely strong vitality, and Sun Wukong's clones couldn't kill a single one with a single blow. A woodlice at the peak true god level, mingling with the insect swarm, suddenly launched an attack, shredding one of Sun Wukong's clones. Oh no! One of the great sage's clones was shredded by a woodlice. Our Langshan's situation isn't good either. He's fighting with his original form, not using his clones. There are too many woodlice to kill. If the great sage and Erlangshan are gone, who will save us? We'd be the ones to die. If the great sage and Erlangshan are gone, the only one who can save us is the dragon god. I hope he comes and saves us, and we're lucky enough to survive again. It's too hard. I don't even want to be a Rhea now. Life is so hard. I don't know how I managed to make it this far. Alas, if we were Yin, the dragon god would definitely come and save us. But unfortunately, we're Rhea. Under the threat of death, many people fantasized about being Yin. What are you talking about? Yinchuan Jilong shouted angrily, and the crowd quieted down a bit. Yang Jian asked, Monkey, how are you feeling now? 3 Eyes, I'm fine. There's no need for you to worry. Sun Wukong said defiantly. Yang Jian said, now is not the time to be bravado. We should focus on surviving. If we continue fighting, we will both surely perish, drowned in the insect swarm. Sun Wukong said, my situation isn't much better. I depleted a lot of my energy. Now all we can do is reveal our true form. My true form has the ability to regenerate energy through killing, which will significantly slow down my energy loss. Yang Jian said, I reunite with you. We're depleting even more energy separately. Now we can only place our hopes on the authorities, hoping they notice something's wrong and send someone to rescue us. Sun Wukong transformed into his true form, and Yang Jian climbed onto his back, allowing the two to work together. After Sun Wukong revealed his true form, his intelligence plummeted, leaving only killing in his sight. Perhaps some powerful woodlice were more clever and attacked Sun Wukong's vital points, and Yang Jian, staying on his back, could help defend against them. As the two fought, they suddenly realized a serious problem. There should have been 3 powerful individuals in their team, so why were there only 2? Sun Wukong looked around and said, where did that damn Etion go? I remember him joining the battle with us, and then he disappeared. I don't know where he went. Did he retreat with the rest of the team? Yang Jian asked, puzzled. Sun Wukong grinned, I've seen unreliable people, but I never seen anyone as unreliable as Etion. All he does all day is improve his strength and pretense, trying to look even more impressive. That's true, Yang Jian said with a wry smile. Sun Wukong said, we don't need to worry too much. Although this guy is unreliable, he won't stand by and watch someone die. At this point in the fight, there's a high probability he show up soon. Sometimes I really want to kill him. Yang Jian, always having a good temper, also wanted to kill Etion. Sun Wukong said angrily, you still want to kill him sometimes. I always want to kill him. This guy is truly a monster, worthy of being the son of Earth's destiny. Every talent is almost maxed out. Before he became a god, I thought he was just average. After becoming a god, his strength skyrocketed, completely crushing the two of us. Now his level has surpassed both of us, and his life level has reached the peak of the celestial god, not far from the God King. Chapter 508. The latecomer is superior. Yang Jian said, the most monstrous being is still the dragon god. When I first laid eyes on him, I thought he was extraordinary. Now it seems my prediction was wrong. Extraordinary isn't the right word, I say he's unique. No matter how many epochs pass, it's unlikely that someone as powerful as the dragon god will appear. We used to be much higher level than the dragon god, but now he's beyond our reach. Sun Wukong sighed, I haven't submitted to many creatures in my life. The dragon god is the only one I ever submitted to. Monstrous doesn't even begin to describe him. It seems our chat is coming to an end. These are all peak true god level wood lice, and among them are quite a few celestial god level wood lice, posing a significant threat to us. Yang Jian exerted his true strength, killing a rudimentary celestial god level wood lice. Sun Wukong leaped high and plummeted heavily, crushing a large number of wood lice. The two of them worked together to kill a large number of wood lice, but another swarm of wood lice continued to arrive, filling the gap left. How disgusting. This wood lice king is so afraid of death. It's clearly a peak level god level creature, far superior to the two of us, yet it dares not attack, constantly using its offspring to consume us. Yang Jian panted. Sun Wukong said, this Yi-Tian is truly despicable. Where did he go? We're almost collapsing. This guy must be hiding somewhere to rest. As the two of them spoke, a giant wood lice crawled out. This wood lice was the size of a city, its body covered in a hard shell that shone brightly in the sunlight, creating a multicolored halo. Yang Jian breathed a sigh of relief and said, this guy has finally shown up. If we kill him, these wood lice will retreat. Okay, I be the main force. Sun Wukong ignored the other wood lice and attacked the wood lice king. He charged fiercely, reaching the wood lice king and smashing his fist into the head. Sun Wukong's body was made of 7-colored stone, one of the hardest stones. It is said that it was left over from Yuwa's attempt to mend the sky. After the attempt failed, the remaining material flowed into the age of the divine monkeys. For pieces of stone transformed into 4 divine monkeys, one of whom was Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's life level had reached 115, putting him within striking distance of a divine king. A powerful blow would be too much for even a divine king level warrior. He had little remaining energy, so he could only gamble on not killing the wood lice king. The wood lice king was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. Did it work? Sun Wukong looked towards the spot where the weed louse king had landed. The weed louse king's head was shattered, but only a large area was dented. He wasn't seriously injured. What kind of monster is this thing? Sun Wukong said grimly. The weed louse king charged forward, and Sun Wukong charged, slamming his powerful head into it. Sun Wukong was instantly sent flying, landing heavily from midair, creating a deep crater. The weed louse king didn't give Sun Wukong time to catch his breath, immediately launching his attack. Sun Wukong quickly rose to block the attack, but was restrained by the weed louse king, who dragged him forward. His massive body was dragged forward, creating a deep path, about a meter deep. The weed louse king and Sun Wukong clashed, with Sun Wukong completely suppressed. Finally, Yang Jian used all his strength, creating a deep gash in the weed louse king's abdomen, from which green blood continuously flowed. Sun Wukong finally found an opportunity, and quickly escaped the weed louse king's hold. Damn it! Sun Wukong panted heavily. If I hadn't exhausted so much of my energy earlier, I wouldn't have been suppressed by a disgusting giant bug, and would have killed it long ago. Yang Jian said weakly, I used up all my energy in that last attack. I can't help you from now on. Sun Wukong said, I understand that. If you hadn't attacked him with all your strength just now, it would have bought me some time. I might not have even had a chance to catch my breath. Yi-Tian, how long will this guy wait? Yang Jian was furious. We're both almost out of energy. This guy might be about to appear, Sun Wukong predicted. Yang Jian said, the thought of killing this guy every time I think of him is simply too much. We're almost at our wits' end. Shelter. It's over, it's over. The two of you look so weak. You just used up all your strength. This wood lice king only showed up last. It's too deadly. I wonder if it's possible that the wood lice king was targeting the two of you from the beginning, and we were just bait. If the two of you die, we be next. We all die here. Everyone scents death. Someone said, just because you're from Yin country, the dragon god will definitely save us. This time, Yamakawa Jiro didn't say anything to stop him. Even in the face of death, he couldn't escape the temptation. He thought to himself how fortunate he was to be from Yin country. The dragon god might have already taken action. The wood louse king had a remarkable ability to recover, and after a brief period of recovery, he was almost fully recovered. It immediately attacked Sun Wukong, not wanting to give him a moment to breathe. A figure suddenly appeared, holding a sword covered in runes. I will make this sky blind to my eyes. I will cleave everything with my sword. It was Yi Tian who appeared. Yi Tian rushed towards the Woodlouse King, striking with all his might. The sword light continued to grow in size, slashing towards the Woodlouse King in the middle. The Woodlouse King was instantly cut in half, its body splitting in two. Yi Tian swung and slashed continuously, each strike incredibly powerful, using all his might. The Woodlouse King was instantly ripped apart, its flesh scattering across the ground, and a constant stream of green blood. We won. We actually won. This powerful warrior suddenly appeared and killed the Woodlouse King. What a comeback. I thought I was doomed, but unexpectedly, there's this twist. Finally I am safe. This man is Yi Tian, a native of our Earth. It seems our Earth has its share of powerful warriors, especially the Dragon God. Everyone was overjoyed. Sun Wukong transformed back into his true form and said, Yi Tian, you idiot. We couldn't see you just now. If you had appeared, we wouldn't have had to fight so hard. We almost collapsed. Yang Jian said, it's not just Monkey who's furious this time. I'm furious too. I want to kill you. The two were exhausted, their strength nearly depleted. Otherwise, they would have rushed forward and killed Yi Tian long ago. Yi Tian sensed the killing intent and quickly explained, I have no other choice. There are too many Woodlice. If I were to join you, we would be trapped in the siege, and the Woodlice King would not appear. It might wait until we are exhausted before attacking. Chapter 509. You're the only one with so many excuses. Sun Wukong angrily said, don't treat us like fools. I don't know, you're just trying to show off. You only attack us when we can't hold our own anymore, just to show off. Really? You think too badly of me. I'm not showing off this time. It's mainly because the Woodlouse King is so obscene that I have no choice but to resort to this method. Yi Tian frantically explained. Yang Jian said, let's forget what happened today. The outcome was good. The Woodlouse King was killed, and the disaster was averted. But next time you act, you must tell us so we can react. Sun Wukong's anger subsided considerably. Next time you do this, you must warn us so we can be prepared. Next time, for sure. Yi Tian patted his chest. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, the Woodlouse King's body began to crack, releasing a golden light. Not good. Yi Tian was the first to notice something was wrong and slashed at the Woodlouse King's corpse. The longsword in his hand, combined with his spatial abilities, transformed into a slash capable of cleaving through space. Bang! The sound of steel clashing suddenly resounded. What is this? Attack quickly. There's another golden insect within the Woodlouse King. It's possible this one is the true Woodlouse King. Sun Wukong and Yang Jian were both highly intelligent and immediately understood the situation. Using their full might, they struck the golden insect. Even Yi Tian, a peak-level celestial being, couldn't kill the golden insect even with his full strength, let alone him. The golden bug is the true king of Woodlice. Its level may have already reached the level of a god king. This creature is quite cunning. It just used its old body, and didn't molt immediately, fearing encountering a creature stronger than itself. Yang Jian reacted immediately. Too cunning. This guy. Let's just run away. We can't stand up to a god king level creature these days. Yi Tian had experienced many battles, and was no longer the reckless young man he once was. Faced with imminent danger, his first thought was to flee. He was incredibly righteous, and didn't forget to take Yang Jian and Sun Wukong with him. Sun Wukong and Yang Jian agreed with Yi Tian that escape was the best option. Even if the three of them were at their peak, they would be unstoppable against a powerful god king level creature. Just as Yi Tian was about to flee, he found himself blocked by an invisible wall. He immediately drew his Xianyuan sword and swung it at the wall. Bang! The sound of steel clashing suddenly rang out. The marks left by Yi Tian's Xianyuan sword failed to pierce the wall. The immense recoil sent a numbing sensation through his hand, nearly causing him to drop the sword. It's over. Yi Tian's face turned ashen. Sun Wukong asked, do you have any hidden talents? Use them now. If those golden wet bugs catch up, all three of us will die here. Yang Jian said seriously, don't hold back. A god king level warrior is no match for us. If they catch up, we won't even have a chance to escape. I use my full strength to see how it goes. Don't get your hopes up. I used my full strength in that strike just now too. It was an extraordinary performance. The power within Yi Tian gushed frantically toward the Xianyuan sword, its runes glowing green. Should I say something pretentious while I strike this blow? You still have the energy to think about that? Wait until the Golden Weevil arrives, then you can think of some last words. And you better say them quickly. I doubt the Golden Weevil will give you a chance to say them. Sun Wukong grumbled. Oh, cut it open. Yi Tian casually shouted, slashing with all his might. The Azure Sword Light, packed with immense power, slashed fiercely at the wall ahead. A large hole was instantly ripped open in the wall ahead, and Yi Tian and the other two were overjoyed. Stop talking nonsense. Charge forward. Sun Wukong feared Yi Tian's pretense would cost him his chance to escape. Don't worry, I know my limits. I won't do anything rash. Yi Tian abandoned his pretense and hurried forward. Just as the three were about to flee, the wall ahead unexpectedly repaired. Fuck, we're done. Yi Tian felt the danger of death. Sun Wukong chided him, you were just trying to act cool. If you just run away, the three of us might have gotten away. Now, all three of us are going to become food for that golden wood lice. Yang Jian's face turned grim. You can't blame Yi Tian for that. He was running so fast just now. There's a high probability we wouldn't have gotten away. The three of us are too weak to compete with true divine kings. We have virtually no power to resist a powerful divine king. It seems some of you have some self-awareness. You couldn't have gotten away just now. Even if you had, you wouldn't have gotten far. The golden woodlouse had already flapped its wings and flew over. Its body was only about the size of the black woodlouse, but its life level had already reached the God King level. This wasn't its limit. In the future, as the golden woodlouse devoured powerful creatures, its size would grow even larger, far exceeding its previous size. Having reached the God King level, its life level was extremely powerful in every aspect. As an insectoid, the golden woodlouse possessed a high level of intelligence. As long as it heard the language spoken by the three people, the golden woodlouse could learn it, speaking as if it were an ordinary person. You're so insidious. You've been attacking us with your own offspring, and even with your own unshed skin, Yi Tian said angrily. The golden wetland insect said, I don't know what you're angry about. If I had used my full power from the start, I would have devoured the three of you long ago. I don't think you should be angry. You should be grateful to me for keeping you alive for so long. Sun Wukong angrily said, you are truly shameless. If you had used the power of a divine king from the start, it wouldn't have been just the three of us who would have been dispatched, but divine king level warriors. The dragon god is on earth, and with your strength, he could easily crush you. Yang Jian said, Woodland King, I think you better think it over. If you devour all three of us, the dragon god will definitely not let you go. Even if you hide in the sea, you die. Yi Tian quickly said, that's right, don't be so arrogant. The dragon god and I used to be good friends. If you kill me, the dragon god will definitely not let you go. Are you threatening me? The golden wetland insect said coldly. Chapter 510. Yang Jian remained calm in the face of danger and said, you can view this as a threat. You have ascended to the level of God King, making you powerful enough compared to the three of us, but compared to the dragon god, you are no different from an ant. The golden wet bug said nonchalantly, don't assume the dragon god will help you. You saw the vision last night. It was the birth of the ultimate life in the devouring world. This ultimate life will soon descend upon Earth. The 5 special beings will not allow other ultimate life forms to remain in the devouring world for long. He cannot face the 5 special beings. The best option is to enter Earth. Your dragon god will then have to deal with this ultimate life form, and won't have time to worry about me. Even when the dragon god came looking for me, I didn't realize how much time had passed. I didn't even know where I had gone. If these ultimate life forms start to move on their own, as long as I'm careful and cautious, I still think I can survive for a long time. I'm not going to waste my time with you. The longer you delay, the more dangerous it becomes. I better devour you as soon as possible. The golden wood lice opened its massive mouth, attempting to devour the 3 people before it. I don't think the dragon god is anything to be afraid of. Why are you all calling him the dragon god? You should call him Shaolinzi. A lowly with twin pigtails said. The golden wood lice stopped immediately, warily staring at the person who suddenly appeared beside it. Its lifeform level had reached Divine King, and its abilities had greatly improved, yet it hadn't noticed the person next to it. What kind of creature are you? I have no grudge against you. I hope you won't interfere in this matter. The golden weevil was the first to lower its stance. I also came from the devouring world. If you reveal my identity, I won't interfere in your affairs. How about that? The god of karma asked with interest, thinking that since Lin Luo was so famous, it stands to reason that she should be famous too. She always felt that she was the main force, the focus of attention. As a god king level powerhouse, the golden weevil should know her. I don't know who you are? The golden weevil asked impatiently. I give you one more chance. The god of karma said with a sullen face. The golden weevil said, no matter how many chances you give me, I don't know who you are. I hope you won't interfere. We're all God King level powerhouses, and no one is particularly powerful. There's a high chance you won't be able to withstand some of my methods. Okay, I'm really giving you a favor. The god of karma rushed towards the golden weevil and punched it hard. The golden weevil showed no fear, ready to withstand the blow. It had put a lot of effort into building this powerful body. Yi Tian's previous strike had the power of a junior god king, yet it couldn't even scratch a wound. The golden woodlice prepared to strike back, seizing the opportunity to kill the god of karma. But it underestimated the god of karma's strength and flattened him with a single punch, leaving a large dent in his body. Now you know who I am, don't you? The god of karma swung his hand repeatedly, inflicting multiple wounds on the golden woodlice. The golden woodlice was left powerless to fight back, crushed to the ground by the god of karma. Who on earth is this? So powerful. Could it be from our Rhea? I never thought such a powerful creature existed in our Rhea. Let's not overthink it. How could it possibly be a powerful creature from our country, Rhea? If it were, it would have appeared long ago. Why wait until now? The little girl is most likely from Yin country. She speaks Yin language. We're lucky. If she hadn't appeared in time, most of us would have died. Everyone rejoiced. Sun Wukong asked Yi Tian, didn't you say you were brothers with the dragon god? Do you know who this person is? There's a little girl accompanying the dragon god. If I'm not mistaken, it must be her. This person should be her. Yi Tian was at a loss for words. Yang Jian smiled and said, if you don't know, don't try to be so stubborn. Who said I don't know? Yi Tian said angrily. Yang Jian said, then who can you tell me? This. Yi Tian was again at a loss for words. Sun Wukong scolded, if you don't know, then don't know. Stop hanging around. The more you pretend, the more embarrassing it becomes. Okay, I don't know. Yi Tian and Lin Luo were rivals. Back when they played the game Devour the World, they were quite competitive. Of course, Yi Tian considered Lin Luo his competitor, but Lin Luo didn't take him seriously. Lin Luo knew some leveling techniques, far superior to Yi Tian's. Yi Tian was nearly driven to death by Lin Luo, uttering the phrase, since I live in heaven, why should I live in Luo? If it weren't for Devour the World and the game's feedback, Yi Tian wouldn't have been cremated, and he might have died. As the gap between Lin Luo and Yi Tian widened, Yi Tian gave up on treatment. Additionally, Lin Luo had gifted him numerous gifts, including the Xianyuan sword and its techniques. Yi Tian's formidable strength was entirely due to Lin Luo's help. Later, seeing he couldn't win anymore, Yi Tian joined in. It seems you all don't understand. Only someone as knowledgeable as me can answer your questions. A large black dog leaped up from the ground, its 4 legs ablaze, and soared into the sky. Fuck you, you bastard. I thought you were dead, but you already hidden away, leaving me nowhere to be found. Yi Tian cursed angrily. Hey, Huang retorted, how dare you criticize me? You betrayed your teammates so many times. If I'd been foolish enough to fight in the front, with my strength, I would have perished long ago, and wouldn't have even seen you until now. Yi Tian snorted coldly, stop talking nonsense. I don't even know what kind of person you are. Alright, both of you, stop cursing and start by telling me who this person is. Yang Jian intervened. Black Emperor deliberately cleared his throat and said, this man is the god of karma. He always stays by the dragon god's side. He seems to be one of the native gods of the devouring world, possessing the power of time. He must have long been a peak-level god king. Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief and said, with this powerful god of karma's intervention, our safety is guaranteed. It's only a matter of time before we defeat the golden weevil. The golden weevil was beaten to the point of doubting life. Its body was flattened in many places, and green juices were oozing from its body. I give you one more chance. Tell me my name quickly. The god of karma raised his fist high, ready to deliver the final blow to the golden weevil. Sir, I truly don't know who you are. Can you give me a hint? The golden weevil was beaten to the point of doubting life. Since you don't know, then you can go to hell. The god of karma, not wanting to waste any more words, killed the golden weevil. Her goal had been achieved. After this battle, her pretense surpassed Yi Tian's. From now on, people will only know the god of karma, and will not know who Yi Tian is. From now on, Yi Tian's nickname will be the little god of karma. Chapter 511. This creature is too powerful. The golden woodlice offers almost no resistance in her hands, and will soon be slain. It's finally over. I decided to move to Yin country. I have Yin blood, so I should be able to join. Don't overthink it. It's very difficult to join Yin country right now, especially for traitorous Yin people like you. After this incident, many people in Liao saw the strength of Yin country and decided that joining Yin country was the only way to survive longer. But their wishful thinking was futile. Many people in Yin country wanted to join. The god of karma was about to execute the golden wood lice when strange runes began to appear on its body. These runes were very familiar. I was wondering how a god-king level creature could enter Earth. It turns out it was this rune source god who opened a green channel for you. The god of karma quickly took action, wanting to destroy the golden wood lice. Her punch failed to shatter the golden wood lice. Seeing an opportunity to escape, it quickly fled, putting distance between itself and the god of karma. God of karma, we meet again. The golden wood lice changed its voice. Rune source god, you're truly disgusting. You even possess this kind of insectoid. The god of karma immediately recognized the voice's owner. The rune source god said, I'm not specifically possessing it. I simply gave it this rune. I wanted to see if it could be used. Now it seems it can. The god of karma said solemnly, what do you want? The rune source god said, originally, I didn't want to bother with you, but you insisted on siding with the human race. Do you think you have a chance of winning? Actually, I'm not that familiar with that guy. The karma god said tactfully. The rune source god said, are you afraid of me? Who said I was afraid of you? I'm just being honest. I really don't know that guy well. The karma god said stubbornly. The rune source god smiled coldly and said, do you think I believe you so easily? If you just stay quiet and don't resist, you can live longer. If you insist on resisting, it will only make you die faster. It seems you won't let me go today. The karma god's expression grew serious. Rune source god said, isn't this obvious? I set a fishing line in this woodlouse, an unintentional act, but I didn't expect to reel in a big fish. Back when I was devouring the world, I saw you and that human very close. Under your blessing, that human transformed into a dragon, possessing the power to fight against the ultimate life. If I kill you, then there will be one less scourge. Honestly, I never seen a human become so powerful and terrifying in such a short time. Seeing this human reminds me of someone else, Pangu. If he were allowed to develop, he might even surpass Pangu in the future. Cause and effect god said, I didn't expect you to think so highly of a human. Rune source god said, you don't need to pretend in front of me. We were born at the same time. Even if we were immature, we couldn't be that immature. If we were too immature, we would have died at birth and would certainly not be alive today. The god of karma said, I didn't expect to die here either, but I won't let you suffer before I die. Are you a little naive? My body isn't my true form. How could you possibly have any effect on me? At most, you could kill this golden wood lice. The god of runes said disapprovingly. The god of karma said, if you're not coming in your true form, I don't believe you can kill me. It seems you were testing me, to see if I was coming in my true form. If you believe it's not my true form, there's a good chance you survive. The god of runes said mockingly. The god of karma said, what else? The god of rune source said, it seems you don't have a clear understanding of our slumber. During this period, we will grow rapidly in strength, while you have made little progress. We have long since reached a level you can only dream of. Honestly, you're pathetic. The other local gods have their own ways of coping, greatly increasing their strength. For example, the light creation god and the black source god merged, reaching the ultimate life level. Should I be wise or foolish to choose a human? This person, given a full era, could have grown to a very high level. Unfortunately, he grew up at the end of the devouring world era. His current life level has risen to 149, but it's still far from the ultimate life level. For example, if I sealed you here, he wouldn't be able to sense your presence. By the time this human reacts, you'd be dead. What's the point of increasing your power to the ultimate life level? Truly reaching the ultimate life level is what matters. The god of karma said, it seems you got me. The god of rune source said, just now, I thought you were stalling for time, but stalling is useless. The outcome won't change. I give you a quick death. Who said I don't have a backup plan? The god of karma immediately used time rewind. A wormhole appeared before her, and she quickly slipped into it. Before she could exit the wormhole, it shattered, leaving her unable to escape and trapped in the same spot. How is that possible? The god of karma's beautiful eyes widened. The rune source god said, how is that impossible? Even ultimate beings have strengths and weaknesses. We've been ultimate beings for so long, we're only one step away from eternal life. Do you think we haven't made any progress in this time? You're the only one standing still. We all made considerable progress. Before, you needed my true form to kill you. You're too weak before me now. Even my true form doesn't need to be used. You're just a rune-possessed creature. You're no match for me. I can easily control your life and death, and you can't even escape. The Karma God said, you bastard. Don't be so angry, because I'm going to end your life soon. Wait a minute, didn't you say you wanted to give me a chance to buy time? How long do you want to buy time? Half an hour is fine, right? Only half an hour? The Rune Source God asked coldly. An hour. The Karma God quickly corrected himself. Then I wait for you for an hour. The Rune Source God enjoyed the torture and deliberately waited an hour. He believed he could seal the surrounding area with his own abilities. It would take Lin Lu an hour to find his own position, not to mention the reaction time in between. The combined time was very long. Chapter 512. I was careless. The God of Karma regretted it, feeling he needed more time. The longer she waited, the higher her chances of survival would be. Looking at the Rune Source God's reaction, it was clear he couldn't change his mind. If she angered the Rune Source God, and he changed his mind, he might not even give her an hour. Black Emperor wailed, it's over, it's over. Do you think this Rune Source God will kill us as well after he kills the Karma God? Yang Jian's expression was grim. It's very likely. Although we're mere ants in his eyes, we can still be killed. I just felt his gaze, staring at us for a few seconds. Black Emperor regretted, if I had known, I would have hidden inside the corpse. That way, I wouldn't have died. Now that this guy has targeted me, I'm practically dead. Yi Tian said angrily, why are you so disloyal, black dog? We're all going to die anyway, so what's the point of dying with us? Sun Wukong said, it seems today is my death. There's no way to avoid it. It was a close call, but now it seems I'm practically finished. Quit the nonsense, the four of you. Think of a way to contact him. I just bought you an hour. We can figure out a solution within this hour. The Karma God hurried over. Sun Wukong said, all I can think of is finding the Dragon God. No one else can save us, but I don't have any way to contact him. Do you have any ideas? The God of Karma asked Yi Tian and the others. Yang Jian said with a bitter face, if we had a way to contact the Dragon God, we would have done so long ago, and wouldn't have waited until now. There's nothing I can do, said the Black Emperor. The God of Karma pointed at Yi Tian and cursed, you shameless plagiarist. I came to save you, and that's why I'm trapped by this Rune Source God. Yi Tian was filled with questions. When had he ever plagiarized? The God of Karma felt a pang of regret. If she hadn't wanted to prove herself, she wouldn't have come to the kingdom of Rya. She had originally intended to show off, but she didn't expect it to get her killed. Wait for death. We have an hour to say our final words. The Black Emperor sighed. I'm not in the mood. Yang Jian and Sun Wukong were silent. People of our generation should strive for self-improvement. Isn't that death itself? Since ancient times, everyone has mortal demise. Leave behind a loyal heart that will shine through history. Yi Tian, in a fit of Chunibu, recited a couple of poems, not caring whether the Rune Source God understood or not. The God of Karma said, I, the God of Karma, am of noble birth, gifted with the power of time. I'm only one step away from ultimate life, yet I'm suppressed by those 5 damned special beings. Otherwise, I wouldn't be this strong. What a pity! I wonder if anyone in the future will remember me. The Black Emperor said, why do I feel so similar between these two? The God of Karma said coldly, what did you say? The Black Emperor's thoughts raced. I mean, why do you think Yi Tian looks so much like you? The God of Karma said with satisfaction, that's more like it. I told you, Yi Tian is a shameful plagiarist. Plagiarist? I'm the original creator. Yi Tian objected. The God of Karma's face darkened, if you're the original, then I'm the plagiarist. Well. How can you call something like plagiarism plagiarize something that's not your fault? It's just borrowing. Yi Tian replied flexibly, I think you're more capable than me. It's an honor for you to join my team. I believe you can lead me even further. The God of Karma said with satisfaction, it seems you're quite articulate. That's good, that's good. From now on, you be the little God of Karma. Carry forward my work. The God of Karma immediately used a reverse Tian Gang move, turning Yi Tian into an imitator. The only thing missing was Yi Tian, respected Master God of Karma. Yi Tian said, then can I trouble you with something in the future? Of course I can. The God of Karma patted his chest. Yi Tian took the opportunity to ask for some benefits. The God of Karma gained the status of the original creator, and the two of them mutually benefited. Senior, I take you on a short video tour. I believe you gain a lot of fans with your abilities. I think so. The god of karma and Yi Tian boasted to each other, feeling a bit like they met too late. After all, it was awkward for both of them to show off. They were kind of the same type. Yang Jian, Sun Wukong, and Black Emperor were in a bad way. They were counting the minutes until their deaths. Yang Jian sighed, sometimes I really envy them. They're so calm even when they're almost dead. Sun Wukong said, I don't know if I should call them heartless or just generous. Black Emperor said, I already thought about my life, so having an hour left is not bad. Yi Tian and the god of karma were chatting animatedly when the timer ran out. The rune source god said, the hour is up. It's almost time to leave. The god of karma complained, don't you see that I'm having a great time chatting with Yi Tian? We can talk later if there's anything. It seems I've given you too much time. Let's end this early. The rune source god felt like he was being watched. He had had this feeling for a long time. He hadn't descended in his true form, but rather strange runes imprinted on the golden wood lice. Most of the power came from the wood lice, and it was impossible for him to use his true form. Yi Tian said in dissatisfaction, what's wrong with you? You'd die if I give you another hour. We're having a great time chatting. The two chatted for a while, both feeling they had met too late. It seems I've been too lenient with you. Now you don't even take me seriously. The strange runes on the golden wood lice came to life, as if they had a living being, and began to devour its flesh and blood. Ouch! The golden wood lice howled in pain, unable to resist. After devouring the golden wood lice, the strange rune transformed into a rune-covered giant. The Black Emperor said, fuck. This transformation is too fast. From a giant cockroach to a human in an instant. Sun Wukong said, you're trying to make me laugh to death, old Sunday. I was originally grieving my own death, but now you say that, I find it hilarious. Yang Jian said, for so long, you thought I'd die someday, but you never thought I'd die today. I lived long enough. You're such an unsportsmanlike person. We haven't even had a chat yet. Shut up, ant. The rune source god stretched out his massive hand, impatiently trying to crush Yi Tian. It's over. The god of karma sighed, unable to help Yi Tian. Just as the rune source god was about to crush Yi Tian, his domain suddenly shattered, and a gigantic dragon figure appeared before Yi Tian. Chapter 513. Oh my god! That giant dragon figure is the dragon god. I knew he'd show up in time. He won't abandon us. What happened inside the barrier just now? Could it be that the Golden Weevil has a powerful trump card, preparing a comeback? Thank goodness the dragon god is here. I believe today's situation can be easily resolved. It was a safe bet. Just as the Golden Weevil was about to be slain by the god of karma, the runes of the rune source god on its body began to rub off, forming a large barrier around it. Encased within the barrier, those outside couldn't see what was happening inside. Lin Luo appeared at the scene and broke the barrier. The dragon claw, brimming with blue stars, and the strange rune emblazoned fist collided, producing a resounding sound. The strange rune emblazoned fist shattered, leaving the blue dragon claw covered in wounds and bleeding bright red blood. In this clash, neither side gained the upper hand. The god of karma asked, if I've been killed by you, did you deliberately send me here? You knew the rune source god would arrive, yet you sent me here. You're just jealous of my strength, deliberately using such despicable tactics to frame me. Lin Luo said, you're a little delirious. What good would I gain from harming you? Because I'm stronger. The god of karma said shamelessly. When it comes to who's thicker skinned, it still comes down to you. You're not saying anything wrong, are you? Lin Luo said. The rune source god stared at Lin Luo and said, it seems I underestimated you. I thought I could kill all these people here without you reacting. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Lin Luo said, according to you, I have a surprise for you. It's good that you came. Killing these people won't change the overall situation. If I kill you, won't the source of all the hidden dangers be completely resolved? The god of karma said scornfully. Lin Luo said, you underestimate me too much. You think you can kill me with just a clone. Even if you come in person, the chances are slim. You need my real body to come? You're too confident, you ant. You haven't even reached the ultimate life, and I'm not far from eternal life. Do you know how huge the gap is? I can easily crush you. The god of runes snorted coldly. Stop talking nonsense. Let's see if you can kill me in one move. Lin Luo said. Okay. I think you see the power of eternal life. The strange characters on the god of runes seemed to come alive, and began to devour the nearby wood lice. Many wood lice tried to escape, but were caught and devoured by the strange characters at an extremely fast speed. The god of karma said anxiously, Lin Luo, act quickly. If we allow this rune source god to devour us, he could very well unleash a blow beyond his ultimate life force, potentially killing everyone here. He's daring to absorb another's abilities right in front of us. It's practically impossible for us to stop him. Lin Luo shook his head. The rune source god said, it seems we still have some clever people here. If I dare to do this right in front of you, you're sure you can't stop me. If you dare to come over, you'll likely be devoured by the strange rune. The result will be the same. He looked at the god of karma again and said, I have to criticize you here again. You lived such a long time. We were born around the same time, so we understand each other quite well. Even a human can see things more clearly than you do. You lived all these years in vain. The god of karma said angrily, if you don't strike me, I die. My strength hasn't grown much, and it's all your fault. If you hadn't spread rumors about me to the supreme heaven and suppressed my power, I would have been far stronger than you on my own. The god of runes sneered, you were weaker than us before. You're just letting me slaughter you. I advise you to leave now. You still have a chance of survival. If you stay, you're basically dead. Lin Luo said to Yang Jian, Sun Wukong, He Huang, and the others, leave now. Leave this place to me. You can't intervene in a battle of this magnitude, and staying here might just be a waste of your lives. Yi Tian said, Dragon God, I'm increasingly impressed by you. If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago. You saved my life. Stop talking nonsense and leave now, Lin Luo said. Thank you. The two men and the dog expressed their gratitude. The god of karma said a little embarrassedly, Lin Luo. Lin Luo said, how dare you leave? Well, it seems I just have to be the main force. The god of karma transformed into Lin Luo's eyes again. His blue eyes, originally representing the starry sky, turned blue-white. He had indirectly merged with Tathagata, and the two men's collaboration was once again far superior to their previous one. The rune source god taunted, you only merged with the god of karma. If you want to fight me, it's almost impossible for you to win. Who said I only have this much? Lin Luo felt a surge of power, and his body began to undergo massive changes, with muscles representing strength appearing. The rune source god exclaimed in astonishment, the power of Pangu. This familiar power brought back many unpleasant memories for the rune source god. When Pangu attacked the devouring world, he was the first to stand up to him. Back then, the rune source god was quite confident, believing he was no match for Pangu, but that he could stop him. But he failed to withstand Pangu's charged attack, and his body was shattered into pieces. For the first time, the rune source god realized his own strength. He was far inferior to both Pangu and Supreme Heaven. You're quite familiar with it. I just released it, and you sensed it. Are you ready to die again? Lin Luo's body was covered in numerous lines that belonged to Pangu. Unleashing the rune source god's power, strange runes spread everywhere, and the entire sky was parasitic with these strange runes. As Lin Luo harnessed his power, half the sky returned to its starry color. Lin Luo chose to attack proactively. The three dragon mouths began to gather powerful energy, forming a blue energy ball. The blue energy ball didn't last long before it was covered with various powerful forces, forming a massive, multicolored energy ball. The terrifying force caused hurricanes, destroying the surrounding buildings. Compared to Lin Luo's exaggerated power, the rune source god was more modest, forming an energy ball covered in strange runes. The rune source god's silhouette gradually faded as he began to be absorbed by the energy ball. The rune source god wasn't exaggerating, he was truly prepared to use all his strength, unleashing a powerful attack from his true form, aiming to kill Lin Luo instantly. He sensed Lin Luo's extraordinary abilities, and didn't want him to grow any further, so he eliminated this threat prematurely. Chapter 514. I never thought we'd see the final battle. These two are both incredibly powerful creatures. I wonder who will prevail. I don't know when the dragon god grew so powerful. This world-devouring creature is terrifying enough. It seems we've been overthinking things. If the dragon god doesn't appear today, we all be dead. I hope he wins. Everyone in the shelter stared at the scene. Yamakawajiro said with a mournful look, you still care about the outcome of this battle? No matter who wins, we're all going to die here. If such powerful creatures fight here, the entire kingdom of Ria could be destroyed, not to mention our city. Then let's escape, asked his subordinate, Hanura Arita. Yamakawajiro said with a mournful expression, do you think we still have time to act now? The battle between these two powerful creatures will undoubtedly have a wide impact. There's no way we can escape. We're basically doomed. Never mind. We're all going to die anyway, so we might as well watch the battle to the end. Han Yura erred aside. He Huang also sensed the danger and said, let's get out of here quickly. If these two powerful creatures clash, we're too close, and could easily be caught in the crossfire. Yi Tian said, you bastard. The dragon god is fighting here, and you're trying to escape. He Huang said, who are you calling a bastard? You're acting like you're so great. If I could help the dragon god, I would definitely help. You were even faster than me back then, and you still have the nerve to say such things. I was faster back then. Don't talk nonsense, or I sue you for defamation. Humph. You know better than me whether you escaped or not. Yi Tian and He Huang started arguing, neither willing to give in. Yang Jian said, don't argue, you two. Don't worry about this. The dragon god will definitely have thought of this. Trust the dragon god. If the dragon god is defeated, it's only natural that our entire Earth will be destroyed. Sun Wukong agreed, our Earth has survived to this day thanks to the dragon god. If the dragon god is gone, then our annihilation will be imminent. Yang Jian said, it's better to die than to be tortured. You have a point, Yi Tian said. He Huang said, you should have some faith in the dragon god. I believe the dragon god will definitely win. You bastard, that's not what you said just now. You're such a fence-sitter, you switch sides so quickly. Yi Tian accused. It seems you don't take me seriously if I don't show my might. You keep calling me a piece of shit. Today, I'm going to bite you to death. Black Emperor and Yi Tian engaged in a playful exchange, biting each other back and forth. The Rune Source God was the first to use his power. His entire body vanished, merging into the Rune Energy Core, attacking Lin Luo. The Rune-laden energy core transformed into a terrifying shockwave, targeting Lin Luo in front of him. Lin Luo's preparations were almost complete. 3 energy bombs combined, also creating a powerful shockwave. The 2 shockwaves collided, creating a massive storm. A massive mushroom cloud appeared, larger than those formed by a dozen hydrogen bomb explosions. Lin Luo preemptively used his own power to seal off the surrounding space, preventing the aftermath from spreading. If the aftermath had spread, the entire Earth would have been destroyed. Oh my god, the dragon god successfully withstood this attack, and we survived. That's incredible. I believe the dragon god would win. I was right. The dragon god won. Some powerful world-devouring creature, that's not so great. He just boasted so powerfully, as if he was about to win, and now he's lost. Everyone was overjoyed. The Rune Source God had just used his full strength, but after being blocked by Lin Luo, he vanished. Lin Luo began to disintegrate, and from him descended the god of karma and Ho Tu. The god of karma was filled with envy and resentment. Damn you, Lin Luo. You gained so much last time you devoured Tathagata. This indirect fusion is incredible. Now that you merged with us, you practically gained all of our power. Lin Luo said, you idiot, why do I feel like your words are a bit sarcastic? Whose side are you on? You have to remember that I was the one who saved you just now. If I hadn't, the Rune Source God would have killed you. The god of karma said, watching you grow stronger is more painful to me than seeing my own strength weaken. Shut up, you idiot. I heard you screaming just now. Now that he's escaped, who knows what will happen next? Lin Luo said. You're talking nonsense. I called for help then, the god of karma argued. Ho Tu said, this time, we faced the Rune Source God properly, and shown the devouring world our strength. We're not so easily manipulated. I have a way to kill the Rune Source God directly, without giving him even a chance to build up his power. Giving him this opportunity was primarily to witness my strength. Many creatures in the devouring world should have witnessed this battle. Lin Luo nodded. Devouring the world. Dong Wangtai loved watching Earth, so he naturally witnessed Lin Luo's battle with the Rune Source God. Dijun asked, how did it go? Is the battle over? Dong Wangtai replied, the battle is over. The Rune Source God has been killed. This Lin Luo has become incredibly powerful. The Dark God said, my estimation was correct. After devouring Tathagata and the 2 Buddhas, Lin Luo's strength has increased significantly. His life level hasn't reached the ultimate life, but with all the amplification, his strength is comparable to that of an ultimate life, and he wouldn't lose at all. Dong Wangtai regretted, when Tathagata and Lin Luo fought, we should have chosen to help Tathagata. Dijun said, we shouldn't have had any room to maneuver. This cunning Tathagata. If we choose to help him, this guy will likely plot against us, and we might even lose our lives. Dong Wangtai said unwillingly, watching Lin Luo grow so powerful is truly more painful than killing me. The Underworld God said, we were originally planning to attack Lin Luo, but for now, we hold off on this guy. He has too many hidden cards up his sleeve. If we were to attack, it's uncertain who would be the victor. Dijun nodded and said, we can only call it a day for now. At this point, those who remain are powerful creatures, and none of them are easy targets. This is the only way. Of the three, Dong Wangtai was the weakest, so he had no choice but to obey. Chapter 515. Deep within the devouring world. A massive giant's body was covered in strange writing, seemingly alive and moving across its skin. Some creatures that passed by this giant would be captured and devoured by the strange writing. The rune source god was incredibly powerful. If the devouring world were a galaxy, then he would be its largest star, a formidable presence. It seems I underestimated this human again. I thought I could kill this human by unleashing a power exceeding ultimate life force, but I didn't expect this human to withstand it and even counterattack. The rune source god opened his eyes and gazed at the earth below. Rune source god. A mixed voice of men and women rang out. The powerful forces of light and darkness approached, splitting the sky into black and white. The rune source god frowned and said, "What are you doing here? Do you think that just because you reach the ultimate life level you can fight me?" The light and dark god's voice was a mixture, a blend of the light creation god and the black source god, a blend of male and female voices, yet his appearance was not half male, half female. His appearance was that of a strong man with black skin, a body covered in monstrous muscles, and possessing an extremely terrifying power. The rune source god said, "I thought you would be androgynous, but you're a man." "I wasn't expecting that." The light and dark god said, "I was surprised too. I thought you'd be a woman, but you're a man. If you were a man, it seems you, the black source god, would be in control of the body. You were injured last time and killed by that human. I didn't expect you to be able to regain control." The rune source god scoffed. The light and dark god said, "You must know one thing. Light can never defeat darkness." This light creator god thought she was clever enough to combine with me, able to control all my power, thus ascending to the ultimate life form and commanding even greater power. While she was plotting against me, I was also plotting against her. In the end, she was completely suppressed by me, her body under my control. I didn't expect it would be so easy for me to become the ultimate life form. I should have merged with her sooner. When I became the ultimate life form, the 5 of you were far less powerful than you are now. Back then, we were 6-legged, not just the 5 of you. If someone controls the entire devouring world, I can also get a piece of the action. The rune source god frowned and said, "Are you planning to seek revenge on me?" The light and dark god said, "I'm not seeking revenge on you, but for another purpose. It seems your body hasn't fully merged yet. You're still struggling to suppress the light creator god. You need my help." "Haha, everyone says you're the most insidious and clever of the 5 special beings. It seems that description of you is correct. I didn't explain everything in detail, but you already guessed it all. Are you so sure I help you?" The rune source god asked back. The light and dark god said, "Don't be so calm about some things. Don't think you're so high and mighty that you're immune to all worldly concerns. When the devouring world is about to bloom its eternal flower, only one being will remain, and that being will be truly eternal. I don't know what you're talking about." The rune source god feigned ignorance. "Stop pretending. I've known this for a long time. In our independent universe, the devouring world is just a giant galaxy, larger than any other. The devouring world is unique. The devouring world can be seen as a living world. It constantly seeks to devour other powerful, living planets, then complete its transformation and become an eternal being. As an independent, powerful being, it cannot allow powerful beings to exist within itself." The god of light and darkness recounted this story with great interest. The god of runes frowned and asked, "How did you suddenly learn so much? Do you feel like there's a lot you don't know?" The god of light and darkness asked. The god of runes said, "It seems the union of light and darkness has given you a great deal of information about the devouring world, information I don't know. It's normal that you don't know this information, as you aren't a creature from a special world at all. You are the 5 parts of a body that died from an independent individual." "What do you mean? I'm increasingly confused by what you're saying. It seems you don't know this history either. I can tell you, but you must agree to one condition." The god of light and darkness made his request. Rune source god said, "Are you being too optimistic? Just by telling me some history, you want me to agree to a condition. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. One thing I always known, after the devouring world, only one eternal life will remain. I'm in competition with Supreme Heaven. Supreme Heaven is very clever. They said there are 5 spots available, deliberately trying to trick others into attacking us." Light and dark god said, "Don't be too hasty to refuse. My request is beneficial to all of us. We can cooperate early. If my calculations are correct, the eternal flower of the devouring world will bloom. What eternal flower? The rune god of light and darkness asked in astonishment. The light and darkness god smiled. I knew you'd be shocked by what I said. You might think I came here just to help stabilize my body and prevent it from losing control. Another goal is to enter Earth and exterminate the human race. That was my initial thought, before we fully merged. But after we fully merged, many dormant memories were awakened, and I learned many things you don't know. The rune god of light and darkness said anxiously, I agree to your cooperation. But quickly, tell me what the eternal flower is. The light and darkness god said, now you're finally begging me. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? If you don't want to tell me, you can always stop. The rune god of light and darkness said angrily. Why are you so anxious? You can tell me more slowly. The light and darkness god began to reveal some shocking secrets about the devouring world. Before the devouring world was formed, it was just a star, unlike other planets with life. A typical planet with life has life on it. This creature also possesses life, and its activity is more pronounced than on some lifeless celestial bodies, like a plant. Plants possess life, unlike animals, which cannot move or speak. By chance, this star acquired the abilities of an animal and began actively devouring other living things. Chapter 516. The star began devouring life en masse, initially devouring other life within the galaxy. This galaxy contained numerous planets with life, and many of these lives were devoured. The devouring star even forcibly changed its orbit, arriving at other planets with life to devour. After devouring most of the life, the devouring star, not satisfied, began to devour even planets. Over time, the devouring star had devoured nearly the entire galaxy, leaving only a single planet. The creatures within the devouring star also benefited greatly, with many powerful ultimate life forms emerging, one of which was the strongest. The devouring star had become so powerful that it no longer had any life left to devour. The creatures on the planet and the devouring star, attempting to reach other galaxies, all failed. Finally, the two fell out, with the devouring star attempting to devour the life within it. A fierce battle ensued, resulting in mutual destruction. As the devouring star neared destruction, it became a world that could be freely traversed, devoid of fixed form, capable of both virtual and real worlds. The life forms within the devouring star were not spared either. Almost their entire race was wiped out, with only one powerful being left standing, a being very close to eternal life. This powerful being was slain by the devouring star, and split into 5 parts. The rune source god said gloomily, you probably think I'm a fool. Do you think I believe everything you say? I'm the same as you, born at the beginning of the devouring world. The light and dark god said, I initially didn't believe this information after I merged it with the light creation god, but some things are undeniable. Don't you think you were the ultimate life forms from the beginning? This is all incredibly strange. You have to understand that the devouring world's endurance at that time was limited to that of the ultimate life forms. Rune source god said, explain to me why every time the devouring world invades another life-bearing planet, 5 of us are reborn. If you're asking this question, you're right. Native life forms, like us, didn't produce any new life when the devouring world invaded. Only you 5 unique beings reappeared. You mean the devouring world is becoming materialized and then virtual, mimicking everything about the native life forms. This requires going back in time. The devouring world can't resurrect our combined form and recreate us. Light and dark god said, it seems there are some things I don't need to explain. Just a few reminders, and you already know. You already noticed a lot. Rune source god said, it seems my suspicions are not unfounded. Many things are consistent with my thoughts. Now, can you tell me more about the eternal flower? Light and dark god said, then will you agree to cooperate with me? As long as you don't withhold information, our cooperation can continue. Rune source god said, no need for such empty talk. Our cooperation can continue until the eternal flower ends. After that, we see whether we continue or not. Light and dark Shinto. Rune source Shinto, okay now, can you tell me what the eternal flower is like? Light and dark Shinto, I explained it clearly just now. The devouring world is a living world. You can completely treat it as an independent individual. As an individual, you should be well aware that if you only aim to become increasingly powerful, you eventually be eaten by others if you're not strong enough. Under the relentless pressure of the devouring world, perhaps only by becoming an eternal being can one truly live a carefree life. The devouring world is a being, and so it will aspire to become an eternal being. Next, the devouring world will have its eternal flower bloom. If the eternal flower succeeds, The entire devouring world will transcend and become the first to attain eternal life. The rune source god frowned and said, "You mean if the devouring world becomes an eternal being, then we will face a catastrophe. All life will perish, including us." The light and dark god said, "For us, this is both a disaster and an opportunity. If we seize it well, it's an opportunity. That's why I don't take Earth's human race seriously now. The eternal flower is over, and if I gain a little advantage, then I can easily crush Earth. I'm not talking about the human race on Earth, so I don't take the humans seriously at all." The rune source god nodded and said, "If everything you say is true, then the human race on Earth is not the point." The light and dark god said, however, "This guy has a way to enter the devouring world and compete with us for the eternal flower. He can also gain some benefits from it." The rune source god said, "We can't let this person become too powerful. It's too dangerous." The light and dark god said, "Even you are afraid of him becoming powerful. It seems this human is quite powerful." The rune source god said, "Not long ago, I used my strange runes to absorb a large amount of energy and delivered a blow that surpassed ultimate life, but I couldn't kill him. He didn't want to say it at first. Instigating the light and dark god to enter Earth would benefit him no matter whose death. Now that the two have formed a temporary alliance, the god of light and darkness's survival is of great benefit to him." The god of light and darkness said, "If I hadn't formed an alliance with you, you would never have told me, foolishly allowing me to enter Earth. Regardless of whose death, it will be of great benefit to you." The god of runesource said, "Some things shouldn't be said so explicitly. It's not good for everyone, and could easily undermine our alliance. That's okay. Some things are better stated more clearly. We all live for so many years. There's no need to be so hypocritical like humans." The god of light and darkness said bluntly, "Our plan is for you to descend to Earth and scare this human, preventing him from participating in this competition." The god of runesource said, "I agree. When he finds out, it's bound to be a spectacle. By the time he enters, intending to devour the world and claim a share, the matter will be over." The god of light and darkness said, "Haha, I thought the same thing. His expression must have been quite interesting. Doesn't this human always think he's so clever? Let's see who can outsmart the other." Runesource god said, "Earth." Lin Luo was shopping with a stunningly beautiful woman. Men and women alike stopped to see the woman next to him. The beauty next to him was none other than Su Daji. She hadn't come when he invited her last time. So Lin Luo went to see Su Daji, and had a great time for a few days. Chapter 517. Su Daji said shyly, "Should I cover my face? Everyone's looking at me, and I always feel a little embarrassed." "What's there to be embarrassed about? My wife is so beautiful, it's normal for others to pay attention to her," Lin Luo said. "Okay." Su Daji was very happy. Since the last incident, she had been living an ordinary life. In various novels, Su Daji was a very evil person, bringing disaster to the country and disrupting the government. In reality, she was more peaceful and non-competitive. There are two legends about Su Daji. One legend is likely that the person's name was Su Daji, and over time, the two became mixed. Many things in ancient times were largely fictional, making it difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Some things were half true, half false, and unless you saw it with your own eyes, you couldn't tell the truth. Su Daji was still in the guard team, doing what she could, such as evacuating crowds, handling monster corpses, and occasionally demonstrating her strength in rescue operations. Lin Luo spent several days with Su Daji, enjoying a very comfortable time. When it came to other women, Lin Luo felt dissatisfied, often requiring several women to join him to barely satisfy him. Su Daji's physique was different from others, naturally charming. She didn't need to do anything special, her every smile and frown held an irresistible allure. "Xiao Su, this is your husband. There are a lot of boys in our unit, who come to see you every day. I used to think you were rejecting them, because you had a husband, but now I see it's true." While walking, the two met a female acquaintance, Sister Chung. Sister Chung was the team leader, and usually handled the main affairs. Su Daji put her arm around Lin Luo's elbow and asked, "Is he my husband?" "Sister Chung, do you think he's handsome?" "Very handsome, much more handsome than some celebrities. The young men in our unit don't have a chance, which is normal, I think. After all, you two together are a perfect match." Sister Chung looked at Lin Luo's appearance, her brows slowly furrowing. "What's wrong? Why do I feel like your boyfriend looks so much like someone? Someone very famous, but I can't remember who it is right now." "You mean like the dragon god, right?" "Many people say my husband looks like the dragon god," Su Daji said calmly. Sister Chung nodded quickly and said, "You're right. Your husband looks like the dragon god. The resemblance is truly remarkable." Sudaji smiled and said, "Hasn't he been doing impersonation shows lately? I'm planning to have my husband do one of his. We definitely make a lot of money." Sister Chung said, "Your husband is truly handsome and blessed with good fortune." Sudaji chatted with Sister Chung for a while, and Sister Chung said she had to go home to take care of her grandson and hurried back. Sister Chung was lucky enough to survive the disaster, leaving her family alone. After getting a job, she reunited with her own family. Now her grandson is 7 years old and in kindergarten. Sudaji's beautiful eyes flickered with envy. Sometimes, being ordinary can be a kind of happiness. Sister Cheng's life is good now. She has a family and a job. We're relatively safe in Lahai City, with a very low mortality rate. Some powerful monsters are eliminated before they even reach shore. She then looked at Lin Luo and said, "All this is thanks to you." Lin Luo smiled, "If you praise me like that, I'd be so proud." The two of them sat down in a cafe, and all eyes were on them. Sometimes being too handsome isn't a good thing. Everything you do draws attention. Lin Luo and Sudaji found a seat near the side. Lin Luo each ordered a coffee, and the table was filled with desserts and snacks. When the waitress came over, her eyes lingered on Lin Luo. "Are you?" The waitress couldn't ask random questions while on duty. Lin Luo looked so much like him that he couldn't help but ask. "You said I look like the dragon god, right?" "Many people say I do," Lin Luo said. The waitress quickly nodded and said, "You do look like the dragon god. It's incredible, almost identical. You're not the only one who says that. Many people who see me say I look like the dragon god." Lin Luo smiled. "So you're not," the waitress said, somewhat disappointed. She realized her attitude was off, and quickly explained, "I'm not upset with you, just a little disappointed. The dragon god saved me, and now it's been over a decade. I was just a child back then. Perhaps to him, it was just one person he saved, and he didn't take it seriously. But to me, it means a lot. If it weren't for the dragon god, I might be dead. I understand how you feel." Lin Luo nodded. "Okay, I won't disturb you. Enjoy your meal, my dear guests." "Okay." The waitress bowed and left with the plates. Sudaji jokingly said, "This seems to be one of your little fans. She's so beautiful and adores you so much. Why don't you add her as a friend? We could have a good chat sometime." Lin Luo said, "Look at what you're saying. I already have enough. With a wife as beautiful as you, I wouldn't be thinking about anyone else." "That's more like it." Sudaji then asked, "You've been with me for a while now. Is everything really okay?" "Not at the moment." Lin Luo shook his head. Sudaji said, "I feel like things have been a bit uneventful lately. Ever since you killed that Woodlass in the kingdom of Rhea, nothing particularly catastrophic seems to have happened around the world." "Yes, there are. The Light Creation God and the Black Source God have merged into one. They descended from the devouring world to Earth to seek revenge on me. I remember you killed the Black Source God last time. Who was the leader after they merged?" "The Black Source God was the leader. He's very vindictive and immediately sent me threats, trying to kill me," Lin Luo said. Sudaji asked, "How long has it been? Why haven't they descended yet?" "I'm not saying I'm expecting them to come, but there's something amiss about this situation. It seems like there's something seriously wrong. It's been almost a month, and the Black Source God still hasn't descended," Lin Luo said. "So it seems there's something really wrong with this matter. Is there any way to enter the devouring world?" Sudaji asked. "It's not available for now. I don't know what's going on, but the devouring world isn't open to login anymore," Lin Luo replied. "This all feels incredibly strange. I feel like something big must have happened to prevent login to the devouring world." Sudaji frowned worriedly. Suddenly, the sky began to change. Clouds began to swirl, forming a massive vortex, a truly bizarre sight. Chapter 518. "Oh my god! Look at the sky! Swirling clouds have appeared, filling the entire sky. It seems like our good times are over. Something bad is about to happen. Who knows what kind of disaster it will be? We've been quiet for a month. These days are too short a time to wait. Disaster strikes again. Thankfully, we have the Dragon God. I believe we can overcome this danger and get through this smoothly. I believe we can. After all, the Dragon God is powerful enough. What can a creature devouring the world do to us?" The sky around the world shifted, and everyone stared. Sudaji blamed herself a bit, saying, "I'm such a pessimist. Shortly after I finished speaking, this happened in the sky. It seems something's amiss in the devouring world. Everything's been too peaceful. Lin Luo said, you can't be blamed for this. As you said, if things are too peaceful, there must be something amiss. These creatures from the devouring world are deliberately hiding this from me, not wanting me to get involved. Su Daji said, these devouring world creatures don't want outsiders involved. This is likely a great opportunity. Otherwise, they wouldn't have kept it secret. Looks like you're about to miss out. No wonder this Black Origin god didn't descend to Earth after his provocation. It turns out, he was using a deception to deceive me. Lin Luo was certain. This Black Origin god, whose brain is all muscle, has become much more intelligent after merging with the light creation god. Su Daji said pessimistically, if we miss this opportunity, it could very well lead to the collapse of everything that comes after. Do you smell a fragrance? Lin Luo asked. Su Daji sniffed deeply and said, there's a new fragrance in the air. It's truly wonderful. It's so pleasant, it feels like my body and soul are being purified. You're not the only one who feels this way, I feel the same way. Lin Luo sniffed the strange aroma. Do you all smell a fragrance? It's truly wonderful. I was sick and lying in the hospital, but now I feel much better. This isn't an illusion, it's real. I can even get up from the ground. I smell this strange fragrance too. I checked my level. When I didn't smell it, I hadn't leveled up. When I smelled it, I leveled up a level. That's right, that's right. This fragrance is amazing. I wonder if it's a good thing or a bad thing. The fragrance grew stronger, and everyone, from higher beings to lower ones, could smell it. At its strongest, something strange happened in the sky. All the clouds began to gather together, forming a giant flower with enormous petals that continuously exuded a strange fragrance. Su Daji's beautiful eyes blossomed. What happened? Lin Luo explained, the devouring world can also be considered an independent life form. The level above the ultimate life form is eternity. This phenomenon occurs only when it is about to transform into the eternal world. The blooming of the eternal flower is a precursor. These guys are deliberately hiding this from me, because they don't want me to participate in this battle. The devouring world has devoured countless realities, clearing away vast amounts of energy. The eternal flower that blooms possesses immense energy. These guys will unite to destroy the eternal flower, preventing the devouring world from becoming an eternal life. With the devouring world's greed, they become eternal life. Then not only will the real world cease to exist, but even all life within the devouring world will cease to exist. Su Daji said, so that's how it is. This eternal flower contains immense energy. Even a small amount can bring immense benefits. The air is filled with a strange fragrance, and even the mere smell of it can bring considerable benefits. Yes, these guys are quite treacherous. I always been their scapegoat, and this time, they made me their scapegoat. They deliberately kept me in the dark about the eternal flower's imminent bloom, giving me a misleading information gap. Lin Luo was aware of the concept of the eternal flower, but he had no idea of its specifics. The god of karma also didn't know much, the eternal flower was just a concept. Lin Luo, this is bad. The god of karma hurried into the box. What happened? Lin Luo asked. The god of karma said anxiously, please tell me what happened. It's serious. We're all doomed. The eternal flower's blooming is an opportunity. If we can seize it, we definitely become much stronger. If we don't, we're doomed. Everyone has become much stronger because of the eternal flower, but we haven't gained a single benefit. Are we doomed? You still have time to drink coffee and flirt with girls? Don't you feel anything? Lin Luo said, how dare you question me? As a native god of the devouring world, you're deeply connected to it. You didn't know the eternal flower had bloomed, and then you come to question me. Do you think that's justified? The god of karma said, isn't it normal that I didn't react immediately after something happened? Lin Luo ruthlessly exposed him. You were probably busy enjoying all sorts of delicious food, so you forgot about it. You might have sensed the eternal flower, but you deliberately kept it a secret. Who said that? I simply didn't sense it. The god of karma said. Really? Lin Luo asked again. The god of karma said, that's false. I had some sense that a major change might be coming to the devouring world, but I think it's a good thing. The devouring world is in chaos right now, and anomalies are common. I didn't pay much attention to it. I didn't expect it to be so important that the eternal flower had bloomed. If I had known it was, I would have definitely informed you immediately. Lin Luo feigned anger, it's all your fault. You made me miss this opportunity. You bear primary responsibility. You? The god of karma was furious. What do you mean? It was your mistake that caused us to miss this opportunity. Now, how can you be so responsible? Lin Luo accused him. The god of karma wanted to protest, but couldn't bring himself to say it. Is this all my fault? Unable to refute, the god of karma responded in a celestial manner. Sudaji said, Lin Luo, no kidding, is there really no way to deal with this? This episode seems very important. If you can become stronger from it, it will greatly help you become the ultimate life. If you don't seize this opportunity, your future will be difficult. I know that, but we still have a way, Lin Luo said. Chapter 519. What method? The god of karma asked anxiously. I won't tell you, Lin Luo replied. The god of karma said, if you don't want to tell me now, then don't ever tell me. You won't be asking me for help later. Sudaji smiled and said, don't worry. Lin Luo is so calm, she probably already has a method. Don't tease her. Lin Luo said, actually, I anticipated this a long time ago and have made preparations. Are you talking about indirect fusion? The god of karma realized. Lin Luo said, it seems you're quite clever. We can use indirect fusion to control time and return to the past of the main world. All problems will be solved. Yes, we have a chance to change our minds. The god of karma nodded. Lin Luo said, we use the power of time to travel back in time and compete for the chance to devour the eternal flower. The god of karma said, when the time comes, I take a large bite of the eternal flower and absorb it thoroughly, making these people envious. Lin Luo transformed once again into a three-headed dragon and merged with the god of karma. His body gradually became time-based, bathed in a layer of silver light. Today's appointment is off. I'm heading to the devouring world, Lin Luo said. Sudaji waved, it's okay. Just be careful. Got it. Lin Luo flew towards the devouring world, using time travel. Look up at the sky. That must be the dragon god. He's entered the devouring world again. It seems something major has happened in the devouring world. The blooming of this giant flower must bring immense benefits. Even the dragon god wants to participate. Isn't it too late? It seems the powerful creatures that devour the world are starting to carve up this flower, reaping the benefits. Lin Luo's speed wasn't particularly fast, but many people could still see it. He Huang shook his head and said, the dragon god was a step behind, and he'd be slower every step of the way. He's lost the initiative, and he won't be able to compete with those powerful creatures later. Yi Tian slapped He Huang's head hard and said, I'm beating you up, you idiot. Why do I feel like you're gloating over this? If the dragon god is gone, we'd be the next to die. He Huang screamed in pain from his head. You damned Yi Tian, do you believe I kill you? Come on, I'm not afraid of you. I guarantee I beat you to a pulp. You're such a jerk. He Huang wanted to attack, but knew he couldn't defeat Yi Tian, so he chose a tactical retreat. Sun Wukong said, the dragon god lacked the initiative, so the situation will be difficult to face next. Yang Jin said, now that the dragon god has entered the devouring world, there's still some chance. It's better than nothing. I hope so. Hui nodded. Seeing Lin Luo heading for the devouring world, everyone felt hopeless. They didn't know how the eternal flower was formed, but they knew its benefits. The unique fragrance emanating from the eternal flower alone could bring them considerable benefits. Not to mention, gaining even a small portion from the eternal flower would surely be immensely beneficial. Devouring world. The eternal flower blossomed, a sacred white, its stamens gleaming like brilliant stars. It flourished unfadingly within the devouring world, constantly emitting a unique fragrance. The first creatures to reach the eternal flower were the rune source god and the light and dark god. Both were enormous, rivaling the eternal flower in every way. However, the eternal flower was still blooming and growing, becoming ever larger. It was only a matter of time before it surpassed the two of them. The rune source god said, your memory is correct. For the devouring world to advance to the eternal world, the first thing that happens is the eternal flower blooming. Once the eternal flower blooms, I will benefit immensely from its fragrance. The light and dark god said, let's take advantage of this while no one else is here and devour it. Who said I didn't come? A voice suddenly rang out, belonging to a multicolored man. Lord Zhua, you arrived just in time. The rune source god narrowed his eyes slightly. Left god said, since you come, I must come too. The blossoming of this eternal flower is crucial to future developments. If I don't come, I won't even have a chance to compete. Indeed, that's why I come. A woman appeared, wielding a long sword. She was incredibly beautiful, yet incredibly large. A strange kind of beauty. Right god. The rune source god's expression changed slightly. It seems Supreme Heaven has come, too. He should have, but he might not have. After killing Devouring Pangu, he gained a power that suits him. He might not be interested in the eternal flower. Supreme Heaven said. The rune source god snorted coldly. If he still doesn't like it, by the time the devouring world evolves into the eternal world, Supreme Heaven won't even be able to become an eternal being. He knows we intervene, so he's deliberately staying away. The right god said, "What's wrong? You're still hoping he'd take action. You know he's the strongest among us. If he does, we won't get anything good." The left god nodded and said, "If we compete, we might still win something. If we let the Supreme Heaven take action, we won't stand a chance. Let's work together to seal off the devouring world and prevent anyone from entering it." The rune source god and the left and right gods were old acquaintances, having collaborated for a while. "Okay." The left god agreed without further ado. Unlike the others, he was extremely averse to trouble. It wasn't that he was afraid of powerful creatures on Earth, he simply didn't want to bother. The right god asked, "What's wrong? There are still powerful creatures out there, even the ultimate lifeforms, like you are afraid? I remember this era only lasted a short time. Could it be that another creature as powerful as Pangu has appeared?" The rune source god nodded and said, "There is an extremely powerful human. Although his lifeforms haven't reached the ultimate lifeforms, they are almost as powerful with various amplifications, making them quite powerful. One less human to compete with is good." The left god nodded. The right god raised his broadsword and said, "I think his entry won't be a problem. As long as his lifeforms aren't ultimate lifeforms, I can kill them all with one strike when I clear the field. At level 149, they can't withstand a single blow from me." The rune source god said with a sullen expression, "Don't overthink it. I'm taking this seriously, so this person must be something special." The right god said, "You're just a coward. How dare you say that to me? You're just a reckless person." The rune source god raged. Chapter 520. The right god raised his gleaming sword and said, "It seems we can't reconcile. How about we have a duel?" Words are useless. The key is to see who has the bigger fist, who has the advantage. Okay, who's afraid of who? We all been asleep for so long. Let's see if both sides have grown stronger. Has your strength increased more or mine? The rune source god felt embarrassed. Having spent so much time strengthening himself, he was still very confident in his own strength. The right god said, "All right, let's see who's stronger." The two men were getting increasingly heated, and were about to fight. The left god advised, "I think you two should hold off on fighting for now. If you do, you might miss the eternal flower's bloom, and you won't get anything then." The right god said, "Forget it for now. I fight you later when I have time." "I think so." The rune source god had achieved his goal. In his eyes, Lin Luo posed a greater threat than the right god. After receiving the gift of the eternal flower, Lin Luo's strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. He would evolve into an eternal life form, far more terrifying than any other. The three ultimate life forms attacked together, sealing off the entire devouring world. An invisible wall appeared, preventing anyone from the real world from entering. The god of light and darkness said with satisfaction, "Indeed, as long as that human doesn't benefit, everything is negotiable." "I thought so." The rune source god knew that with the eternal flower in full bloom, it would be impossible to prevent everyone from dividing it up. Everyone else could participate in the division, except Lin Luo. The eternal flower blossomed ever more brilliantly, as if it had become the core of a world devouring. A strange, fragrant aroma wafted from it. Many figures appeared, surrounding the eternal flower, eager to claim a piece of its pie. The god of light and darkness, his eyes filled with greed, said, "If I only take a bite of it and digest the energy within, I will gain immense benefits and progress toward eternal life. The evolution of life is endless, and so is the desire of living things to evolve." Having evolved to ultimate life, the god of light and darkness quickly changed his mind and sought to evolve to eternal life. "This eternal flower is so tempting. I also want a piece of it." A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Lin Luo. The god of light and darkness looked over, his face filled with disbelief. "How did you suddenly appear here?" The rune source god asked, equally puzzled. Lin Luo asked, "Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me?" The rune source god's face turned grim. "I clearly remember that I sealed the entire devouring world. How could you possibly have gotten in? The seals of the three ultimate beings weren't simply meant to seal off the devouring world, they concealed it. Forget breaking the seal and entering the devouring world, simply finding the entrance was a difficult task." The rune source god hurriedly sensed the seal and found it intact. "Impossible. The seal isn't broken at all. How did you get in?" "You can guess," said the rune source god. The rune source god thought for a moment and said, "I understand what's going on. You use the power of the god of karma to control time and travel back in time, re-entering the devouring world. You guessed right, but it's a shame you didn't get a reward, the god of karma admitted. The god of runes, his face livid, said, don't be complacent. There's no point in being complacent. Do you think you get anything from the eternal flower? Lin Luo said, it's hard to say, but you're not much better than me. Who knows, I might get a lot more from the eternal flower than you do. You're quite confident, the god of runes said. The god of light and darkness threatened, I was just worried you wouldn't show up. Now that you appeared, it's perfect. We join forces to annihilate you, and make sure you never return. Who's afraid of who? If you have the guts, take action. If you dare, don't miss this opportunity. The god of karma said fearlessly. The right god, holding a machete, said, you are that human. Your true life level is only 149, far from reaching the ultimate life. With all the amplification, you're considered ultimate life, but only average. Lin Luo looked at the alluring, foxy face. Her body was like a giant tank, and he didn't know whether to call her beautiful or not. The karma god whispered, Lin Luo, be careful of this Valkyrie. She's extremely violent and a killer. Be careful of her. She's all muscle, and she kills without a trace of reason. It seems this Valkyrie has left a significant psychological scar on you, and you're quite scared. Lin Luo said. The karma god said, who said I'm afraid of her? I'm not. Okay, I know even without you saying it. Lin Luo probably guessed that the karma god might have faced this kind of threat from the right god while sealed. It's likely that the other 4 special beings were talking about the seal, and the right god was probably trying to chop her off with a single blow. The right god said, I heard there's a familiar aura within this human. It's you, the god of time, who was then renamed the god of karma. At first, my advice was to kill you outright. They said it would destabilize the devouring world and prevent it from evolving into eternal life. It now appears their decision was wrong. If they had followed my advice, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. The god of karma huffed, you bastard. I didn't expect you all to come. A sinister voice rang out, belonging to a man shrouded in black energy, emanating a terrifying aura of death. Behind the underworld god stood 2 handsome men in imperial robes, Dong Wangtai and Di Jun. Dong Wangtai looked at Lin Luo coldly and said, I heard of you in the devouring world. Today I finally met you, a celebrity. I heard of you too. They say you only rely on your brother, otherwise you'd be dead long ago. Lin Luo retorted. Di Jun said, Lin Luo, your human race's development truly astonishes me. I thought you'd die early, but I didn't expect you to reach this level. Are you saying that if I had been killed earlier, I wouldn't have been such a disaster? Lin Luo asked. Di Jun said, that's true. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret. The god of karma said, you don't have a medicine for regret, but I do have the ability to travel through time and space. I can go back and change things. Of course, I can't use it on you, and your indie is useless. The god of hell said with a dark look, God of karma, it's been a long time. Chapter 521. God of the underworld, what do you want from me? The god of karma feigned ignorance. The god of the underworld snorted coldly, you've forgotten me so quickly. When you were sealed by the 5 special beings, you betrayed me, saying that my abilities were powerful and would threaten their survival. You have a terrible memory. Really? I don't remember that happening. The god of karma feigned amnesia. The god of the underworld angrily said, stop pretending. You can forgive me, but you will never forget me. The 5 special beings already sealed me, and you reminded me that I was sealed. Thanks to you, I suffered even more. The god of karma knew his pretense wouldn't work, and angrily said, I know you're a coward. 5 special beings sealed you. If you want to blame someone, you should blame them. Why are you blaming me? You must be afraid you can't defeat them, so you're blaming me. The god of the underworld said coldly, you got too many excuses. Even though the past is over, I settle accounts with you the next time we meet. Honestly, you're the worst off, clinging to humans. The others aren't ultimate beings, but they're also self-reliant, far more powerful than you. Only you are different. The god of karma shamelessly said, who says I didn't rely on myself? Lin Luo's strength is largely due to me. You cultivate others with selfish motives, but I cultivate others without selfish motives. Lin Luo grumbled, you idiot, when did you ever cultivate me? The god of karma quickly said, give me a favor and don't try to sabotage me. Okay. When we attack later, you have to work harder for me. Don't try again. Strength is a crucial factor in how many eternal flowers we win this time. Lin Luo said. Don't worry. I, the god of karma, may be unreliable at times, but I'm very reliable in crucial moments. The god of karma said. The eternal flower slowly blossomed, its petals opening from the inside out. The pistil was at the center, and the fragrance grew stronger. All nearby creatures felt as if they were a sea of fragrance, and many of their old wounds began to heal. On Earth, everyone looked toward the sky. A gigantic flower was blooming, and even on Earth, the fragrance was as strong. This fragrance is powerful. I'm already 130 years old this year. If I hadn't experienced the catastrophe and gained a superpower, I would have died long ago. Now, surrounded by this fragrance, I feel younger, and my skin has become much more tender. A woman with gray hair gradually emerged from her wheelchair. She rejuvenated at a visible speed, transforming from a frail old woman into a young and beautiful woman. After the eternal flower blossomed, everyone gained a multitude of benefits. Rejuvenation was only one of them, along with healing, upgrades, and so on. Look, the dragon god has arrived near the eternal flower, and is currently confronting someone. This is truly wonderful. It's great that the dragon god can enter the devouring world. He gained immense benefits from it, greatly increasing his strength and keeping pace with others. I hope the dragon god can benefit from the eternal flower. This is great news for the entire earth and humanity. Everyone expressed delight at the sight of the three-headed dragon that devoured the world. When the eternal flower bloomed, a sudden change occurred, and a massive monster suddenly appeared. Covering the eternal flower was a massive tree, transforming from a shadow into a solid form. The tree grew densely and lushly, its most striking feature being its numerous vines. The countless vines were extremely flexible, like the tentacles of a giant octopus. The devouring world was originally a massive planet. After the mutual destruction, it lost its original form and became a very stable entity. The tree it formed now was another form of the devouring world. The devouring world had to protect the eternal flower from blooming. Once the eternal flower successfully blossomed, it could transform into a planet again, potentially even more powerful than before. In the universe, the devouring world could devour anything at will, becoming even more powerful. The devouring tree also served another purpose, to devour the creatures near the eternal flower. The eternal flower also served as bait, luring powerful creatures. There are no weaklings left in the devouring world now, all the weaklings have perished. Those remaining are at least level 149, with many ultimate lifeforms even more numerous. A vine flew towards Lin Luo, and the creatures around him immediately chose to dodge. Dong Wangtai gloated, it seems people acted too quickly. Even this devouring world couldn't stand it. The first to be slain was Lin Luo. Seeing him slain first is far more gratifying than my own attainment of eternal life. Di Jun narrowed his eyes slightly and said, it's good that Lin Luo is dead. It will save us a lot of time. He's a nuisance. The underworld god said, based on my assessment, if he doesn't have other means, he's likely dead. This human has reached the ultimate life form, but there's still a huge gap between him and a true ultimate life form. The devouring world's true form is still terrifying. Ordinary ultimate life forms are no match for it, and can only be eaten. We should be extremely careful later. Dong Wangtai said happily, then can we celebrate in advance? Congratulations on this human's death. Di Jun said, this human is dead, so we should celebrate. Facing the threat of the devouring world, the three of us working together shouldn't be a big deal. We must work together. The underworld god nodded. A thick green vine tightly bound Lin Luo's body. Lin Luo exerted a little force, but was unable to break free. The god of karma said anxiously, Lin Luo, you need to unleash even greater power. Ordinary strength won't break free. No need for your nonsense, I know. Lin Luo said. Ho Tu said, use my power, otherwise it will be difficult to break free. Lin Luo's entire dragon body grew even longer, muscles sprouting in certain places. Pangu's great power manifested itself in him. With Pangu's power, he broke the vine with a slight effort and escaped. Dong Wangtai, irritated, said, I thought he was dead, but he escaped again. Di Jun said solemnly, a long time has passed. During this time, I was busy with my own affairs and didn't observe the human race. I didn't expect them to become so much stronger. It's not easy to deal with. These humans are very insidious. They won't die easily. The Hades looked Lin Luo in the eye. He hadn't taken him seriously before, but now he was within his sight. Chapter 522. Di Jun frowned and said, you mean this human originally intended to hide his strength and use it later? If the devouring tree hadn't attacked him, he wouldn't have revealed his true strength, hoping to use it later and give us a big surprise. The underworld god nodded and said, he's indeed quite insidious. If he had displayed this strength, it would have been only average here. Many people would have ignored it and wouldn't have attacked him first. Only the three of us would have taken action. Dong Wangtai said angrily, seeing this guy grow stronger is more painful than my own death. He had barely finished his words when a vine suddenly struck out, binding Dong Wangtai's ankles. The vine began to pull him towards the eternal flower, which was blooming abundantly, a sacred flower isolated in the world. However, the eternal flower posed a great danger. Its center opened into a bloody maw capable of swallowing all living things. Once Dong Wangtai was pulled into the eternal flower's mouth, he was essentially doomed. Big brother, hurry and save me. Dong Wangtai was the weakest of the three creatures, starting with minimal strength and benefiting the least from this. His ultimate life force was relatively fragile, a forced increase, so to speak. Dong Wangtai quickly transformed into a massive golden crow, attempting to resist the vine's pull. But the vine's pull only intensified, and Dong Wangtai struggled to hold on. If Dong Wangtai couldn't resist, he would be pulled away, and the result would be devouring him. An unfortunate individual had already been pulled away, the destruction god, one of the 10 indigenous gods. The god of annihilation was one of the local gods, with exceptionally quick reflexes. He knew the power of the devouring tree. He used his own abilities to try to obliterate the devouring vines, but was unsuccessful. The god of annihilation let out a scream before being devoured by the eternal flower. Although the god of annihilation's life level was 149, his strength was far greater than Dong Wangtai's. The god of annihilation was devoured, let alone Dong Wangtai. The god of karma was the first to taunt, Dong Wangtai, weren't you just mocking us? Now it's your turn. Lin Luo said, it's good. Didn't you say seeing me alive was worse than your own death? Now you can die. Damn it! Dong Wangtai was furious. Underworld god, help me! Dijun shouted. No problem. The underworld god didn't want to help. Dong Wangtai was too much of a burden, weak and lacking in talent. There was no need to support him. He was helping Dong Wangtai strengthen his power out of consideration for Dijun. It would be best if Dong Wangtai died now, to avoid becoming a burden later. If Dijun hadn't been there, the Hades would have swallowed Dong Wangtai whole, a perfect use of his power, with not a single drop wasted. The Hades transformed into a 9-headed hellhound and pounced on the vines. His teeth were incredibly sharp, and with a few bites, he severed the vines. Dong Wangtai's luck was truly bad. No sooner had he freed himself from the vine around his ankle than another vine rushed towards him. Dijun transformed into a golden crow, much larger than Dong Wangtai, his body ablaze with golden flames. His appearance caused the surrounding temperature to rise, and space itself to distort. The vines rushed towards Dijun, and golden flames emanated from his body. The flames reached their highest point, burning through the vines. Dong Wangtai breathed a sigh of relief, saying, that was a close call. We almost lost everyone. Dijun said, we must be extremely careful from now on. We can't make any mistakes, or we be gone. The devouring tree's attacks became more frequent, continuously using its vines to assault those around it. Several powerful creatures were unable to withstand the attacks, and were devoured by the eternal flower. Let's unite, and defeat this devouring tree. If we fight alone, defending instead of attacking, it might devour us all. The rune source god was besieged by 10 vines. His body, covered in strange runes, erupted with powerful strength, resisting the attacks of the 10 vines. The 10 vines were a fierce attack, constantly whipping, binding, and striking at vital points. The light and dark gods were relatively few in number, attacked by only 2 vines, making them easy to deal with. The rune source god completely believed the light and dark gods' words, though he had initially begun to doubt them, suspecting they might be lying. The light and dark god was weaker than him, but not by much, and was only targeted by 2 vines. The rune source god was clearly being treated specially, as 10 vines attacked him in quick succession. Besides the rune source god, the left and right gods were also unlucky. The left god's body continuously radiated rainbow colors, attacking the incoming vines, 7 or 8 in total. The right god, a mad woman, picked up a machete and hacked away frantically. Devouring trees depended on the creature's ability. The more vines were destroyed, the greater their number would increase. She had been attacked by over 20 vines, yet she showed no fear. Instead, the more she was attacked, the more excited she became. Right god had many wounds on her body, and a lot of blood had flowed. The so-called wounds were beginning to heal. Among the 5 special beings, right god was the bug, displaying combat power far beyond his own capabilities. As you say, fighting these vines is too boring and not challenging at all. Let's fight the devouring tree instead. Right god said. With our strength alone, it's impossible to destroy the devouring tree. The rune source god pointed in a certain direction and said, Supreme Heaven, twin gods, you three aren't determined to watch the show. Then we won't fight anymore. Withdraw and let this eternal flower bloom freely. When the eternal flower blooms to full strength, the devouring world will become eternal life. Then we all be destroyed together, and you won't have to watch. A long time passed, and neither Supreme Heaven nor the twin gods appeared. The god of light and darkness angrily said, Damn it. These three are truly determined not to attack. The god of rune source said, Let's maintain a stalemate. Don't attack. The twin gods are very close to Supreme Heaven. The reason they haven't attacked is most likely because of Supreme Heaven's words. This is truly infuriating, said the god of light and darkness. You can just rely on Supreme Heaven and the twin gods. With me here, I think we can still destroy the devouring tree. The left god recklessly rushed to the devouring tree, raised his gleaming broadsword, and charged at it. The god of karma broke into a cold sweat and said, This guy is truly ruthless. He's charging at the devouring tree. This left god is one of the 5 special beings and outliers. The others are just idiots. Supreme Heaven and twin gods, if you still don't attack, I'm leaving. The god of rune source spoke again. Chapter 523. As time passed, the rune source god faced more and more vines. Their number now swelled to over 20. The rune source god was exhausted, yet he couldn't bring himself to exert his full strength. Zwishin's attack on the devouring tree resulted in a counterattack from the devouring tree, with a constant barrage of vines, leaving him covered in wounds. Thankfully, Zwishin had grown considerably during his slumber, devouring many epochs of Zwishin. Every time the devouring world restarted an epoch, the 5 special beings also benefited. Zwishin's powerful swordsmanship and formidable physical strength allowed him to easily recover from even the most severe injuries. These 3 beasts. The rune source god cursed. The light and dark god said, These 3 are incredibly treacherous. They're likely trying to test our limits. 3 unfortunate local gods have already been devoured by the eternal flower. It's very dangerous for us to continue. The rune source god said, If I had known, I wouldn't have shown up. We all be doomed. He now felt a little regretful. He should have simply devoured the eternal flower. He hadn't expected a devouring tree to appear after it matured. The devouring tree's combat power was terrifying. A single creature faced so many creatures, even slaying several powerful ones. Suddenly, the devouring tree underwent a strange transformation, with numerous black spots appearing. These spots carried the aura of annihilation. A crocodile dragon, the size of Earth, was imbued with the aura of annihilation. Its flesh and blood began to rapidly rot, emitting a constant foul odor. The crocodile dragon was later called the crocodile ancestor. His previous era was the crocodile dragon era, where many crocodile dragons lived. These crocodile dragons were his descendants. Crocodile ancestor had always been very cautious, fearing others would learn of his strength. He maintained a low profile and avoided any competition. When the eternal flower blossomed, crocodile ancestor couldn't help but strike, having reached the ultimate life form. At every level, beings have strengths and weaknesses, including ultimate life forms. Among the many ultimate life forms, crocodile ancestor was relatively weak. Facing the vine's attacks, crocodile ancestor could barely withstand them, but he had almost no resistance to the Nirvana god's virus. Ah! Crocodile ancestor screamed in pain, flailing his body frantically, trying to shake off the Nirvana virus. But the Nirvana virus was too potent, not something crocodile ancestor could easily shake off. Crocodile ancestor's body gradually began to fail, the Nirvana virus's damage clearly outpacing its recovery. Finally, crocodile ancestor was unable to withstand the Nirvana virus's ravages, and was severely struck by several vines, causing large chunks of flesh to fall off. It hurts. Crocodile ancestor screamed shrilly, desperately trying to escape. But under the combined torment of the vines and the annihilation virus, the excruciating pain nearly drove crocodile ancestor mad. It now desperately wanted to escape, hoping to save its life, but the devouring tree would not grant it a chance, frantically trying to stop it. The rune source god's face turned grim. The devouring tree is invincible, and yet someone has inherited his power. The annihilation god's most powerful weapon is the annihilation virus. If we were to be infected with it, we wouldn't be able to easily overcome it. The light and dark god said, How about we leave? Otherwise, we won't even have a chance to leave, and our fate will be the same as crocodile ancestors. The supreme god and the twin gods are short-sighted. Their actions could very well lead to our demise. The rune source god said, This is the only way. Supreme Heaven and the 2 twin gods are becoming increasingly confused, believing the eternal world isn't an independent life form. They're probably planning a final move. Alas! The god of light and darkness sighed. Even if we leave here without fighting for the eternal flower, if the entire devouring world becomes the eternal world, we still die. There's no other way. At least there would be a chance of recovery. But if we die here now, there's no hope at all. The rune source god said. After discussing it, the two decided to give up the eternal flower and leave. If they didn't, they would never be able to leave. Brother, save me! Dong Wangtai kept calling for help, asking Di Jun to come and save him. It was difficult for Di Jun to face the devouring tree alone, let alone help his brother. He could only ask for help from the underworld god, who had to rescue him. The god of karma, deeply vindictive, taunted him. Dong Wangtai, didn't you just think we were too weak and might be in danger? Look at yourself now. You always rely on your brother and the underworld god for help. Otherwise you'd be dead. They're both struggling, yet they still want to help you. I tell you, you have no strength, so you should just stay away. Why do you insist on getting involved? Your weakness isn't your fault, but your involvement is. It looks like you have a hard time escaping this today. You die here. Dong Wangtai said, nonsense. I have my brother and the underworld god. I still be alive. I think you should worry about yourselves. Your power boost won't last forever. It'll soon be gone. I wonder how you hold on then. The god of karma laughed heartily. Are you dreaming? Let me tell you, this amplification is permanent and requires virtually no energy. I didn't know that, but you're probably going to die of anger. Di Jun narrowed his eyes slightly and said, I don't remember Lin Luo having this ability. He only gained it recently after devouring Tathagata. Right, aren't you envious? This ability is truly useful. When Lin Luo and I merged, my ability wasn't so easy to use. It's completely different now. The god of karma scoffed. The underworld god said, don't dwell on these things. The most important thing now is to get Dong Wangtai out first. We're already struggling, and with him as a burden, we'd be even more vulnerable. Di Jun said, Tai, look for opportunities. Is there a chance to leave? This fight for the eternal flower is clearly not something you can participate in. As long as you can leave, everything will be fine. Dong Wangtai said anxiously, I want to leave here too, but there's no chance. This devouring tree won't let me leave, and I'm completely out of options. You guys can't do that. Learn from me. Lin Luo rushed towards Crocodile Ancestor. Now was his best opportunity. A vine lashed out at Crocodile Ancestor, tearing half of his body apart. Large pieces of flesh and blood splattered, filling the air with a foul stench. I don't want to die yet. I want to survive. Crocodile Ancestor had been safe for too long, and when faced with danger again, he panicked. Chapter 524. Every creature experiences the same fate when facing death, and Crocodile Ancestor is no exception, desperately seeking a chance to survive. Would you like me to help you? Asked the god of karma. You help me? Crocodile Ancestor was bewildered, unable to grasp the visitor's intentions. It felt that the other party couldn't be so kind as to help it escape, as if it had nothing to offer them. Not good. Crocodile Ancestor immediately sensed danger. The other party wasn't there to help it, but to devour it. It could imagine that the other party's purpose in helping it might be this body. Crocodile Ancestor was severely injured, with no chance of escape, and was devoured by Lin Luo in one gulp. Delicious. Lin Luo exclaimed. The god of karma could also sense the taste. Tathagata's indirect fusion was marvelous. After the fusion, there was no rejection at all, as if they perfectly shared a single body. No wonder Tathagata later became so powerful. This indirect fusion ability played a significant role. Unfortunately, he encountered Lin Luo, causing his plan to fail. If it had succeeded, he would have been at the forefront of all creatures in the devouring world. The god of karma said, Isn't this a bad idea? Let's all fight the devouring tree together, and we use this opportunity to devour other powerful creatures. You're such a piece of shit. Who are you scolding, you idiot? Who are you calling a piece of shit? You felt incredibly delicious after devouring it just now, and now you're scolding me again. Lin Luo said angrily. I just said it casually. The god of karma quickly explained. I know you're a bit of a scoundrel. Are you trying to take this opportunity to scold me? Lin Luo asked. Who said that? The god of karma flatly denied it. Lin Luo said, I won't bother with you. Back then, you were so naive, you started caring about other people's lives. We were just trying to help, you know? This crocodile ancestor was in great pain. If we hadn't intervened, he would have endured a lot of pain before dying. Only when we intervened and sent him away did we alleviate a lot of his suffering. You're absolutely right, said the god of karma. Ho Tu worriedly said, The eternal flower is in full bloom, and with the devouring tree protecting it, we can't stop it. Once it reaches full maturity, we all be doomed, becoming fertilizer for the devouring world. Lin Luo said, don't worry. There are still 3 powerful creatures that haven't appeared yet. With the wisdom of the supreme heaven, he wouldn't allow the eternal flower to bloom. If the devouring world were to become an eternal being first, it wouldn't benefit him in any way. Kaori said, now I'm reminded of something. Has the devouring world cultivated so many powerful creatures just for this day? Looking at this outcome, it's obvious. Lin Luo nodded. Kaori said, I suddenly feel a little hopeless. Thank goodness you chose me. If you had faced it alone, you would have been completely despairing, not just a little bit. Lin Luo said. Kaori said, shouldn't you have chosen me? If I hadn't cooperated with you, you could have returned to the past, strengthened your own strength, and fought Tathagata. Ho Tu intervened, saying, alright, both of you, stop arguing. You're both quite powerful. Right now, our best strategy is to maximize our benefits. I share Lin Luo's view. Supreme Heaven and the Twin Gods will take action sooner or later. Their power has undoubtedly increased tremendously. They want to rely on the devouring tree to annihilate a group of people and kill them themselves. Lin Luo nodded, that's what I thought. Instead of waiting for them to take action, we might as well devour them to our heart's content. Our next target is Dong Wangtai. This kid has been against us forever. We can't let him leave alive. The god of karma said, holding a grudge. Lin Luo smiled, I share the same sentiment. This kid has lived too long. It's time to eliminate him. With the help of his brother, and the god of hell, Dong Wangtai had already escaped from the core of the eternal flower. How infuriating. Why is Lin Luo so powerful? I was clearly much stronger than him before, but now he can participate in this battle, and I can't, so I have no choice but to flee. Dong Wangtai, having escaped the threat of death, became deeply unwilling to accept his fate. He was already much weaker than everyone else, and now that he's lost this opportunity, he won't be able to compete with anyone else. Dong Wangtai particularly resents Lin Luo. The demon concubine Su Daji, assigned to him by Di Jun, was snatched away by Lin Luo. Dong Wangtai had witnessed Lin Luo devouring crocodile ancestor. Not only did this guy survive, but he also stood to gain considerable benefits from it. Forget it, I better get out of here as soon as possible. Dong Wangtai sensed danger again, and wanted to leave immediately. Isn't it too late to leave now? Lin Luo's voice echoed from behind Dong Wangtai. Dong Wangtai angrily said, Lin Luo, what are you trying to do? Everyone else is fighting the devouring tree, and you're here to trap the creatures fighting it. When the devouring world becomes eternal life, you won't be able to escape death either. Oh, I see. I definitely regret it then, but you're going to die first, so you won't be able to see me regret it. That's a real shame. Lin Luo sighed. Dong Wangtai said, you bastard. The two were enemies, harboring a deep hatred for each other. Knowing that Lin Luo had the chance to kill him, Dong Wangtai wouldn't let him go. He spread his wings wide, his body ablaze with golden flames, and increased his speed to maximum speed. Do you need my permission to escape? Lin Luo extended his massive dragon claws, and grabbed Dong Wangtai. Dong Wangtai was considerably larger than Lin Luo, and there was a significant difference in size. Lin Luo's dragon claws grabbed Dong Wangtai, and he was about to put it in his mouth. If you kill me, my brother won't let you go, Dong Wangtai threatened frantically. The god of karma grumbled, you lost your mind. You're almost dead, yet you're still threatening us. We might as well just kill you. No. Dong Wangtai relented. Since you let me go this time, I never oppose you again. Please give me another chance. The god of karma laughed. You were so arrogant just now, weren't you? Why are you so submissive now? You're a coward. You? Dong Wangtai was furious. The god of karma quickly said, Little Lindsay, devour this guy. I've been fed up with him for a long time. He's so weak, yet he keeps trying to harass me. I've been fed up with him for a long time. Chapter 525. I give you a chance. You can say your last words now. Lin Luo said kindly. If you devour me, I believe you won't live much longer, and you won't be able to leave here today. Dong Wangtai couldn't finish his words before he couldn't help but scream. You guys gave you a chance, and you actually cursed me. You deserve death. Lin Luo's dragon claws pressed hard, causing Dong Wangtai to scream in pain. Di Jun rushed over. Lin Luo, don't mess around. You killed my brother, and I will never let you go. Can you two stop using the same tactics? Don't you know I'm not someone you can intimidate? Lin Luo's dragon claws continued to press hard, causing Dong Wangtai to howl in pain. The Hades narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Lin Luo, you're truly disgusting. Everyone's fighting the devouring tree, and you're just here reaping the benefits. Aren't you afraid they gang up on you? Lin Luo said, Of course I'm afraid. I'm not that powerful yet, but some people must die today. Lin Luo stopped talking and shoved Dong Wangtai into his mouth. Let go of my brother. Seeing Dong Wangtai dying, Di Jun went mad, his body blazing with golden flames, reaching an extremely high temperature, distorting the surrounding space. Really? If you kill my brother, no one around you will be able to escape either. What's the point of saying that? As if you're letting him go? The demon master you said earlier targeted me, and also wanted to attack my family. Lin Luo released his dragon claws, and swallowed Dong Wangtai into his mouth. Dong Wangtai flapped his golden wings repeatedly, trying to escape, but he had no power to resist. Lin Luo bit down a few times, swallowing Dong Wangtai into his stomach. Di Jun was quite powerful, but he was besieged by the vines of the devouring tree, and could not reach Lin Luo for a while, making it impossible for him to stop him. The god of karma said excitedly, Wasn't Dong Wangtai always arrogant? Why isn't he arrogant now? I'm after you, you who really think you're invincible, with your brother and others helping you? Dong Wangtai tried to speak, but Lin Luo had already torn him to pieces, making him speechless. The god of karma said excitedly, Lin Luo, steal this Di Jun too. I was able to send these two brothers off today. They even mock me. I'm not someone they can mock. I don't need your guidance in my work, Lin Luo retorted. The god of karma snorted coldly, Without my help, you wouldn't be here today saying this. Next up is you. Lin Luo has never been one to show mercy. He would kill them all, leaving no room for mercy, given the chance. Di Jun's words had undoubtedly irritated him. If he were ever not on Earth and could return to the past, he could kill everyone close to him. You bastard! Di Jun was furious. He didn't flee from Lin Luo's attack. Get out of the way! You're no match for this guy, and will likely be seriously injured. The underworld god didn't care if Dong Wangtai lived or died. Dong Wangtai had always been a burden, useless to cultivate. Even if Dong Wangtai absorbed a living being, and the underworld god then devoured it, his utilization rate might only be 70%. Di Jun was different. He was truly nurtured by the Hades. He possessed a method that allowed him to treat Di Jun like a tool, but the method only required a few uses. After the Hades had used him a few times, Di Jun's vitality would be exhausted, effectively giving the Hades an extra helper whose combat power rivaled his own. Another crucial effect was his death-by-death relationship. After his death, the Hades would use Di Jun as a second vessel. If Lin Luo killed Di Jun, the Hades would lose his life. The Hades was a highly intelligent being. He would never nurture someone for no reason. Di Jun had no such purpose, and had long since been abandoned. Di Jun was blinded by rage, his rationality completely gone, and he would not listen to the Hades' words. He wanted to confront Lin Luo head-on, hoping to kill him and avenge his brother. Sharp dragon claws collided with bird claws, blue power colliding with golden power, the two forces forming a protective shield that countered each other. Lin Luo's combined powers formed a blue protective shield, significantly more powerful, directly shattering Di Jun's golden flame shield. Sharp dragon claws gripped Di Jun's body, instantly leaving 7 distinct wounds. Blood flowed from the wounds, staining the golden feathers. Too weak. You're trying to avenge your brother right now? You're dreaming. Simply enter Lin Luo's belly, and become a part of him. We honor you properly next year on this day. The god of karma taunted. Damn it! Di Jun's face darkened, and he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. During their previous clash, he sensed a clear disparity in strength. For getting revenge for his brother, even surviving Lin Luo's clutches was a luxury. The underworld god hurried to Di Jun's side and asked, How are you feeling? Nothing serious, just some minor injuries, Di Jun said defiantly. The underworld god said, That's good. Let's not clash with Lin Luo for now. We're in a dangerous situation right now. It has to be this way, Di Jun said through gritted teeth. What's going on with you guys? If you want to stop, then call it quits. I haven't said anything yet, Lin Luo said without giving him any respect. The Hades' eyes shone with a faint green light as he spoke. Don't think you're truly invincible just because you killed Dong Wangtai. If it weren't for this special relationship, you wouldn't be able to kill him in my hands. Next, Di Jun will die. I won't let him go. If you stand in my way, I kill you too. Lin Luo showed no sign of stopping. As the Hades had said, without the devouring tree's interference, killing Dong Wangtai would be far more difficult. At least, capturing Dong Wangtai in one blow would be practically impossible. To avoid future trouble, killing him today was the best option. It seems you truly don't care about the overall situation. If you survive this, you'll be attacked later, the Hades said angrily. Lin Luo said, do you think there's any point in saying that? It's as if you wouldn't attack me if I didn't do this. If there are no rules, then you, the underworld god, are the most unruly. The entire devouring world has been devoured by you, the underworld god. According to you, only you can survive, and no one else can. You can become stronger by devouring others, but others can't. You set the rules. Now that I'm strong enough, I can devour Dijun. Chapter 526. Dijun was furious. I, Dijun, have lived for so long, and no one has ever dared to do this to me. You actually killed my brother, and are trying to kill me too. At worst, we all die together, and you won't leave here alive. It seems you still have some courage. Then don't run away. Let's see who will win. Lin Luo said coldly. The god of karma said angrily, Little Lin, don't waste your time with him. Beat these two guys to pieces. They're still threatening us. This opportunity is rare. The supreme heaven and the twin gods don't care, so why should we care? We're all going to die together, so who's afraid of whom? That's what I think. Lin Luo rushed towards Dijun again, his speed reaching more than 10 times the speed of light. Even the naked eye of a creature at the ultimate life level would hardly be able to detect his presence. Dijun was startled, unsure how to dodge. He noticed a vine rushing back. The devouring tree's attack was indiscriminate, attacking him as well as Lin Luo. Your reaction speed is terrible. The vines of the devouring tree reacted, but you didn't. You needed the vines to remind you. By the time Dijun reacted, it was too late. Lin Luo's dragon claws were clawing at his body. His life force was higher than Dong Wangtai's, and his body was much larger. Lin Luo couldn't possibly catch Dijun with just one claw. The sharp claws slashed at Dijun's wings, tearing off a large chunk of flesh, a third of it. Blood flowed out, staining his entire body from gold to red. You're so vulnerable. Lin Luo shook his head. A dark green figure appeared beneath him. The Hades transformed into a 9-headed hellhound, biting down fiercely on Lin Luo. 8 heads stretched their necks, their sharp teeth biting down hard on Lin Luo. Lin Luo's dragon scales, though quite strong, were no match for the sharpness of the teeth, leaving wounds. The Hades, intent on killing Lin Luo, increased the force of his bite, aiming to take several bites of flesh. Lin Luo had been prepared and naturally would not let the Hades succeed. He manipulated his tail, and swatted it away. He didn't continue the fight. His position was quite bad, and continuing the fight would only put him in a disadvantageous position. That was a close call. Dijun breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lin Luo leave. He no longer held back. Lin Luo had completely changed, becoming immensely powerful, no longer someone he could provoke. The god of karma said, we were so close to killing Dijun. If it weren't for the pug, it would have been over. The god of Hades said sinisterly, who are you talking about, pug? I'm talking about you, the pug. Isn't that obvious? The god of karma said without hesitation. It seems the battle won't end. Let's continue. If I devour you, my strength will increase significantly. The god of Hades knew Lin Luo wouldn't give up easily, and prepared to use force to force him to stop. That's exactly what I was thinking. Lin Luo was going to kill Dijun today. He had many enemies, and it was time to eliminate a few. The 3 dragon heads each condensed their powerful beams, creating a powerful hurricane. Let's decide the outcome today. I didn't want to fight, but you're such a fool. So let's fight to the death. The Hades had Dijun hiding behind him, so Dijun could no longer participate in the battle. He didn't want to reveal his true colors here, or else Dijun could transform into a second version of himself. With 2 powerful selves besieging Lin Luo, while not guaranteeing a 100% kill, repelling them would certainly be a sure thing. From the previous exchange, he realized that Lin Luo wasn't particularly formidable, their strengths were comparable. The Hades' 9 heads gathered green netherworld energy, and a cloud of dark blue flames appeared around them, giving the impression of being transported to the netherworld. The vines of the netherworld tree, sensing the Hades' immense power, momentarily hesitated to approach, fearing destruction. Dijun hid behind the Hades, his mind racing. In his mind, he had followed the Hades in devouring the demons of his heavenly court, destroying the 10,000 Buddhas, and gaining immense power from the process. As Dijun devoured, he kept a close eye on the Hades' movements. There's never love without reason, nor hatred without cause. He didn't believe the Hades god was so kind as to help him without regard for the cost. He was likely using him to achieve some purpose. While the Hades god was using Dijun, Jun was also using the Hades god. Jun had considerable confidence, and the Hades god might have truly sought a helper. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. The Hades god was far more powerful than he was. If the Hades god ever stopped needing Jun would be dead. Jun felt foolish. He was in such a dangerous situation, yet he still fancied himself so powerful. He wanted to rely on the underworld god, but he had no choice. Lin Luo's 3 heads combined their various powers into a starlight bomb, charging towards the underworld god. The underworld god controlled his 8 heads to unleash a netherworld shockwave to counter the 3 incoming starlight bombs. The 2 forces collided, and for a moment, there was no clear winner, before transforming into an energy aftermath that spread outward. As a result, Lin Luo's starlight bomb proved more powerful, hurtling towards the underworld god at such a speed that even the naked eye of ordinary ultimate beings could not detect its presence. The underworld god had anticipated this, and easily dodged it. The underworld god deliberately left one of his heads alone in the fray, secretly gathering strength to unleash a netherworld shockwave towards Lin Luo. Bang! Lin Luo was momentarily caught off guard, and was hit squarely by the green shockwave. Hit! Great! Jun was overjoyed. Given Lin Luo's strength, only one of the 2 would survive today. Don't be too happy. This Lin Luo is probably not dead yet. I don't think he dies so easily. The Hades said with a serious expression. Jun asked, can you sense that Lin Luo is dead? The Hades shook his head, I can't. One thing I'm sure of is that I hit him. Why don't we go over and see if he's dead? This guy is growing so fast. If he's still alive, we'd be in great danger. Jun said. The Hades nodded. When you first said that, I didn't think much of it. Now I realize how terrifying this ability is. I wonder when he could grow to the point where he could rival me. Jun said. I never seen such a monstrous creature. I wonder if Supreme Heaven was that powerful when he started out. The Hades said, in terms of growth rate alone, no one can match this human. Back then, he wasn't even level 149, but now he can rival me. Chapter 527. I go with you to confirm Lin Luo's death, said Jun. The Hades nodded and said, you can come with me to prevent Lin Luo from using some scheme to divert attention, with your main target being you. Jun said, you make sense. It's best for me to stay with you. Suddenly, a strange thing happened. Lin Luo, struck by the Hades, suddenly appeared behind Jun. Lin Luo fired a starlight bullet from his mouth, instantly enveloping Jun. Ah! Jun screamed in pain. You bastard. The Hades, furious, instantly understood. Lin Luo had deliberately allowed himself to be struck, then used his time ability to travel back in time, suddenly appearing behind Jun and launching a surprise attack. Jun was caught off guard, and was struck by Lin Luo's starlight bullet. The god of karma taunted, Pug, I'm so happy to see you so furious. Going against us is courting death. While the god of hell wasn't reacting, Lin Luo attacked Jun. Jun was severely injured, barely able to resist, unable to withstand Lin Luo's attack. Lin Luo used his dragon claws to tear off half of Jun's body, causing a large amount of blood to flow from the severed area. Save me! Jun, in excruciating pain and unwilling to die, pleaded with the god of hell for help. The god of hell angrily said, you're truly a loser. I helped you so much, and this is how you repay me. I collect some interest from you. As long as you can save me, I obey you from now on. I won't disobey you. Jun screamed in agony, as his massive bird body was quickly devoured by the Hades. I told you, someone of your power, that you shouldn't have participated in this battle. You insisted, and now you know the disastrous consequences. Lin Luo said. The Hades' face darkened. You ruined all our plans. You truly deserve to die. He had carefully nurtured Jun. His death meant all his efforts had been wasted. The god of karma taunted, God of hell, you're quite ruthless. You devoured the other half before we even devoured the other half. The god of hell replied, what do you mean by ruthless? Jun has lived for so long, he should understand some things. I certainly didn't train him for no reason. I must have had a purpose, and he must have known. During the time I trained him, he also tried to turn the tables. Unfortunately, in my eyes, all his actions were in vain, and it was you who stole my advantage. Lin Luo said to Jun, did you hear me? This guy's plot. Now that your other half is gone, I won't hold back on this one. As the ultimate being, I still have a chance of survival. Please don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything to keep me alive. Jun was swallowed by Lin Luo before he could finish his words. The two had been at war for so long, and Jun had tried countless times to kill Lin Luo. In the earliest days, if Dijun had not looked down on Lin Luo might have been dead. Lin Luo would not tolerate evil, and naturally, he would not give Dijun any chance. Dijun's devouring marked the end of an era, marking the end of several former god kings, the Dark God King, the Light God King, Shiva, Tathagata, and so on. With Dijun's death, it marked the final end. Since the war has begun, don't even think about leaving here today. I won't give you any chance. The Hades god held a deep hatred for Lin Luo, and madly sought to kill him. He charged towards Lin Luo, his 9 heads emitting flames of a netherworld color. This fire was the fire of hell, extremely hot, the flame of the dead. The hellfire blazed fiercely, and several vines emerged from it, burning him to ash. The Hades god had been conserving his strength, not using his true power, for fear of attracting the devouring tree's attention. Now, in his mad desire to kill Lin Luo, he could no longer care. The Hades felt a surge of regret. If he hadn't conserved his strength and directly used Dijun's additional abilities, he might have gained the upper hand. Seeing Dijun's fate, he realized he might suffer the same fate, and so he desperately sought to kill Lin Luo. Your fire attack on me is useless. Lin Luo also spitted out 3 types of flames in retaliation, resisting the engulfing hellfire. I won't fight you. I will end you immediately. A dark light emanated from the Hades, illuminating the entire devouring world. The light was so bright that it briefly blinded Lin Luo. When he regained his sight, he discovered that his surroundings had changed. A bright moon appeared in the sky, large and round, dominating the entire dark sky. Ho Tu exclaimed in shock from within Lin Luo's body, "What happened? I feel like I entered another world. We're not in the devouring world anymore." Lin Luo addressed the god of karma, "You freeloader, tell me what's going on. Didn't you claim to be the strongest support?" The god of karma replied, "Who are you calling a freeloader? If it weren't for me, would you have made it this far and killed Dijun? You have died long ago, and you don't even know how important I am. Stop talking about that. Aren't you, like this Hades, one of the native gods of the devouring world? What are we here for?" "Hades just used some power to pull us here," Lin Luo said. The god of karma replied, "This requires some analysis." "What are you analyzing?" "I know you don't know, so I'm just trying to analyze it." "Just say you don't know." Lin Luo scoffed. The god of karma was unconvinced, saying, "I'm one of the 10 great gods, along with the god of Hades, but we're completely independent entities. I don't know his abilities, and he certainly doesn't know mine." "Then tell me what you can do to leave here." "This world might be his creation, and we're in danger," Lin Luo said. The god of karma said stubbornly, "Let me think about it." "Don't worry. Forget it. I figure it out myself, you unreliable fellow." Lin Luo was accustomed to the god of karma's unreliability. If he had waited for the god of karma to come up with a solution, he would have long since become a corpse, devoured by the god of Hades. "Welcome to the netherworld," the god of Hades said in a sinister voice. The god of karma angrily said, "God of Hades, you bastard. You're afraid to confront me head-on, so you prefer playing dirty tricks, don't you?" Chapter 528. Who are you calling a bastard? The god of hell was furious. After waking up, he had learned a little about Earth and understood the meaning of a bastard. It looked like a hellhound, the most powerful creature in the underworld. It bore some resemblance to a dog, but they were completely different creatures. The two were not alike in any way, just similar in appearance. Being called that by the god of karma naturally infuriated him. "I'm calling you a bastard," the god of karma said without hesitation. The god of hell furiously said, "I hope you can keep being so arrogant. Then I definitely give you a good beating." "Who's afraid of whom? Who's going to win or lose is still uncertain. You're talking so loudly," the god of karma retorted. The underworld god said, "It seems you don't understand the current situation. This is the world I created. Do you see that moon? If I devour it, you all be dead." Ho Tu asked doubtfully, "Husband, do you think what the underworld god says is true? If he devours the full moon, we all be dead." Lin Luo replied, "He must be exaggerating. He won't die instantly. Otherwise, he would have already begun devouring, and his strength would likely be greatly weakened." The karma god said anxiously, "I sense danger. Lin Luo, you better find a way to escape. Otherwise, if the full moon is devoured by the underworld god, your strength will be greatly weakened, and the underworld god will be able to kill you." "How does this work?" "It's a bit unbelievable," Ho Tu questioned. The karma god said, "Perhaps I've been sealed for too long, unable to use my world-devouring power. I know nothing about it. But this underworld god is different. After evolving into the ultimate life form, the underworld god gained the power to devour a portion of the world. He has now transferred us to a world. This world is the first of its own regional worlds. Darkness pervades everything within it. If he devours this bright moon, the darkness he creates will be uncontrollable. It will surge towards us, attempting to devour us. You will be powerless to stop it, as it attacks from all angles. Even if you can block the surrounding darkness in the early stages, you will definitely not be able to do so in the later stages. Your physical strength may not be infinite, but this dark attack is endless, until it completely devours you. We must find a way to leave here before the bright moon is devoured by the underworld god. Otherwise, your life would be in danger. Lin Luo said, "It seems you know, yet you just claimed you didn't." The god of karma said, "Who said I didn't know? I was just keeping it a secret to see what you were capable of, not to give you the bare bones of things. I didn't expect you to be such a loser, completely clueless. Without me, you're a loser." Lin Luo said, "Come on, you must have just figured it out. If you knew all along, then tell me how to get out of here. That's the key. What's the point of all this nonsense?" The god of karma said, "Well, you can't let me do everything. You have to rely on yourself for some things. This is an opportunity for growth." "That makes sense. The opportunity you've given me is more than enough." Lin Luo didn't hold much hope in the god of karma. Often, he had to rely on himself. The Hades said coldly, "I think it's better for you to give up treatment. Giving up treatment will greatly alleviate your pain. Struggling won't only keep you alive, it only cause you great pain. Don't be too complacent. We already figured out a solution. Just wait for your death, kid." The god of karma said without hesitation. The Hades said, "Are you three kidding? How do you know there are three creatures inside me?" Lin Luo thought of a possibility. The Hades sneered, "You must have guessed my ability. I can hear every sound you make in this world. Then, if you don't kill me, I give you the god of karma. How about that?" Lin Luo said. The god of karma was furious. "Little Lindsay, what nonsense are you talking about? You actually sold out your teammates. Today, I've finally seen you through." Lin Luo said, "I was just joking." "Was I just testing him?" "That's more like it." The god of karma nodded. The Hades said, "You're not testing me. You're telling the truth. If I agree, you might actually sell out the god of karma. It seems you're not doing so well, god of karma. Your teammates are even trying to sell you out, which only shows how bad your character is." The god of karma said angrily, "You actually really want to sell me out? If you speak your mind, I won't feel bad the next time I sell you out. If I don't say this, you feel guilty the next time you sell me out," Lin Luo said. "Same here." The god of karma said. "I've spoken all that nonsense. Now you can go to hell." The Hades stepped through the void, heading towards the full moon. It easily reached the full moon and began devouring it with huge gulps. A scene of a heavenly dog devouring the moon appeared. The Hades possessed 9 heads, and its devouring speed was incredibly fast, devouring more than half of the full moon in a single gulp. Ho-Tu said, "Do you feel the darkness around us growing denser and closer, closing in on us?" "Of course I do. Now we can head for the full moon." The Hades used some of the laws of world devouring, trapping Lin Luo in this confined space. If the single full moon were devoured, the surrounding darkness would begin to surge wildly. By then, the Hades wouldn't need to intervene. Lin Luo would be exhausted from facing the surrounding darkness. The god of karma said, "You know the full moon is our solution, so why didn't you rush over sooner? He's already devoured more than half of it. That's what you didn't know, right? If we had rushed over earlier, the Hades would have stopped us. With his full force, we wouldn't have had a chance," Lin Luo said. Ho-Tu was more clever, saying, "You mean if we waited until he was full, we could attack him, and our chances of success would be much higher?" "That's right." Lin Luo rushed toward the full moon, but an invisible wall blocked his path. He charged at it with all his might, and the wall began to crumble, hurtling towards the Hades. The god of karma questioned, "Has this guy gained a new ability? I don't believe your blind guesses. You could easily be wrong. If he's truly happy, and takes the full moon, and his defenses haven't weakened, then we're doomed." Chapter 529. Guess what abilities I gained? Lin Luo laughed. The god of karma said, "You probably think I'm a fool. You obtained Tathagata's Buddha eyes, allowing you to discern weaknesses and the future." Lin Luo's eyes glowed golden, adorned with Buddha's patterns. The god of karma enviously said, "Your abilities are truly perverted. You gain abilities from whatever creature you devour. Tathagata's efforts were wasted, you absorbed them all. I know you're envious, but envy is useless," Lin Luo said. The god of karma said, "I think you should thank me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be able to achieve this level. If you defeat the underworld god, it will be as if I defeated him. Lin Luo said, when did you learn the art of mental victory? Yours is quite powerful. How did you know my weaknesses? The underworld god stopped nibbling at the full moon. He had only realized this ability after ascending to the ultimate life form, and he wasn't even aware of his weaknesses. He had originally been reluctant to use this ability, primarily because Lin Luo had devoured Dong Wang Tai and half of Dijuan, ruining his plan. Unable to contain his rage, the Hades used this ability to kill Lin Luo right here. Didn't you say you could hear every sound in this world? Apparently, if you devoured the full moon, your ability would be ineffective, Lin Luo analyzed. The Hades said, you're truly astute. I figured out everything. But do you realize my strength here won't be diminished? So what? Lin Luo said. I can devour you. The Hades attacked Lin Luo again, his size increasing by more than 10 times. He had devoured half a full moon, gaining a significant boost. The Hades approached Lin Luo, intending to kill him with his most primal physical combat. A gigantic dog head suddenly thrust forward and bit down on the left side of his neck, drawing blood. Lin Luo had already prepared. He condensed energy bombs from his mouth, creating a hurricane of winds that struck the Hades dog head. The energy bombs exploded upon impact, and before the smoke cleared, all that remained was a fleshless dog head. The Hades' resiliency was immense, and the injured dog head healed at a visible rate, quickly growing new flesh. Ignoring his own injuries, he attacked Lin Luo. The Hades' primary attack was physical, hoping to tear off more flesh from Lin Luo and devour it. Lin Luo also used his physical body to attack the Hades, biting off a dog's head in the process. The attacks from both sides became plain and simple, using only physical attacks. The Hades' physical body was slightly stronger than Lin Luo's, but its strength was very limited, making it difficult for him to kill Lin Luo. Even seriously injuring Lin Luo would have been difficult for him to do. As the two fought, hundreds of vines entered the Hades' constructed world, wreaking havoc within it. Ho-Tu frowned and said, it seems the devouring tree outside is growing stronger. The Hades' constructed world can no longer withstand it, and has been conquered by the devouring tree. The god of karma said, the three most shameless individuals are Supreme Heaven and the twin gods. What exactly do they want? They're not taking action now, waiting for the devouring tree to evolve to eternal life. They won't even have a chance to attack. Lin Luo said, Supreme Heaven will take action? He used to be more impatient. If we were to pose any threat, he would act immediately. Perhaps he's evolved now. After all, several epochs have passed, and so many years have passed that Supreme Heaven has changed. When a person is unlucky, everything becomes unlucky. If I were given a little more time, I would definitely devour you. The Hades gritted his teeth. The Karma God said bluntly, Pug, what are you thinking? Don't you see that the fight between you and Lin Luo is evenly matched? The most we can do is to be mutually damaged, not to devour the other. It seems I have no choice but to put an end to you. The Hades God did not attack Lin Luo, but instead devoured the full moon. The Karma God immediately sensed something was wrong and said, Little Lin, this is bad. The dog is desperate. The full moon is part of the devouring world. If the Hades God devours this full moon in its entirety, his strength will increase significantly. Wife, are you ready? Lin Luo asked. I'm ready. Use my power again. Ho-Tu was an outlier among the 12 great ancestral witches. The others inherited their powers from Pangu. She was the only one who was different. She gained the power of Earth from Pangu, and even developed reincarnation from him. Lin Luo achieved an indirect fusion with Tathagata, and chose to fuse with Ho-Tu, effectively gaining 2 powers. Kaori asked, Are you two still hiding something from me? It would be terrible if I told you everything, Lin Luo said. Damn it! Kaori was furious. Whose side are you on, you bastard? If I lose, you die with me. Jealousy truly blinds the eye. Lin Luo sighed. The god of karma gritted his teeth and said, Seeing you grow stronger is more painful than killing me. She knew that after Lin Luo devoured Tathagata, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly, but she didn't expect the increase to be so much. It wasn't even 2 levels apart. The Hades god was a true ultimate life form, while Lin Luo was merely an ultimate life form enhanced through various amplifications. The gap between the two was still enormous. Lin Luo relied on various amplifications to fight the Hades god to a standstill. Among the many creatures the devouring tree had just fought, several had also used various amplifications to reach ultimate lifeforms, their actual lifeform level being 149. The devouring tree's battle with them didn't last long. These powerful creatures immediately surrendered their true forms, making them unable to resist, and ultimately becoming food for the devouring tree. If Tathagata had devoured Lin Luo, through his indirect fusion ability, he would have gained some of the power of the Star Dragon, the Tao Ancestor, the Demon Ancestor, and the God of Karma, which would have been equally terrifying. Luckily Lin Luo won, and Tathagata lost. Okay, just shut up. Lin Luo's body was covered in various runes from the Netherworld, rapidly forming the 6 realms of reincarnation: the Hungry Ghost Realm, the Hell Realm, the Animal Realm, the Asura Realm, the Human Realm, and the Heavenly Realm. The Human Realm depicts various highly intelligent beings, soon to be reincarnated as humans, Buddhas, demons, and so on. The Animal Realm depicts cattle, horses, dogs, cats, and other beasts, including humans, Buddhas, and demons who have transitioned to this race, as well as creatures that were originally domesticated. The Hell Realm and the Asura Realm are 2 different types of higher beings. The Hell Realm represents higher beings on Earth, such as the Underworld God, the Black Source God, and the Rune Source God. The Asura Realm represents higher beings, representing purity and beauty, such as the highest heaven. Chapter 530. The Hungry Ghost Realm consists of beings who, hungry in life, crave devouring after death. These creatures exist in places where the dead are numerous. Among the many powerful creatures Lin Luo had just seen was the Hungry Ghost King, a powerful ultimate being. The era it inhabits is unique, with large-scale battles occurring periodically. The creatures of any other era are warlike, but not as belligerent as those of this one. As the battles continued, the death toll grew, and waves of hungry ghosts appeared. The hungry ghosts began devouring one another, until only the enormous Hungry Ghost King remained. When the devouring world descended, the Hungry Ghost King offered little resistance, and smoothly entered the devouring world. The Hungry Ghost King devoured nearly every living creature in this era, devouring even the planets within it. Due to its power, few dared to provoke it. The Hungry Ghost King was ambitious, and wanted to devour the entire devouring world, but upon seeing the devouring world's strength, he gave up. The heavenly Tao is quite special. Some of the Tao, created by heaven and earth, are extremely advanced, far surpassing the level of ordinary creatures, such as Earth, the Tao era, the Human era, and so on. Each Tao has its own unique pattern, depicting a hell, the abode of the dead. During the Lich era, Ho-Tu, leveraging the power of Earth, developed the ability of reincarnation. It was only a preliminary step, not as detailed as it is today. During the period of the devouring world, Ho-Tu further subdivided the ability of reincarnation into 6 categories. Many national myths contain references to the destinations of the dead, many of which have been passed down from previous eras. In reality, no place in any era is complete. Almost all life is completely dissipated upon death, with no possibility of resurrection. Ho-Tu's desire to establish this place was clearly unsuccessful. It was more about developing a power. She later researched the power of reincarnation and adopted a new approach. The God of Karma said with envy and resentment, "You're incredibly lucky. Not only have you found a wife, but you also gained 2 powers. Panga's power is already formidable, and you even have the power of reincarnation." Ho-Tu's 6 paths of reincarnation power was already so powerful in its early stages. I wonder how much stronger it will become in the later stages. It might even surpass the power of the Supreme Heaven. Lin Luo laughed. Is it really that powerful? Are you deliberately trying to piss me off? You're taking advantage of me. The God of Karma was furious. I see you're becoming more and more like Dong Huang Tai. Is it Dong Huang Tai's soul that is transferred to you? You still look like a human being? Lin Luo asked. Nonsense. How could I be a weakling like Dong Huang Tai? I'm the powerful God of Time. The God of Karma flatly denied. Didn't you just say I looked like a human? You're not saying it's the God of Karma again. Yi Tian has been tamed by me, and he's become a lesser God of Karma. Lin Luo said, You look like a clown. The God of Karma immediately bristled. Who are you calling a clown? Ho-Tu said, Alright you two, stop arguing. The devouring tree's vines are spreading more and more into the world constructed by the Underworld God. The entire Underworld is about to collapse. You're right. I must seize this opportunity to kill the Hades. If he escapes, it won't be so easy to kill him next time. Lin Luo rushed towards the Hades, a terrifying sense of oppression bearing down on him. Even if the Hades devoured the entire full moon, he could still clearly feel the terrifying pressure. You've been holding back, you know? I really want to see what you got. Even with your current strength, you still have some cards up your sleeve. Do you still have a hidden power? The Hades' expression shifted, having misjudged Lin Luo's strength. The God of Karma spoke with a much more assertive tone. Pug, you weren't so arrogant just now, Weren't you saying you were going to kill us? Now we give you another chance to repeat what you said earlier. Repeat it again. The god of Hades, his face livid, said, God of Karma, stop relying on your superiors. If it weren't for this human helping you, you would have been devoured by me long ago. Well, you dare to mock me even at the brink of death. The god of Karma said to Lin Luo, Little Lin, act quickly and kill this pug. You're losing your bearings. I need your guidance before I can take action, Lin Luo said. You're awesome. The god of Karma said helplessly. I give you a chance to say your final words, Lin Luo said coldly. The god of Hell said gloomily, I think it's best for us to hear that you're using your full strength now, but you might not be able to kill me. We'd both be injured, which wouldn't be good for either of us. Aren't you a tough guy? Why are you giving in now? Lin Luo scoffed. The Hades said, Don't talk to me like that. If we fight, you won't gain anything, only harm. You're right. I can't kill you right now. It's better for us all to hold back. Lin Luo nodded. I'm glad you understand that, said the Hades. The Karma god demurred, Lin Luo, what are you doing? Now's the perfect opportunity to kill the Hades. Before she finished her words, the Hades and Lin Luo attacked together, clashing with their bodies. The vines of the devouring tree in the middle tried to wrap around the two men, but were easily torn away by their immense strength. Both sides exerted their utmost strength, ranking them mid-range among the ultimate lifeforms. Bang! The two collided with a resounding roar, causing the entire world to tremble. The Hades' 9 heads bit towards Lin Luo, tearing off chunks of flesh. Lin Luo's 3 massive dragon heads also bit into the Hades. A dragon's head is much larger than a dog's, and a single bite would take away a great deal of flesh. The injuries inflicted on both sides would be comparable. The god of Karma said, You two said you wouldn't fight, and then you launched a surprise attack. Lin Luo was the first to accuse him. You said you wouldn't fight, so why are you doing it now? You're truly a creature without credibility. The god of Hell sneered, Don't say that. Even if I didn't fight, would you? You found an opportunity to kill me, and you definitely won't let me go. If you can devour me, you become incredibly powerful. Of course, I don't want to let you go. You're already powerful now, and you might even become even more powerful in the future. I don't want to be the next Emperor Jun, someone who could have killed you earlier, but assumed you were harmless, only to end up powerless in your hands. Chapter 531. Lin Luo scoffed, It seems you have a clear mind, and know how terrifying I am. The underworld god said, You probably think I'm flattering you. Honestly, if you were born 2 epochs earlier, you might have had a chance. Unfortunately, you were born in this epoch. You don't stand a chance at all. Supreme Heaven has become terrifyingly powerful. Even if you truly became the ultimate life, you would have been crushed by Tathagata. Lin Luo said calmly, You don't need to worry about that. By the time I fought Supreme Heaven, you would have been dead, and you wouldn't have had the chance to witness that scene. You remain as confident as ever. Netherworld flames emanated from the underworld god's body, the temperature rising rapidly, and space distorted. Netherworld flames enveloped Lin Luo, igniting him. Flames erupted from Lin Luo's mouth, a blood-red flame, also condensed from the power of the dead. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation was immensely potent. He couldn't use it all at once, he used the power of a whole cycle. Ouch! As the blood-red flames enveloped the Hades, he couldn't help but scream in pain. How is this possible? The Hades refused to believe that his nether flame was any less powerful than Lin Luo's hellfire. Lin Luo, surrounded by the nether flame, suffered very limited damage, yet he felt much more pain, almost unbearable. The god of Karma said, What's impossible? You, Ho-Tu, are just relying on your past achievements. Ho-Tu, for example, has spent countless epochs researching to develop the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. You simply can't compare. The Hades said, Shut up. If you hadn't forced me to sleep for so long, how could I have made no progress? I would have become the ultimate life long ago. In some ways, the Hades was even worse off than the Karma god. The Karma god could move freely, while he was confined to a deep sleep. Ho-Tu spoke from within Lin Luo's body. The Hades god might be unable to withstand this, and would immediately choose to escape. We find this opportunity to deal with him. Can I use the evil ghost path? Lin Luo's ability to use the 6 paths of reincarnation was limited. He had only just mastered this power, and wasn't very proficient. Yes, you must control yourself, Ho-Tu said. If you feel I can no longer control myself, you can dissolve the fusion, and I will be able to free myself from the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Luo felt that the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation was beyond his imagination. Ho-Tu had spent so much time researching, building upon Panga's power, that the power she had developed might surpass Pangu's. "I'd be careful. Feel free to use it." Ho-Tu nodded vigorously. "My wife is trustworthy, unlike someone else, who's completely unreliable." Lin Luo sighed. The god of karma angrily said, "Who are you calling someone else? You become too arrogant. If I hadn't helped you back then, you couldn't even defeat Tathagata. Now that you have a more powerful source of power, you're getting cocky." "That makes sense," Lin Luo admitted frankly, and his body began to transform into a hungry ghost. His original body had transformed into Pangu, becoming entirely muscle and many times larger than before. The hungry ghost transformation caused his body to shrink rapidly, absorbing much of his flesh, leaving him emaciated. An intense hunger washed over Lin Luo, making him crave food. So hungry. Lin Luo felt a hunger he had never felt before, desperately wanting to find a piece of food to devour. At the same time, he sensed a powerful force that made him 2 or 3 times stronger. The god of karma envied him. "I envy you." The hellfire just now was already incredible, and now this hungry ghost realm is just as powerful, directly increasing its strength several times over. Damn! What kind of monster is this human? It's already so much stronger, and now it's even amplifying, making it even stronger. The god of hell was truly terrified. Lin Luo gave him the feeling that he had no end in sight. He thought he had hidden enough hidden cards, but he hadn't expected Lin Luo to have another one. The god of hell was a little unsure. Had Lin Luo used all his cards this time with the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation? Never mind. My only option now is to flee. This human is far too unstable. There's no point in fighting him to the death. Dijun and Dong Huangtai are both dead, anyway. If I can't kill him, there's no point in staying here. The Hades began to retreat, unwilling to continue fighting Lin Luo. When Lin Luo charged at him like a hungry ghost, the Hades was so frightened that he quickly fled, unable to muster any resistance. Seeing the Hades trying to escape, Lin Luo naturally wouldn't let him go. Now it wasn't a question of whether he wanted to let him go, but whether this hungry ghost realm wanted to commit a crime. Once the hungry ghost realm was open, Lin Luo craved food. What a monster! The Hades felt somewhat unwilling to accept this, considering it shameful to flee, and deliberately slowed down his pace. He believed he was retreating tactically, not running away because he was defeated. He probably wanted to save some face. But seeing Lin Luo charging at him like a hungry ghost, the Hades god already regretted fleeing sooner. Lin Luo was now terrifying, his speed far exceeding his previous speed. If he had slowed down even slightly, he would likely have been caught up. The Hades god used his maximum speed, but it was too late. Lin Luo tackled him to the ground and bit him madly. Finally, the Hades god used all his strength, and after being half devoured by Lin Luo, he quickly chose to flee. Devouring the world. The god of light and darkness looked around and said, "This is strange. I've been searching for Earth's humans, but I haven't found them. That human seems to have disappeared too. Could this guy have escaped first?" The god of runes explained, "This guy is so reluctant to escape. I just saw him devouring the injured creatures." Dong Huangtai and Dijun, the 2 demon brothers, were madly targeting Lin Luo when he was still weak. Now that he has the opportunity for revenge, he will definitely not let it go. "I just saw this human named Lin Luo. It swallowed Dong Huangtai and tore half of Dijun's body apart. The Hades god is no simple creature. I didn't care much for him back then, thinking he was just a weaker local deity, perhaps even inferior to the destruction god. Now it seems this Hades god is quite powerful. If it weren't for the reminder from the god of karma, I might have let him go." The disappearance of the Earth human race was caused by the Hades god pulling them into a new world. The Hades god is one of the native deities of the devouring world, so it's not surprising that he can control some of the devouring world's power. Chapter 532. I see. The god of light and darkness breathed a sigh of relief. I thought this human had escaped. That would have been very hard on me. Although we're devouring other creatures here, we're still subject to numerous attacks. It would be best if Hades severely injured the human, and then I personally deal with him, letting him know the consequences of offending me. I, the Black Source God, hold grudges. The god of Rune Source said, "My thoughts differ from yours. I hope Hades kills this fellow." The god of light and darkness was slightly surprised. "You actually thought Hades wanted you to kill this human. It seems you still think this human is quite powerful, and could become a threat to your existence in the future. Otherwise, you wouldn't have wanted Hades to kill him." The god of Rune Source said, "This human is growing rapidly. You don't even know how fast it's growing. I can't even predict its true strength. That's the most terrifying thing." The god of light and darkness said, according to your statement, even if the god of Hades fails to kill this human, we should take action to eliminate this ability. Otherwise, there's no telling how far it will develop in the future. The god of runes hesitated and said, "It's okay, right? Whether we kill Lin Luo or spare him, both will benefit us greatly. After all, the supreme heaven is terrifying." The god of light and darkness said, "I think your worries are unnecessary. This human is powerful, but not to this extent. My failure wasn't due to this human strength, but rather to my prolonged slumber, preventing me from regaining my true strength. If he had been born an epoch earlier, I would have been terrified. This human is growing very fast, but the time he's been given is too short. He hasn't even fully completed an Earth epoch. It's only been a few decades since the Earth catastrophe. I think how much stronger he can become in a few decades is very limited. He can't become much stronger. Although this guy later devoured Tathagata, Tathagata is no match for powerful beings like us. This Tathagata is just a delusional, inferior being." Rune Source God said, "If you think so, you're underestimating this human again. Tathagata is not as weak as you think. I think Tathagata is even more terrifying than this human. Fortunately, this human won. If Tathagata had won, our situation would have been even more troublesome. There's no point in talking too much about these things. The main thing is to see the outcome." The god of light and darkness remained unconvinced, pointing ahead and saying, "Let's use the Rhino King ahead as a bet. I believe Lin Luo is definitely seriously injured. If he is, the Rhino King is mine, and you can't compete with me." The god of runes nodded and said, "Yes, actually, I don't think there's any need to gamble. I think there's a high probability that both will be injured. Neither of them will be seriously injured, and neither will use their full strength. The devouring tree is in a very dangerous situation right now. If they fight too hard, the end result will be that both of them will die and become our food. Of course, this is the outcome I most want to see, but the probability is less than 1%. The Rhino King is a level 149 creature, a powerful creature of its era. Once, the Rhino King, relying on the strength of a single bull, held up the entire devouring world. Later, seeing it could no longer withstand the onslaught, he chose to enter the devouring world. When the devouring world underwent a drastic change, the Rhino King, unwilling to become food for others, fought one last time to see if he could survive. It quickly came to terms with reality, realizing how low it ranked among the powerful creatures gathered there. The Rhino King considered leaving, and after repeated attempts he failed. Now, targeted by the Rune Source God, and the god of light and darkness, he had become a waste of money. It was deeply unwilling to accept this. No one wanted to be slaughtered, but there was nothing it could do, leaving it with a deep sense of powerlessness. If it weren't for the bet between the Rune Source God and the god of light and darkness, the Rhino King would have been killed and devoured. The Rhino King dared not even speak a single, defiant word. If the two had changed their bet, he would have been the first to perish. The Rhino King was fortunate. Many creatures of comparable strength had already perished, devoured to the point of leaving nothing behind. God bless me. After this incident, I will never compete again. The Rhino King was terrified and desperately wanted to leave. He no longer cared about becoming some powerful, ultimate being. The more a weak creature struggled, the faster it would die. The Rhino King knew it would be difficult to escape this dangerous place on his own, so he prayed for a mysterious event that would allow him to miraculously escape. The Rune Source God narrowed his eyes slightly. "I sense a fluctuation in the space ahead. The place where they just disappeared is just ahead. It seems the outcome is about to be revealed. I'm somewhat looking forward to the outcome," said the god of light and darkness. The Hades stumbled out, most of his body gone, leaving only 3 of his 9 heads. A copious amount of blood flowed out, scattering in the air, filling the air with a thick blood mist. Next, Lin Luo emerged from the space, closely following the Hades. The Hades situation was precarious, and he could be devoured by the Rune Source God at any moment. The god of light and darkness said, "How is this possible? Lin Luo is so powerful, yet the Rune Source God is being hunted down, practically powerless to resist." The Rune Source God said, "It seems this human is even more powerful than I imagined." The god of light and darkness's expression shifted. "We underestimated this human. This human is far more powerful than you anticipated. We cannot leave him alone. We must kill and devour him." The Rune Source God said with murderous intent, "I thought so too. We underestimated this human. He managed to kill the underworld god without leaving him any chance of resistance. We absolutely cannot let him devour the underworld god. He's already terrifying. If he devours the underworld god, he might become as powerful as I am." The god of light and darkness said, "He possesses a powerful force, a force I never seen before. What's with this human that he possesses such terrifying strength. I'm thinking of someone. That person is Tathagata. I knew roughly how powerful this human was before, but since he devoured Tathagata, I can no longer fathom his full potential. The Rune Source God said, if you thought so highly of him, I would have attacked him and devoured him. It's too late to say that now. Let's stop him now, kill the humans, and kill the underworld god along the way. That's the best outcome. The god of light and darkness and the god of runes could no longer resist and rushed towards Lin Luo and the underworld god. Each of them had their own ulterior motives, wanting to devour Lin Luo as much as possible. Their cooperation was only temporary. They could still fall out later. Chapter 533. The god of karma warned, Little Lindsay, you better not give chase. The Rune Source God and the god of light and darkness are chasing us. We already devoured a large portion of the underworld god's body. It will take him a long time to recover. We digested this part of his body, and your strength has increased significantly. If we wait for the two to catch up, we might not gain any advantage at all, and we might even suffer losses. Lin Luo didn't reply to the god of karma, and continued charging towards the underworld god. In his eyes, there was only the underworld god, not any other living thing. The god of karma sensed something unusual. Little Lindsay, his current situation is a little tricky. Has he lost control? Ho-Tu nodded and said, yes, he probably has. I remove the status now. If I don't, the Rune Source God and the god of light and darkness will come any notice. You can't remove Lin Luo's status right now. The situation is a little tricky. If you do, Lin Luo's strength will be weakened, which is very dangerous for him and us. The god of karma said immediately. You make sense. Let's not deal with it for now. Let's see what happens next, and then dissolve the fusion. Ho-Tu said flexibly. For now, this is the only way. It's still very dangerous. If we're not careful, we die along with Lin Luo. This is no joke. The god of karma said seriously. Ho-Tu said, I can sense some energy fluctuations. These energy fluctuations are coming from very powerful ecological creatures. These three powerful creatures are even more powerful than ordinary ultimate creatures. The final duel is likely to begin soon. I didn't feel anything, but you did. It seems that since you merged with Lin Luo, you gained control over parts of your body, and can sense some powerful forces. The god of karma asked, these three powerful beings are probably the supreme heaven and the twin gods. Ho-Tu said, one is the supreme heaven. I recognize his aura. As for the other two twin gods, this is my first reaction, so I can't be very clear. Then you can't release your status. The supreme heaven has a grudge against Lin Luo. If he reappears, Lin Luo will likely attack him. The god of karma said. As you say, analyze this carefully. Everyone should be on the lookout for this critical moment. Thank you for your help, Ho-Tu reminded. Comfortable. The god of karma said with satisfaction, you're better. Unlike that little Lindsay guy, I already helped him so much, yet he hasn't even said a word of thanks. Ho-Tu smiled, you probably misunderstood Lin Luo. He was just arguing with you, not really. I understand what you mean. This guy is just jealous of my talent, so he's using words of jealousy and hatred. The god of karma said narcissistically. They're coming. Let's be careful. Ho-Tu warned. The god of runes and the god of light and darkness reached maximum speed, arriving not far from Lin Luo in a flash. The god of light and darkness frowned. Rune god, do you sense something's wrong with this human? Veins are popping on his forehead. Saliva is dripping from his mouth, as if he's craving food. The god of runes nodded. I see the abnormality you're talking about. Is it like the starving ghost king? The god of light and darkness said, starving ghost king. If you hadn't warned me, I wouldn't have dared to notice this fellow's state. He's now somewhat like a starving ghost king. The starving ghost king, the ultimate being, isn't very powerful on its own. Once he enters the starving ghost state, his strength increases dramatically. I don't dare to provoke him easily. I didn't expect this Lin Luo to be able to comprehend such power. I don't know how. The Rune Source God frowned. The god of light and darkness said solemnly, I thought your words were a bit exaggerated just now, but now it seems your judgment was a bit conservative. This Lin Luo has grown in strength considerably, far surpassing the one I faced back then. The god of runes expressed regret. Before, I considered this human Lin Luo manageable. Ever since he devoured Tathagata, everything has become uncontrollable. I wonder what abilities he gained from Tathagata to become so terrifying. The god of light and darkness said, I sense 4 life systems within him. One is a rune god like you, very weak and unremarkable. The other 2 god king level creatures are currently fused with Lin Luo. The thought is terrifying. The Buddha Tathagata's power is likely a form of fusion. This fusion energy can perfectly fuse other creatures, imbuing them with their former strength. Then, this human devoured Tathagata and gained this powerful ability. The God of Runes nodded. Your analysis makes sense. This is the entire story. We underestimated these two. They are both top-tier creatures. If they devour each other, it's merely a level increase, which isn't a big deal. The scary thing is that if one devours the other, it can inherit the other's powerful strength. Then this creature will become extremely terrifying. Lin Luo has successfully manifested, and his strength is too formidable. We can't let him develop any further. If he does, I won't be his match. The God of Light and Darkness said, since you speak so highly of him, it seems this creature absolutely cannot be left alive. If he does, he definitely not let us two go. The two powerful creatures didn't attack, hoping to find a weakness in Lin Luo. The God of Hades fled frantically, feeling deeply devastated. He had previously disregarded Lin Luo, constantly trying to hide his hidden strength. His future rivals, the God of Light and Darkness, the Rune Source God, and the Supreme Heaven, powerful creatures, only later realized that Lin Luo was even more insidious than himself, with even more hidden strengths. Lin Luo suddenly accelerated, rushed to the God of Hades, and bit him, with the sound of bones breaking. He was truly unwilling to give up. His original plan was to confront powerful beings, like the Supreme Heaven, and the Rune Source God, and Lin Luo was merely a passing figure. Now, the underworld god was being hunted by Lin Luo, and was fleeing in all directions, let alone powerful beings like the Supreme Heaven and the Rune Source God. He deeply regretted that if he had used all his strength at the beginning, the outcome might not have been so bad. The worst-case scenario might have been a draw. Ah! The underworld god let out a wolf's howl, feeling the excruciating pain. He had no time to regret. If he didn't fight now, he would die here. The underworld god had long been aware of the Rune Source God, and the God of Light and Darkness, hoping they would take action. So much time had passed, and these two powerful beings hadn't made a move. He was furious. Chapter 534. The Hades and the Rune Source God had a feud. The Karma God had originally suggested that the seals were too few, and that more should be sealed. The Supreme Heaven didn't care much, believing that the Hades power was limited, and the threat posed by him without slumber was also limited. It was the Rune Source God who believed that the Hades posed a greater threat, even greater in some respects than the Karma God. That's why the 5 special beings united to seal the Hades into slumber again. If the Hades hadn't fallen into slumber, he would have far more methods than the Karma God, and might have evolved to a very high level of ultimate life. The Hades and the Black Source God had fought before. The two were creatures of similar attributes, and each believed their power was greater. In the past, the Hades and the Black Source God had fought, but the Hades narrowly won, leaving the Black Source God seriously injured. The feud between the two was sealed. The Light Creation God and the Hades had different attributes, and instinctively repelled each other. Their relationship was so bad that they could barely speak to each other. Seeing the two approaching, the Hades didn't initially call for help, remaining rather steadfast. You haven't seen enough of the show here yet. I'm really not going to take action. This human is growing incredibly powerful. When I first knew him, he wasn't even level 149. Now you see how powerful this guy has become. I'm going to make a bold statement. If you don't kill him, he might kill you in the future. The Hades shouted desperately. The God of Light and Darkness sneered, Hades, I never thought you end up like this. I hold back and watch you suffer. What will you do? Let's take action. Once this human truly devours the god of the underworld, things will be difficult to resolve. The Rune Source God was wary of Lin Luo, and didn't want him to grow stronger again. You're lucky, kid. If someone else had come after you, I definitely wouldn't have stopped them. The Light and Dark God took the lead, transforming into a gigantic bird beast, over 10 times larger than Di Jun and Dong Wangtai, its body covered in golden and black feathers. The golden feathers radiated a golden glow, representing light. The dark feathers radiated a black glow, representing black light. The human size made it easier to perform tasks. Many powerful creatures remained in their human form when not in combat. The Light and Dark God spewed out white and black flames, which quickly coalesced into a terrifying shockwave of light and darkness. The black and white shockwave hurtled towards Lin Luo. The Rune Source God transformed into a powerful giant covered in strange runes. These strange runes seemed to come alive, drawing strength from him. Strange runes leaped down from the Rune Source God and spread toward Lin Luo. His attacks were far more powerful than those of the Light and Dark God. If even a little of them touched Lin Luo's body, the strange runes would madly tear and devour him. I want you dead. Seeing the rune source god and the light and dark god launch a joint attack, the dark god saw this as a tremendous opportunity. If he could devour Lin Luo, he could gain immense power, becoming a creature as powerful as the rune source god. The dark god unleashed a flood of netherworld flames from his mouth, waiting for the other two to attack before launching a fatal attack. If Lin Luo were seriously injured, the Hades would pounce and devour him whole. Then, he would seize the fight and quickly retreat to devour Lin Luo. In his eyes, devouring Lin Luo was a more cost-effective strategy than consuming the eternal flower. Not only would it eliminate an enemy, but it would also grant him immense power. The shockwaves of light and darkness arrived first, completely enveloping Lin Luo. A moment later, Lin Luo emerged, virtually unscathed. His scales, scorched by the smoke, had become even brighter. Lin Luo opened his enormous maw, continuously devouring the flames surrounding him. The god of karma said, "Lin Luo is a bit terrifying now. In his hungry ghost state, his strength has increased not just slightly, but he can even counterattack against powerful attacks." Ho Tu said excitedly, "I imagine the 6 paths of reincarnation state to be very powerful, but I didn't expect it to be that strong. The hungry ghost state can withstand powerful attacks, and even absorb some energy attacks, converting that power into his own." The god of karma said, "There are 6 states in the 6 paths of reincarnation. These 2 states are so powerful, are the other 4 even more powerful?" Ho Tu replied, "The other 4 are more powerful, but I'm not sure. It depends on how Lin Luo uses them. You didn't develop the 6 paths of reincarnation power, so why aren't you clear on it yet? I developed the power, yes, but it's Lin Luo who actually uses it. I just had a general idea. Lin Luo is the one who actually made the 6 paths of reincarnation power appear. Of course, the hungry ghost and hell states are more heavily used by Lin Luo." The god of karma said with envy, "I know Lin Luo can devour powerful creatures and gain their abilities, but I never heard of him devouring others and gaining their wisdom." Lin Luo had just neutralized the attack from the god of light and darkness when the rune source god attacked. This time, the rune source god attacked with all his might. Its pulsing, strange runes were like leeches, consuming them frantically upon landing on a person. The strange runes began to multiply, spawning yet more strange runes. If these numerous strange runes continued to devour, Lin Luo would surely die. As soon as the strange runes approached Lin Luo devoured them in one gulp. The rune source god said coldly, "This Lin Luo is truly formidable. He even dared to devour my strange runes. Once these strange runes enter his stomach, they will retaliate furiously and devour them." The light and dark god was surprised. "I never imagined a life form could be amplified to this degree. If I were to fight Lin Luo, I might not win, and I'd probably lose. This evil cannot be left alone. If it continues to grow, it will become a formidable threat in the future." The rune source god rushed towards Lin Luo, and the light and dark god followed. As the eternal flower slowly bloomed, the entire devouring world descended into chaos. Not only were the devouring trees devouring creatures, but other powerful creatures were also devouring them. The hungry ghost king, having just devoured a powerful creature, sensed a familiar aura and looked towards its source. "Someone with the same aura as me. I seem to be smelling a kindred spirit. This shouldn't be the case. I devoured almost all of my kind." The hungry ghost king had just devoured a large fish, an ultimate life form 4 or 5 times larger than himself. But the hungry ghost king swallowed the big fish without bursting. Chapter 535. "I need to check on this one of my kind. If it's like me, I won't let it survive." The hungry ghost king was extremely domineering, looking down upon even creatures far more powerful than himself. He rushed toward Lin Luo and spotted several powerful creatures. One was the rune source god, and the other was the light and dark god. How could this one of my kind be so powerful? The hungry ghost king stopped his urge to charge forward and devour his own kind in one gulp. One of my kind was capable of such a creature, something he couldn't interfere with. The hungry ghost king observed Lin Luo and said, "This is a powerful dragon beast. It's not a hungry ghost, but a member of my species. I don't know how it has acquired my abilities." After observing him for a while, he quickly came to a conclusion. The rune source god and the light and dark god approached Lin Luo, attempting to kill him with their physical bodies. Lin Luo was very powerful in his hungry ghost form, but he couldn't withstand the siege of 2 powerful creatures, and for a time, he was at a great disadvantage. Especially the powerful being rune source god, who had entered the ultimate life form many years ago. If one were to break down his strength by level, he would be at level 165. Eternal life forms are around level 180, So the rune source god is already half an eternal life form, quite close to that level. After various amplifications, Lin Luo's lifeform level was around level 151, a significant gap from level 165. The rune source god didn't crush Lin Luo, which was already a good thing. His punch struck Lin Luo's chest, and the sound of bones snapping resounded. It was unknown how many bones had been broken. The rune source god sensed Lin Luo's threat and, not wanting him to grow further, sought to slay him prematurely. The rune source god's full-strength attack left Lin Luo severely injured, his body covered in hideous wounds. Many of the wounds were large, oozing bright red blood, staining his skin the color of the starry sky. Ho-Tu anxiously said, "We can't continue this. If we continue fighting, Lin Luo will likely die. The rune source god is too powerful, his strength far surpassing that of other ultimate beings." The karma god said, "If you address the situation now, with the number of wounds Lin Luo currently suffers, he might die from the pain, let alone fighting. I understand what you're saying, but he's been fighting constantly, and he'd be killed sooner or later. But if you break free from the starving ghost state, you won't even be able to resist these two men's attacks." "You're right. This situation is extremely awkward. The rune source god is intent on killing, using almost all his strength." Ho-Tu worriedly said, "I feel like we're doomed. This Lin Luo is completely unreliable. Isn't there an old saying? Good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes singly. It's a perfect saying. We just killed Di Jun and Dong Wangtai, and now disaster has struck." The god of karma said, "Are you out of options? I often argue with you guys, but it's usually just a joke, so no one takes it seriously. But the situation is extremely urgent right now. I'm in no mood for such jokes. His death means my death will be soon. According to you, we can only hope for a miracle." Ho-Tu sighed. The god of karma asked, "What else? Who said a miracle had to happen?" Lin Luo's voice came from within. "Husband, are you okay?" Ho-Tu said ecstatically. "Fine," said Lin Luo. The god of karma complained, "Little Lin, you little brat are in such a critical situation, and you're still playing this trick on us. It almost made me laugh to death, you know? You even said I'm always unreliable, and now I find you're becoming even less so." "I learned it from you," Lin Luo retorted. "You're talking nonsense. You learned it from me? I never do these things when it comes to serious matters. It's you who always likes to do them, to scare others," the god of karma complained. "Okay, I'm done kidding," Lin Luo said. "I had no one to control this ability just now. This state of starvation has greatly enhanced my strength, but my sanity has almost completely disappeared. Only the ability to devour remains. I rely on the rune source god and the god of light and darkness to wake up. The frequency of their attacks is too ordinary. I can hardly resist. I have suffered many wounds, and the intense pain has only briefly restored some of my consciousness. Now I want to use my own abilities to quickly escape this battle. This rune source god is too powerful. I am no match for him. If the battle continues, I will die. I have already thought of a way to escape, and am ready to use the heavenly Tao to escape." Ho-Tu said, looking at the ruthless attacks of the rune source god and the god of light and darkness, "I feel they think you are dangerous and want to kill you. It will be very difficult for you to escape." "I know that, so I'm thinking about where to escape to safely," Lin Luo said. The god of karma said, "That's easy. Just flee to the vicinity of the devouring tree. You're truly clever. Don't you think the devouring tree will attack us immediately?" Lin Luo retorted. The god of karma, unconvinced, said, "You say I'm clever? Then tell me your method. Let me see how it works. If it doesn't work, I'd be the first to mock you." "Okay, both of you, cut the conversation short. We're all in danger now, not the time for bickering," Ho-Tu said quickly. "No need to discuss. There may be better methods, but we're running out of time. Let's head straight for the devouring tree." Lin Luo unleashed the power of the heavenly Tao and ran towards the center of the devouring tree. Before unleashing the power of the heavenly Tao, he also used his ability to rewind time, rapidly healing his wounds. The god of hell was not far from Lin Luo, eager to seize the opportunity to grab a piece of the action. He was the most seriously injured this time. If it weren't for the rune source god and the god of light and darkness, he would have become Lin Luo's prey today. The dark god, an outsider, was the first to notice the anomaly. This human thinks he wants to die and is trying to escape. Everyone, quickly stop him and don't let him get away. The god of light and darkness said, "This guy seems to have regained his senses. Let's kill him quickly. We must not let Lin Luo escape. If he continues to grow, we don't know how terrifying he will become. We must kill him today." The Rune Source God considered Lin Luo a grave threat. He was close to eternal life, yet he couldn't crush Lin Luo in one fell swoop. This battle was unlike the last one, where his clones were the only ones involved. The Rune Source God fought with his true form, but it was difficult for him to kill Lin Luo. Chapter 536. If Lin Luo develops well in the later stages, his life level will truly reach 150. With various amplifications, his life level could potentially reach 157 or 158. With Lin Luo's various powerful abilities, it's quite possible for him to fight against the Rune Source God. Just as Lin Luo was about to escape, the Rune Source God grabbed Lin Luo's head and forcibly ripped it off. As the Rune Source God tore off the massive head, a large amount of blood flowed out, pouring over his body, staining it blood red. As the large amount of blood spilled, the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The Hades smirked, "Damn human. You never thought you would end up like this, did you? Die! With your head ripped off, I wonder how you escape." The Rune Source God remained calm, saying, "Light and Dark God, act quickly. Don't let this human escape. I kill him today, and put an end to his troubles. I know that. I won't let him go." A dazzling light shone from the Light and Dark God, unleashing his most powerful abilities. Half his body transformed into light, half into darkness. This form, formed directly from energy, was no simple flesh. Some nearby creatures, witnessing the battle between the Rune Source God and Lin Luo, made ample space. Even the vines of the devouring tree, for once, ceased their attacks, actively avoiding the Rune Source God and the Light and Dark God, choosing instead to devour the weaker creatures. The Hungry Ghost King exclaimed in shock, "It's a good thing I didn't charge forward. My kind is far too powerful. He can withstand the attacks of such a powerful creature. If I had gone forward, I might not have been a match for that injured creature." In the Hungry Ghost era, there are many starving ghosts. They can be considered a species, though their formation is rather unique. Other species are composed of individual cells, devouring other creatures and undergoing various evolutionary processes. Starving ghosts are creatures whose bodies have been revived after death, imbued with souls, primarily influenced by the deceased's abilities. The moment they are revived, they feel a strong hunger and a frantic desire to devour other creatures. While these starving ghosts may not be the most powerful among the many, they are the most intelligent, knowing to seek advantage and avoid harm, and not to fight against the powerful. Some starving ghosts are highly gifted and were powerful creatures in their lifetime, but they lack souls and are almost devouring, possessing only a mind capable of devouring. Most starving ghosts are slain by powerful creatures before they can develop. Just when everyone thought Lin Luo was doomed, Time Rewind appeared again. The head that Lin Luo had just torn off was restored. Without hesitation, he charged towards the devouring tree. The Dark God's eyes shone with dark flames. He's using the power of the God of Karma again. This power is simply unstoppable. His injuries have healed. This guy's injuries have healed. The power of the God of Karma is incredibly effective. The last time was too grand. No treatment is needed. Using time reversal is the best way to heal. The Light and Dark gods suddenly realized that powerful creatures like them wouldn't be affected by the power of time. If it were any other creature, Lin Luo's use of time would cause errors in their memories. If Lin Luo reversed time for half an hour, the creatures whose memories were reversed would have no memory of what happened during that half an hour. The Rune Source God and the God of Light and Darkness were far more powerful than Lin Luo. Even if Lin Luo reversed time, they would still remember. Lin Luo tapped into the power of the Heavenly Tao, a constant flow of energy flowing through his body, healing some of the injuries that hadn't been fully reversed. Some injuries were so severe they were practically irreversible. The Heavenly Tao's power operated on the same principle as a planet. The Earth's surface was home to so many creatures, primarily generated by its own energy. Lin Luo had fought for so long, using so many abilities continuously, and was already nearing exhaustion. The Heavenly Tao continuously generated new energy, replenishing Lin Luo's strength. Should I chase them? The Hades god fell into deep thought, unsure whether to go forward. If Lin Luo died here, he might still get a share. He followed the Rune Source God to the devouring tree, where the chance of him getting any benefit was almost non-existent. The Rune Source God would likely react and not allow any creature to steal his food, and then the Hades god would be the next creature to suffer. The Hades was severely injured, and even facing the devouring tree's attacks could be extremely dangerous. After much deliberation, he decided to give up. The Hades possessed a life stone that could revive him once, like the Black Source God, but he was reluctant to use it. He decided to stay here to quickly recover from his injuries. At his level of life, His recovery ability was extremely strong. As long as he could devour a living being and gain sufficient abilities, he would be able to recover quickly. The Hades never foresaw that this decision would cost him his chance at eternal life. I have a feeling this is a good opportunity. I go and see. If all else fails, I escape. I think I might still be able to. The Hungry Ghost King was far inferior to the Hades in both life level and strength. His urge to devour overcame his rationality, and he decided to go over and take a look, perhaps offering a chance. Next to the devouring tree, dense vines rushed over, whipping Lin Luo. Any creature that tried to approach the trunk would be considered an enemy by the devouring tree. Feeling the whipping too strong, Lin Luo used time rewind, returning to the past to dodge the attack. Rewinding for a second meant almost no damage to Lin Luo. The god of karma sneered, "You're truly amazing. Just now you said you wouldn't follow my advice, and then you use it and run straight to the devouring tree. Doesn't that seem like a slap in the face?" "Actually, I thought of this method a long time ago. I just wanted you to come up with a new idea, but I didn't expect you to agree with me. Don't you know that the first person is a genius, and the second person is a fool?" Lin Luo said. Okay, I've seen shameless people, but I never seen anyone as shameless as you." "Same here. Who's saying the same to you? I'm much better than you." The god of karma was unconvinced. Ho Tu said, "Husband, have you noticed anything special about this place?" "Ah? Special? What's special?" the god of karma asked. Lin Luo replied, "You're too weak to feel it. Only someone as strong as me can feel it." Okay, I see through you. If I could go back in time, I definitely wouldn't help you." The god of karma was furious. Chapter 537. Are you kidding me? You should know that I also control some of the power of time. Even if you regain your original strength, you can't change the past. Lin Luo said. The god of karma huffed, "I almost forgot you, kid, controlled the power of time from Tathagata. Tathagata is a treasure trove, possessing everything. I wonder what kind of luck you had to gain access to so many abilities." "Envy is useless," Lin Luo said. Ho Tu said, "Don't argue for now. The closer I get to the devouring tree, the more I sense the presence of Supreme Heaven and the two twin gods. These three have been here for a long time, and have been near the devouring tree." The god of karma suddenly thought of a possibility and said, "Is there a possibility that this devouring tree can also be devoured? Supreme Heaven and the two twin gods are holding back, waiting for the devouring tree to grow to this level before joining forces to attack." "What you say is very likely." Ho Tu nodded. The rune source god and the light and dark god came to Lin Luo's side, with the left god following behind them. The light and dark god frowned and asked, "What's wrong with this crazy woman? She's following us. Is she trying to help this human?" The rune source god shook his head. "That's unlikely, but it's best not to provoke this crazy woman. She might have some ulterior motive. For now, we should focus all our efforts on killing this human. This human is too dangerous and is growing rapidly. If we let him go today, we don't know how much he grow in the future. It's very likely that he catch up to us too in the future." The light and dark god said. The rune source god nodded and said, "What you're describing is very likely. Just like what happened before, the three beings, the underworld god, Dijuan, and Dong Wangtai, ignored the human race. The result was the deaths of Dijuan and Dong Wangtai, and the underworld god was nearly devoured." The two hesitated briefly before continuing their charge towards Lin Luo. The left god wielded a gleaming machete, and her injuries healed rapidly, almost completely. She possessed the strongest self-healing ability among the 5 special beings. Even with only a single cell left, she could fully recover. As the 3 powerful beings charged towards Lin Luo, a colorful figure followed closely behind. The right god, the 7-colored god, fought for a while before noticing that the rune source god and the left god had vanished. With his innate sensitivity, he chose to escape the battlefield and follow the left god and the rune source god, fearing he would miss out on something great. Ho Tu, the most sensitive, said, "The rune source god and the light and dark god are chasing us. They're already behind us." The karma god angrily said, "You two lingering ghosts, are you going to stop?" The light and dark god said, "What do you mean by never stop? We're going to kill you today. We can't let you continue to grow." Lin Luo said, "You're thinking of killing me, but have you considered the conspiracy of the Supreme Heaven and the twin gods? Even if you kill me, you'll be devoured by them. Don't try to play tricks, kid. You know you're dying, and you're trying to stop us using this method. You're completely overthinking it." The light and dark god said with a murderous look on his face. The rune source god said, "Lin Luo isn't lying. I can sense the presence of the supreme heaven and the twin gods. Is everything you said true? The god of light and darkness asked doubtfully. The rune source god said, I want to kill this human even more than you do. If it weren't true, I wouldn't have said it. The god of light and darkness turned and looked behind them. Left God had already arrived not far from them. Left God. The god of light and darkness said grimly, Why are you following us? Are you planning something? The rune source god asked, Did you also sense the presence of supreme heaven and the twin gods? The left god nodded and said, I sensed the presence of supreme heaven and the twin gods when I was slashing these vines just now. I saw you coming, so I decided to come over and take a look. The seven-colored god said, No wonder you all came here. It turns out supreme heaven and the twin gods might be near the devouring tree. These three guys are all near the devouring tree. It seems there's a larger conspiracy. I foolishly thought these guys were so bold as to disregard their own lives. Turns out there's a bigger conspiracy. The rune source god's face turned pale, and he was at a loss for words. Originally, he had joined forces with the gods of light and darkness, determined to slay Lin Luo. Now, it was difficult for them to act, and he wondered whether he should go to the devouring tree. The devouring tree and the eternal flower were merely manifestations of the devouring world, not the true devouring world. The true devouring world was far more powerful than these two. The rune source god instinctively believed that the devouring tree was the true devouring world. If the supreme heaven and the two twin gods appeared near the devouring tree, then the devouring tree would not be the true devouring world. The god of karma continued to taunt, I find you truly foolish. You don't even know this. The rune source god said coldly, I advise you to shut up. If I ignore the devouring tree, I also exterminate you and your kind. You'd definitely be ahead of me. You bastard. The god of karma was terrified, speechless. She was rarely cowardly. Lin Luo was in a very dangerous situation, nearly dead. Just as the rune source god said, if he ignored the supreme heaven and the twin gods and insisted on killing Lin Luo, he would be finished today. Actually, I'm not afraid. If they really wanted to kill me, we could all die together. I'm only level 149 anyway, not yet at ultimate life. My competition wasn't great to begin with. It's a pity for you, since you were already very competitive. You've been asleep for so many years, planning so carefully for so long. Are you really willing to give up your position to someone else? Lin Luo asked. The god of karma said, Lin, you said so much nonsense, and finally you said something nice. Lin Luo said, I'm talking to you, and that's how you talk. Very good, I won't say it next time. The god of karma snorted, I learned that from you. The god of rune said with a sour expression, Don't say that, kid. If we really fight to the death, it won't benefit anyone. The god of seven colors said, Let's go and take a look. This devouring tree can devour, so we can't let it go. Otherwise, there will be nothing left. This is my chance. Left god said angrily, I hate cunning people. I don't like those who beat around the bush. Supreme heaven and the twin gods are all of that kind. If I encounter them, I kill them all. Rune source god, unwilling to give up, asked the god of light and darkness, Have you sensed anything unusual about the devouring tree? I need you to tell me the truth. This isn't a matter of whether to kill Lin Luo or not, but a crucial decision. If we make the wrong choice, and we kill Lin Luo, we only end up making things easier for others. Chapter 538. The god of karma spoke first. You might as well ask me instead of this brat. What does he know? I definitely sensed it. He just doesn't want to say it. I think you should stop going to the devouring tree now, and kill us quickly. If we miss this opportunity, there won't be another. What if Lin Luo grows too powerful? The roles of hunter and prey will reverse. It won't be you chasing us, but us chasing you. The god of light and darkness was furious. Shut up. The god of rune source said, Ignore this guy. If we gain enough benefits from the devouring tree, we can deal with this human next. The god of light and darkness said, I didn't sense it from a distance just now. It's very. Perhaps supreme heaven has somehow cut off this perception, rendering me unable to sense it. I can sense it now that I'm close. There's something amiss with the devouring tree. Its aura isn't particularly strong, and it feels quite weak. The rune source god said, It seems the human wasn't lying. The devouring tree can be devoured. Supreme heaven, the twin gods, and the other three are already waiting there. The god of light and darkness gave up and said, Let's go and see. You two were so arrogant just now, determined to kill Xiao Linzi, but why are you running away now? Come here quickly, don't leave, or I look down on you. The god of karma watched the rune source god, and the other two leave. not forgetting to provoke them from behind. The god of light and darkness said, "Don't be so arrogant, you regret saying that one day. Come and fight me quickly, don't waste your words." The god of karma challenged. Before leaving, the god of runes warned Lin Luo, "You have no ability to compete with the devouring tree. If you dare come over, I'd be the first to attack you." The god of karma continued to challenge, "Why are you saying all that? If you're going to fight, just do it. What's the point of intimidation? You didn't want me to go over, but I insisted on going over there." The god of runes and the god of light and darkness were furious. They followed the left and right gods to the devouring tree to see if there was any chance. Ho Tu, sweat dripping from his forehead, said, "Isn't your provocation a bit too much? I'm really afraid they turn around and tell the people nearby to attack us." The god of karma said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, they won't attack us unless these two no longer want to compete with Supreme Heaven and the twin gods." "Let's go over and take a look," Lin Luo said. The god of karma worried, "It's not a good idea to go straight in, is it? Why don't we go later? If we go straight in and they discover us, what if 4 powerful creatures unite and attack us? We'd be in great danger." Lin Luo said, "You were so powerful just now you're so cowardly." "Who said I was cowardly? I'm doing this for your sake. If they kill us, we all be dead." The god of karma said, "The current situation forces us to do something very dangerous. I also discovered during this battle that there's still a huge gap between us and the rune source god." Lin Luo said. Ho Tu agreed, "Your husband's strength is far inferior to the rune source god. As one of the 5 special beings, the rune source god has experienced countless epochs, and his experience is a terrifying amount of time. It will be very difficult for you to catch up with the rune source god. You must not miss any opportunity to become stronger. The gap is already wide, and we can't let it widen further." Lin Luo nodded and said, "You're right. The gap between us is still huge. I can easily deal with the underworld god, but facing the rune source god, the gap is huge and cannot be bridged immediately." The god of karma said, "It seems you have self-awareness. Stop the sarcastic remarks. Let's set off now. There's no need to fear the rune source god's threat. There will be many things he can't control." Lin Luo chased the rune source god at a relatively fast pace. He sensed a foul creature behind him, but he ignored it. Foul creatures can follow if they want. Some creatures overestimate their own abilities, seeking to gain benefits without considering their own strength. After Lin Luo had been away for a long time, the Hungry Ghost King finally emerged. The Hungry Ghost King excitedly said, "This is an opportunity for me. If I devour some of the devouring tree's contents, I gain the greatest benefit, and be able to compete with these powerful creatures in the future." He was extremely cautious, knowing that he was the weakest creature among them, and that being discovered would be life-threatening. After Lin Luo had been gone for a while, the Hungry Ghost King slowly caught up. A massive tree, piercing the world, stood majestically in its center. From it continuously sprouted numerous vines, rushing towards the distance. There stood a handsome man and 2 beautiful women. The handsome man was none other than Supreme Heaven, currently the most powerful creature in the devouring world. The 2 beautiful women were the twin gods, with delicate features and strikingly similar appearances, almost identical. They possessed perfect figures, with curvaceous curves and a pair of long, snow-white legs. The twin gods are named Corolla and Karina, and Supreme Heaven is their older brother. Supreme Heaven knows his origins. After his original body died, 5 parts of his body transformed into powerful creatures. He was transformed from his head, and then from his left and right hands, the skin took shape one after another. As the 4 powerful creatures transformed, each became wary of the other. The twin gods were born last, transformed from their legs. The other special beings took a long time to be born, while the twin gods were still to come. The twin gods were originally a single entity, connected by the umbilical cord at birth, and could not be separated. Later, Supreme Heaven used a method to separate the twin gods. The twin gods are like a human's left and right foot, they can never be separated. Even though they were cut in 2, they remained together, often fighting powerful enemies together. Since Supreme Heaven was there to help the twin gods at their birth, using some tactics. The twin gods have great trust in Supreme Heaven, and will do their best to complete everything he instructs them to do. Kalina laughed, "Brother, the rune god certainly didn't expect us to be here so long ago. He's even yelling outside, saying he'll leave if we don't show up." Corolla said, "He certainly didn't expect us to have devoured the devouring tree so long ago. Even if the rune god yelled at the top of his lungs, we wouldn't have appeared. Supreme Heavenly Tao, this rune god is clever enough. We should act quickly and devour the devouring tree. Next, we devour the eternal flower." Kalina said joyfully, after devouring the devouring tree and the eternal flower, we surely become much stronger and closer to eternal life. Chapter 539. Supreme Heaven nodded and said, if the three of us brothers and sisters unite, we will surely become eternal beings, living forever in this world. Karina said, this is all thanks to my eldest brother. Without your planning, it would be difficult for us to evolve into the ultimate life form. I can't say it's all my responsibility. You all contributed greatly too. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to achieve this. Supreme Heaven said. Corolla said, I attribute this to my brother's help. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to achieve this. Karina said, our dream will soon come true. By then, there will only be the three of us left in the world. All other weak creatures will perish, leaving only the three of us, the powerful ones. That day is coming soon. Supreme Heaven said. The green light on the devouring tree gradually dissipated, emitting an alluring aroma. The mere thought of it easily stimulated the taste buds, making one's mouth water uncontrollably. Kalina said, is this world tree ripe? The air is filled with an alluring fragrance. I want to eat. Corolla's mouth was full of snow-white fangs, unable to control the urge to eat. Supreme Heaven said, according to the time, we should have waited a while, but now I feel that's not necessary. It seems someone is coming. Let's eat in advance. Who is coming? Kalina frowned. Supreme Heaven, it's been a long time since we last met. What are you doing here with the twin gods? I thought you didn't want to get involved in this matter anymore, but I didn't expect you to be hiding here for a long time. The rune source god said in a cold voice. Kalina said coldly, so it's you, this disgusting person, covered in all kinds of strange runes. You alone want to interfere in the affairs of the three of us siblings. The rune god said sternly, what's the point of saying that? Speaking of the three of you, your relationship with the Supreme Heaven is that of an enemy. Don't think that just because the Supreme Heaven raised you two can completely trust him and that he helped you. When the Supreme Heaven nears his eternal life, you two will be the next to die. Don't take yourselves so seriously. It's not too late to separate from the Supreme Heaven now. Corolla said, our brother is much better than you. When we were born last, you guys wanted to attack us. If it weren't for your brother protecting us, we would have died. That's right. Karina agreed, you damn people, you always say bad things about my brother at every opportunity. You're the worst of the worst. He saved our lives, and even if we died, he would still be dead. We're willing to be in my brother's hands. The rune source god scoffed, I didn't expect you two to be so Yandra. You treat Supreme Heaven like family. That's all you done. Don't you think about how many creatures Supreme Heaven has slain? He's arguably the most ruthless creature in all of history. Supreme Heaven's eyes shone darkly, I don't think I ever offended you. When Panga tried to kill you, it was me who fended him off. Otherwise, your situation would have been far worse. Now you're mocking me the moment we meet, trying to sow discord between my two sisters. You're being ruthless. The rune source god scoffed, what a joke. Pangu entered the devouring world with you as his primary target. I resisted him, and that's why I'm so unlucky. Honestly, I shouldn't be the one thanking you. You should be thanking me. You brought up Panga primarily to mock me, to ridicule my weakness. Don't think I'm a fool who doesn't understand a word. Okay. The Supreme Heavenly Tao, you are the most artful with words. Suddenly, I gone from your savior to the rescued. You can't even defeat Pangu, so who gave you the courage to challenge me? The rune source god said gloomily, the past is the past, and the present is the present. I become much stronger. Kalina snorted, you alone? You think you're invincible, wanting to take on the three of us? And me! A powerful creature, half radiating golden light, and the other half black, appeared beside the rune source god. Corolla scoffed, I thought a powerful being would appear, but it's only this powerful. A creature that has just ascended to the ultimate life form. Do you think you can match me? The god of light and darkness angrily said, it was the Supreme Heaven, who was despicable enough to seal the power of the devouring world's native gods, forcing us into a slumber. If we had been allowed to grow freely for so long, we wouldn't be much weaker than you. The Supreme Heavenly Tao said, what's the point of saying this? You should be thankful I didn't kill you all, but only put you into a slumber. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the capital to appear here. The god of light and darkness said, you didn't always want this. It's just that you didn't attack our native gods to maintain the stability of the devouring world. It seems that after the fusion of the two native gods, representing day and night, you have regained a lot of memories. Supreme Heavenly Tao. At this time, the seven-colored god and the left god ascended together, and stood on the side of the rune source god. The two powerful beings' intentions were clear. They had decided to side with the Rune Source God. The Rune Source God, the Left God, the Seven-Colored God, and the God of Light and Darkness, combined power was formidable, rivaling that of the Supreme Heaven and the Twin Gods. The atmosphere of battle was intense, poised to ignite. The Supreme Heaven took the initiative and said, "Seven-Colored God, it's been a long time since we last met. I wonder if our friendship still exists." The Seven-Colored God said, "The friendship you speak of certainly exists, but you didn't tell me about your plans for the devouring tree, which saddened me and made me suspicious of you." The Supreme Heavenly Tao said, "I apologize and sincerely invite you to join me." The Rune Source God said to the Seven-Colored God, "Right God, do you still believe in the Supreme Heaven? The Supreme Heaven is already too powerful. If you help him, and if he succeeds, you will surely be number one. He might feel some pity for you, sparing the Twin Gods. But he absolutely will not spare you. You are like an outsider. I hope you think carefully, and don't do anything foolish." Supreme Heaven said, "Rune Source God, I believe the right God has his own judgment. I don't need you to dictate matters." The Seven-Colored God hesitated for a moment before deciding, "Supreme Heaven, I'm still worried about you. If you don't inform me of this, I'm deeply suspicious of you. I can't cooperate with you." "That doesn't matter. The choice is still yours," Supreme Heaven said calmly. Chapter 540. The Rune God said proudly, "Supreme Heaven, your plan has failed. People like you are full of lies. No one will believe you, and those who do will regret it." Corolla said angrily, "What's there to be proud of? Don't think you're invincible just because you have one more person. If a fight really breaks out, you might not win." That's right. You're already thinking of winning before the battle even begins." Karina scoffed. Supreme Heaven ignored him and glanced somewhere. "I think I sense an old friend nearby." The God of Light and Darkness angrily said, "It must be the human. We didn't kill him because of the devouring tree. We warned him not to follow us before we left, but he followed us anyway. He's truly fearless." The God of Rune Source said with murderous intent, "I was hoping he'd follow us. How can we kill him if he doesn't?" The God of Karma said anxiously, "Lin Luo, didn't you say that devouring the Buddha Xuanti gave you invisibility? This invisibility is so powerful that it wouldn't be easy for us to detect. How come we've been discovered now?" Lin Luo said, "You're blaming me. I didn't realize how powerful the invisibility ability was." "Don't worry, I'm not panicking, so why should you? If things really don't work out, we can just run away. We missed this chance to become stronger." The God of Karma said stubbornly, "Who said I was scared? I'm worried that if you miss this opportunity, we slowly die, unable to compete with these powerful creatures." Ho Tu said, "I think they might not have happened. This invisibility ability is very strong. I also use the 6 paths of reincarnation ability, which can conceal my own aura. Unless the Supreme Heaven's true form comes, there's no way it can see Lin Luo." "What do you mean Supreme Heaven isn't his true form?" asked the God of Karma. Ho Tu nodded and said, "Using the ability of fusion to see a living being's soul, this soul is a conceptual entity, something that can only be perceived by the 6 paths of reincarnation." The God of Karma breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's good that Supreme Heaven isn't his true form. That would reduce our pressure significantly. If his true form were present, our chances of seizing the devouring tree and the eternal flower would be much lower." Lin Luo said, "This is both good news and bad news. The good news is that our competition will be less, and we'd be more likely to gain benefits. The bad news is that Supreme Heaven might be in the process of evolving to eternal life, so he won't have the time to benefit from the devouring tree and the eternal flower." "Can you please stop saying that? I was feeling a little better, but after hearing what you said, I'm feeling much worse," the God of Karma complained. "I'm simply stating a fact. I'm merely analyzing it with you. Doesn't stating this fact mean the difficulties will be alleviated? I don't want to hear you. You're just a bunch of idiots." Lin Luo ignored the God of Karma and asked Ho Tu, "After merging with me, you become even more sensitive than I am. What kind of creature did the Supreme Heaven sense?" Ho Tu replied, "It seems to be a human." "A human?" The God of Karma suddenly became interested. "Little Lin, are you hiding something from us? A powerful human has suddenly appeared. What have I been hiding?" "I haven't hidden anything. I don't even know who this powerful human is." Lin Luo laughed. The God of Karma said, "I don't believe you. You must be hiding something. Believe it or not." Lin Luo sensed a familiar aura from the hidden creature. He'd likely come into contact with it before. Ho Tu mentioned a powerful humanoid, and he thought of several people, one of whom was the most likely. The seven-colored god said with a sullen gaze, Supreme Heaven, is this a gigantic dragon beast, a humanoid in its true form, incredibly powerful? If it is, then let's attack together and annihilate it. Left god said, an ant? Do we really need a joint attack? I think I can kill it alone. You guys are disgusting. You need to unite against such a weak creature. Rune Source God said, didn't you pay attention to the battle just now? I fought this humanoid for such a long time, which is enough to prove their strength. Left God said bluntly, oh, that's because you're too weak. Rune Source God angrily scolded, you big-breasted, brainless woman. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, the humanoid I'm talking about is another powerful being. Supreme Heaven shook his head. The god of light and darkness's expression shifted. Hasn't the entire devouring world been wiped out? How could there still be a powerful human? This powerful human dared to come near us. The Supreme Heavenly Tao, humanity has always been a powerful race. Haven't you seen Pangu, who fought me in the past? While I was asleep, I awoke once more and defeated 2 Tao ancestors, who also evolved to the ultimate lifeforms. If I hadn't awakened, the entire devouring world might have ceased to exist. You wouldn't have slept so peacefully. There are some things I don't want to say. If I do, you have to thank me sincerely. The Rune Source God said disdainfully, Supreme Heaven, stop being so hypocritical. You're not speaking for your own benefit. If the entire devouring world collapses, you be the one who suffers the most. You won't be able to achieve eternal life. Kalina said, you're truly disgusting. It's as if my brother has to do this. Corolla said, brother, why don't we just ignore the human race and kick these disgusting creatures out first? Supreme Heaven said, don't be impulsive. Our primary goal is to devour the tree and the eternal flower. There's no need to fight them to the death. Before the devouring world is destroyed, they aren't our greatest enemy. The Rune Source God said with satisfaction, I'm quite satisfied with what you said. Kalina was furious, don't go too far. You take my brother's humility for granted, and yet, you're going even further. The Rune Source God said disapprovingly, what's wrong? Your brother hasn't said anything. What's your opinion? Damn it! Kalina was nearly furious. Because of the twin gods' relationship, Corolla was also furious. If it weren't for the Supreme Heaven's intervention, the two would have joined forces to attack the Rune Source God. The seven-colored god said, don't be impulsive, you two. Now is not the time to act. The devouring tree will take some time to mature. We should deal with the outsiders now. We can't let them get even a little bit of the benefits and create instability. This guy dared to come to us, so he must have considerable strength. Chapter 541. Right God is right. We must first eliminate those wishful creatures, especially the human race. They're even more disgusting than those Zerg. They appear weak, yet they can unleash immense power. When they can't defeat them, they're very low-key. Once they're defeated, they become the most aggressive invaders. Other races can benefit, but not the human race. Regardless of whether this person is Lin Luo or not, they must be killed. The god of light and darkness is prejudiced against the human race. Ever since Lin Luo killed him once, he's come to hate the human race as well. The god of light and darkness wants to annihilate anyone even remotely connected to Lin Luo. The Supreme Heaven nodded and said, all races are the cause of trouble for me. I suggest we eliminate the human race first, and then we can proceed with the next step. You don't have to do anything. I show up myself. A handsome, slender young man appeared, clad in a dragon robe made of a high-quality material that shone with a dazzling golden light. His power was immense, giving off an invincible vibe. Who is this person? Asked the light and dark god. The Rune Source God had merged with many other Rune Source gods, possessing fragmented memories, including the Jade Emperors. The era ruled by the Jade Emperor was called the Celestial Era, during which humanity once again became the most powerful race. He was the most powerful of the human race. Faced with the invasion of the devouring world, the Jade Emperor chose to enter, intending to destroy it entirely. Pangu was the first to enter the devouring world, and the Jade Emperor was the second. Although the Jade Emperor's brilliance was overshadowed by Pangu, it still shone brightly. Lin Luo had been helped by the Jade Emperor before, but he later vanished, leaving no trace. It's the Jade Emperor, Lin Luo exclaimed. The god of karma frowned and said, the name Jade Emperor sounds familiar. He seems to be the Lord of Heaven from your Yin Nation's mythology. Much of your Yin Nation's mythology is true. This Jade Emperor is also a powerful being, apparently reaching the ultimate life level. Lin Luo nodded and said, the Jade Emperor has helped me greatly before. Without his help, I likely wouldn't have reached this level of evolution. He disappeared after helping me last time. I never expected him to reappear. The Supreme Heaven said without expression. You, a human, were overestimating your abilities. You hadn't even evolved to the ultimate life level, yet you imitated Pangu and entered the devouring world. I didn't even bother to show up and kill you, but simply sealed you within the devouring world. This seal cloaks you within the devouring world. You may only emerge for a limited time under special circumstances. My seal will also consume your lifespan, and over time, you will die of old age. I didn't expect you to not only survive, but become even stronger than before. It seems you've given me quite a surprise. The Jade Emperor spoke calmly. I am the Lord of heaven and earth. I have endured 100,000 years of trials and countless hardships. Your seal is nothing. I can endure. I want to express my sincere gratitude to you. If you hadn't hidden me in the devouring world, I wouldn't have become so powerful, comprehended the laws of life, and evolved into the ultimate being. I must recover everything I lost this time. Although you are powerful, you cannot act recklessly. The God of light and darkness sneered. Why are you humans so arrogant? Last time, Lin Luo was nearly killed, and now you appeared again. Your strength isn't that great, but you boast a lot. You have evolved to the ultimate life form, but that's nothing special. Every one of us here is a powerful ultimate life form. You don't really stand out here. The most fatal thing is that you're only one person, and we're two groups. Forget killing any of these creatures here. You don't even have the right to compete for the devouring tree. The God of Runes snorted coldly. You're quite courageous. Your best option just now was to flee, not to show up. You're not afraid of death. Kalina said viciously, I agree with your idea. Kill this human. We can have an appetizer first, and then devour the devouring tree. This will be more effective. The Jade Emperor's expression grew solemn, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to stay or leave. A delicate fragrance wafted from the vicinity of the devouring tree, a sign that it was nearing maturity. He chose to retreat now, and return later, even if his chances of devouring were limited. The Jade Emperor knew that remaining here would put his life in danger. He was incredibly lucky to have evolved to the ultimate life form. The Jade Emperor was trapped deep within the devouring world, with virtually no contact with the outside world, except for a special period. Not only was he deprived of any food, he also endured endless loneliness. Any other creature would likely have collapsed. The Jade Emperor, however, persevered, finding an opportunity to become even more powerful. The devouring world, as an independent entity, devoured numerous realities after suffering severe damage and recovered. The Jade Emperor was sealed in the deepest part of the devouring world by the Supreme Heaven, thereby gaining various benefits. These benefits allowed the Jade Emperor to recover his lost energy and evolve his life form, reaching the ultimate state of being. The Jade Emperor, having gained these benefits, approached the devouring tree, hoping to gain more benefits from it. When he arrived, 3 creatures had already arrived. These powerful creatures were none other than the Supreme Heaven and the 2 twin gods. The Jade Emperor quickly assessed their strength, knowing he was no match for them, and he observed from the sidelines. Originally, he had hoped to gain some benefits from the numerous creatures vying for the devouring tree. Alas, the Supreme Heaven was too sensitive, allowing the Jade Emperor to remain hidden for so long without being discovered. It seems I have no choice but to escape. The Jade Emperor sighed, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. He had evolved to the ultimate life form, but he still couldn't compare to some powerful creatures. If the Jade Emperor chose to flee after these creatures attacked, it would be too late. Who said the Jade Emperor didn't have backup? A young figure suddenly appeared. This young figure was human, with a very handsome face. On his left side, he controlled fire, and on his right, he held a long sword. The fire and sword patterns between his eyebrows indicated that this person possessed 2 abilities, both extremely powerful, reaching a very high peak. Naturally, his life form had reached the ultimate life form level. The God of Light and Darkness said with a grim expression, I always said that the human race is even more disgusting than the Zerg. It's truly endless. They actually harbor so many ultimate life forms. Chapter 542. The 7-colored god asked the rune source god, have you combined many of your own clones? These clones have appeared in various eras, and are very knowledgeable about each one. Do you know who he is? The rune source god didn't respond for a moment. He emerged from this young human and searched his mind for the memories of the person before him. But no matter how hard he searched, he could find no information about the person before him. It was as if the person before him had appeared out of thin air. The rune source god had no memory of this person. He felt that the words of such a powerful being couldn't just appear out of nowhere. There must have been some information before him. So he searched for information about some related people. The god of karma anxiously asked, tell me who this human is. You humans are so full of powerful ones. Just now, a Jade Emperor appeared, and now another one has appeared. It seems this human race is even younger. You humans are truly perverted. Not only did you become one pervert, but you also appeared in 2 or 3 other cases. No wonder the Supreme Heaven wants to eradicate your human race. Now it seems they have good reason. Lin Luo said sullenly, "Are you praising me or insulting me?" The god of karma said, "Of course I am praising you. Tell me, do you know this human? Are you hiding a lot of things, deliberately scaring me, and leaving me feeling unsure? In reality, you planned everything long ago, and everything worked out perfectly. What are you imagining?" Lin Luo's forehead darkened. The god of karma snorted, "I haven't read those novels. Some powerful masters pretend to be weak, but in reality, they have planned everything long ago, and are truly invincible, so things go smoothly." Lin Luo asked, "Is it possible that this boss, you usually pretend to be clueless, but you're actually the real boss, having already arranged everything? My victory is inevitable. Who are you calling clueless? Is this how you treat your teammates?" "No kidding. I never met this young man, but he reminds me of 2 people. Stop keeping me in suspense. Tell me who these 2 people are?" Yan Emperor and Huang Emperor. Lin Luo thought of a rather ominous outcome. The 2 human emperors were the more mediocre of the 5, yet equally great. Pengu, Niwa, and Fushi had already evolved to the ultimate life form. The 2 human emperors hadn't even broken through to the level of God King, and were still quite far from it. The 2 human emperors were weak, but that couldn't overshadow their greatness. If the 2 human emperors hadn't discovered the trans-epoch, the human race would have been destroyed long ago, let alone survived until the Earth era, vanishing into the river of history. The Tao Ancestor, the Demon Ancestor, the 3 Pure Ones, the Jade Emperor, and other powerful human beings who later appeared were even less likely to return. Since Lin Luo's conversation with the 2 human emperors, they haven't appeared. Some time ago, fearing the 2 human emperors had been purged and devoured by powerful creatures, like the underworld god, he had gone to the human emperor cave early to retrieve them. In the end, Lin Luo failed to find the 2 human emperors, who left behind a letter. The letter roughly stated that the 2 human emperors had left to undertake a very important task. They felt fortunate to have survived until now. Now, the survival of humanity was at stake. The 2 human emperors no longer wanted to live. They had something to do. They couldn't rely on Lin Luo alone. Lin Luo was powerful alone, but he couldn't stop the darkness from engulfing the world. The 2 human emperors wanted to use their remaining energy to contribute to humanity. Lin Luo sensed the aura of the Flame Emperor and the Yellow Emperor in this newly emerged young man. He was incredibly familiar with the auras of these 2 human emperors. There was no way he could mistake them. The god of light and darkness anxiously asked, "Rune Source God, you don't even know who this human is?" The god of Rune Source shook his head and said, "In all my clone's memories, I don't know who this human is. But I can now confirm that 2 people are related to this person. These 2 individuals are the last 2 human emperors of the human era." The god of light and darkness said, "The 2 human emperors of the human era are the Flame Emperor and the Yellow Emperor. I know them. After I reawakened, these 2 human emperors were still alive, having lived from the beginning of the human era to the present. Later, it seems that the underworld, seeking to become even stronger, sought out these 2 human emperors, intending to capture them. The emperor was devoured, but the 2 human emperors had already escaped. I thought it was Lin Luo, a human, who came to the devouring world and took the 2 human emperors away. Now it seems that's not the case. The 2 human emperors did something that gave birth to a powerful young human race. 7-color Divine Tao. The human race has given us so many surprises. Left Divine Tao, you people are just evil-minded. I feel that true strength requires one-on-one combat. There's nothing unfair about several people against one. The more powerful human race members there are, the better. Young man, I sense the influence of the 2 human emperors, Huangdi and Yendi, in you. Can you tell me about your origins?" The Jade Emperor's expression darkened, his thoughts turning to something ominous. The Yin Emperor and the Yellow Emperor hadn't appeared, so the presence of this figure bearing the aura of the 2 human emperors must have meant something had happened, most likely something unforeseen. The Jade Emperor's evolution to the ultimate life form, becoming the Lord of Heaven and controlling the entire celestial court, was largely due to the Yin Emperor and the Yellow Emperor's contributions. The passing of these 2 predecessors inevitably left him with mixed feelings. "My name is Xinhua." The young figure spoke, "Your guess is correct. I was created as a powerful being thanks to the sacrifices of the Yin Emperor and the Yellow Emperor. They began nurturing me long ago, instilling all sorts of knowledge and skills in me, nourishing this powerful being. They have nurtured me for so many epochs, and this one will be the last. Once it's destroyed, all efforts will be futile. So the two human emperors decided to activate me, letting me aid a human named Lin Luo in our fight against the powerful creatures that devour the world. The two human emperors passed on their entire inheritance to me, enabling me to awaken to the ultimate lifeform level. As soon as I awoke, I ran to find Lin Luo. Lin Luo's aura disappeared here, and I couldn't find him for a moment. But I have a feeling he should be right beside me. I just saw you in danger. The two human emperors told us not to intervene if humanity is in danger. The purpose of my existence is to be the protector of humanity. They taught me that the flame of humanity will not perish. The meaning of their name is to let me protect humanity. Only when I die can I stop protecting it. The Jade Emperor sighed and said, the two human emperors are truly great. Their strength is very weak, but their contributions are unmatched. Chapter 543. The Fire God said, the two human emperors are truly great, each possessing immense talent. If they had focused their cultivation, ascending to the ultimate lifeform would have been easy. But in the face of the greater good, they resolutely chose to forego their own life forms, fighting for their race, and ultimately, even sacrificing their own lives. Looking at the new Fire God, the Jade Emperor couldn't help but recall a series of memories. In the past, he was merely an ordinary human, possessing very limited talent, possessed only by a powerful will. Seeing the Jade Emperor's current power, no creature would believe he was a human without talent. This secret was known only to the Jade Emperor and the two human emperors. No matter how strong one's willpower is, it can't change a person's upper limit. In many cases, talent is paramount. The Jade Emperor's path to evolution was bumpy and fraught with hardship, and he encountered countless devastating disasters. Even with his efforts, the results were less than ideal. He remained at the bottom of the social ladder, and his life was likely to be a life of mediocrity. The Jade Emperor's transformation was triggered by his encounter with the Yellow Emperor, who taught him powerful sword techniques and helped him discover his own natural talent. In other areas, the Jade Emperor lacked talent and was unsuccessful in learning anything. The Jade Emperor was exceptionally gifted in swordsmanship. The Yellow Emperor had encountered many swordsmanship prodigies, but the Jade Emperor was undoubtedly the most gifted. The Jade Emperor's profound transformation was largely due to the Yellow Emperor's mentorship. In his time in the heavenly realm, swordsmanship had long been abandoned, with the masses preferring other weapons or even the physical body. Without the guidance of the Yellow Emperor, the Jade Emperor would not have achieved such high accomplishments. The Fire God said, "Don't be too sad." The two human emperors made this decision without regret. They spent their entire lives serving the human race, and dying for them is the best possible outcome. The Jade Emperor wiped away a tear and nodded, "You're right. There's really no reason to be sad. The two human emperors dying for the human race is a blessing for them." The Light and Dark God sneered, "You humans are truly a joke. When you're mean, you're incredibly despicable. You even kill the young of your own race, and when you unite, you talk about morality." The Seven-Colored God said, "Humans are complex creatures. I don't even understand what they're thinking." The two human emperors sacrificed themselves to create the ultimate creature, the Fire God. This shows that they're both gifted and capable of evolving to the ultimate form. They resolutely chose to sacrifice themselves for their so-called race. I don't know what they were thinking when they created the ultimate life form, the new Fire God. Even if the ultimate life form succeeded, what would it have to do with them? The Jade Emperor angrily said, "Shut up. You, a life without any emotions, only think about yourself. Naturally, you don't know the greatness of the two human emperors. You have no right to judge them." Karina said, "What ridiculous emotions. You humans are too weak to dwell on this. If you were strong enough, no one around you would have sacrificed. In short, you are too weak." Corolla agreed, "If you were as strong as our brother, nothing would have happened. This so-called gratitude is nothing more than a disaster for your weakness." The Jade Emperor gritted his teeth and said, "I hope you, the creatures that devour the world, will always be strong and will not encounter any tragic events." Supreme Heaven said disapprovingly, "You threatened my sister in front of me. I can't stand it. You humans are not so weak. If I had been more ruthless, your race would have ceased to exist. Now you come and accuse me. Normally, you should be thanking me." Left God said, "I advocate one-on-one combat, but they prefer group fights. You're still too weak. I'm facing 3 alone, and the other person can't withstand so many people." Seven-Colored God said, "I don't think the human race has any more powerful creatures. 2 ultimate life forms is already quite incredible, and that's not even counting the ones before. If that were included, the number of ultimate life forms would reach 10. Other races haven't produced a single one, but humans have produced a full 10. The human race appears to have such weak talents, yet its potential is so immense. It's a good thing this era has ended. Otherwise, if humanity continues to develop, it will be difficult for us, the powerful creatures of the devouring world, to become powerful in the future. The Supreme Heavenly Tao, now you sense the danger to humanity, don't you? When I first said I would annihilate the entire human race, many of you dismissed it, believing the emergence of Pangu was a fluke. Now, seeing 10 powerful ultimate creatures appear in succession, you're on guard. Karina praised, thankfully my brother was vigilant. Otherwise, the situation wouldn't be a competition among the powerful creatures of the devouring world, but a competition within the human race. Yes, you're truly incapable, Corolla said. The Rune Source God said, I believe we should exterminate all of humanity now, and then we can compete effectively. Count me in. Lin Luo no longer hid, appearing beside the Rune Source God. The massive three-headed dragon's aura rivaled any other creature present. The light and dark god narrowed his eyes slightly. Your recovery is quite remarkable. We just dealt you a severe blow, but you almost fully recovered. You're lucky. If it weren't for something happening with the devouring tree, we would have killed you. The Rune Source God scowled. You idiot. I warned you that if you followed us, I would kill you. It seems my warning had no deterrent effect, and you followed me anyway. Lin Luo said, unfazed. What warning? You think you're a big shot. I never been afraid of you, you say? What's the point of your own warnings? Okay. The Rune Source God threatened, it would be better if all of you humans appeared. Only then can I exterminate you all, eliminating future troubles, and avoiding further trouble. Left God said, it seems things are getting more and more interesting. Earlier, I felt the battle against Supreme Heaven was too boring. We fought each other so many times, and there was no novelty at all. This human race is good. The appearance of powerful creatures makes the battle more interesting and more dynamic. That person must be Lin Luo, right? Karina was very hostile to Lin Luo, having heard some of Supreme Heaven's stories. Supreme Heaven's eyes were dark, and he said, You aunt, we met many times, haven't you? You're quite the tough one. When I was fighting Pangu, you were right beside me. I tried to kill you, but failed. Later, I didn't bother you, but you took the initiative. You relied on the power of the god of karma to go to a parallel world and kill me, and you succeeded. Chapter 544. A hexagram appeared in Gao Zishan's pupils, as he saw the karma god possessed by Lin Luo. Karma god, you're so brave. You dare to trouble me? Are you truly not afraid of death? Karma god trembled with fear, not uttering a single word. Lin Luo said, Aren't you usually quite formidable? How come Gao Zishan asks you a question, and you're so timid now? Karma god said angrily, Stop helping others here, you know Gao Zishan. If he keeps his eye on you, you be the first to die. Lin Luo said disapprovingly, If it were Gao Zishan's real body, we might have to be a little timid. But the one we have right now is just an avatar. We don't need to be afraid. His strength is comparable to that of the Rune Source God. Why didn't you say that earlier? Karma god said. Lin Luo said, Didn't I tell you before that you have a bad memory? Now you're blaming me. Ho Tu said, It's no use trying to be cowardly with Supreme Heaven. If Supreme Heaven evolves into eternal life, only the twin gods around him will survive. The rest of the creatures are unlikely to survive. It's better to curse him back. Kaori said, You have a point. I've been sealed away by this guy for so long, and now he still has my life. If I don't curse him back, I feel really disadvantaged. A terrifying aura emanated from Supreme Heaven, and he demanded sternly, Kaori, if you leave this human body now, I can spare you and allow you to enter the new future world. I only given this spot to my two sisters. You should consider it carefully. His words were fraught with uncertainty, making it difficult to discern truth from falsehood. The Supreme Heaven was the most likely to evolve into eternal life, but success wasn't guaranteed. Taking the god of karma into the new world also presented significant uncertainties. The several powerful beings present who were at odds with the Supreme Heaven remained silent, refusing to discredit him. Everyone knew that Lin Luo hadn't evolved into ultimate life. Unlike other human ultimate life forms, he maintained his strength at ultimate life through various amplifications. Once the god of karma departed from Lin Luo's body, Lin Luo's strength would inevitably be significantly diminished, placing him in imminent danger. The god of karma angrily shouted, Think about it, you motherfucker. You haven't even evolved into eternal life yourself, yet you're making promises to me. Do you think I'm stupid? Besides, even if you evolve into eternal life, you don't guarantee you take me to the new world. Who would believe your grandiose claims? You're really courting death. Karina, enraged, tried to attack, but was stopped by the Supreme Heaven. Gao Shitian said with a gloomy look, I don't know if I was too gentle with you initially, or if this human has given you immense courage, making you feel you have the strength to resist me. I was going to give you one last chance, but it seems you don't have it. The god of karma said, Why are you playing so high and mighty here? You're not in your true form now, so you might not be able to kill the human with your attack. Not in your true form? The god of runes had a feeling that the Gao Shitian before him wasn't much stronger than he was. Gao Shitian was the most powerful of the 5 special beings, and had received numerous benefits, so his strength should be significantly inferior to his. The god of light and darkness said grimly, Has Supreme Heaven's power reached this point? He's only using a clone, unwilling to even confront us in his true form. The 7-colored god said, You were all focused on this human earlier. Actually, his strength stems from his rapid evolution. This may seem like a big problem, but it's actually not. He may not have reached a high level of evolution and died prematurely. The truly terrifying being is Supreme Heaven. Supreme Heaven's terror is beyond the reach of a single individual. Left God, a rare commentator, commented, Supreme Heaven is incredibly powerful, so powerful that a single clone can stand up to us. We haven't seen his true form in ages. The Rune Source God sighed and said, We always considered humans a major concern, but now it seems the real threat is Supreme Heaven. Supreme Heaven has shown improvement, using only clones to confront us. 7-colored God said, Supreme Heaven is already very powerful, and he has the twin gods by his side to help him. Rune Source God said, Supreme Heaven is too powerful. The twin gods at his side are definitely a serious threat. We can't let them survive. If they provide any help to Supreme Heaven later, it would be a fatal blow to us. Supreme Heaven said, You humans have all appeared, and there should be no other gods. Rune Source God, 7-colored God, we can take action now. Kill these humans to prevent any accidents. Supreme Heaven, this is your personal grudge, not my business. Rune Source God was the first to retort. Supreme Heaven said, It seems you are too worried about my strength and want to unite with humans to deal with me. You're very clever, you guessed it right away, but we're not prepared to cooperate with humans. The Rune Source God didn't object. The Supreme Heavenly Tao, it seems our 3 forces have reached a balance. Then let's not take action, and wait for the devouring tree to mature. The air was filled with a delicate fragrance, emanating from the devouring tree, now faintly surpassing the fragrance of the flowers. After waiting so long, the devouring tree's maturity, and the eternal flower's bloom were about to happen simultaneously. The only difference between the two was that the devouring tree was capable of fighting, so everyone had no choice but to wait for the devouring tree to mature. The Karma God continued to taunt, Supreme Heaven, aren't you very powerful? Hurry and attack me. Don't be timid. Being timid is wrong. The Supreme Heaven's gaze was dark. You're truly courageous. Aren't you afraid I kill you? Hurry up. You're the most powerful creature in the devouring world, and I'm just a small fry. If you don't kill me, it would be truly shameful. The Karma God continued to taunt, not missing a single moment. She felt that her current weakness was entirely due to the Supreme Heaven. If she hadn't been sealed by the Supreme Heaven back then, she would at least be an ultimate life form now. Corolla said angrily, Brother, why don't we kill this god of karma? A creature not even at the level of an ultimate life form dares to taunt you. Kalina nodded, You don't need to do anything, brother. We can kill it. The Supreme Heaven shook his head. We're now a 3-way battle. If you attack now, there's a high chance you won't be able to kill the 3 ultimate life forms of the human race, and you'd be backstabbed by the 3 guys next to you. Aren't you going to kill me? Kill me now. How can you be so powerful if you can't keep your promise? Isn't that Supreme Heaven known as the strongest being in the devouring world? How can you be so cowardly? The god of karma taunted furiously. Chapter 545. Karina's chest heaved with anger. This guy's going too far. We didn't take action, and she's still taunting us. I really want to throw everything away and just kill her. Kerala said, Brother, why don't we teach her a lesson? Supreme Heaven shook his head, No need. If she wants to taunt, let her. If we take action, the 2 people next to this human won't be able to resist. I'm a clone, so it's difficult for me to join the fight. My main goal this time is for you too. I want you to devour the devouring tree and the eternal flower, bringing you closer to eternal life. Karina was deeply moved and said, Brother, you're so good to us. Kerala said guiltily, We truly feel guilty for you suffering this humiliation for us. The Supreme Heavenly Tao, these are just some verbal attacks. When you become stronger, You can avenge me. Kalina nodded heavily. Don't worry, big brother. This karma god taunts you like this. When I become stronger, I will definitely not let him go. The karma god quickly said to Lin Luo, Little Lin, don't hold back. It's hard for me to take on 3 people alone. Help me, and we fight together. Didn't you say you're a Zhuge Liang, capable of debating with a crowd of scholars? You can't even win against 3 people. It seems you're a real boaster, Lin Luo said. The karma god was furious. How dare you say such things? I was fighting furiously, and you didn't fight, and now you're blaming me. Ho Tu smiled. Sometimes true strength comes down to it. Winning the battle won't mean anything. Forget it. There's no need. Jade Emperor. Lin Luo said politely to the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor asked uncertainly, You are the human I met once before. Back then, I was still sealed deep within the devouring world, only able to emerge for short periods. You were lucky to have met me, and it seems I helped you in some way. Lin Luo replied, That person was me. The Jade Emperor said, When I saw your strength just now, I had my doubts. Back then, you were only a true god-level being, but now you've reached the level of eternal life. Your growth is truly rapid. I've seen many geniuses, but none can compare to you. Your talent is truly enviable. Lin Luo said, I owe my current achievements entirely to your help. If you hadn't helped me back then, I might have died. That's not true. Every powerful being has a part of luck. I was able to evolve to the ultimate life form thanks to the help of Yan Emperor and Huang Emperor. Without their help, I would have died long ago. The Jade Emperor said. The god of karma exclaimed, What the hell? You're saying your evolution to the ultimate form wasn't primarily due to your own talent, but rather your own hard work. The Jade Emperor laughed. What's wrong? Is this strange? The god of karma said, That's indeed quite strange. I always thought only gifted creatures could evolve to the pinnacle of life. It's very difficult for creatures without talent to evolve to higher levels. Take human height, for example. Some people grow very tall because their parents have better genes and receive better nutrition during their growth period. If a person's parents are relatively short, then no matter how hard they work, they're destined to never be particularly tall. Talent isn't as specific as height, but it's similar. The Jade Emperor said, Your example is excellent. I might be one of those born with relatively short parents. But as with everything, accidents happen, and I'm that accident. Lin Luo said, Senior, you were able to break free from the seal and evolve into the ultimate life form, having endured immense suffering along the way. The Jade Emperor said, Suffering strengthens people. I don't think there's anything wrong with suffering. If I hadn't appeared here, then death would have been waiting. The place where the Supreme Heaven sealed the Jade Emperor is very dangerous. The Jade Emperor is in the deepest part of the devouring world. When the devouring star fought the strongest creature on its planet, that strongest creature sealed the devouring star in the deepest part and later disintegrated. When the Jade Emperor entered the devouring world, the Supreme Heaven was in the process of evolving and had no time to pay attention to him. So the Supreme Heaven casually sealed him deep within, believing that after enduring endless loneliness, the Jade Emperor would be devoured by the fragments of the devouring star. The Jade Emperor not only survived, but actually devoured the fragments of the devouring star, and evolved into the ultimate form. Lin Luo could roughly guess the suffering the Jade Emperor endured, but the Jade Emperor downplayed it, not taking it to heart at all, demonstrating his strong willpower. Any other creature, after enduring countless years of loneliness, would probably constantly contemplate death, let alone devour the devouring star. You must be Lin Luo, the fire god interrupted. I am Lin Luo. Is what you said before true? Are the 2 human emperors truly dead? Lin Luo asked anxiously. The new fire god nodded and said, The 2 human emperors can be said to be dead, or they can be said to be still alive. They chose to sacrifice themselves, giving everything they had to me. I can be said to be their incarnation. The Jade Emperor sighed and said, The 2 human emperors gave up too much. I know they are both very talented. For example, in swordsmanship, the Yellow Emperor reached the pinnacle long ago. At full strength, he could use his swordsmanship to defeat a peak-level god king. My swordsmanship is not as advanced as it is today. It is entirely due to the guidance of the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor sacrificed so much. The 2 human emperors sacrificed so much during the human era, and finally managed to enjoy a retirement. At the most dangerous time for humanity, they decisively gave up their retirement and joined the ranks of those who protect humanity. They have lived through countless epochs since the beginning of the human era, working tirelessly and making countless sacrifices. Energy. Our human race has been able to survive for generations thanks to the contributions of the 2 human emperors. Knowing their passing still pains me deeply. Lin Luo said with equal sorrow, I, too, have received much help from the 2 human emperors. Without their help, I wouldn't have achieved so much. The fire god said, don't grieve. The 2 human emperors are not dead. They transformed into me, hoping to burn their last remaining energy. That's why they named me Fire. Well said. The Jade Emperor said, as long as the human race endures, the fire will never cease. Why do you smell the fragrance in the air getting stronger? Now the floral scent is almost gone, completely obscured. It seems the devouring tree is about to mature. Let's devour it now. Lin Luo didn't grieve too much, perhaps because he had witnessed too many separations of life and death. Chapter 546. A race must pay a heavy price to survive. Lin Luo mourned the deaths of Yan Emperor and Huang Emperor, though they likely didn't mean it that way. For the 2 human emperors, this was the best outcome. They could still radiate their remaining warmth to humanity before their death. Every living being is vastly different. Even those of the same race, and with similar lifestyles, can still differ greatly. The 2 human emperors sacrificed themselves to choose humanity, something many creatures cannot understand. Humans possess more emotions than other creatures, so other races naturally don't understand. The fire god said, the trunk of the devouring tree is filled with nutrients. The devouring star has devoured many planets with life. He needs the devouring tree to resurrect. The Jade Emperor said, we can cooperate and devour as many devouring trees as possible. After devouring the devouring trees, we can also devour the eternal flower. Begin immediately. Lin Luo began to call out to the 2 Dao ancestors, hoping for their support. Unfortunately, the 2 Dao ancestors were asleep and unable to respond to Lin Luo. It was Gao Shangshan who approached the devouring tree first, hoping to reap the benefits first. 6 lines appeared in Gao Shangshan's eyes, and his body expanded tenfold. The devouring tree's vines whipped at him, but they were ineffective. His powerful arms reached out to the devouring tree, peeling off a large piece of bark, revealing the green core within. Kalina said happily, Big Brother's strength is truly formidable. The devouring tree was not very powerful against other creatures, making it difficult to deal with. But Big Brother easily broke it with one move, and the devouring tree offered almost no resistance. Corolla snorted coldly, these people don't support me in opposing Big Brother. Sooner or later, Big Brother will settle accounts with them. The rune source god also transformed into a rune giant and punched Gao Shangshan in the chest, a heavy blow resounding. Gao Shangshan tried to pluck the flesh from the devouring tree, but the rune source god stopped him. You idiot! The devouring tree is so big, and you're trying to stop me from eating the flesh. Gao Shangshan said angrily. Sorry, I just want to eat this piece of flesh too. The rune source god said firmly. Okay, you're going to oppose me. It seems our old cooperation is gone. When I, the policewoman, gain eternal life, don't regret it. I'd be the first one to devour you. Gao Shangshan was furious. The rune source god said coldly, don't say such useless words. I don't know you yet. If you evolve to the state of eternal life, the danger will be even more terrifying than becoming eternal life by devouring the world. No living creature will survive. I don't know whether other creatures can survive, but one thing is certain, you definitely won't. Supreme Sky launched a punch at the rune source god, who easily blocked it. The rune source god's strange runes swiftly attacked the black bugs, which swiftly rushed towards Supreme Sky and continuously bit at his skin. A golden light flashed across Supreme Sky's body, quickly expelling the black bugs from his body. The rune source god taunted, Supreme Sky is quite powerful. Before, when we were about the same level, I could still see your true form. Now that you evolved to this point, I can't even see your true form. Gao Zuitian said gloomily, I hope you won't regret your taunts today. The rune source god shrugged, why should I? I made it clear to you. If you were eternal, every living thing would die. Not even the twin gods could survive, let alone me. Brother, I help you. The twin gods attacked together, moving at breakneck speed, like dazzling stars, swiftly charging towards the rune source god. The rune source god didn't dare underestimate the enemy. They quickly gathered strange runes together, forming a shield in front of him. The twin gods struck with all their might, shattering the rune source god's shield. The rune source god said coldly, Twin gods, it seems you're determined to join this fellow. All my words seem to be in vain. Once Supreme Heaven evolves into eternal life, you and I will all die. Kalina said, don't worry about that. I'm willing to die at my brother's hands. Corolla said, don't make us fools, but you harbor ill intentions. When we were just born, You even considered attacking us. The Rune Source God said, you two are doomed. Since Supreme Heaven wasn't in his true form, his strength was significantly weaker. With the support of the twin gods, he fought the Rune Source God to equal strength. The Rune Source God wasn't deliberately targeting Supreme Heaven. He was simply offended. After countless epochs of blessing, the Rune Source God's strength should have grown significantly. Lin Luo was merely an ultimate life form, amplified by various means, and far weaker than a true ultimate life form. No matter how fiercely the Rune Source God attacked, he couldn't kill Lin Luo. This time, he chose to take the initiative against Supreme Heaven, with personal vendetta playing a small role. The God of Light and Darkness transformed his body into a substance of energy, his speed increasing many times as he approached the tree trunk. He extended his sharp black claws and slashed at the trunk, ripping off the bark and flesh of the devouring tree. The God of Light and Darkness snatched off a large piece of flesh, placed it in his mouth, chewed it vigorously, and then swallowed it whole. He felt his soul elevate. Having just evolved to level 150, he was about to level up again. The devouring tree's flesh is truly incredible. I only taken a single bite, and it seems I'm about to level up again. If I devour the entire devouring tree, I should be able to reach level 165. The God of Light and Darkness licked the remaining flesh juice with his tongue, finding it incredibly delicious. He knew the devouring tree's deliciousness, and prepared to continue snatching more flesh. The God of Light and Darkness had a chance only if the Rune Source God and Supreme Heaven fought. If the two gave up the fight, the God of Light and Darkness would be less pleased. The seven-colored god transformed into a stream of colorful light and arrived at the devouring tree, emitting a stream of colorful rays from his hand. The rays were incredibly powerful, blasting a piece of tree flesh towards him. He transformed into another stream of colorful light and devoured the flesh, similarly reaping immense benefits. Zuishan also arrived at the devouring tree, hacking away with his broadsword until he chopped off a large chunk of flesh and swallowed it whole. Sweet and delicious. Full of essence. Zuishan had fought the hardest in the early battles, and suffered the most serious injuries, many of which she had yet to fully recover from. While her healing abilities were powerful, they couldn't heal all her injuries. Some were more severe, and required specific conditions for recovery. Zuishan swallowed the devouring tree flesh, and all her injuries healed. Lin Luo and the other two also arrived at the devouring tree, preparing to attack it. Chapter 547. These hairy, blood-drinking creatures are no match for us humans. I will cut open this devouring tree, and you will extract the flesh from it in large quantities. The Jade Emperor produced a golden sword forged from a type of Emperor Stone. Emperor Stone is the hardest material in the Celestial Era, and it remains strong even after many eras. The Jade Emperor paid a tremendous price to refine the Emperor Sword. This sword is incredibly sharp, capable of slicing through any creature that stands in his way. The Jade Emperor once used this Emperor Sword to sever the heads of two powerful level 149 creatures. The Emperor Sword's greatest strength is its ability to evolve. As long as the sword doesn't break, it will evolve by slicing through any hard object. The Jade Emperor also used this Emperor Sword to slit the devouring world. The Emperor Sword evolved after slicing through the devouring world. The Jade Emperor's escape from danger was due to the Emperor Sword's sharpness, and now it can even slit through the ultimate life. The Jade Emperor channeled his power into the Imperial Sword, causing it to erupt with dazzling golden light. Concentrating it to a certain degree, he slashed towards the devouring tree. A flash of sword light split the devouring tree, cleaving it in half. Lin Luo and the fire god rushed forward, removing a large amount of flesh from the devouring tree before it could heal. The devouring tree's vitality was extremely tenacious, making it difficult to kill easily. Lin Luo took the most, roughly twice as much as the fire god. The fire god, unlike Lin Luo, possessed 3 heads and could take more flesh. Jade Emperor, this is for you. Without hesitation, Lin Luo tossed half of the flesh to the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor took it and swallowed it all. The fire god said, "How about I share some with you?" The Jade Emperor shook his head and said, "No, you already taken very little. Let's be fair. I took more, so I can give you a bigger share," Lin Luo said. The Jade Emperor devoured all the tree flesh in his hand, and his injuries healed rapidly. He had previously left the depths of the devouring world with multiple injuries, most of which hadn't fully recovered. With the tree flesh, the Jade Emperor's hidden injuries were almost completely healed. The Jade Emperor asked, "Some of my earlier hidden injuries are almost healed. Lin Luo, how are you feeling after consuming the tree flesh?" Lin Luo replied, "I'm almost reaching level 150, and I'm about to evolve to ultimate life. Among the many powerful creatures competing, everyone is ultimate life, except Lin Luo. Although Lin Luo has various enhancements to reach ultimate life, he is still not ultimate life, and some things will be more difficult for him. When Lin Luo evolves to ultimate life, he will likely undergo a qualitative change. It would be best if you could evolve into the ultimate life form, said the Jade Emperor. The Fire God said, how about this? I take the lead. My speed isn't up to par, but you, Jade Emperor, are faster, so we should be able to get more tree flesh. Of course. Thank you for your hard work. The Jade Emperor nodded. The Fire God is proficient in swordsmanship and fire, primarily inherited from the Yen Emperor and the Yellow Emperor. The two human emperors weren't particularly powerful, but they had made significant contributions in their respective fields. Would you like me to lend you the Emperor's sword? The Jade Emperor asked. The Fire God shook his head and said, this Emperor's sword is connected to your mind. You can use over 100% of its power with the Emperor's sword, but it's far less effective for me. I probably only use 40% or 50%, which is good. The area I can incise won't be as large as yours. That's true, the Jade Emperor nodded. The Fire God said, I better use my own flame. This flame is a legacy passed down to me by the Flame Emperor, and I can unleash even greater power. He approached the devouring tree, his body ablaze. The temperature around him rapidly increased, and space began to distort. Several vines rushed forward, attempting to stop the Fire God. The Fire God's intense heat reduced the vines to ash. He rushed to the devouring tree and began to burn fiercely. The Fire God's flames were measured, burning only the outer bark, not the flesh. The Jade Emperor and Lin Luo quickly moved, bringing out a large amount of flesh. The Fire God's flames were continuous, hindering the devouring tree's attempts to heal. While the devouring tree's wounds were still lingering, the Jade Emperor and Lin Luo brought out more flesh. The three of them had only managed to produce 30 kilograms of flesh, and each received 10 kilograms, devouring it in one gulp, leaving not a single drop. The Fire God was responsible for the main attack, while the Jade Emperor and Lin Luo helped collect the tree flesh, totaling over 300 kilograms. Each of them received over 100 kilograms. The Jade Emperor, having devoured over 100 kilograms of tree flesh, had recovered from his injuries. Lin Luo was getting closer and closer to the ultimate life form. With more tree flesh, he would surely evolve to the ultimate life form. The Fire God said, it seems I will be the primary attacker, while you two collect the flesh. This is the best option. Lin Luo said, thank you for your help. The Fire God shook his head and said, no need to thank me. The two human emperors have given me orders to support you two in your advancement. Whether I consume the tree flesh or not is of little concern. In fact, you don't need to share any of it with me. Lin Luo said, that's not true. The higher your level, the more help you provide us. The Fire God said, indeed, we can continue this division of labor and cooperation to obtain even more resources. The Light and Dark Gods were envious of the collaboration between Lin Luo and the other two. The God of Light and Darkness said to the God of Seven Colors and the Left God, these three humans aren't very powerful. They only just broken through to the ultimate lifeform stage. One of them, in particular, is only level 149, a bit far from the ultimate lifeform stage, and is significantly weaker than us. The benefits of these three humans collaborating are greater than ours. We can certainly work together. Given our strength, I believe the benefits we gain will be no less than these three. The God of Seven Colors said, while we can collaborate, who will be the main attacker? The God of Light and Darkness suggested, you're the strongest of the three of us. Left God, you be the main attacker, and the two of us will be responsible for collecting the tree flesh. What do you think of this arrangement? The God of Seven Colors agreed, I think it's feasible. With our strength, we can definitely get more fruit flesh if we work together. You two have a nice idea. Let me be the main attacker. What can I do if you two take the tree flesh and don't share it with me? The Left God sneered. Light and Dark God said, I think a little bit of trust is necessary. Once you tested us, you know if we're reliable. Left God said, I'm saying this because I don't trust you. We can make this move multiple times. You don't have to back out right away. Just do it the last time, when you collected the most tree flesh. Chapter 548. The God of Light and Darkness sighed and said, I think the three of us should abandon these negative ideas. Only by cooperating can we achieve a win-win situation for all three. I hope Zwishin can think this through clearly. Zwishin said, I can think this through clearly, but I won't take action. You will, and I take the tree flesh. What do you think? It seems there's no point in talking between us, said the god of light and darkness with a sullen face. Swishin said coldly, I prefer to be straightforward, but you can't treat me like a fool. 3 powerful beings, who didn't trust each other naturally couldn't cooperate. Supreme Heaven said, Rune Source God, you're determined to get along with me. Others are already competing for the tree flesh, and you're still here to stop me. I let you off today. Rune Source God tried to leave, but was stopped by the twin gods. Supreme Heaven, what do you mean? You say you're giving up, but the twin gods come to stop me. Rune Source God said coldly. Kalina said, that damn Rune God. He stopped us just now, causing us to miss a prime opportunity. Now he wants to leave, so we let him go. It's too easy for him. Corolla said, Sister, you're right, big brother. Let's team up today, and kill this Rune God. Okay, stop messing around and let him go. The Supreme Heaven had descended as a clone, unable to kill the Rune God. Neither side fought with full force, each holding back. But, no buts. Okay, big brother. The twin gods obeyed the Supreme Heaven, and allowed the Rune God to leave. The Rune God joined the ranks of the devouring tree, competing for its flesh. Gao Shitian apologized, Sisters, I'm sorry to have wronged you. I only come as a clone. If my true form had descended, this Rune Source God would certainly not have been able to leave today. Kalina quickly said, Brother, don't say that. It's the 2 of us who are useless and can't help you. Corolla said, Let's go together, and compete for the flesh of the devouring tree. For more powerful creatures joined in, causing the devouring tree to suffer even more damage. The flesh within the tree was constantly being peeled away. Ah! The devouring tree howled in pain as several powerful creatures attacked, attempting to tear it apart. The flesh, imbued with energy, was devoured by the creatures. Finally, the devouring tree could no longer bear it. If it didn't attack, it would be completely devoured. The towering devouring tree suddenly began to tremble violently. Its massive crown and thick trunk twisted and deformed, a powerful force surging within it. With a deafening roar, the devouring tree underwent a startling transformation, slowly rising to its feet. Then, its bark rapidly peeled away, revealing the smooth, hardened wood beneath. Its branches gradually gathered and converged, eventually forming a pair of immense arms. In the blink of an eye, the enigmatic devouring tree transformed into a towering, humanoid giant. The devouring tree stood dozens of feet tall, exuding a terrifying aura. Its head resembled an ancient tree, its dense foliage covering it like a natural crown. The devouring tree's eyes, like deep hollows, shone with a cold light, while its mouth, a gaping hole, was filled with razor-sharp teeth. His body was powerful and muscular, with well-developed muscles, each brimming with boundless power. The devouring tree held a massive wooden club formed from tree branches. The shaft shone with a faint green light, clearly imbued with terrifying power. He was level 166, 1 level higher than the Rune Source God. You damned creatures. I nurtured you to be so powerful, yet you dare attack me and try to kill me. The devouring tree wielded the massive club and struck the god of light and darkness. The god of light and darkness was unable to dodge, and his body was instantly shattered, his light and darkness vanishing. The god of karma exclaimed in astonishment, This devouring tree is terrifying. It killed the god of light and darkness with a single blow. Lin Luo shook his head, the devouring tree is terrifying, but not that outrageous. If it could kill the god of light and darkness with a single blow, he should still be alive. The god of fire said, It's a good thing we didn't wait until the devouring tree was fully mature before attacking it. Who knows how terrifying it would have been then? The Jade Emperor said, The devouring tree is terrifying. I was at its roots, where the life force level was already 149, and I was nearly killed by it. As Lin Luo had predicted, the god of light and darkness did not die. The 2 powers within the god of light and darkness reunited, and his body became material again. That was a close call. Fortunately, I transformed my body into energy when his club came down, which saved me from being killed instantly. The god of light and darkness panted heavily, quickly putting distance between himself and the devouring tree. The devouring tree's unleashed power was terrifying, far surpassing any other creature present. The god of light and darkness, fearing the devouring tree's power, felt a surge of reluctance. If it weren't for the benefits of consuming the tree's flesh, he would have fled immediately. Sometimes, a moment too late to react, the god of light and darkness would have perished at the hands of the devouring tree. Transforming his body into energy was no easy feat. Damn it! This human race is so lucky. I'm a native god of the devouring world, and this devouring tree awakened and targeted me first. And the worst part is, this human race devours the most tree flesh. The god of light and darkness raged. His voice wasn't loud, but Lin Luo could hear it. The god of karma was immediately displeased. You bastard. You were unlucky enough to get beaten by the devouring tree, and now you're blaming us. I'm your father, and I do everything for you. If you can't do this, get out of here and stop embarrassing yourself. God of karma, remember what you said today? Sooner or later, you regret it, the god of light and darkness said angrily. Remember. You really think you're a big shot. If it weren't for the rune source god being your big brother, we would have killed you long ago. You think you're stronger than the underworld god? The underworld god almost died at our hands, let alone you. The god of karma sneered. The devouring tree giant attacked again, this time targeting the fire god. The club he held fell, a trail of shadows, so fast that the fire god attempted to transform his body into energy. No! The fire god's body was new, and he wasn't used to it. He couldn't transform into energy and material form at will like the god of light and darkness, switching between them with ease. With this blow, the fire god, without the ability to transform into energy, was beaten to a pulp. Chapter 549. Most of the fire god's body was damaged, meaning he had lost the ability to continue fighting. At the critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared, carrying the fire god, and luckily escaped. The one who saved the fire god was none other than Lin Luo. Lin Luo used the 6 paths of heaven to unlock his body's potential. The fire god breathed a sigh of relief and said, Originally, I was here to protect you, but now the situation has reversed, and it's your turn to protect me. Lin Luo said, It doesn't matter much. We were meant to help each other, and no one had to help the other. You don't need to dwell too much on your mission. Your survival or your growth will be of great benefit to me. Of course, said the fire god. The devouring tree giant's weapons then rained down on the surrounding creatures. The most formidable among them was Zuishin, who confronted the devouring tree giant with a broadsword. The devouring tree giant struck Zuishin until blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and Zuishin slashed a large piece of his flesh from the devouring tree giant. For Zuishin to be able to achieve this level of power was already incredibly powerful. When the devouring tree giant's club fell, Lin Luo, the Jade Emperor, and the fire god chose to dodge. But Zuishin faced it head-on, not a shrewd sight. What would have been a fatal wound to any other creature was no problem for Zuishin. Lin Luo had a new assessment of the 5 special beings. Zuishin, the 7-colored god, and the twin gods were not as simple as they appeared, they all concealed considerable strength. The rune source god was likely also concealing his strength. While it was true that he wanted to kill Lin Luo, that didn't stop him from hiding his own strength. Left god may appear impulsive, but he's actually bold and cautious. The supreme heavenly Tao, I found his weakness. Everyone, attack the devouring tree giant from behind. Don't try to hide. I have no objection. Let's all attack together and destroy this devouring tree giant. If we continue like this, we all die here when the eternal flower blooms. The rune source god agreed. The light and dark god glanced at Lin Luo and said, I hope someone won't harbor any ulterior motives during our attack and do something harmful to others and ourselves. The karma god retorted, You should take a good look at yourself and stop pointing fingers at others. The devouring tree giant was very clever. Until his weakness was discovered, he never revealed his backside. The light and dark god was less fortunate, part of his body was beaten to a pulp. Lin Luo and the other 2 supported each other, and they were able to escape danger several times. The rune source god, left god, and 7-colored god were relatively powerful, and the devouring tree giant's damage to them was limited. Even if the devouring tree giant inflicted damage on these 3 powerful creatures, it could recover quickly. The unlucky one was the god of light and darkness, without any help, and once nearly killed. He didn't dare speak to the 3 rune source gods, so he focused on Lin Luo. After all, the god of light and darkness was still the black source god, having been killed by Lin Luo once. We can't keep going like this. If we keep delaying, the eternal flower will soon bloom. I draw the devouring tree giant's frontal attack, and you guys go around and attack from behind. Supreme Heaven took the initiative. The rune source god questioned, Supreme Heaven, when did you become so kind? You're actively drawing fire for us, letting us attack the devouring tree giant from behind. Is there some conspiracy? Kalina angrily said, Rune source god, don't go too far. My brother took the initiative to withstand the attack of the devouring tree giant, and that's how you question him. Corolla said, Brother, let's just keep it together. The worst that can happen is we all die together. Rune source god snorted coldly, You 2 don't need to speak up for your brother. I know him better than you do. When I was with him, he almost tricked me to death. I always remember that. I never forget it. Supreme Heaven said, "Alright, Rune Source God, I don't have time for this. As you said, the eternal flower's bloom has the greatest impact on me. Devouring the world weakens my strength, so I'm the most powerful. Wouldn't you have admitted it earlier? You keep pretending you're at a disadvantage. I just despise that." Rune Source God and Supreme Heaven had a disagreement in the past, and he would always target Supreme Heaven in everything he did. The two twin gods were furious. "Next, I will demonstrate my sincerity and confront the devouring tree giant head-on. Just cooperate with me." As the Rune Source God said, "If you wish to die, I have no problem with all of us dying together." Supreme Sky no longer hesitated, transforming into a golden giant. The golden giant was every bit as large as the devouring tree giant. 2 more heads sprouted from its neck, followed by 4 more arms. The Jade Emperor exclaimed in shock, "I always thought Supreme Sky had already unleashed his full power. I didn't expect he concealed so much, making him no less capable than the Rune Source God." Lin Luo said, "Supreme Heaven is the most powerful of all creatures. He must be very close to eternal life." The Fire God frowned and said, "I have a feeling that what we did today was a bit wrong. If we stop the devouring world, Supreme Heaven will dominate the world from now on." The Jade Emperor said, "You said Supreme Heaven came as a clone, not in person. Is there a possibility that Supreme Heaven deliberately prevented his true form from coming? It's very likely that if Supreme Heaven's true form came, the devouring world would immediately attack him, ignoring everyone else." Lin Luo had a different opinion. That's a strong possibility, but I think the greater possibility is that Supreme Heaven's true form is experiencing some issues and hasn't fully awakened. Multiple reasons are possible. The Jade Emperor said, "I've been asleep for too long, and many things are unclear to me. I brought you here to lead us. Are you going to help Supreme Heaven kill the devouring tree?" "I think it's best to help." The Fire God agreed, "Leave it to Lin Luo. I don't have a better solution. We don't have many options. Our only option now is to cooperate with Supreme Heaven. This will buy enough time for the devouring world to evolve into eternal life. Otherwise, we won't have any chance." Lin Luo said. Supreme Heaven transformed into a powerful figure, already confronting the devouring tree giant. "Attack!" The Rune Source God decided to take action, knowing that the devouring world's strength would result in a swift death for everyone. He struck first, a strange rune forming a shockwave that shot towards the devouring tree giant's back. The 7-colored god said nothing, emitting a terrifying rainbow light and charging towards the devouring tree giant's back. Swishin threw the knife in his hand with force, aiming at the back of the tree-devouring giant. Chapter 550. What bad luck. The god of light and darkness didn't want to attack. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but his energy was nearly depleted. Every creature had attacked, and he alone remained silent. It was embarrassing to watch. The god of light and darkness thought for a moment, trying to get away with it, not wanting to reveal his weakness. The god of karma spotted him and said, "Did you just use up all your strength, leaving you completely powerless now? If you can't, then get out of here. What rank do you hold for this fight?" The god of light and darkness angrily said, "What rank do you hold for? No, this human's power is unique. You possessed him, so you're not even qualified to participate in this fight." The god of karma said, "What do you care? I see you're almost dead. When that happens, I have Shao Linzi kill you first. Remember this." The god of light and darkness's expression darkened. After the god of karma's reminder, all the creatures around him knew he was extremely weak. Just because he and the Rune Source God were partners didn't mean they were bound together, sharing life and death. The light and dark gods were too weak, and the Rune Source God would immediately abandon them. The law of the jungle is the first law of life, and the two creatures didn't have much of a connection. Even if they did, it was useless. To become stronger, many creatures would devour even their own parents, let alone a cooperative relationship. The light and dark gods were relatively calm. The Black Source God wasn't particularly intelligent, but the Light Creation God was much more intelligent. Unfortunately, the Light Creation God had calculated many things, and she had anticipated the Black Source God's failure to merge with her. The only thing she hadn't anticipated was that after merging with the Black Source God, it would be the Black Source God who would take the lead. The Light and Dark God's wisdom derives from the Light Creator God. If it were the Black Source God, he might, desperate to prove himself, madly use his own power. This method is foolish. The god of karma has pointed out that the Light and Dark God is superficially strong but weak. The more he tries to prove himself, the more problems he has. The Light and Dark God is not entirely the Black Source God. After some thought, he gave up the impulsive idea. He feigned a move, and 2 dazzling rays of light emanated from his body. These rays contained terrifying power, and rushed towards the weak spot behind the devouring tree giant. The god of karma said, "I always thought this god of light and darkness was the god of black origin, but now it seems he's not. He possesses much of the wisdom of the god of light and creation, and knows how to use compromise. If he had overdrawn his potential and used a powerful attack, it would likely have aggravated his injuries. A more severe injury would have only accelerated his death. The attacks he launched were of moderate power, which allowed him to conserve his energy and alleviate suspicion. This kid is getting smarter. He would have definitely been fooled in the past." Lin Luo said, "It seems you're quite clever too. Your analysis is flawless." "Of course." The god of karma nodded in satisfaction. She immediately sensed something was wrong and said, "There's something wrong with what you said." "What do you mean by I seem smart?" "I always been smart, okay? You're the stupid one." "Sometimes some people think they're smart, but they're actually fools," Lin Luo said. The god of karma angrily said, You always try to insult me whenever you get the chance." "Same here," Lin Luo said. The fire god asked Lin Luo, "Should we attack together?" The Jade Emperor said, "I feel we gain more benefits if we kill the devouring tree giant now. Now that the devouring tree giant has grown to giant proportions, it will be difficult to advance to the next step if we don't kill him." The fire god is the son of the 2 human emperors, Yan Emperor and Huang Emperor, who sacrificed their lives to create powerful creatures. Originally, the fire god was created primarily for Lin Luo. If either the fire god or Lin Luo were in danger, and one of them had to sacrifice, the fire god would decisively choose to sacrifice himself, allowing Lin Luo to survive. The Jade Emperor has been sealed away for too long and lacks understanding of many things, so he relies on Lin Luo. Take action. If we don't kill the devouring tree giant, dragging it out will do us no good. Lin Luo had long considered killing the devouring tree giant, but he wasn't strong enough to take the lead. Even if he were strong enough, he couldn't take the lead. The rune source god shared Lin Luo's sentiments. He didn't want to be the first to take action and confront the devouring tree giant head-on. Of the many powerful creatures present, the most suitable to fight the devouring tree giant was the Supreme Heaven. The Supreme Heaven has descended in an avatar, so even if the creatures were to kill him, the effect wouldn't be significant. After all, even if the Supreme Heaven died, he wouldn't actually be dead. If someone attempted to kill the Supreme Heaven, he would actually bear a grudge against them. The next time the true Supreme Heaven appeared, it would likely be the person who killed his avatar. I strike first. A massive imperial sword condensed before the Jade Emperor, its blade radiating a dazzling golden light. His ability, a power that bridges reality and fantasy, can materialize things. Controlling the imperial sword, the Jade Emperor charged toward the back of the devouring tree. Flames erupted from the fire god's body, engulfed in flames, blazing and emitting a dazzling radiance. The crimson flames condensed into a fire god, enveloping a stream of red light as it rushed toward the back of the devouring tree. Lin Luo's 3 dragon maws were already condensing energy cannons, each containing terrifying power. The 3 energy cannons were terrifyingly powerful, unleashing hurricanes 10 times more powerful than before. Lin Luo's life level had finally reached the ultimate life, and his entire body had undergone another transformation. His appearance remained largely unchanged, but his inner self had undergone a profound transformation, becoming dozens of times more powerful than before. The difference between level 149 and level 150, seemingly only a single level, was actually a world of difference. A single level difference, within the common life hierarchy, was equivalent to 10 life levels. This was why other powerful creatures were so astonished to see Lin Luo, through various amplifications, able to rival the ultimate life. Lin Luo didn't display his ultimate life force, intending to conceal his weakness for a moment, perhaps gaining significant benefits. The golden giant transformed by Supreme Heaven confronted the devouring tree giant, attacks coming one after another, accompanied by a constant explosion. Giant holes were blasted behind the devouring tree giant, revealing a green core. The green core, like an immense heart, beat violently, radiating vibrant vitality and endless energy, providing the devouring tree giant with the energy it needed. The previous series of attacks had shattered the devouring tree giant's protective shield. The devouring tree giant sensed the threat from behind, knowing that without its green core, it would perish. Blocking Supreme Heaven in front of him was the greatest obstacle. Furious, the devouring tree giant unleashed his true energy, attempting to rip the creature apart. Supreme Heaven, believing the situation was almost over and unwilling to fight the devouring tree giant, voluntarily abandoned the attack. Chapter 551. By the time the devouring tree giant wanted to return to protect the green core, it was too late. 3 energy cannons struck the devouring tree giant, causing a devastating explosion that destroyed the green core. Lin Luo's attack was perfectly timed, killing the devouring tree giant. You ungrateful bastards. If I hadn't nurtured you, how could you have evolved to this point? Now you're teaming up to kill me. The devouring tree giant was resentful, yet powerless to resist. After the green core was destroyed, the devouring tree giant lost its life and reverted to a gigantic tree. Supreme Heaven, Rune Source God, Lin Luo, and the others immediately rushed forward. Each creature unleashed their strongest attack, chopping the devouring tree into several pieces. The devouring tree was over 130,000 meters long, with each creature receiving over 10,000 meters, leaving over 30,000 meters of tree flesh. Supreme Heaven struck first, his massive golden arm grasping at the devouring tree flesh. As his palm grasped the devouring tree's trunk, strange runes of the Rune Source God crawled out of his body, forming a terrifying demonic ghost. The demon opened its bloody maw and bit into Gao Shangtian's arm. Feeling the excruciating pain in his arm, Gao Shangtian reluctantly let go of the 30,000-meter-long tree flesh. Rune Source God, aren't you going too far? I contributed the most effort just now, so it's only natural that I should get the longest devouring tree trunk. Gao Shangtian covered the wound with his hand, blood pouring out. Rune Source God said, Gao Shangtian, please stop saying that. Don't you find it ridiculous? It was clearly a collaborative effort that killed the devouring tree giant. You can't claim to have contributed the most effort. Everyone contributed roughly the same. You don't need to use moral blackmail here. Okay, you're worthy of being the Rune Source God. You can say anything. Gao Zhitian punched hard, and a golden fist shadow flew out, striking the evil spirit formed by strange runes. The evil spirit was instantly shattered, and the trunk of the devouring tree fell from the sky again. The Rune Source God angrily said, Gao Zhitian, you're going to tear me apart, and fight me to the death. Gao Zhitian sneered, you're always targeting me. If I don't fight back, you bully me in the future. Let's see who can bear it first. Okay, this 30,000-meter-long trunk can be obtained by everyone else, but you can't. The Rune Source God said. Supreme Heaven said, you don't have to be so against me. If you rejoin my team, I evolve into eternal life, and you benefit immensely. Do you think I'm a fool? I already been fooled once, and I'm being fooled again. In the past, the Rune Source God and Supreme Heaven had a close relationship, and their cooperation brought immense benefits. But Supreme Heaven and the Rune Source God fell out over shared interests. Both evolved rapidly, reaching equal strength. 2 powerful beings, each fearing the other's strength. Supreme Heaven struck first, nearly killing the Rune Source God. Though the Rune Source God luckily survived, his strength was significantly weakened, making him unable to compete with Supreme Heaven. Supreme Heaven sighed, I held back because of our past friendship. If I hadn't been strong enough to win, you would have attacked me too. Let's not blame each other. I originally wanted to resolve this peacefully, but judging by your attitude, that's impossible. So, I won't hold back from you next time. The Rune Source God snorted coldly, you don't need such hypocritical words. If you had descended in your true form, I'd probably have been killed by you by now. Supreme Sky transformed once again into a golden giant, unleashing a barrage of punches so dense that there was no room for maneuver as he attacked the Rune Source God. Facing Supreme Sky's attacks, the Rune Source God showed no fear. The strange runes on his body seemed to come alive, like tiny black insects crawling across his skin. Supreme Sky's attacks failed to reach the Rune Source God and were absorbed by him. The Rune Source God and Supreme Sky, 2 powerful beings, engaged in a clash after a disagreement, and it was difficult to determine the winner. The light and dark god's body transformed into energy, accelerating to maximum speed as he charged towards the 30,000-meter-tall tree trunk. He transformed into a streak of black and white light, zipping past the 30,000-meter-tall tree trunk at breakneck speed. I got it. You 2 idiots, go ahead and grab it. In the end, it's still mine. The god of light and darkness was overjoyed. He took the 40,000-meter-long devouring tree trunk and devoured it. His level would definitely increase significantly. He was well aware of his current situation. He was at the bottom of the pack, perhaps even worse than Lin Luo. Just now, when many creatures were harvesting flesh from the devouring tree, the god of light and darkness was the weakest, and without anyone to help him, he had the least flesh. The god of light and darkness knew that Lin Luo had been at the bottom of the pack, and once Lin Luo digested the flesh, he would be the last. He increased his speed to maximum, preparing to flee the battlefield. The eternal flower was no longer in his thoughts. With over 40,000 meters of flesh, the god of light and darkness was more than enough to reach a very high level. A rainbow of light waited ahead, and even if the god of light and darkness wanted to break suddenly, it was too late. The seven-colored god suddenly snatched away all the devouring tree trunks in the god of light and darkness's hands. The god of light and darkness angrily said, "Seven-colored god, you're going too far. You taken over 10,000 meters of tree trunks from me. Can't you leave me some?" The seven-colored god said coldly, "You should be thankful now. Under normal circumstances, I might have killed you. You're so weak, yet you still try to take what doesn't belong to you. This is simply courting death. Die now." The god of light and darkness, enraged, transformed into a gigantic bird beast. The bird beast was enormous, larger than Earth itself, half golden, the other black. It glowed with a dazzling light, so bright it looked as if it were on fire. The god of light and darkness charged towards the seven-colored god, his entire body thrashing forward. The forces of light and darkness simultaneously erupted, attempting to repel the seven-colored god so he could devour the tree trunk. "I was going to let you go, but now you come to me. So I finish you off." The seven-colored god transformed into a gigantic, incredibly powerful seven-colored tiger. The tiger shone with dazzling rainbow light, as if clad in a magnificent suit of armor. Its sharp claws gleamed with a chilling gleam, chilling the senses. Sharp fangs bared from the corners of its mouth, emitting an invisible pressure. The giant eagle of light and darkness battled the tiger, but the tiger quickly overpowered the eagle, biting off one of its wings. Knowing he could not defeat the tiger, and would likely die if he continued, the god of light and darkness immediately fled. Chapter 552. What a failure! Not only did I fail to snatch over 30,000 meters of tree trunk, but over 10,000 meters of my own trunk was also stolen. The god of light and darkness fled from the god of seven colors. The seven colors god was too powerful for him to defeat. As he retreated, his fear diminished considerably, and for a moment, he had no desire to flee. The eternal flower was about to bloom, and the god of light and darkness wanted to try his luck and see if he could gain some advantage. The god of light and darkness understood the current situation well. If he didn't benefit from the devouring tree and the eternal flower, he would likely be the first to be devoured in the next battle. "God of light and darkness, should we settle our accounts now?" A familiar voice called out. "God of karma. What are you trying to do?" The god of light and darkness had a bad feeling. "What am I going to do?" "You should know exactly what I'm going to do," the god of karma said. "No need for such nonsense. I'm here to kill you. Didn't you just want to kill me? Now it's my turn." Lin Luo's three dragon heads stared coldly, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. The rune source god and the light and dark god had joined forces and nearly killed Lin Luo. Now that Lin Luo had found his opportunity, he would certainly not let the light and dark god go. The light and dark god said with a grim expression, "If you attack me now, aren't you afraid that the rune source god will attack you? The rune source god and I are allies. If I'm hurt, he'd definitely take action. Are you not very smart? You're saying that. I thought you'd be smarter now that you merged with the light creation god, but I'm honestly dumb. Didn't you see that you just stole something from the rune source god? Do you think he helped you now?" Lin Luo scoffed. The god of karma said, "Not only are you foolish, you're also incredibly greedy. You're already seriously injured and have no strength left, yet you still want to stay here and wait for the eternal flower to bloom. Do you think the eternal flower will let you get what you want? If you have any last words, you can say them now. When the time comes, I won't give you another chance." Lin Luo said. The god of karma said, "Can't you just let me go? If you let me go this time, I never target you again. Are you kidding me? Do you think I believe you? Even the words you say sound too false." Lin Luo rushed towards the god of light and darkness, launching three terrifyingly powerful energy cannons. It was impossible for the god of light and darkness to dodge the attacks with his speed, so he used his energy body, leaving three large gaping holes in his body. After the attack, the god of light and darkness used his own abilities to repair the wounds. Lin Luo had already reached the god of karma, his sharp dragon claws clawing at his chest. The heart is crucial for any creature, whether powerful or meager. The light and dark god's primary power also comes from the heart. Lin Luo suddenly snatched out the enormous heart, a mixture of light and dark, still beating violently even after being ripped out. The karma god taunted, "Light and dark god, weren't you so arrogant just now? You taunted me all the time when you were chasing Lin Luo, but why are you speechless now? You're saying things like you're too weak to fight for the devouring tree, and now it seems you're the least worthy. Damn it! I remember what happened today. Don't give me a chance for revenge. The light and dark god uttered a harsh word, transforming into a massive bird beast, emitting a dazzling light of both light and dark as it charged forward. Lin Luo sped up, pursuing the god of light and darkness. In the blink of an eye, Lin Luo caught up with the fleeing god of light and darkness and attacked him brazenly. Having lost his heart, the god of light and darkness's fighting power was once again greatly weakened, and Lin Luo easily ripped off one of his wings. The benefit you gain from killing me is limited. It's possible that just as you killed me, over 30,000 meters of the devouring tree's trunk was stolen. The god of light and darkness suffered a large wound, and blood continued to flow like a stream, filling the air with a heavy scent of blood. The two had reached the outskirts of the devouring tree, where many creatures were fighting over leaves and bark. They had seen the devouring tree cut down, but they had no power to snatch it. Most creatures, knowing their own limitations, did not dare to attack the devouring tree, instead fighting for the remaining pieces outside. Some creatures tried their luck, hoping to gain benefits within the devouring tree. The Glacier Blood Dragon said, "Should we enter here and try our luck? We evolved to level 149, not far from the ultimate lifeform. This distance seems small, but it's incredibly far away. Our talent is limited, and evolving to the final stage is extremely difficult. Simply devouring ordinary creatures won't do. I just managed to snag some tree bark and leaves. After devouring them, I felt a surge of strength. I could clearly feel myself getting closer to the ultimate lifeform. By consuming the devoured tree flesh, we surely gain immense benefits, potentially even transforming into the ultimate lifeform." The Glacier Divine Wolf said, "It was already incredibly difficult for us to survive just now. Now we're going to compete for the devoured tree flesh, which is incredibly dangerous. We could die." The Glacier Giant Bear said, "I also think it's best not to go there. If we're not careful, not only will we fail to evolve into ultimate life, we might even become food for other creatures." The three powerful beasts came from an ice age, an era filled with vast glaciers. The planet where the ice age originated was a planet teeming with life, nurturing many powerful creatures. After hundreds of thousands of years of struggle, many powerful races emerged. After the invasion of the devouring world, three powerful creatures remained: the Glacier Divine Wolf, the Glacier Giant Bear, and the Glacier Blood Dragon. When they entered the devouring world, they were already powerful divine king creatures. The three creatures had been hiding in the most barren areas of the devouring world, where ice and snow perpetually blanket the land, and temperatures were extremely low. The temperature sometimes dropped below 10,000 degrees Celsius, freezing some creatures to death. Some powerful creatures disliked the cold and would not come to this place. The three creatures remained there, living a peaceful life. From time to time, they would descend from the glacier into reality, gaining some benefits. It was in this place that they escaped the god of hell's slaughter. They emerged from the eternal flower, just as it was about to bloom. The three creatures had been incredibly lucky. While many other creatures were being attacked by vines, many of which were devouring each other, they remained unscathed. The Glacier Snow Dragon refused to give up. "I think we can still make a move. Do you think level 149 is enough? There are going to be some major changes ahead, and our luck might run out. When danger strikes, we have to rely on our own strength." Chapter 553. The Glacier Wolf nodded and said, "You make a lot of sense. If we keep hiding, we might not be able to escape the final catastrophe. Becoming stronger will increase our chances of survival. It's best if you understand this. Why don't you go take a look? If we find something's not right, we can turn around and leave." The Glacier Blood Dragon said. The Glacier Giant Bear agreed, "If we keep trying to grow, we'd probably die in the end. Luck really does run out sometimes." The Glacier Blood Dragon said, "We both agree to go in. Now it's your choice. Will you stay here, or will you come with us?" The Glacier Wolf said helplessly, "Do you two give me a choice? If you both go in, I can't stay outside either. To become stronger, you sometimes have to face danger." The Glacier Blood Dragon said, "You're right. We've been seeking wealth and glory amidst danger. You two don't need to worry too much. If we find ourselves in a dangerous situation, we can simply leave. There's no need to linger and risk our lives." The three creatures agreed and prepared to enter the devouring tree to try their luck. A light dark bird beast was being chased by a massive three-headed dragon, and one of its wings was bitten off. The Glacier Wolf trembled and said, "These two creatures seem to have emerged from the vicinity of the devouring tree. This light dark bird beast is extremely powerful, far more powerful than us. It's always like this. If we enter, we might be devoured by the 3 dragons in one fell swoop. The Glacier Blood Dragon, unwilling to give up, said, I think we should go in and see. We might find a surprise. The Glacier Bear said, You always claim to be smart, so why are you so dumb today? The 2 creatures that emerged today are already powerful enough, which means the creatures inside are even more powerful. If we choose to enter, we might not even have a chance to escape. Anyway, I'm not going in. If you want to, go ahead. The Glacier Wolf was terrified and gave up all thought of entering. I go in and take a look. You wait outside. The Glacier Blood Dragon refused to give up and wanted to go inside to take a look. The Glacier Bear said, Let's leave. Judging by the situation, the eternal flower blooming isn't a big deal for us. I go in and take a look. If it's not good, I be back immediately. If it's good, I let you in. The Glacier Blood Dragon ignored the advice and insisted on entering the vicinity of the devouring tree. The Glacier Wolf said, Be careful. The Glacier Blood Dragon, the strongest of the 3 creatures, flew in near the devouring tree. After about 10 minutes, the Glacier Blood Dragon still didn't emerge. The Glacier Bear frowned and said, That shouldn't be the case. The Blood Dragon only went in to see if there was any danger. If there was, it would have left. It hasn't come out in such a long time. Perhaps something unexpected has happened, preventing it from exiting. The Glacier Wolf said, What you say is very likely. Why don't we leave? I feel it's quite dangerous to stay outside. The Eternal Flower isn't worthy of a level 149 creature like us. There's another possibility. You're suggesting that the Blood Dragon gained a great advantage near the devouring tree, and by the time it did, it had no time to notify us. That's my guess. It's likely gained a huge benefit, said the Glacier Giant Bear. The Glacier God Wolf said, How about we go in and take a look? What's going on? If it's truly dangerous, we can flee immediately. The Glacier Giant Bear said, Yes, we better go and take a look. The 2 creatures hadn't had any desire to enter at first, fearing danger. But the thought of their brother, the Glacier Blood Dragon, gaining a huge benefit filled them with uncontrollable jealousy. They weren't afraid of their brother's hard work, but they were afraid of their brother evolving faster than they were. Suddenly, a massive blood-red dragon head flew over, a large amount of blood flowing from its wound, filling the air with a thick scent of blood. The Glacier Giant Bear frantically grabbed the blood-red dragon head, staining the white fur on its paws red. The Glacier Wolf's voice trembled. What happened? How come only your head is left of your body? The Glacier Blood Dragon said, Let's get out of here. I just entered the room. Look, I just brushed past a powerful creature, and half my body was gone. I tried to flee, but I almost didn't. Holy crap, the creatures in here are so terrifying. The Glacier Bear was terrified. Let's get out of here. The Glacier Wolf trembled violently. Let's get out of here. The Eternal Flower and the devouring tree are beyond our reach. The Glacier Blood Dragon was on the verge of collapse, its entire body gone. It regretted its greedy approach to the devouring tree, nearly leading to its own death. Their survival depended entirely on luck, but sometimes, when they were too greedy, even luck couldn't protect them. The 3 creatures decided to leave. The devouring tree and the Eternal Flower were beyond the reach of creatures below the ultimate lifeforms. The Hades extended a massive ghostly claw and snatched up a dragon-like fish. The fish, at level 149, writhed frantically, trying to escape the Hades claws. But no matter how it thrashed, it could not escape the Hades claws. A mere level 149 creature, do you think it's possible to escape the attacks of my ultimate lifeforms? The Hades couldn't help but smile. He didn't find a sense of accomplishment in Lin Luo, but he found it in this giant fish. He was the ultimate lifeform. How could he possibly be defeated by a level 149 creature? The giant fish begged for mercy. Lord Hades, spare my life. If you only let me go, I grant you anything you ask. Please. The Hades said coldly, my request is simple. You devour me immediately. I still need you to heal my injuries. The giant fish was devoured alive by the Hades, swallowed directly into his stomach. Swallowing this giant fish has healed me considerably. Damn Lin Luo. If he hadn't gotten me into this state, I'd probably be near the devouring tree, harvesting its flesh. The Hades, observing what was happening near the devouring tree, made a rough guess. No, I can't hang around on the periphery. If I want to reap the benefits, I need to get to the devouring tree. He was about to get up and head for it, when he noticed something unusual in the sky. A gigantic bird beast was being chased by 3 dragons. The Hades quickly recognized the 2 creatures, the god of light and darkness and Lin Luo. This human has become so powerful that he's chasing the god of light and darkness to death. The Hades exclaimed in horror. Chapter 554. The Hades thought his injuries had mostly healed and wanted to approach the devouring tree to cause trouble for Lin Luo. He didn't expect that Lin Luo would come to him without him having to. Before I was seriously injured, I would have been stronger than the god of light and darkness. Now that I recovered from my injuries, I'm much weaker than him. If I were to face Lin Luo now, I'd be dead. The Hades said angrily, this human deserves death. He's the reason I become so miserable. He's getting stronger, and I'm getting weaker. Angry as he was, he had no choice but to avoid danger. The god of light and darkness sensed a familiar presence and spotted the Hades below. God of the Hades, please help me. This human wants to kill me. I just helped you, and now he's holding a grudge against me. He's about to devour me. You must help me. Get out of my way, you bastard. The Hades tried to be mean and avoid Lin Luo. Unexpectedly, the damn god of light and darkness spotted him and took Lin Luo with him. The god of karma exclaimed joyfully, God of Hades, we were just looking for you. We didn't expect you to be here. Don't run away. Little Lindsay will finish you off in one fell swoop. You forced me to do this. The god of Hades' body continued to swell, his dark blue skin becoming particularly eerie, his hands transforming into sharp ghostly claws. The god of karma said, now that I ascended to the ultimate life form, you still dare to confront us head-on? You're truly fearless. You can die now. When the god of Hades heard that Lin Luo had become the ultimate life form, he turned and fled without a second thought. The god of karma angrily said, this guy is a coward. I just told him you were an ultimate life form, and he ran away in fear, not even having the courage to fight. Ho-Tu couldn't help but laugh. This Hades couldn't even defeat Lin Luo at level 149. Now that Lin Luo has evolved into the ultimate life form, there's basically no chance of him winning. Why wouldn't he flee and wait here for death? That makes sense. The god of karma nodded. The god of light and darkness said, I was bewitched by that damn Hades god, and I attacked you. Now he's simply fleeing, refusing to even help. I've seen through him. He pleaded hastily, sir, if you let me go, I'd be your follower from now on. You creatures are quite realistic. You're timid when facing the strong, but you strike hard when facing the weak. Do you think I'd let you go? Lin Luo couldn't possibly let the god of light and dark go. This was a chance to kill him. If it weren't for the rune source god fighting over the tree flesh, Lin Luo would hardly have had this opportunity. Even if you kill me, I won't let you go. The god of light and darkness transformed into two golden black beams, shooting towards Lin Luo. The power of these two beams, emanating from the god of light and darkness's physical body, reached a terrifying critical point. Lin Luo was trapped within the blast of the two beams. The god of light and darkness transformed into a small bird beast and emerged from within. I almost died. Now I'd better escape. The god of light and darkness abandoned his physical body, transforming it entirely into energy. Losing it wasn't a big deal, as long as he could survive. It was enough. Before he could escape, he was grabbed by a massive hand. Lin Luo placed the god of light and darkness into his mouth, and, despite his curses and pleas for mercy, devoured him. The god of karma said, aren't you quite arrogant? And now you've been devoured by Lin Luo. The god of light and darkness angrily declared, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. The god of karma sneered, are you kidding me? A ghost is just a living creature. How can you become a ghost if you died so cleanly? I am the god of light creation. I have nothing to do with the god of black origin. Just kill the god of black origin, not me. Just as Lin Luo was about to utterly slay the god of light and darkness, a woman's voice emanated from within. Lin Luo naturally knew it was the god of light creation, but he had no intention of letting him go. The transformation of the god of black origin into the god of light and darkness must have taken considerable effort. The god of karma asked, little Lin, what abilities did you gain by devouring this god of light and darkness? No abilities? You think I'm a monster. If I gain an ability by devouring a living creature, then I'm incredibly unbelievable, Lin Luo said. Then I'm relieved. The god of karma breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately sensed something was wrong. You must be lying. You're talking so quickly. You must have gained some power. It's okay to tell me what you gained. I won't reveal it to you. Lin Luo said, I gained the power of light and darkness. The god of karma raged, I knew you gained a huge advantage, but you deliberately didn't mention it. It really pissed me off. Lin Luo sighed, I deliberately didn't tell you just now, so you wouldn't get jealous. You insisted on asking so clearly, and now you're the one hurting. You idiot. The god of karma was furious. I don't even know whose side you're on. I gotten stronger, and you should be happy. Lin Luo said. The god of karma said, I'm really not happy about you getting stronger. I don't want to bother with you. I'm going to take care of the underworld god now. 2 wings sprouted from Lin Luo's back, one golden, the other black. Fluttering simultaneously, Lin Luo charged forward at breakneck speed. Competing for the longest tree-eating flesh was difficult. Rather than running over to compete, it would be more practical for Lin Luo to kill the underworld god. Lin Luo transformed into a streak of light and charged forward. A distance of 100,000 kilometers. The underworld god transformed into the form of a demon and charged forward at a speed exceeding his physical limits. We should be safe here now. The underworld god, nearly overwhelmed, stopped to rest. After a short rest, he was relieved to see that Lin Luo hadn't caught up. The underworld god didn't believe Lin Luo would give up on devouring the tree flesh and come after him. If I choose to leave now, not only will I lose my share of the devouring tree, but I won't even get my share of the eternal flower. After returning to safety, the Hades felt deeply resigned. He felt he lost out, and wondered if there was a chance to return and reap some benefits. The Hades thought he couldn't return immediately, as the eternal flower would be more chaotic when it bloomed, so he waited to see if there was a chance. Dark God, are you waiting for some eternal flowers to bloom before heading back? Lin Luo's figure suddenly appeared, and the Hades instantly transformed into a demonic form. Without hesitation, the Hades charged forward. The god of karma shouted from behind, You're such a powerful fellow, aren't you? You don't even have the courage to face us. The Hades said, Lin Luo, can we resolve this grudge today? As long as you don't chase me, I won't bother you again. Chapter 555. Lin Luo chased after him, sneering, Didn't you say earlier that if I couldn't kill you, you find the chance to kill everyone around me? Why are you talking about reconciliation now? The Hades said, I was just angry. I didn't really mean it. We can reconcile now, and I won't threaten your family later. Rather than believe you, I'd rather kill you. Lin Luo quickly caught up with the Hades and grabbed at his core. The Hades transformed into a demonic form, his body a fusion of energy. His weak point was no longer his heart, but a hidden core. Finding the core within the Hades was no easy task, but Lin Luo possessed a pair of Buddha's eyes, making it easy to locate. Don't! The Hades, feeling the threat of death, frantically tried to resist. Lin Luo exerted all his strength, but the Hades was no match for him. A black core was dug out, and his demonic state began to fade. The Hades' demonic form dissipated, transforming into a mass of black flesh. The god of karma said in disgust, You're disgusting. You're just a black pile of flesh, emitting a foul stench. The god of Hades said angrily, Who do you think you are? How much better than me? The god of karma stuttered, Don't talk nonsense here. I'm far superior to you. You're a stinking pile of flesh, and I'm a ray of light. All right, if you have any last words, say them now. You missed the chance, said Lin Luo. The god of Hades said, You devoured my core. I lost all my fighting power. How could you possibly let me go? Swallowing this pile of rotten flesh is pointless. It's better to destroy it all. Lin Luo breathed out flames, which burst into flames upon encountering the rotten flesh. Humankind, you will suffer retribution. Sooner or later, you will be devoured by the supreme heaven, and you will never achieve eternal life. The Hades felt the excruciating pain radiating from his body, and cursed Lin Luo furiously. Lin Luo said, You don't need to worry about that. You won't know whether I succeed or fail. The Hades' rotten flesh burned to ash, emitting clouds of black air. The karma god said proudly, Opposing me, the karma god, will only lead to death. Lin Luo complained, I was the one who killed him. So how did you become the one who killed him? It should be said that those who oppose me never have a good end. Without my help, do you think you could have evolved so quickly? The karma god said. I don't care. After devouring the Hades god, Lin Luo gained the power of a demon. Although he couldn't fully transform into a demon, he could transform his body into one. Lin Luo's body transformed into a demonic form, temporarily transforming into energy, and thus avoiding some physical attacks. He devoured the dark god and the light and dark god, gaining abilities from these two native gods. The abilities of the two native gods overlap considerably, but each possesses its own distinct characteristics. The light and dark god's primary strength is speed, while the dark god's body is more susceptible to spectral transformation. The god of karma said, Lin Luo, quickly tell me what abilities you gained by devouring the dark god? I gained the dark god's spectral transformation, Lin Luo said. The god of karma said, You deserve to die. Lin Luo said, Your jealousy is useless. I have indeed become stronger. It's almost time to go back, said Ho-Tu. Devouring these two native gods has granted me immense power. Let's go back and compete, perhaps we can gain some. Lin Luo's wings of light and darkness appeared behind him, and he flew towards the devouring tree. Over 30,000 meters of devouring tree flesh were being frantically snatched by the rune source god, Zhuoshan, the seven-colored god, the twin gods, and supreme heaven. Lefshan wielded a machete, and slashed off the rune source god's arm, snatching away over 30,000 meters of devouring tree flesh. She hadn't even had time to warm it before the twin gods snatched it away. The twin gods tossed over 30,000 meters of tree flesh to supreme heaven, only to discover that the supreme heaven before them was not the real supreme heaven, but the seven-colored god transformed into him. Each unique world's native lifeforms possessed unique powers, and the seven-colored god possessed a unique ability, the ability to transform. Using its seven-color power, the seven-colored god could transform into any creature at will, making it difficult to identify. Under normal circumstances, a closer look from the twin gods would have revealed that the seven-colored god was not the true supreme heaven. But now, amidst the chaotic battle among the powerful creatures, the twin gods naturally failed to notice. Damn it, you despicable creature. You actually pretended to be my brother. I'm going to kill you. Hand over the devouring tree flesh. The twin god said angrily. Are you dreaming? The seven-colored god transformed into a seven-colored tiger, attempting to devour the devouring tree flesh whole. He knew that taking the devouring tree flesh to a quiet place to devour it was nearly impossible. The best strategy was to devour as much of it as quickly as possible, thus maximizing the benefits. The seven-colored tiger was ambitious, wanting to devour over 10,000 meters of devouring tree flesh in one gulp. A muscular female warrior appeared, a pair of demonic horns on her head, a massive machete in hand. Left God slashed down with another fierce blow, severing the seven-colored tiger's shadow. Left God shouted angrily, Left God, you wretch. What are you angry about? I'm only reclaiming what's mine. Left God grabbed over 30,000 meters of tree trunk and tried to escape. Before he could get far, he was grabbed by Supreme Heaven. Left God's body was formidable, his abilities concentrated in swordsmanship, but he lacked much strength, and Supreme Heaven held him tightly. Lost and found again, this thing was mine all along. The twin gods attempted to charge forward and seize the over 30,000 meters of devouring tree flesh. Seven-colored god, you didn't want this thing? I give it to you. Left God, unwilling to give it to the twin gods, tossed the 30,000-meter-long devouring meat to the seven-colored god. Just give it to me sooner. Why are you trying to snatch it from me? It's better to give it to me than to hurt Gaosho Tian and the twins. Do you think I'm right? The seven-colored god took the 30,000-meter-long devouring tree trunk and immediately transformed into a stream of colorful light and fled. A dazzling blue light emanated from Gaosho Tian, and the surrounding space began to distort. The stream of colorful light could not escape this space. Gaosho Tian suddenly appeared beside him, and snatched the 30,000-meter-long devouring tree trunk. The four fought over it, and after several changes of hands, no one was able to obtain it. The Jade Emperor and the Fire God obeyed Lin Luo's orders, and did not attempt to seize the 30,000-meter-long devouring tree trunk. The Fire God congratulated him. Thankfully, we listened to Lin Luo, and didn't fight for the 30,000-meter-long devouring tree. With our strength, it would have been nearly impossible. These five special beings are no match for us. The Jade Emperor nodded and said, while I hate to acknowledge the strength of others, I have to admit that these five special beings are far more powerful than we are. Chapter 556. The Fire God said, just now, I saw that those four weren't particularly powerful. Their level wasn't that far off from ours. It seems they've been hiding something, and doing it quite well. The Jade Emperor said, I can see that the light and dark gods overestimated their own abilities, believing they could seize the 30,000-plus meter tree trunk, which resulted in their own serious injuries. The Fire God said, I wonder if we should join the fight after Lin Luo returns? The 10,000-plus meter trunk we devoured just now was relatively weak, not at the core, but above the devouring tree. The Jade Emperor said, let's see what happens to Lin Luo. He devoured two local gods. I think he'd likely attack the 30,000-plus meter devouring tree trunk when he returns. As the two finished speaking, a familiar figure appeared. The Fire God asked happily, what's going on? Are those two native gods dead? Lin Luo nodded, if they're dead, that solves two problems. If they had continued to live and gained extraordinary power, everyone around me might have been hunted by them. If the eternal flower hadn't bloomed, Lin Luo would have traveled to the Three Purities era and the human era, hoping to uncover the secrets of those eras. He had a strong feeling that traveling to those eras would yield great rewards. Lin Luo had killed the Black Source God once before, and the Black Source God deeply hated him. If the Black Source God hadn't merged with the Light Creation God and hadn't had time to care about Lin Luo, those around him might have suffered. The constraints of the devouring world were no longer in place, and powerful creatures could freely cross into the real world. Lin Luo wanted to thank the Black Source God for reminding him to protect those around him as a precaution. The Underworld God and the God of Light and Darkness are the best food. Devouring them would grant Lin Luo powerful abilities. The Jade Emperor said, "You've done well. These two native gods must be eliminated beforehand. This will eliminate many future worries. We essentially eliminated two competitors." The Fire God said, "What should we do next? Should we go up and compete? I devoured two native gods, and my power has increased considerably. However, competing against 5 special beings will still be a difficult task." Lin Luo frowned. "Will the 3 of us working together improve the situation?" the Fire God asked. Lin Luo shook his head. "It probably won't be much better. Our combined power is very limited, and fighting against 5 special beings will be a difficult task." The Jade Emperor said, "Then shouldn't we compete with them?" "We still have to compete. The benefits of devouring over 30,000 meters of flesh from the trunk are the greatest. If we miss this opportunity, no matter which special being gets the flesh, they will be a formidable enemy in the future," Lin Luo said. The Fire God said, "It seems we have to take action. We can't let these 5 special beings obtain this 30,000-meter-long devouring tree." The Jade Emperor asked, "Have you come up with a plan?" Lin Luo replied, "My plan is for you to cut down this 30,000-meter-long devouring tree trunk. Only then can we obtain some of it. It's obviously impossible for us to obtain the entire 30,000-meter-long devouring tree trunk." "You make a lot of sense." The Jade Emperor nodded and said, "We can't obtain a complete 30,000-meter-long devouring tree trunk. We have to divide it up to get something." The Fire God frowned and said, "This seems a bit difficult. The 5 special beings are desperately trying to protect the devouring trunk. I don't think we have a chance to attack it. Opportunities are created, so I take the lead." Lin Luo discussed with the 2 and prepared to attack the 30,000-meter-long devouring trunk. Amidst the scramble among the 5 devouring creatures, the 30,000-meter-long devouring trunk flew into the air. The Jade Emperor drew out his Emperor sword and slashed forward fiercely. A flash of sword light rushed towards the 30,000-meter-long devouring trunk. The Fire God transformed into a ball of flame, attaching itself to the sword light. The sword light burned with flames, its power suddenly increasing tenfold. The 30,000-meter-long devouring trunk was severed in half, and a large amount of green devouring tree flesh fell from the sky. The 7-colored god hesitated for a moment, then rushed forward immediately to compete for the fallen devouring tree flesh. As the green devouring tree flesh fell, a strange fragrance immediately emanated, filling the surrounding space. "Damn it," the Supreme Sky said with a scowl. "Don't you know how valuable this 30,000-meter-long devouring tree is? How much nutrients were lost when you cut it in half?" Kalina said angrily, "We were fighting over this devouring tree just now. It was a mutual attack and defense, with no intention of harming the devouring tree. And yet, you just destroyed it." Corolla said, "I think we should stop competing and kill this human first. They'd broken our rules." The Rune Source God said angrily, "What did you do to the God of Light and Darkness?" "I took him to where he should be," Lin Luo replied. The Rune Source God angrily said, "You're clever enough. You knew I was competing for the all-important devouring tree flesh, and you seized the opportunity to kill the Light and Dark God." Lin Luo said, "Why are you saying such things? You were originally in a cooperative relationship. Once your cooperation becomes unequal, that so-called cooperation will end. Don't make yourself sound so good. You saw me going after the Light and Dark God. Today I will kill you." The Rune Source God wanted to attack Lin Luo. "I evolved to the ultimate life form. It won't be that easy for you to kill me." Lin Luo threw the 30,000-meter-long devouring tree trunk back into the air. The Jade Emperor and the Fire God coordinated to cut the 30,000-meter-long devouring tree trunk into several sections, the shortest just over 1,000 meters. More large amounts of devouring tree flesh fell from the sky. The 7-colored gods were already waiting below, fighting for the 30,000-meter-long devouring tree flesh. The devouring tree is over 150,000 meters long. The 30,000-meter-long devouring tree trunk is at the base, and the thickest, naturally containing the most nutritious tree flesh. Lin Luo chopped the 30,000-meter-long trunk into several sections, and a significant amount of nutrients had been lost. "Brother, what should we do now?" Kalina's eyes were filled with hostility. Supreme Heaven quickly made a choice. There's no need to tangle with this human. The most important thing now is to devour as much of the special tree flesh as possible. The seven-colored god and the left god didn't harbor much hatred for Lin Luo. In fact, both creatures were happy to see this unfold. In a battle fought by 5 special beings, Supreme Heaven would most likely be the victor. Supreme Heaven joined forces with the twin gods to fight, a battle that was beyond the capabilities of a single special being. Furthermore, the 3 special beings harbored ulterior motives, making true cooperation impossible. The outcome was already predetermined. Chapter 557. Even if it wasn't the Supreme Heaven and the twin gods, it was likely the Rune Source God would reap the huge benefits. These two had the lowest chance of gaining anything, and it was very likely they would gain nothing. The Jade Emperor and the Fire God had already begun to work, and the tree flesh began to fall. Other parts of the devouring tree were thinner, making it easier to store flesh. The devouring tree at the bottom was wider and less able to store flesh. Every time a devouring tree trunk was cut, a large amount of flesh fell out. The seven-colored god and the left god believed that going down to the bottom would yield more devouring tree flesh. Lin Luo threw all the trunks in his hand, and the creatures rushed to grab them. He chose a trunk that was neither too long nor too short, about 2,000 meters long and very thick. Rune Source reached out to stop him, but Lin Luo transformed into a demon and slipped through him. If you keep targeting me, you might not be able to grab the largest trunk. Lin Luo warned kindly. Your abilities are quite cunning. The situation was originally very unfavorable to you, but you used conspiracy and cunning to turn the tide. The Rune Source God said with a sullen face. Fortunately, I can't possibly let you gang up on me again. That would be very detrimental to me. Besides, what good would it do you to focus on me? The one you should really be dealing with is Supreme Heaven. Don't you see he's on a completely different level? You came in your true form, while he only had a clone. It's clear he doesn't take you seriously at all. Lin Luo said. The Rune Source God said, it's uncertain whether I let you go today. Stop pretending to pity me. You don't even stand a chance of killing me now. It's not that you want to let me go, to be more precise you have to. If you think Supreme Heaven and I are working together against you, you be the one dying today. Lin Luo said bluntly. The Rune Source God, with a gloomy expression, remained silent, choosing to fight for the devouring trunk. Lin Luo cut through the trunks, revealing 3 or 4 trunks measuring 5 or 6 kilometers in length. Supreme Heaven had already secured one. Among the 5 special beings, the Rune Source God was considered the most powerful, since Supreme Heaven's true form hadn't come. Over 30,000 trunks had been severed, so it was relatively easy for him to obtain a longer one. The remaining devouring tree flesh was taken by some level 149 or less powerful ultimate beings. They owed Lin Luo a great debt of gratitude. If Lin Luo hadn't split the over 30,000 meter trunk, these creatures would have had virtually no chance of obtaining it. The Jade Emperor and the Fire God also gained a great deal, and the 3 of them reunited. The Fire God said, by consuming a large amount of devouring tree flesh, my level has increased by 1 level. The nutrients contained in the devouring tree flesh are truly rich. My old injuries have all healed by the devouring tree flesh. I can now unleash my full strength. The Jade Emperor nodded. The Fire God said, next, we wait for the eternal flower to bloom. We gained a lot from the devouring tree, and we be able to gain even more benefits later. How are you two doing now? Lin Luo asked. The Fire God said, your method is excellent. We both gained a lot now. Next, we wait for the eternal flower to bloom, Lin Luo said. The Jade Emperor said, I thought the eternal flower would bloom quickly, but I didn't expect it to take so long. The devouring tree is gone, and now it's the eternal flower's turn to bloom. Not long after the 3 withdrew from the battle, powerful beings like the Supreme Heaven and the Rune Source God didn't last long, and the battle was quickly over. They took plenty of devouring tree flesh and devoured it with gusto. The battle had lasted a long time, exhausting them greatly, and they needed to recover. The eternal flower blossomed, its petals unfolding layer upon layer, each shimmering with a mysterious and enchanting light. Its volume expanded at an astonishing rate, as if it threatened to encompass the entire world. At the same time, the fragrance emanating from the depths of the flower grew increasingly intense. Like a clear spring, the scent permeated every corner of the air, enchanting one as if transported to a fairyland. This wondrous fragrance seemed to possess an indescribable magic, capable of penetrating the hearts of all living things, awakening memories and emotions deep within. Everyone stared at the blossoming eternal flower, unable to look away. Lin Luo's vision shifted, entering a strange dimension. Am I hallucinating this time? His memory was unconfused. He clearly remembered fighting for the eternal flower. The god of karma urged, "It's likely that the eternal flower's fragrance was too strong after it bloomed, leading you into its illusion. We need to leave here quickly, or we might be lost here forever, unable to escape, or even become food for the eternal flower." "Then tell me how to leave." Lin Luo had tried every trick in the book, yet he remained in this space. "You tried everything just now, and still can't leave? This eternal flower is so enchanting. Including the Buddha's eye. Then we're doomed. You're part of the devouring world. You should understand better than I do. Don't always ask me to do everything. You should offer more advice. After all, you always said you nurtured me." Lin Luo said. The god of karma said, "People need to learn to grow. Don't always rely on me. I can't do everything for you. If you don't have an idea, then you don't have an idea. What's the point of constantly saying these useless things?" Lin Luo said. The god of karma said, "Then tell me what you can do." "No problem." Lin Luo swooped down and saw a huge planet. "There's actually a planet down there. Could it be the devouring star?" Ho-Tu speculated. "It's very likely. We have to go up and see for ourselves to find out." Lin Luo felt that this world was very real. Every touch was more real than reality. He tried to awaken himself through pain, but that was nearly impossible. Lin Luo wanted to escape this world, but the way lay in the devouring star below. The devouring star was a colossus, 10,000 times the size of Earth. As Lin Luo grew stronger and larger, Earth became smaller. But compared to the devouring star, Lin Luo was still relatively insignificant. Lin Luo attempted to land on the devouring star, but a terrifying event occurred. The devouring star suddenly opened its enormous mouth, attempting to devour Lin Luo. The terrifying gravitational pull exerted itself, attempting to suck Lin Luo in. The god of karma exclaimed in astonishment, "This devouring star is a monster. It can grow a mouth from its surface, attempting to devour us whole." Lin Luo said, "Now it's even more certain that the devouring world is a living being, and this being emerged from the devouring star." Chapter 558. Ho-Tu said, "We still don't know enough about the devouring world. The devouring star isn't like an ordinary planet. Ordinary planets are like large trees, possessing lifeforms, but unable to hunt like animals or some plants. Yes, I think the devouring star is more like a Venus flytrap. Essentially a plant, it actually hunts like an animal." Lin Luo said. The god of karma said, "Hurry and break free. If we're really sucked in by this devouring star, we'd be doomed. The deeper I feel here, the more I feel that this is the real world, not an illusion." Lin Luo used the power of the god of Hades, and the god of light and darkness to energize his body. The devouring star's suction force derives its primary power from suction. Its immense mass makes the suction force exceptionally strong. With his body energized, free from the constraints of flesh, the suction force was greatly reduced. He easily escaped the devouring star and reached the planet's surface. The planet's surface was vast, but Lin Luo's massive form seemed dwarfed against the vast plain. The god of karma asked, "If we arrive on this planet, what should we do?" "We're completely clueless." Lin Luo replied, "That's right, you have no idea. It would be strange to have any idea on a strange planet. Let's go see what the local creatures are like." "Are there any local creatures?" Ho-Tu asked. "Yes, but I don't know if they're good or bad." Lin Luo and the other two transformed into humanoid forms and walked forward. In this very real world, Lin Luo and the other two must be careful. This isn't some illusion, but a special world. If the three died in this world, they would truly die. Lin Luo's Buddha eye, combined with his ability to time, allowed him to see many things. After traveling about 10 kilometers, Lin Luo and the others arrived at a village. The village's construction resembled that of ancient Earth, made of grass, wood, and clay tiles, with a profusion of moss growing on it. The difference was that Earth's houses were relatively small, while this village was enormous, almost 10 times the size of Earth's villages. The god of karma asked, "Isn't this a human village? Could your ancestors have come from the devouring star?" Lin Luo said, "Didn't you say you were one of the 10 native life forms of the devouring world? Even you don't know, so how can I know?" The god of karma snorted, "Of course I don't know. Don't you think about when I was born? I was born after the eternal world appeared." "Let's go in and take a look, and we find out," said Ho-Tu. Lin Luo and the others entered the village and found the houses even larger, making them feel insignificant. Boom boom! A giant little girl rushed over, her every foot shaking the earth. "That's strange." Grandpa Jiang said, "There would be guests coming today, so why didn't I see any?" The little girl surveyed the area for a long time before spotting 3 people on the ground. You are the guests we're welcoming today, but you're so tiny. Lin Luo and the other 2 didn't understand what the giant girl said, but after listening carefully, they understood. At their level of life, your language can be easily translated without requiring specialized learning. The god of karma protested, "What are you talking about, little girl? What do you mean by small? We're just being delicate. We simply don't want to use our own strength. If I use my true strength, I'd be 10 times larger than you." Lin Luo and Ho Tu didn't want to use it, but the god of karma couldn't. She had been sealed by 5 special beings, a seal that hadn't been lifted yet. "Excuse me, my name is Jiang Shueshue. My grandfather is the chief of the human tribe. He has the ability to foresee the future and can predict certain things. He said our tribe will welcome 3 guests, who will help us continue the legacy of our tribe." Jiang Shueshue was relatively simple-minded and told him everything she knew. The god of karma said, "Since your grandfather has said so, you should be more polite to us. Take us to see your grandfather. I want to know something too." Lin Luo and the other 2 had entered this devouring star, completely unaware of what was happening. Now that there was a tribe called humans to whom they could learn, it was naturally a blessing. "Okay, my grandfather was originally here to lead the group." Jiang Shueshue led the way, passing through one massive house after another. Her life level was 50. Through some conversation as they walked, Lin Luo learned that Jiang Shueshue was 8 years old, a powerful level 50 creature. As an adult, Jiang Shueshue would be at least god level. Lin Luo felt his estimate was conservative. With food security in our human tribe, the average adult's life level is at the true god level. Reaching celestial god is relatively easy, but evolving into a god king is more difficult. Jiang Shueshue introduced. Ho Tu exclaimed in surprise, "This evolutionary speed is even faster than our Wu clan." The Wu clan descended from Pangdu and is significantly more powerful than humans. Many Wu clan members become true gods upon reaching adulthood. However, for the Wu clan, further advancement and evolution to celestial gods is extremely difficult. The humans of the devouring stars don't have to worry about this. It's quite easy for them to evolve into powerful celestial gods. The god of karma asked, "Are all of you so powerful?" Jiang Shueshue said, "Actually, we're not at all. There are many powerful creatures in the devouring stars, and the most powerful among them is the 4-faced gods. They are natural warriors." "What are the 4-faced gods like?" Lin Luo believed that this race was likely related to the supreme detective, the rune source god. The 5 special beings are not individual beings, they are the decomposition of a single powerful creature. Jiang Shueshue introduced, "The 4-faced gods are a very powerful race. Why do they say they are innate warriors? The main point is that no matter which direction you attack them from, the attack is always directed towards their front. They have a most powerful creature called the 4-faced god king, who is recognized as the most powerful star-devouring being. I see your area is in dire straits. Almost every house is empty. What happened?" Lin Luo asked. Jiang Shueshue sighed and said, "It's mainly related to the star-devouring star. The star-devouring star has devoured all the surrounding planets, and now it may be devouring us creatures living on the surface of the planet. Every creature wants to survive, and is frantically devouring each other. We humans aren't the most powerful creatures, and many have been devoured. You can see that there are only a few people left in the tribe." Chapter 559. The god of karma said, "It seems some of the legends are true." "What legends? What are you hiding, and why are you still hiding it?" Lin Luo said. "Of course, I have to maintain some secrecy. Telling you everything makes me seem like I have no depth at all." The god of karma said confidently. "Stop pretending. I don't know yet. I definitely don't know. I just suddenly remembered something." Lin Luo ruthlessly exposed him. The god of karma said truthfully, "I'm too lazy to hide it from you. My seal is slowly decreasing. It was deeper before, so I didn't know any of this. As the seal gradually decreases, I learn the information deep in my memory. According to you, the devouring world is likely to have evolved from a devouring star, and the eternal flowers blooming has brought us to a past world." Ho Tu said. "Could it be that the eternal flower has brought us back to the very beginning? If so, we can eliminate the supreme heaven and the rune source god, and that would save us a lot of trouble." The god of karma said happily. "I don't think it's a world from the past. It's most likely a world born within the flower. What we're seeing is something that has already happened." Lin Luo hadn't imagined the eternal flower could be so powerful. The time span from the Earth era back to the time of the star-devouring period was enormous. The eternal flower wasn't true life, but rather a phenomenon manifested by the devouring world, a precursor to advancement to eternal life. Ho-Tu said, you mean the eternal flower doesn't want us to destroy ourselves, but rather transfers us to a special world, the one from the time of the star-devouring period. Yes, I think this is the only possibility. Only if the eternal flower can fully bloom can the devouring world evolve into true eternal life. Lin Luo thought of the most likely hypothesis. Ho-Tu nodded and said, it seems we're not the only ones caught up in this strange time. The Supreme Heaven and the Rune Source God may have also entered. Let's take it one step at a time. I think the eternal flower's power is limited. It ultimately transported us here, but it can't do anything to us. It wants to trap us here, so that life can fully blossom. Lin Luo said. The god of karma said, Little Lin, I already know all this. There's no need for you to say more. If you knew earlier, why didn't you tell me? Lin Luo retorted. I didn't assume you knew. I didn't expect you to analyze it so thoroughly. It seems you're really not up to par. You definitely didn't know. You only found out after listening to me. I'm embarrassed to expose you. Can you try a new tactic? You're jealous of my talent, you idiot? Stop joking. What talent do you have? Lin Luo and the god of karma often bickered. Big brother, big sister, stop arguing. Let's talk it out. Jiang Shueshue quickly tried to persuade them. If I'm wrong, tell me and I do better. Ho-Tu said, it has nothing to do with you. They were discussing, not arguing. That's good. Jiang Shueshue's body was enormous, but her mind was that of an 8-year-old. In her, Lin Luo and the others saw more kindness and innocence. The god of karma said, no wonder humans have survived so many epochs. It turns out you humans were already there when they devoured the stars. Lin Luo said, I'm also surprised. It seems that the term humanity is inherently weak is incorrect. It's likely that with each passing era, humanity has been significantly weakened, and only became so weak in the Earth era. Ho-Tu said, besides humans, other creatures should be quite powerful, especially the four-faced Divine King. He's most likely the incarnation of 5 special beings, Supreme Heaven, Rune Source God, and 7-colored God. But our arrival in this world is a fiction. This is what the devouring world wants us to see, to trap us here as much as possible. It's not a true return to the past. Otherwise, we could kill the 4-faced Divine King, and the 5 special beings would disappear. The god of karma sighed. Lin Luo said, you're dreaming, aren't you? Supreme Heaven, Rune Source God, and 7-colored God are already terrifying beings. If they were to unite as one, their combat power would reach a very high level. Are you sure we're not courting death by going after them? Can't you just be nice? Say it nicely. I said if, not that I have to go. The god of karma was furious. Lin Luo said, no, I'm going to give you a good lesson. Okay, hold a grudge, but don't let me get you next time. Kaori was extremely arrogant. We'd be there soon. Grandpa has been waiting for you for a long time. Jiang Shueshue stopped at an ancient giant's house. The door was already open. There was no light inside, it was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Kaori sniffed and said, Little Lin, do you smell a foul odor? Yes, it's the stench of a corpse. Lin Luo said. Are you sure you're not trying to disgust me? The god of karma asked. I'm not someone who can be particularly stingy in crucial moments. There's no need for me to lie to you about this, Lin Luo said. The god of karma couldn't help but vomit, complaining, couldn't you have told me beforehand? I had to breathe in the stench of corpses. Lin Luo said, you're making a rather specious argument. The 3 of us came here together. I didn't leave before you, and I had no idea there was a stench of corpses coming from inside. Ask this little girl why the house smelled of corpses. The god of karma believed Jiang Shueshue could hold the answer. Shueshue, tell me why the house smelled of corpses? Corpse stench? I don't know. Jiang Shueshue began to try to recall. Didn't you say you just saw your grandfather? It's impossible that you didn't know what happened to your grandfather, the god of karma pressed. I remember. Jiang Shueshue's face fell into darkness, her former innocence gone. She said, yesterday, Grandpa suddenly said his heart was aching, and he was going to die soon. He called us over, and explained a few things. He said he wasn't truly dead. Instead, he took a last breath, and told us to bury him deep underground in a coffin. He said he would rest for a long time, and then resurrect. He was going to meet someone. This person might end the world and devour it. We tried to convince Grandpa that death is like the extinguishing of a light, that many things are gone once they're gone, and that he shouldn't be too attached to any particular place. But Grandpa wouldn't listen. He insisted we do it. We buried him for a year now. No, it's been a long time. Chapter 560. The god of karma said, Are you telling a ghost story? If that's the case, you have been dead long ago, and your grandfather couldn't possibly be alive. Then why did you come here to lead the way for the three of us, saying you were taking us to see your grandfather? Ho-Tu trembled slightly and said, let's get out of here quickly. I have a bad feeling. The little girl before us doesn't look alive. We just thought we were in the past. Due to the time difference, many creatures haven't died yet. Jiang Shueshue is likely alive, and now this is the Eternal Flower's creation. This means all living things are dead. The Eternal Flower's purpose is simply to trap us. It won't create any life to interrogate us and gather information, so we can escape this hellish place. Lin Luo nodded. You make sense. We come all this way to this tribe, and there's only Jiang Shueshue and the grandfather he mentioned. Nothing else. This in itself presents a serious problem. As the god of karma questioned her, Jiang Shueshue began to look increasingly unnatural. Her complexion began to change, draining away all the color, becoming utterly pale, like a corpse. Not long after Grandpa was buried, our tribe was invaded by the four-faced gods. They had been waiting for Grandpa's death, and their immense power frightened them. With Grandpa's death, they lost all their fear and launched a massive attack. Many of us perished. We originally numbered just over 50,000, but only 200 managed to escape. I was also quite lucky. I wasn't completely annihilated by the four-faced gods. I escaped with the main force, and I survived for tens of thousands of years. By the way, I lived for hundreds of thousands of years. I inherited my grandfather's fine bloodline and possess immense natural talents, evolving into the ultimate form. Jiang Shueshue's body began to grow, rapidly expanding from a giant several dozen meters tall to over 100,000 meters. Her life force was so powerful that it oppressed the god of karma, causing her to feel uncomfortable. As a child, Jiang Shueshue had been a natural beauty, and she grew up to be a magnificent beauty. But Master Lin Luo didn't find any beauty in her. The veins on Jiang Shueshue's face were all blue, and her white face was unusually pale, as if she had been dead for a long time. The real Jiang Shueshue had likely died long ago, and what survived now was likely her remnant. Resentful of her unwilling death, the remnant was filled with resentment. Fuck. The boss is right next to me. The god of karma was completely uneasy. This Jiang Shueshue was too strange. You two are so disloyal. You didn't even warn me when you retreated just now. The god of karma noticed that Lin Luo and the others were over 100 meters away, and she quickly ran over. Lin Luo said, I'm not close to you. You better stay away. I'm afraid Jiang Shueshue might misunderstand and think the three of us are in this together. You're a scumbag. You can say such heartless words so easily. The god of karma said angrily. Lin Luo retorted, don't sound so righteous. When you sold me out, you didn't care about anything. I'm fine now. I didn't just leave with Ho-Tu. Okay, little Lindsay, you still hold a grudge. I was just joking back then. I didn't really want to leave. Come on, your disguise won't hide. You wanted to leave back then, but you couldn't many times, so you had to stay and fight with me. I admit I didn't do well earlier, but that's okay, isn't it? Now it seems we're in trouble. Jiang Shueshue was very powerful, and even after being killed, she didn't completely dissipate. A lot of her remains remain on the devouring star. The Eternal Flower trapped us on one of the devouring stars. Jiang Shueshue's remaining life force was on the devouring star, and she resurrected afterward. Now I feel something is very wrong. Jiang Shueshue is a corpse, almost devoid of all reason. They must be filled with hatred for living beings like us, and they must want to kill and devour us, thinking that by consuming them, they can be resurrected. The god of karma was truly frightened, primarily because Jiang Shueshue was too powerful. Jiang Shueshue was a powerful ultimate being, not one who had just ascended to ultimate life, but one who had evolved deeply, most likely on the same level as the rune source god. Even though she had been dead for countless years, the aura she emanated was still terrifying. Sometimes, as time passes, not all creatures evolve. The devouring star's development path follows a curve. Currently, it appears to be most powerful at the beginning. As the devouring star becomes extremely powerful, the creatures within it also become very powerful. Without Lin Luo's help, the karma god would be instantly killed by Jiang Shueshue. Xiao Linzi, what are you doing? Quickly transform into your dragon form. Let's get out of here. Jiang Shueshue is terrifying. You want to take risks, but I want to live longer. The god of karma urged. Don't worry, I have a feeling things will turn around soon, Lin Luo said. What turn? The god of karma quickly used his time ability, briefly foreseeing the future. But the future was shrouded in a dark aura, and the god of karma was unable to predict what would happen. I can't even see the future. Are you kidding me? If you can't see the future, how can you? The god of karma immediately became suspicious. Who said you can't see the future? I can't see the future, Lin Luo said. The god of karma said, my seal is being lifted. I'm far superior to you in time and space. You can see the future, so why can't I? Lin Luo sighed and said, it seems jealousy can completely change a person. I evolved to the ultimate life form, and you're only level 149. Even if you return to your original strength, you have trouble seeing the future, let alone surpassing me. You have a point. The god of karma nodded. I'm not dead. How could I possibly die? I will kill everyone who destroyed my home. They're so abominable. We humans live peaceful lives, seeking only to live our own lives, yet they won't let us go, not even sparing babies in their swaddling clothes. As the chieftain of the tribe, I promised my grandfather before he died that as long as I live, the tribe will not perish. Even after my death, if anyone attacks my tribe, I will crawl out of the ground and destroy these enemies. Jiang Shueshua's face was distorted, her beautiful features distorted beyond measure, as if she had transformed into a powerful demon. She was madly seeking revenge, killing every living thing around her. Chapter 561. The god of karma felt a terrifying aura, his teeth chattering wildly as he said, Lin Luo, you need to think of something quickly. This fellow of yours is terrifying and wants to devour us alive. Lin Luo said calmly, I told you there's no need to be so scared. Jiang Shueshua won't harm us. Then tell me why she didn't attack us. The god of karma didn't completely believe Lin Luo's words, still confident in his own abilities. Lin Luo said, I almost forgot to tell you, there's one good thing about Jiang Shueshua. She won't attack anyone with human blood. Fuck you, you're such a jerk. You and Ho too have some human blood, but I don't have any. I'm a native of the devouring world. She definitely attacked me. The god of karma was completely upset, and nearly died of Lin Luo's anger. Lin Luo nodded and said, I almost forgot, you're not human. I seen tricks, but I never seen anyone as tricky as you. Quickly transform into a dragon and help me resist. The god of karma asked Lin Luo for help. Just tell me I'm the strongest, and I help you, Lin Luo said. You're taking advantage of me. The god of karma was furious. Isn't that obvious? Lin Luo asked back. The god of karma said angrily, I just acknowledge you as the strongest. That's great. I didn't expect someone as tough as you to give in. Lin Luo taunted. Remember this, kid? Sooner or later, I get my revenge. Don't cry and beg me when that happens. The god of karma was furious. Your words are rather unkind. Now you still need my help, and I haven't even fulfilled my obligation, yet you're already threatening me. Isn't that a bit too much? Lin Luo said. I take back what I said, okay? The god of karma had no choice but to bow his head. While the two were arguing, Jiang Shueshua had already arrived beside Lin Luo. Her eyes had turned blood red, and a terrifying murderous aura emanated from her. I don't know why you come here, but since you're living creatures, become my food. I won't care what it takes to avenge my death. Jiang Shueshua said with a murderous look on her face. The god of karma said, you seem to have misunderstood something. We are human, from the same race as you, and from the future. You cannot kill me. You still rely on me for the future. You are not human. Jiang Shueshua looked at Lin Luo and Ho too. They are the true human race. The female bloodline is less, while the male bloodline is more. I can't care less now. I'm willing to pay any price. They are too weak. The human male is quite powerful, but he was born too late. Swallowing a star won't give him time to evolve. He may die before he even develops. It's better for him to give me his power. Only I can unleash this immense power. If the four-faced god, the stone tribe, the gods, the demons, the monsters, and other races ever kill us humans, I will exact vengeance on them. Even if my power can't annihilate their entire race, I will make them suffer a terrible loss, letting them know the pain of losing a member of their clan. The god of karma realized he'd been tricked. Little Lindsay, you're such a jerk. It's not like what you said. Jiang Shueshua won't let someone go just because they're from the same clan. Her resentment is too insane, and she only wants revenge. I was just saying that, but I didn't expect you to actually believe it. Lin Luo laughed. You're such a wicked fellow. Hurry up and transform into a dragon, or we all die here. The god of karma no longer believed Lin Luo. He was trying to trick him. Not everything I said was a lie. For example, Jiang Shueshua won't attack us, Lin Luo said. I'm very close to her now, and I don't see any sign that she's going to stop. If you don't want to fight, then stay here. I'm going to escape. The god of karma was accustomed to betraying his teammates, and didn't see anything wrong with it. He immediately tried to flee. I want to escape, but there's nowhere to go. There's a powerful force nearby that has sealed off the entire area, Lin Luo said. It really is. The god of karma experimented a few times, and it was indeed just as Lin Luo had described. Jiang Shueshue transformed into a muscular giant woman. Many races on the devouring star rely on their physical strength, and humans are no exception. Among the many races, humans possess significantly stronger physical strength than most. Combined with their own powerful abilities, humans are capable of launching a number of attacks. As Jiang Shueshue approached Lin Luo, she paused before launching an attack. Shueshue, you've done an excellent job. There's no need to blame yourself. You're already dead, so stop thinking about revenge. Rest in peace. An old man's voice boomed from within the vast house, its voice deep and deep. Jiang Shueshue's forehead veins bulged. I can't fall. If I do, there's no hope for the entire human race. Don't be so stubborn. In reality, our entire race has already been destroyed, and you died long ago. This is just a lingering grudge. Even if you devour those 3 creatures now, you can't leave this place. If you do, your body will begin to disintegrate. The old man's voice rang out again. But Jiang Shueshue refused to give up. The old man inside sighed and said, "This isn't your fault. Blame me. If I hadn't failed and died early, you wouldn't have had to face so many powerful creatures alone at the age of 8. I once promised your parents that I would live until you grew up and ensure you lived a carefree life. But 5 years after your parents died, I fought the Four-Faced God King, and I was ultimately defeated. Although I didn't die immediately, and I was barely alive after returning to the tribe, I truly wanted to live a few more years so that you could become stronger. But I can't. Seeing you like this now, I'm somewhat relieved. You didn't die young, you grew up and became an adult. You don't have to blame yourself for many things. You've done more than enough. You were only 8 years old, yet you were able to protect humanity for so long. At first, I just hoped you could survive, not really let you protect the entire human race. I know the responsibility is too heavy. You've done well, and I believe no one blames you." The dark energy around Jiang Shueshue diminished, and the veins on her face gradually receded, returning to her normal appearance. "Really? You're not trying to comfort me, are you?" Jiang Shueshue asked. "Little girl, why didn't I lie to you? You're my granddaughter. You're the most important person to me. My clan comes after you." The old man in the house kindly consoled her. Chapter 562. Jiang Shueshue cried, "I didn't fulfill my dying promise to Grandpa. If I could live, my clan would always be here. Don't feel guilty. I wouldn't necessarily do better than you while I was alive. You already done very well. I always told you that death is like the extinguishing of a light. Some things should just be left alone." The old man inside continued to comfort her. Jiang Shueshue choked up, "I understand, Grandpa. I'm going first. You must take good care of yourself." "I will. You don't need to blame yourself. You already done very well." "Okay." Jiang Shueshue's body transformed into a girl's, her face filled with innocence. She apologized to Lin Luo. "Sisters and brothers, I was wrong just now. I apologize to you. I hope you won't blame me." "It's okay. I understand how you feel," the god of karma hurriedly said, fearing that Jiang Shueshue would lose control again. Lin Luo said, "I understand your feelings. From your perspective, there's nothing wrong. Thank you for your understanding. I know I was wrong. I make amends. I left behind a regretful memory, hoping to resurrect, but now it seems impossible." Jiang Shueshue transformed into tiny specks of starlight and surged towards the 3. Each of them benefited. Lin Luo, who had just reached level 150, suddenly reached level 151. Breaking through the ultimate life level is a difficult feat. Jiang Shueshue helped Lin Luo reach a level, while Lin Luo reached a level on his own, without having to devour numerous powerful creatures. The person who benefited the most among the 3 was Ho Tu, whose life level increased from 149 to 150. "I gained so much. I instantly reached the ultimate life form." Ho Tu was overjoyed, becoming the second person to evolve to the ultimate life form. "Why haven't I evolved to the ultimate life form? Logically, my seal should have been almost completely lifted." The god of karma felt a wave of discontent. Lin Luo and Ho Tu had evolved to the ultimate life form, yet she was still only at level 149. "Maybe it has something to do with your character," Lin Luo explained. What do you mean by character? My character is much better than yours, and you just lied to me. The god of karma was about to explode with rage. Stop arguing, both of you. I apologize. My granddaughter was clearly not normal, but I had no choice but to send her to greet you. It almost got us into trouble, the old man inside said. What did you invite us here for? You seem to have known this would happen. You even learned our language long ago. Lin Luo said warily. The old man inside sighed and said, to be honest, I knew I couldn't prevent the destruction of the devouring star, so I came up with another solution, to allow the human race to continue to reproduce. I told you so much, but I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Jiang Bummy, the 30th chief of the human tribe, and I'm probably the last. My master passed this position to me, asking me to protect the entire race at the cost of my life, but I failed. I was severely injured in the battle with the God King of the Four-Faced Gods. I have survived, but I am barely alive. The Four-Faced Gods are waiting for my death, and they might wipe out the entire human race. I made two preparations. One is that there are many planets with life in the universe. If they can't survive on a star-devouring planet, they can find another. The people I chosen are all quite talented. Their future is limitless. It would be a shame to see them die on a star-devouring planet. Lin Luo didn't believe it easily. Can you tell me who's among them? Jiang Bummy said, it's normal for you to be wary. There's a person named Pangu, and there's also the siblings Niwa and Fushi. These three are my favorites. I had a feeling from the moment I first saw Pangu. What feeling? The god of karma interrupted. Jiang Bummy said, it's just like when my master saw me. When I was a child in the tribe, I showed my talent, and my master happened to see me. He said I was very talented, much better than he was. He said that when he grew old, he would pass the position to me and train me well. But I failed him. Instead of growing stronger under my leadership, the human race declined. In my eyes, Pangu could achieve even greater things than I did. Unfortunately, Pangu was born too late, leaving no one to help him grow. I chose to send him to a new life planet. The god of karma asked, why didn't you take your granddaughter with you to the new life planet? Jiang Bummy sighed, I had some selfish motives, but in the end, I chose to give up. My granddaughter is very talented, no less talented than Pangu. If she had gone to the new life planet, the people on the devouring star would have been truly hopeless. I guess I was selfish, giving others hope while leaving my granddaughter doomed. The god of karma said, actually, you don't have to feel too guilty. After all, Pangu's arrival on the new life planet wasn't a good outcome. The devouring world eventually invaded the human era, and Pangu fought his way into the devouring world and was killed by the supreme heaven. Jiang Bummy said, I can foresee some futures. I've seen all the futures you describe. I also know that my granddaughter likely won't thrive if she goes to the new life planet. Even if she does thrive, her personality will be flawed. When she does, it won't benefit the entire human race in the slightest, but rather harm it. Pangu's situation is the opposite of Union's. He's not suited to stay in Eternal. On the star planet, he's too stubborn and doesn't know how to be diplomatic. He's of humble origin, no one to nurture or care for him, and he won't go far. My granddaughter has my connections. So many people are willing to nurture her. I'm dying, and those people won't buy my idea of taking Pangu in. That's why I made this arrangement. The god of karma said, you seem quite rational. I think your arrangement is a good one. There's no need to feel so guilty. Jiang Bummy said, come in. Some things are better discussed face to face. Let's go in. Lin Luo could tell that Jiang Bummy had no ill intentions. Many of his stories were true, not fabricated. Jiang Bummy must have buried his body before his death, hoping that one day, after the devouring world mutated, he would be resurrected. He must have anticipated the eternal flower blooming, and even knew of Lin Luo and the others' return. The moment Lin Luo and the others devoured the star, someone came to greet them, which speaks volumes. A putrid odor wafted through the house, much of it the odor of decaying structures, and the air was tinged with the stench of corpses. Because the star-devouring humans were so massive, an ordinary house was as large as a palace. The three of them walked for 3 or 4 minutes before reaching the end of the house. Chapter 563. At the end of the room stood a large bed, upon which lay a figure. This figure had a head full of white hair, a gaunt body, devoid of any flesh, and nothing but skin and bones. You're here? Jiang Bummy rose from the bed, and a miraculous scene occurred. His white hair gradually turned black. Flesh began to fill his body, and soon, he transformed into a handsome, middle-aged man. I should be feeling much better now. Jiang Bummy smiled, appearing quite kind. The god of karma said, It seems you were also very particular about your appearance in life, and didn't like others seeing your ugly side. I guess so. I've been waiting for a long time. Ever since my people left, I lived a lonely life. My injuries were so severe that I could only lie in bed every day, unable to do anything. I also had to hide my presence as much as possible. The four-faced God King wouldn't let me, a powerful prey, go. I lived here forever, and I don't know how many years have passed. Something I remember clearly is the destruction of the devouring star. After the devouring star disappeared, a devouring world appeared. Then, my life came to an end, and I fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, I resurrected from my slumber, and someone was by my side. That person was my granddaughter Jiang Yunyun. I was very happy about this. I didn't expect to see my granddaughter when I woke up again. Even though I knew she was dead, and that she was just a remnant of life, I was still very happy. Jiang Bummy said. Lin Luo asked bluntly, "What do you want from us?" Jiang Bummy said, "I'm looking for you primarily because I want you to win. I wasn't killed immediately after my serious injury. If I hadn't participated in the battle, I could have lived a very, very long time, but that's not what I want. I want the human race to continue forever. You might think my thinking a bit stubborn. Just now, I was saying that death is like the extinguishing of a candle, and now I'm saying this again. This is a belief passed down by generations of our chiefs. You won't think I'm stubborn, but rather a form of redemption." Lin Luo said, "I understand your perspective. You're finally here. I've been waiting so long. Waiting is a painful torture, and soon this torture will be over," Jiang Bummy said. Lin Luo said, "Can you help us get out?" Jiang Bummy shook his head. "I can tell you how to get out, but I can't get you out with my strength. As you can see, I'm like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment." As soon as he finished speaking, dark flames rose around him, emitting the stench of corpses. "It's been too long. I suffered a serious injury, which has resulted in my lifespan. I've been able to hold on until now largely because of the remaining energy in this body. Jiang Bummy is nearing the end of his life, and is currently struggling to survive. To escape the eternal flower, I won't have to destroy the devouring star, will I?" "That's quite difficult," Lin Luo inquired. The god of karma said, "Can you please ask this guy to stop being such a pessimist? How do we destroy this devouring star? It's extremely difficult." Jiang Bummy shook his head and said, "It's not about destroying the devouring star. Fortunately, I refuted your bad words in time, preventing a major disaster. Destroying the devouring star is too difficult, and our chances of winning are slim." The god of karma breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Bummy said, "Although it's not about destroying the devouring star, it's still very difficult. You're destroying the four-faced God King, who is extremely powerful. Our chances of winning are not high. The four-faced God King is the fusion of Supreme Heaven, Rune Source God, and the Twin Gods. He blew up the devouring star, but was severely injured and disintegrated. This is the current Supreme Heaven's true form, and its strength is comparable to the four-faced God King." The god of karma was completely unwell. The devouring star was already very powerful. The four-faced God King was able to destroy the devouring star, so he was clearly more powerful. Jiang Bummy said, "Don't worry too much. You're not the only ones who want to leave. Others also want to leave. There's only one way to leave. You need to unite." The god of karma said, "The thought of working with the likes of Supreme Heaven and Rune Source God makes me uneasy. It's not a big deal. There's no need to be afraid of these things. If they want to trick us, we can trick them too," Lin Luo said. Jiang Bummy nodded in satisfaction. "Well said. There's no need to be afraid of these things. We humans are an intelligent race. Ordinary creatures are far from being able to play with us. Senior, you probably have something to give me, right? You couldn't have waited all this time just to say these things to me." Lin Luo said straight to the point. Jiang Bummy said, "You're right. I'm not just telling you these things, there's more." "Please speak," Lin Luo said respectfully. Jiang Bummy said, "When I was on my deathbed, nearing death, I felt that life needed to do something meaningful. Rather than waiting for death, it was better to fight to the death. I used my ability to see far into the future and saw you three. Your outcome was failure." Lin Luo's expression changed slightly. "Senior, you mean I will ultimately fail? Let me ask you a question. Do you think your chances of achieving victory are high?" Jiang Bummy asked. Lin Luo said, "Not high. Very low, really. Reaching level 165 is already very difficult, not to mention approaching the highest level of 180. I have an idea that can solve the current difficulty." "Kaori Shindao." Lin Luo said, "I know what you mean. It's that we shouldn't put any effort to kill the four-faced Divine King, but instead, we're all messing around. We all be trapped in the flower world together, and then we all be doomed. Even though you said it, I was the first to think of it. This idea is mine. Kaori Shindao. Jiang Bummy said, that idea won't work. Even if the devouring world wins, you still die. It will devour all living things. The devouring star is extremely greedy. Originally, the galaxy containing the devouring star had over 100 planets, but now there's only one. Originally, we could coexist peacefully on the devouring star. It's precisely because the devouring star wants to devour us that the various races are now fighting each other, intent on destroying each other. Devouring each other makes them stronger. The god of karma said anxiously, tell me your plan quickly. You saw our future defeat, and you're waiting here now. You must have a way to help us, otherwise you wouldn't be waiting here. Chapter 564. You're right. I persisted until now precisely to wait for you, and use my remaining strength to help you. Jiang Bummy said, I'm dying soon, so I spare you some of this nonsense. Older people tend to talk a lot, so please don't mind. You endured all these years to wait for us, precisely to help us. Whatever you say is right. Lin Luo said politely. Jiang Bummy smiled and said, I know you're being polite, but it sounds strange to me. Overall, your meaning is good, and you respect me. I'm very happy to hear you say that. The god of karma asked, you're helping Xiao Linzi evolve. Aren't you teaching him a method for evolution, how to become stronger? Jiang Bummy shook his head. No, I'm not like you later creatures who study evolution. We're very violent and direct. We devour weaker creatures to evolve. Some powerful creatures even devour stronger ones to evolve faster. Senior, I think I understand what you mean. You want to tell me about some creatures that devour stars. These creatures are barely surviving, but they are all ultimate life forms. If I devour them, I can evolve quickly. Lin Luo asked. Jiang Bummy nodded and said, you're very clever. You can guess things instantly. No wonder you've been able to evolve to this level. Ultimate life forms alone are too weak. Level 150 is the bottom of the pile. To become stronger, you need to devour as many powerful creatures as possible. Each ultimate life form is extraordinary. Evolving to ultimate life form is already incredibly powerful. Each subsequent level will only get stronger. When I was alive, my life form level reached 170. Even though I was seriously injured and something unusual happened on the devouring star, I managed to survive until now thanks to my own powerful vitality. Time has proven the extraordinary and powerful nature of ultimate life. The god of karma said, old man, you're not bragging, are you? You evolved to level 170? I'm not fooling around. We believe whatever you say. 10 more levels from level 170 will give me powerful eternal life. Do you think I need to lie to you? I'm very close to death. My body might dissipate after I say these words. Jiang Bummy was more magnanimous, and didn't blame the god of karma for addressing or questioning him. Ho Tu said, I believe what Senior Jiang said is true. Jiang Union's life just dissipated, bringing us great benefits. Your seals were all broken with it. Jiang Union has always said that Grandpa was more powerful than herself in life. This must be true. It seems so. The god of karma thought he had gone too far, and didn't question him further. Jiang Bummy said, among the tribal chiefs, my talent is relatively poor, but I may have lived the longest. My level has increased over time, but sometimes living too long isn't a good thing. Perhaps if I die sooner, a powerful figure might rise to power in the human tribe and help us resist other powerful races. Lin Luo said, I think you've done a great job, Senior. Given the overall situation, the outcome won't be affected by individual factors. A different person might not do better than you. You have a point. My story is over. I shouldn't place my hopes on a phantom. I've been talking too much nonsense. Now, I'm telling these powerful creatures on the devouring star, raise your level as high as possible. Only by being strong can you survive. Jiang Bummy used a method to convey this information to Lin Luo. Those who could be devoured by a star were considered powerful. Those who had survived such a long period of time were all exceptionally powerful, with the lowest level being above 155. Even if these creatures were nearing death, Lin Luo could still benefit greatly from devouring their remaining bodies. I delivered the information I needed to. From now on, it's all up to you. Jiang Bummy seemed to have been relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Luo said, thank you, Senior. You've done enough. Try to find some weaker creatures to devour. Some of these creatures are likely already dead. Don't worry about the dead. The main focus is on the living, Jiang Bummy instructed. Thank you for the reminder, Lin Luo said. Jiang Bumi nodded with satisfaction. The dark flames around him began to die. Several of them died that year, and his aura grew weaker and weaker. He was like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. Jiang Bumi had just given Lin Luo a powerful aura, primarily through sheer willpower. Jiang Bumi had fulfilled his own wish, and no longer needed to force himself. In this life, happiness is all that matters, but sometimes, we are not independent individuals. We have families, parents, friends, races, and so on. I want to live freely, but Master chose me, and has given me so much help. I cannot let him down. Now, I waited for you to come and give me all the final instructions. I hope you can complete this task. If you can't, I won't blame you. Just give your best. My granddaughter, poor me. If she lived in peacetime, it would only be a matter of time before she surpassed me, potentially evolving into an immortal being. As a grandfather, I feel a deep sense of guilt. When her father died, I promised him I would take good care of her. But in the end, I failed to protect her. Her good days barely lasted a few years, and she was soon forced to shoulder the responsibility of the entire race. Yunyan has always been a filial child. She must have dedicated her life to protecting her people. Only when the entire race was annihilated did she lose her purpose and return to me before she died. I feel so sorry for so many people. Jiang Bumi's eyes grew cloudy, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Gradually, the sound faded. The Jiang Bumi before him rapidly aged from a handsome middle-aged man, his black hair turning white, his face covered in wrinkles. The wind blew, and Jiang Bumi's body dissipated, all of him vanishing in an instant. Senior, you worked hard. You can rest now. Lin Luo sighed. Ho Tu sighed, we humans are a complex race. We love internal strife, and are known to kill our own kind. Yet, we also have many exceptionally powerful individuals. It is their dedication that has allowed our entire race to survive to this day. Indeed, this ancient powerhouse, Jiang Bumi, has accomplished many unsung deeds, yet this in no way obscures his greatness. We must strive to become stronger, and live up to his expectations. Lin Luo said. Chapter 565. I must work hard, and not let him down. Ho Tu nodded heavily. The god of karma said, Little Lindsay, tell me what information he just gave you about the powerful creatures. Let's set out quickly to deal with these powerful creatures. This senior told me about the most powerful creatures. I can't tell anyone else. Lin Luo said. You're being so secretive, kid. We're a team. If you keep it secret, it'd be hard for us to work together. The god of karma said angrily. It's hard to cooperate. Then it's hard to cooperate. Lin Luo said. You scumbag, I know what you're thinking. You gained something good, and feel you don't need to cooperate with me anymore. The god of karma said angrily. That's good to know. It's a pity there's no reward. Lin Luo said. Forget it. Let's set out quickly. The god of karma said. Wait a minute, there's something strange about you. What's strange? You're not completely the god of karma. Lin Luo transformed into a three-headed dragon and grabbed the god of karma. Little Lin, are you crazy? You're trying to kill me. The god of karma shouted anxiously. Stop pretending. The god of karma may be a bit ridiculous, but I won't ask for this information. Jiang Yunyan just helped the god of karma break free, so maybe something bad has come out. You're the supreme heaven, right? Lin Luo's Buddha eyes can see through everything. Tathagata is terrifyingly powerful. Luck played a large part in Lin Luo's victory over Tathagata, but of course, luck is also a factor of strength. Tathagata, having evolved to the ultimate being, possesses immense power in his Buddha eyes, capable of seeing through many problems. Supreme Heaven dropped his pretense. Since you already know, I don't bother pretending anymore. I never imagined the seal of the god of karma would be lifted in a place like this. The person who lifted it must have been exceptionally powerful in the past, so it could be easily broken. Fortunately, I prepared a preemptive measure within the god of karma's seal. Once the seal is lifted, I'd be able to control her. Lin Luo was more cautious, and didn't tell the god of karma what Jiang Bumi had told him. Otherwise, he would have indirectly informed Supreme Heaven. Something might happen at that time. Whenever Lin Luo visits these places, Supreme Heaven will clear them out. Although Supreme Heaven's body is a clone, it can still devour those who evolve and upgrade. Supreme Heaven is more insidious and might be waiting ahead, setting an ambush for Lin Luo. While Lin Luo is battling a powerful creature, Supreme Heaven will suddenly attack. Now that I've seen through you, what can you say? Lin Luo said coldly. I have nothing to say. You can kill me if you want, but be prepared. The god of karma will also die. Supreme Heaven threatened. You've been prepared for this. You know I won't kill you because of the god of karma. No, I meant you might end up killing me, but the worst that would happen would be the loss of a teammate. It seems you're even more vulnerable than I expected. You're not even capable of ruthlessness. Your weakness is obvious. Your provocation is useless. The god of karma has a significant influence on me. I can't possibly kill him. I'm too lazy to waste my time on you. If you hadn't discovered me, you wouldn't be qualified to cooperate with me. Now that you discovered me, you're qualified to do so, said the Supreme Heaven. You want to cooperate with me, but how? Lin Luo asked back. Don't worry about it. These powerful creatures, even if they're not completely dead, aren't easy to deal with. It's too much work for you to deal with them alone. With me, it'd be easier. Then we can become stronger together. Supreme Heaven said. What do you mean by cooperation? Are you kidding me? You evolved to eternal life, but I'm still a long way from that. I might even become your food. The difference is whether I'm a powerful or weak food. You don't seem to understand one thing. Even if you don't cooperate with me, I'm already much stronger than you. You only just evolved to ultimate life, while I've been there for a long time, and am very close to eternal life. Do you think you can become stronger than me simply by devouring these powerful creatures? That's naive. Just say what you want to say. I think you should recognize the situation. Resistance won't necessarily be effective. It will only increase your suffering. You must become my subordinate until I evolve to eternal life, and only then will you have a chance of survival. Supreme Heaven said. Does evolving to eternal life guarantee my survival? Lin Luo asked. Supreme Heaven bluntly said, I told you must recognize the situation. Only by cooperating with me can you survive. If you don't, you won't even have a chance. The choice is yours. Forget it, I'm still not going to cooperate, Lin Luo said. I told you not to answer directly. I can think about it carefully, said Supreme Heaven. No need to think about it. I still don't like putting my life in someone else's hands. Lin Luo exerted force with his dragon claws, attempting to crush Supreme Heaven. Supreme Heaven said, I suggest you devour the god of karma. The god of karma controls time, and you gain considerable benefits by devouring him. You don't need to tell me that, I know, but you forgot one thing. The god of karma has a regeneration stone that can revive him. Lin Luo said. Supreme Heaven said, I almost forgot about that, but it's okay. If you kill the god of karma, your friendship might diminish a bit. You don't need to worry about that either. Lin Luo chose to kill Supreme Heaven, allowing the god of karma to be resurrected. Lin Luo didn't know where the god of karma had placed the regeneration stone, but he presumed it was outside, in the devouring world. Now that the god of karma has resurrected outside, Lin Luo can no longer cooperate with him. His strength will be significantly weakened. It's okay if you don't cooperate with me. We meet again later, and I exclude you. You can't continue to cooperate with us. Don't you really think that just because you killed the god of the underworld, and the god of light and darkness, you're our equal? In reality, there's still a huge gap between you and us. Supreme Heaven commented coldly. I haven't considered cooperating with you either. It's as if you made it so you don't need to leave the devouring star. That's not something you can threaten me with. It's not a big deal. Many creatures will reject my offer. They want to become powerful, but don't they even consider whether they're qualified? Supreme Heaven said indifferently. Chapter 566. In the eyes of the Supreme Heaven, Lin Luo was still too weak. Even if Lin Luo had traveled to another parallel world and defeated his past self, he was still weak in his eyes. The former Tathagata was far more powerful than Lin Luo, yet it was the Supreme Heaven who defeated him. The Supreme Heaven's true form was on the verge of evolving to eternal life, while Lin Luo hadn't even reached the ultimate life form, so there was no need to take him seriously. Lin Luo encountered the Supreme Heaven of the past, who was very wary of him, fearing that Lin Luo would become the next Pengu. After all, when the Supreme Heaven fought Pengu, he gave it his all, yet he nearly lost. The Supreme Heaven's Lin Luo had only met were from the past. Only the Supreme Heavens of the past would have been so wary. The Supreme Heaven of the present was on the verge of evolving to eternal life, so it was understandable that he didn't take Lin Luo seriously. I hope you give yourself a chance. If you kill the god of karma, you missed this opportunity. The Supreme Heaven said coldly. Thank you very much. I truly have no desire to become someone else's vassal. Lin Luo was determined to kill Supreme Heaven and resurrect the god of karma. If Supreme Heaven had occupied the body of the god of karma for too long, it would likely make it impossible for the god of karma to be resurrected. Lin Luo's best option right now was to kill Supreme Heaven. I have another method. You don't need to resort to such extreme measures. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Senior Jiang, Lin Luo exclaimed in astonishment. Are you trying to say I'm already dead, so how can I still be alive? Jiang Bummy said jokingly. That's right. I saw you pass away, and yet, you suddenly resurrected. I was about to die, but I sensed something strange about the karma god beside you. I decided to stay alive a little longer to help you resolve this problem. There's a saying in our tribe, good people should always be good. Jiang Bummy's ethereal body appeared, gradually solidifying. He reached out and grabbed the karma god with his massive hand. Who are you? How dare you touch me? Supreme Heaven said angrily. A head of a body isn't even a complete life. On our devouring star, it's the weakest form of life. You really think you're invincible? Jiang Bummy's voice was filled with disdain as he grabbed Supreme Heaven. Jiang Bummy's true form now appeared, reaching over 100,000 meters tall, his body brimming with muscle, and sporting a golden dragon tattoo. The air around him froze as he appeared. As Jiang Bummy unleashed his power, a dazzling light emanated from the golden dragon, and his aura surged wildly. The devouring star is truly worthy of being the birthplace of my true form. It's filled with powerful creatures, every one of them a rune god. Supreme Heaven said calmly. You're still commenting, kid. Don't you know you're about to die? Jiang Bummy said coldly. You may be more powerful than the rune source god, but that doesn't mean you can break the bond between me and the god of karma. Your fate may be the same as Lin Luo's. Supreme Heaven said disapprovingly. You're too confident. We, the powerful beings that devour stars, have all experienced many years and inherited the legacy of our ancestors. There are things you can't compare to. Jiang Bummy grabbed Supreme Heaven with his mighty hand, and a golden dragon roared out, entering the body of the god of karma. After a while, a golden dragon emerged, carrying a round bead in its mouth. The bead was a living being. Jiang Bummy examined the bead. This Supreme Heaven is very close to eternal life. A single drop of his blood can transform into a living being. It was this very drop of Supreme Heaven's blood that controlled the god of karma. Has it reached the point where flesh and blood can become divine? Ho Tu exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Bummy said, you can understand it this way. When a living being evolves to the highest level, its own flesh, blood, and even hair are incredibly powerful. Supreme Heaven said, now that you understand how powerful I am, I think you should give up your struggle sooner rather than later. If I were to come in person, you would all be ants, easily crushed to death. It's a pity your true form didn't come. Jiang Bummy exerted force with his hand, and the bead shattered. Where am I? What happened? Freed from Supreme Heaven's control, the god of karma recovered instantly. You've been controlled by Supreme Heaven. Ho Tu briefly explained the whole story. The god of karma angrily said, that damned Supreme Heaven is truly abominable. He's controlled me for such a long time, yet he still refuses to let me go. Thankfully, Senior Jiang saved me, and I'd like to express my sincere gratitude. You're welcome. You're close to our human race, and as the chief of the human tribe, I certainly help you if anything were to happen to you, Jiang Bummy said politely. Senior, how are you doing now? Lin Luo asked. I'm dying soon. I deliberately died prematurely, primarily to lure out Supreme Heaven. This Supreme Heaven is the head of the Four-Faced God King. I didn't expect the Four-Faced God King to be so powerful, battling the devouring star to the point where his body could disintegrate into multiple parts even after death. This Supreme Heaven should be the head, inheriting the most of his abilities. Jiang Bummy was quite capable, having discerned the outline of the Supreme Heaven at a glance. Will the Four-Faced God King soon reach eternal life? Lin Luo asked. Jiang Bummy nodded and said, very close, very close. This Supreme Heaven is also quite close, but not as close as the Four-Faced God King. The Supreme Heaven has evolved to this level, but it's still some distance away from the Four-Faced God King. How powerful is this Four-Faced God King? Will it be very difficult for me to leave? The god of karma couldn't help but worry. Jiang Bummy said, you don't need to worry about that. The real Four-Faced God King is dead. The current Four-Faced God King is made up of devoured stars, and his strength is very limited. You can easily defeat him if you unite. Your main goal now is to quickly become stronger. Only when you become powerful will you have a say. Thank you, Senior, Lin Luo said. All I can do for you is help you level up. This is the last thing I can do for you. Sometimes, ruthlessly abandoning one's own kind can bring some vested interests, but sometimes, defending one's own kind can also bring considerable benefits. Jiang Bummy's body began to slowly dissipate, and the golden dragon incarnation on his body became increasingly dazzling. After Jiang Bummy's body completely disappeared, the golden dragon flew out of him and entered Lin Luo's body. Lin Luo, blessed by the golden dragon, leveled up one level, from 151 to 152. The god of karma said jealously, "You deserve to die. You just leveled up, and now you leveled up again. I don't know what kind of rotten luck you have. That's a bit harsh. What do you mean by I deserve to die? You almost forgotten who saved you just now," Lin Luo said. Chapter 567. I was just using that metaphor. The god of karma was like a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water. I don't care about you. Let's go now. We need to quickly find those weak and powerful beings on the devouring star, and devour as many of them as possible. Only by devouring these creatures can we evolve faster. Lin Luo's body sprouted 2 wings, which flapped rapidly as he rushed off into the distance. A dilapidated city. The streets were filled with many shops, most with white walls and hanging white cloths. A tall, handsome man and 2 stunning twins walked together. Karina frowned slightly and said, "Brother, what exactly is this place? We haven't seen a single living creature since we entered." It's not that there are many creatures on the devouring star, and each one is very powerful. We've been here for a long time, and haven't seen a single one, let alone a powerful one. Yes, it's really boring here. I thought I'd come here to devour them, but now I haven't seen a single creature, Kerala said. The Supreme Heavenly Tao said, "This is what you don't know. We arrived at the end of the devouring star period. During this time, most life had already died. I must have thought we had traveled back in time, but we haven't. At the end of the devouring star period, how much life do you think would survive?" Kalina said, "I see. I always thought we had traveled back in time. It turns out it was the devouring world that created the devouring star. It's not really a structure, is it? The devouring star has never been destroyed. The devouring world is based on the devouring star. That's what I'm trying to say," Supreme Heaven said. "The devouring star has survived for so long. The creatures living on it are quite powerful. They survived for so long," Corolla said. Supreme Heaven nodded and said, "It's indeed very powerful. The creatures on the devouring star are very powerful. Creatures that can be called powerful are the ultimate life forms. The devouring star has survived for so long, and the powerful creatures that have survived are the best of the ultimate life forms. Brother, you brought us here. Does that mean there are powerful creatures here that we can devour?" Kalina asked. Supreme Heaven caressed Kalina's head affectionately. "I brought you here so that you can grow stronger." Kalina said shyly, "Brother, I'm not young anymore. Don't touch my head like that. I forgot you grown up." Supreme Heaven smiled. 3 powerful creatures walked in the center of the city, with no one around them. Suddenly, day and night reversed. It had been daytime just a moment ago, but it suddenly became dark. The night was as black as ink, devoid of light, and one couldn't see one's hand in front of one's face. Supreme Heaven waved his hand, and golden flames appeared on both sides of the street. The golden flames hung in the air, so bright that they illuminated the entire night. "As a powerful creature, you're being so frivolous," Supreme Heaven said coldly. "I don't mean to hurt you. I just want to use this method to get you out of here quickly. I have a very uneasy feeling about you. You're so much like some powerful creature." A sinister voice echoed. The voice's owner was wary of Gaoshang Tian, and unwilling to engage in conflict. "Are you referring to the 4-faced God King?" Gaoshang Tian asked. "Yes, his presence emanates from all 3 of you. Logically, he should have died, but the remaining devouring star suddenly mutated, giving rise to a new 4-faced God King. The Guaitian is a powerful creature with a unique form of existence, a being somewhere between physical matter and energy. The city controlled by the Guaitian is called Gui City, home to countless Gui, each possessing powerful abilities, far more powerful than some creatures. Killing a Gui is extremely difficult, and among the many devouring star creatures, they are considered quite powerful. At the end of the devouring star, the Gui race was in dire straits, their entire army annihilated by the 4-faced God clan. The Guaitian fled back alone, to Gui City, where he lingered for a while. He considered leaving Gui City for a safe place, but soon discovered that the entire devouring star was dangerous, with no safe place at all. Fleeing Gui City would only accelerate his demise. He had no choice but to stay. Just when he thought he was doomed, a twist occurred. An unexpected incident occurred during the battle between the 4-faced God King and the strongest of the human tribes, and the human chieftain became famous. At the beginning of the battle, no one expected the chieftain to survive, but Supreme Heaven was injured, and the chieftain was severely wounded and on the verge of death. Jiang Bumi's life level was only 165, while Supreme Heaven's life level had reached 179, very close to eternal life. Despite a gap of more than 14 levels, Jiangbami triumphed. It was truly bizarre. The weird god was ecstatic, seeing hope for survival. He knew the four-faced god king, injured, would not come to settle accounts with him. After the four-faced god king recovered, he continued attacking other races and the human race, forgetting about him, the weird god. Unable to completely annihilate his entire race, the four-faced god king hastily engaged in a battle against the devouring star, resulting in a mutually devastating defeat. For his final defeat, the four-faced god king deeply resented the human race. Had it not been for the human race, he would have likely won. The four-faced god king's body disintegrated into 5 parts, which explains why Supreme Heaven hated the human race so much. Supreme Heaven was the four-faced god king's head, inheriting many of his memories. Among them was the weird god. The four-faced god king defeated the weird god, leaving him on the brink of death. Later, the four-faced god king chose the human race, and therefore did not eliminate the weird god. We 3 creatures are the true disintegration of the four-faced god king, Supreme Heaven said without concealing anything. Even without you telling me, I can already guess. Why are you coming to me now? Are you planning to devour me? The ghostly god asked sinisterly. Karina said arrogantly, what's your attitude? It's easy for us to devour you. You don't have the right to ask us. It seems you really think of yourselves as the four-faced god kings. If you were the true four-faced god kings, I might be very afraid, but you're just part of my body. The ghostly god understood the 3 people's situation, and his fear lessened considerably. Supreme Heaven said bluntly, I don't want to waste time talking to you. This time, we're coming to you mainly for cooperation. I will soon evolve to eternal life. If you submit to me, I will give you many benefits in the future. Chapter 568. Ha ha ha. The ghostly god couldn't help but laugh out loud. What do you mean? What are you laughing about? My elder brother is having a serious conversation with you. Karina said angrily. The ghostly god said coldly, I just think you're a little too arrogant. If the four-faced god king descended, you could question me like this, but you're only a part of the four-faced god king. Do you think you have the right to question me like this? Corolla said, what right do you have to criticize us? You're seriously injured yourself, not much better off than us. The 3 of us united could definitely kill you. It seems you came to me with ill intentions, intending to attack me. The ghostly god's voice was sinister. We agreed to cooperate. You spent so many years on the devouring star, only to linger on. If you want to survive, and live longer, you have to rely on us. The supreme heavenly way. Actually, I don't need you. I can still survive. Dark shadows emerged from the shop, and then merged into a massive hell dragon. The ghost god's life level was 165, which was definitely powerful among the many ultimate beings. You're not saying you devour the 3 of us, so you can leave the devouring star, are you? Supreme Sky said expressionlessly. You guessed right, but unfortunately there's no reward. I find you 3 truly naive. The strong have always devoured the weak. Some weak creatures, forced to cling to the powerful, are merely struggling to survive. After devouring a powerful enemy, a powerful creature will likely target its own foes. I understand this principle very well, so naturally, I won't cling to you. After so long, it's difficult to recover from my injuries on the dilapidated devouring star. But I am a special being. I transform matter into energy. I absorb the energy of some creatures before they die, allowing me to quickly recover from my injuries. Unfortunately, you found the wrong person. If I devour all of you, I have the energy to leave this devouring star. Once I leave, I have the opportunity to strive for evolution into an eternal being. The black hell dragon's face was greedy, ready to devour the 3 creatures before him. You seem quite confident. Supreme Heaven, knowing this battle was inevitable, transformed into a golden giant. He hadn't used his full strength in his previous battle with the rune source god. The 2 creatures weren't fighting a life and death battle, so there was no need to exert all his strength. The strange god before him was extremely evil, eager to devour any living being. If Supreme Heaven didn't use his full strength, he would likely be overturned here. His head began to change, appearing with faces in all 4 directions. No matter what angle the enemy attacked from, Supreme Heaven was always facing him head-on. A plum blossom tattoo appeared between the twin gods' brows, multiplying their strength. Become my food. The strange god, not wanting to give the 3 of them time to prepare, lunged at Karina with its bloody maw. Karina blocked the attack with her hands. The strange dragon the strange god had transformed into was enormous, its head 10 times the size of Karina's body. A strange aura continuously emanated from the dragon's mouth, making Karina feel extremely uncomfortable. Karina quickly thrust several arms out of her body, suppressing the advancing dragon's head. Just as Karina was about to lose her resistance, Supreme Heaven rushed over, grabbed the enormous dragon's head, and flung it away. Thank you, big brother. Kalina breathed a sigh of relief. I take the lead now, and you two will assist from the side. Supreme Heavenly Tao. Okay. Kalina and Corolla complied. Your boy isn't arriving in your true form, but a clone, the ghostly god asked. You saw that all. Supreme Heavenly Tao didn't deny it. It's easy to tell. My ability primarily focuses on observing the strength or weakness of a creature. Your body is so weak, I can tell you're not truly arriving in your true form. You're truly the disintegration of the four-faced God King. He was so powerful in life, and even after being disintegrated into 5 creatures, he's still just as powerful. Ghostly God said. Thank you for the compliment. Supreme Heavenly Tao. You misunderstood me. The ghostly god said coldly, if you were to descend upon me, I would probably have to flee now, because you're very close to true eternal life. While you're not as powerful as the four-faced God King, you're still very formidable. I always thought my true form was much more powerful than the four-faced God King, but now you're all saying I'm not as powerful as him. Supreme Sky felt a little annoyed. Or do you think you're truly powerful? The ghostly god pounced forward, biting at Supreme Sky's head. Because Supreme Sky was formed from the four-faced God King's head, he inherited his abilities perfectly. The four-faced gods are known as a natural warrior race, possessing exceptionally powerful abilities among many races, especially their terrifying self-awareness. No matter the angle from which they attack the four-faced god, they always face him head-on. This ability to always face him head-on can be countered. It's not invincible. Sometimes, attacking too quickly can break the four-faced god's abilities. The four-faced God King is the foremost of the four-faced God clan, possessing innate abilities that have reached a state of mastery, making them nearly impossible to counter. When facing other powerful races, the weird god can utilize some of its faster abilities to deliver a lethal attack. Supreme Heaven inherited the four-faced God King's abilities, so he can only attack head-on. There's no need to seek a way to break through this perpetual frontal attack. As the weird god launched his pounce and bite attack, Supreme Heaven's 4 arms swiftly moved, condensing an energy cannon in the center. When the weird god was closest to Supreme Heaven launched his attack, and the energy cannon radiated outward in a terrifying golden wave. The golden wave was incredibly fast, and at that distance, no matter how fast the weird god dodged, he couldn't avoid Supreme Heaven's attack. Just when they thought the golden wave was about to strike the weird god, something bizarre happened. The golden wave missed the weird god and passed through him instead. How is this possible? Karina said in disbelief. She knew the ghost god could freely transform between physical objects and energy, but she hadn't imagined it could be so outrageous. The two were incredibly close, yet the ghost god was still able to do the conversion. The ghost god bit down on Gaoshang Tian's arm, attempting to tear it off. Gaoshang Tian felt the intense pain and punched the ghost god. The ghost god knew the difference in strength between the two was not significant, and that killing Gaoshang Tian instantly was impossible. So, he chose to bite off a piece of flesh and quickly retreat, avoiding further entanglement with Gaoshang Tian. Chapter 569. A large chunk of flesh was missing from Gao Shangshan's arm, and a profuse amount of blood flowed, dripping onto the ground. The wound was dark purple, clearly due to the poison inflicted by the trick god's power, which had temporarily prevented Gao Shangshan from recovering. Just now, I thought you were talking quite impressively, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. Your power is far inferior to that of the four-faced God King. When I told you were inferior to the four-faced God King, you refused to accept it. Now, it seems you must admit it. My attack won't cause much damage to the four-faced God King, but it's working for you. After saying this, the trick god arrogantly swallowed a large piece of flesh, feeling extremely satisfied. I haven't tasted flesh in ages. Fresh flesh tastes so good. After consuming a piece, I feel full of strength. Kalina angrily said, You're going too far, aren't you? You only injured my elder brother, and no one can truly kill him, yet you're gloating over this. What's there to be proud of? Corolla said, Wait until you completely defeated my elder brother, then you have time to say these things. Do I think your elder brother can still win? It's only a matter of time before I kill him. Next, I bite his neck and rip it apart. The strange god's face showed a frenzy. He had spent too long on the devouring star, too much time alone, and his mind was beginning to unravel. Supreme Heaven calmly said, I don't know what you're so proud of. You tore off a piece of flesh when you attacked me, but I also saw your flaw. You can perfectly switch between reality and illusion, But when you bite something real, I'm afraid you can't switch from illusion to reality. The ghostly god sneered. I thought you had some significant discovery. Turns out it's this. Then you can put it to good use and see if it works. Is it true that I can't transform into an illusion without physical contact? You can give it a try. Gao Shangqian's arm radiated a golden light, dispelling the ghostly god's poison and restoring the damaged area. The ghostly god lunged at him again, but Gao Shangqian chose to avoid the attack with his arm, attempting to block it. But the ghostly god didn't intend to bite his arm. His body suddenly became ethereal, dodging the attack and biting Gao Shangqian's neck. The ghostly god's weakness was easy to spot, and Gao Shangqian wasn't the first to see it. He had his own way of dealing with it. He was determined to fight Gao Shangqian to the death. If Gao Shangqian wanted to harm the ghostly god, he would pay a heavy price. Is that the way to play it? 6 outlines appeared in Gao Shangqian's eyes, revealing the ghostly god's entire life force. If the ghostly god wanted to bite Gao Shangqian's neck, then Gao Shangqian would let him do it. Gao Shangqian no longer tried to hide, exposing his neck. The ghostly god bit Gao Shangqian's neck, severing it. Big brother. The two twin gods saw Gao Shangqian's neck being shattered and wanted to help. Ha ha ha, you're sending me food. You really think you're invincible? You'd dare to show off your power in front of me with just one clone? Next, I devour all of your clones so I can evolve properly. If it weren't for the four-faced god king attacking me, I would have already evolved to level 170. The ghostly god was extremely excited. His excitement didn't last long before something unexpected happened. The mouth of Gao Shangqian's head opened, and a golden light shot out, piercing the head of the strange god. The strange god was a living being, and therefore had a fatal weakness. The Gao Shangqian possessed the 6 paths of reincarnation eyes that could see through the weaknesses of all living things. Even if Gao Shangqian was a clone, not his true form, he couldn't use these eyes effectively. As long as the strange god was close enough to Gao Shangqian, he could still see through the strange god's weaknesses. The golden light struck the strange god's core, the source of its power. Breaking it would greatly diminish its strength. Ah! The strange god's core was shattered, and excruciating pain shot through his body, forcing him to scream. Now we can strike. I temporarily broken its core, preventing it from switching between physical and ethereal form. This is our chance to kill it. The Gao Shangqian hadn't allowed the twin gods to attack. He was waiting for this very moment. The twin gods flew over, working together. One emitted a pulling light, the other met it, and a divine bridge formed between them. The divine bridge was like a blade, incredibly sharp, capable of severing any living being. The twin gods worked together to slice the body of the strange god, severing its lower half. You 3 despicable creatures. The strange god cursed, feeling no pain. His body's peculiarities prevented him from feeling pain. The supreme heavenly Tao said, "You are indeed just as I predicted. Your body is not a single entity, but rather a collection of strange entities. However, this discovery is irrelevant. You are about to die, and you will die in pain no matter what state you are in. Now, tell us your last words. How about I submit to you now?" The ghostly god asked, suppressing his humiliation. Are you kidding me? I paid such a price to kill you, leaving you like this? Now I'm letting you go, and making you my vassal. Do you think I'm stupid? Supreme Heaven personally intervened, preparing to dismember the ghostly god. Suddenly, his mind drifted into a trance, and the power restraining the ghostly god vanished. The ghostly god saw an opportunity, and immediately fled. Fearing that Supreme Heaven would catch up, the ghostly god's body began to rapidly disintegrate, transforming into shadows. The shadows moved incredibly fast, disappearing from the sight of the 3 men. We can't let him get away. The twin gods, unwilling to let the ghostly god go, prepared to give chase, but Supreme Heaven stopped them. There's no need to chase. He's too fast. We can't catch him even if we try, Supreme Heaven said. Kalina asked, Brother, what happened to you just now? Why did you let go of the strange god so suddenly? I had a minor health problem. Gao Gaotian trusted the twin gods very much, and didn't hide anything from them, explaining the cause of his illness. Kalina angrily said, Damn Lin Luo. If it weren't for him, we would have already dealt with the strange god. Now it's such a waste of effort. Brother, your neck was bitten, it's quite a serious injury, and it will take some time to recover. Gao Gaotian said helplessly, Fortunately, I was planning to trick Lin Luo, but I didn't expect to provoke an old monster of the human race. If it weren't for the old monster of the human race, it would be very difficult for Lin Luo to trick me. And the old monster of the human race? Will he join forces with Lin Luo to cause trouble for us? Kalina asked worriedly. Gao Gaoyan shook his head and said, "Don't worry about that. The old monster of the human race is already on his last legs, and will die soon. There's no need to cooperate with the remnants of the human race." Chapter 570. Kerala thought of a possibility. Is this old human monster the one who fought our original body? That's him. Surprisingly, he's still alive. When the four-faced god king sought revenge on his people, he always thought the old guy was dead. Unexpectedly, he's still hiding there. It's true that the most dangerous place is the safest place. Supreme Heaven said. Kerala said, "Brother, why don't we go over and take a look? We can get revenge on this human. Even if that old guy is dead, we can still seek revenge on that Lin Luo." Supreme Heaven shook his head. "There's no need. We're just scheming against each other. If we rush over in a rage, we only be at a disadvantage. Plus, I'm seriously injured. Even if the three of us join forces, we might not be able to completely kill this human." Kalina said, "I think this human is the more dangerous. We can exterminate them if we have a chance. This human is a serious threat right now. Eliminating them would be ideal." Supreme Heaven didn't leave immediately with the twin gods. He was severely injured after the attack by the trickster god, and will need time to recover. A massive mountain. Above it, a sea of living creatures, a dense mass of tiny insects crawled about, a dense mass. Each insect, though small in size, held terrifying power, each possessing a godlike level. Some powerful insects reached the level of true gods, a level few could withstand. The insects were covered in a thick shell that shimmered with an eerie light, their sharp tentacles swaying constantly, as if exploring their surroundings. Fangs bared from the corners of its mouth, emitting a nauseating stench. Densely packed with scales, its wings shimmered with a cold blue light, and with a single flap, it could soar far. The insect exuded a fierce hostility, seemingly ready to pounce on its prey and tear it to shreds. Lin Luo introduced, the mountain ahead is home to a species of god-killing insects. Each one is born with immense power, and by adulthood, they possess the strength of gods. The time it takes for a juvenile to reach adulthood is incredibly short, requiring only a year. Their combat power is immense, and if a mother insect is determined to reproduce madly, she can produce a powerful and substantial army in just a year. Ho Tu, still somewhat surprised, said, "Every creature on the devouring star is incredibly powerful. I used to think that reaching godhood, as an adult, was incredibly impressive, a truly formidable race. I didn't expect that nearly every race on the devouring star possesses this kind of power. It's quite common on the devouring star." Lin Luo continued, "The predatory nature of the strong on the devouring star is more severe than on any other planetary era. Powerful races devour weaker ones, and some weaker races have long been annihilated by powerful ones. The devouring star has already reached a very advanced stage of development, so naturally, there are no weak races on the devouring star. Therefore, we see only very powerful races." "You're right," Ho Tu agreed. "Xiao Linzi, what's wrong with you? You chose this disgusting race. Don't you know that the Zerg is what I fear the most? Can't you choose another race? That old senior Jiang didn't just give you a piece of information. You could have chosen another race to devour." The god of karma said with great dissatisfaction. "The god-killing insects are disgusting to look at, but I devour them to gain a new ability, an extremely hard shell. By devouring them, my scales also become incredibly hard." Lin Luo said. The god of karma was completely incredulous. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? I believe you. You're just taking personal revenge. You know I'm afraid of insects, so you're deliberately killing them, afraid I won't be able to eat, right?" Lin Luo laughed. "That's completely your imagination. I explained it clearly just now. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Let's merge." The devouring star contains many powerful creatures, all struggling to survive, their situation no better than Jiang Bumi's. Lin Luo needed to quickly devour more of these powerful creatures, and complete his evolution as quickly as possible. "Little Linzi, can you please explain what merging means in a more pleasant way? It's clearly called fusion," the god of karma said with disdain. "Scream whatever you want. Hurry up, don't waste time. You don't have to eat if you don't want to. There's plenty of food for us down below," Lin Luo said. "You have to agree to my request. I choose the target later," said the god of karma. "I just do as you say, okay?" Lin Luo was speechless. This woman was truly pretentious. Even at this hour, she still cared about appearances. The god of karma and Ho Tu merged into Lin Luo's body, and his life force rapidly increased, reaching life level 155. After increasing by 2 levels, his strength was several times greater than before. Lin Luo exhaled a tricolored flame toward the mountain. The flames burned fiercely, quickly engulfing the entire peak, and a crackling sound echoed. Lin Luo's evolution was now highly advanced, and the benefits of swallowing these god-level god-slaying insects were limited. After a while, the insects on the mountain surface rapidly fell, and in an instant, almost all disappeared, leaving only a bare peak. The god of karma asked in confusion, "Little Lin, how much time has passed? Didn't you say this mountain was the nest of the insect mother? Now that you burned all the insects outside, there seems to be no sound from inside. Is it possible that one of the insect mothers has died? If all the insects are gone, the insect mother might be dead. But with so many insects still outside the mountain, it means she is still breeding. She's probably feigning death." Lin Luo controlled his massive dragon body and lunged towards the mountain. His sharp claws clawed hard, sinking into the mountain. He immediately felt a hard object, sharp teeth biting into his claws. Lin Luo quickly retracted his 7-fingered dragon claws, missing 2 fingers, and blood continued to flow from the wounds. "Just as I suspected, the queen is hiding within the mountain. She refuses to emerge because she's afraid of me." Lin Luo ignored the injury on his hand. Having evolved to the ultimate form, she was incredibly tenacious. Unless she was seriously injured, this minor injury would heal quickly. "God-killing queen, there's no need to hide anymore. I already spotted you," Lin Luo said coldly. The mountain began to change. After a series of earthquakes, the dirt began to fall, revealing a white egg. The egg was surrounded by white silk threads, with virtually no cracks, save for a single hole on the right side. Chapter 571. The hole was caused by Lin Luo's dragon claws. The insect's silk defenses were no match for him. "Humans!" A cold, charming voice emanated from the insect egg. Lin Luo frowned and said, "It seems the god-slaying worm queen has some grudge against us humans. Her words are filled with hatred. This is probably a new grudge compounded by an old one. You're quite clever. I did have a deep grudge against humans. Back then, my Zerg race was doing well in our own territory, but you humans attacked us, resulting in the mass extinction of my descendants." The god-slaying worm queen said, "The information you're talking about is different from what I heard. My information is that you planned to attack our human race, and then we humans rose up in resistance, annihilating many of your Zerg. Later, you realized you couldn't resist and sued for peace with us." Lin Luo said, "If our human race hadn't encountered some trouble, your god-slaying Zerg race would have been wiped out." "Who told you that? Was it that old fellow Jiang Bummy?" the god-slaying Zerg mother said angrily. "Don't worry about who said it. This time, I come to you to discuss the feud between our two races." Lin Luo didn't want to waste any more time. Okay. The god-slaying Zerg mother said, "A human whose bloodline has been lost for who knows how many generations dares to challenge me. At first, I thought it was a powerful star-devouring human who hadn't died, but I didn't expect it to be this human. It turns out I don't need to be afraid. I could just come out and kill you. It's a pity that so many of my descendants died in that situation, but the result is the same. Once I devour you, I can breed more." "You seem to be doing quite well, able to say these words," Lin Luo said. "You wouldn't think I've been devouring stars for so long without doing anything. I must have been recuperating during this time. You were able to find me probably because that old fellow, Jiang Bummy, was helping you. He wanted you to devour me as food so you could evolve quickly. Little did he know that he was actually helping me, allowing me to devour you so I could recover faster." The god-slaying worm mother's white egg was suddenly punctured, and 12 legs emerged from it. The white silk slowly decomposed, revealing the god-slaying worm mother's true form, a hideous, enormous spider. The spider's body was covered in black scales, forming a powerful defense. Its 12 legs were incredibly long, each one 100,000 meters long. The lower half of its body resembled a spider, but the upper half was that of a woman. The woman's face was extremely charming, and her every frown and smile was full of charm. Its skin was crystal white, its veins visible through. It possessed 2 large minds, half encased in scales, revealing a vast expanse of white. Your human form is not your original form. You must have undergone some transformation, resulting in your half-spider, half-woman appearance. Lin Luo had learned from Jiang Bummy that the god-killing worm resembled a beetle, protected by numerous scales, and possessing a ferocious, sinister appearance. The god-killing Zerg once caused several disasters across the devouring star. Zerg species enjoy constantly devouring and reproducing, and the god-killing Zerg are no exception, enjoying this habit. The god-killing Zerg evolved through the mutual devouring of many Zerg species, making them far more powerful than ordinary Zerg. All Zerg species targeted by the god-slaying Zerg were devoured in one fell swoop, including the Wood tribe, the Flying tribe, the Sun Tribe, and so on. The god-slaying Zerg's territory expanded at an extremely rapid pace, eventually bordering the human race, leading to a battle between the two races. The human race ultimately gained the upper hand. Jiang Bumi wanted to annihilate the god-slaying Zerg mother in one fell swoop, but even if the race survived, its strength would be significantly reduced. Later, the four-faced gods came to trouble the human race, forcing Jiang Bumi to abandon the quest for the god-slaying Zerg mother. The god-slaying Zerg mother had evaded the four-faced god king's purge, and perhaps in his eyes, the insects had little meat and perhaps tasted unpleasant, so he stopped short of slaying them. According to Jiang Bumi's Lin Luo information, other powerful creatures might have perished, but the god-slaying Zerg mother was unlikely to have. He also instructed Lin Luo to exterminate the god-slaying Zerg mother, who held a deep hatred for the human race. Given the Zerg's ferocity, if they had the opportunity to exterminate the human race, they would not spare a single human. Lin Luo's scales needed a boost to his defense. The god-slaying insect's greatest strength was its scales. Yes. Do you find my body particularly beautiful? The god-slaying insect mother said with a delicate smile. The body is beautiful, but it's not so beautiful on you. It looks awkward and unsightly, Lin Luo commented. You actually called me ugly? The god-slaying insect mother's face twisted, deeply resenting being called ugly. Lin Luo said, Why are you so angry? I'm just being honest. The god-slaying insect mother suppressed her anger and smiled. Your words are useless against me. Let me tell you who this body belongs to. She was a female chieftain of your race. She was severely injured in a battle, and died not long after. She was buried somewhere. You humans are the same. Like other races, when a powerful creature dies, everyone devours it all together, leaving nothing behind. You humans love to worship your ancestors, and consider consuming their bodies a deeply unfilial act. But I have to thank you humans. If you hadn't disliked consuming the bodies of your ancestors and left me some, I wouldn't have become like this. This is a powerful evolution. Lin Luo said, You're quite disgusting, devouring the bodies of another race's ancestors. But I can understand you. After all, you were so ugly before, so you must have wanted to be beautiful. You're ugly. The god-slaying worm queen was completely enraged and spat out a large amount of white silk at Lin Luo. Lin Luo then spit out flames, burning the white silk to ashes, barely touching him. How dare you call me ugly? I hate it when any creature calls me ugly. The god-slaying worm queen went berserk and pounced on Lin Luo, its sharp spider legs piercing his body, instantly creating a bloody hole. Blood flowed out of the hole, continuously streaming. You're so brave. You just got so close to me. Lin Luo grabbed the god-slaying worm queen, his mouth churning with energy cannons. Damn it! Realizing she'd been tricked, the god-slaying worm queen struggled frantically, trying to free herself from Lin Luo's grasp. Lin Luo wouldn't give her a chance. 3 energy cannons fired, striking her. Most of her body was shattered, leaving only half, and blood continued to flow. Chapter 572. Isn't it too late to escape now? Lin Luo gave the god-slaying worm mother no chance, and devoured it in one gulp. Don't devour me. If you spare me, I be your subordinate. The god-slaying worm mother regretted her impulsiveness. She was at level 160, and after undergoing a transformation, her strength had greatly increased. A head-on battle with Lin Luo was uncertain. After all, Lin Luo was only level 152, an 8-level gap. The god-slaying worm mother believed that if she couldn't kill Lin Luo, she could survive. The god-slaying worm mother hated humans. If she were allowed to leave the devouring star, it would be a disaster for all of humanity. Lin Luo would definitely not let her go, and continued to devour her. You humans will be destroyed sooner or later, the god-slaying worm mother cursed maliciously. Lin Luo ignored the god-slaying worm mother, and ate her to pieces. After devouring the god-slaying worm mother, Lin Luo reached level 153. The god of karma enviously said, You leveled up again. Isn't my leveling up a good thing? Why do you sound so jealous? Lin Luo said. You should understand what I'm thinking. The god of karma said. I don't want to bother with you. Let's go to the next place. Lin Luo said. I make the choice this time. You said before, after you devour this disgusting creature, I make the choice. The god of karma said. No need to bother. I already made the choice. Let's go eat fish. Lin Luo said. Eat fish? Not some weird-looking kind, right? The god of karma asked doubtfully. Your doubt about me is a bit problematic. I don't like ugliness, or any special fetish. I also like things that look good, and they taste better. Lin Luo stopped talking and rushed forward. Jiang Bumi had given him many places, all inhabited by powerful creatures, many barely surviving. Devouring them would allow Lin Luo to rapidly evolve. A vast primeval forest. The vegetation was dense and lush, and the trees were extremely tall, some reaching 1,000,000 meters, while the shortest might be over 10,000 meters. The Jade Emperor and the Fire God entered the forest, and were drawn into the devouring star. Luckily, they met. They encountered some dangers ahead, but they worked together to resolve them. The Fire God said, "Entering this forest, I feel like I'm entering a land of dwarves into a land of giants." That's a good description. If these trees could move, they'd be no different from giants, and we'd be no different from tiny people. The Jade Emperor nodded. I have a very bad feeling about this. We should leave as soon as possible. The Fire God sensed danger. I feel very uncomfortable here too. Staying too long could be dangerous. The Jade Emperor used his spatial abilities to open a time tunnel. The time tunnel led through the forest. The Jade Emperor had evolved into the ultimate life form, and his spatial abilities had greatly increased. He no longer needed the previous location to use his spatial abilities to leave. After the two of them passed through the time tunnel, they were stunned to realize they hadn't left the giant forest. The Fire God asked, "Is there a time-space disturbance in the giant forest? When I used my abilities just now, I didn't notice any disturbances in space and time. But now that I use them, spatial disturbances have occurred." "We can't leave the giant forest," the Jade Emperor said with a sullen expression. The Fire God said, "Just now, we only had a feeling. Now that your spatial abilities have gone awry, it's no longer a feeling. There's something wrong with this giant forest. If we're not careful, something bad could happen." The Jade Emperor said, "Why don't we turn back? The sense of danger is growing stronger. Leaving early will keep us safe." "Okay." The Fire God thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Previously, the two had followed Lin Luo to the Eternal Flower, and inexplicably entered the Devouring Star. The Fire God was unlucky, and encountered danger, nearly dying. Thankfully, the Jade Emperor arrived just in time, and the two of them worked together to slay a worm-like monster, the ultimate form of life. Otherwise, the Fire God alone would have perished. The two had reached this point thanks to their cooperation. During this journey, they witnessed the power of the creatures on the Devouring Star. Every creature that devoured a star was a formidable force, each at a level above ultimate life. The Jade Emperor used his power to create another space-time tunnel, taking the Fire God with him. After they passed through the tunnel, they were surprised to find their original location. "This," said the Fire God. The Jade Emperor said, "The space in this giant forest is extremely chaotic. I pinpointed a target, but I can't even cross it. All we can do now is to leave this giant forest. I continue to use my space control ability. Repeatedly, we might end up in a very dangerous place." The Fire God said, "Is there a possibility that your spatial abilities are useless? It's not that there's something wrong with this place, but rather that a creature has taken control of the space here, rendering your abilities ineffective. What you say is highly likely. I don't know if this powerful creature in the forest has discovered me. For now, I try not to use this ability. It can interfere with my abilities, almost rendering them ineffective. If it targets us, and its life force is higher than mine, we'd be in serious danger." The Jade Emperor remained calm, quickly analyzing the pros and cons. "Let's proceed slowly," the Fire God agreed. The two men tried to advance slowly, avoiding the prying eyes of the powerful creatures in the giant forest. But as they continued deeper, the creepiness grew. The Fire God said, "Have your danger warnings grown stronger? I feel like if I continue here, I'd likely die. I had this feeling from the beginning, and it's only getting stronger now." "You're right. It's not the market, it's likely a powerful creature interfering, causing your abilities to fail." The Jade Emperor lost his composure. Facing visible danger isn't necessarily frightening. The most terrifying thing is invisible danger. In fact, this was the situation they were in. They could sense many dangers, but they couldn't find their source. This growing premonition of danger alone could torture them to death. "We can't go on. The other party is deliberately torturing us. We'd be dead if they tortured us, let alone anything else." The Fire God decided. "What do you want to do?" the Jade Emperor asked. The Fire God replied, "I plan to set this place on fire. This giant forest must be important to the monsters watching us. If I set it on fire, the monsters will likely attack us, and we won't have to be so afraid." Chapter 573. Wait a minute. If we make this impulsive decision, and the monster hidden in the giant forest attacks, we'd be dead if we can't defeat it. The Jade Emperor stopped the Fire God. The Fire God said, You suggest we hold our ground for now, but this is a slow death. When we entered this giant forest, the powerful creatures within had already spotted us. It's possible they saw us as food. Now that this powerful creature hasn't attacked, we're even more certain of this. It just wants to torture us. Some powerful creatures enjoy torturing their prey. We're alive now, not because this powerful being fears us, but because it's torturing us. The Jade Emperor said, "Your analysis makes sense. If we struggle, we only die this way. Hurry, our luck is terrible. We just entered the territory of a powerful creature." The fire god said, "How about we stay here a little longer? If we can't bear it any longer, let's ignite the forest again. I believe this powerful monster will give up torturing us. This is the only way." The Jade Emperor sighed and said, "I originally wanted to help Lin Luo, but I didn't expect to die at the hands of the powerful creatures that devoured the world, but at the hands of these old monsters like the devouring stars. We almost figured it out. From now on, don't worry about it. Live as long as you can." The Jade Emperor said, "You're right." The two of them understood this and felt much better. They continued to wander around the giant forest. The fire god considered contacting Lin Luo, but quickly gave up the idea. Lin Luo's displayed strength was somewhat greater than the other two, but it was extremely limited. Even if they joined forces, they couldn't possibly defeat the hidden, powerful creature, let alone Lin Luo. If Lin Luo came to save them, he wouldn't be able to save them, and he would likely kill one more person. Tongtian River. The river was approximately 100,000 meters wide, with a vast volume of water, stretching endlessly, with no end in sight. A massive wave rose from the surface, expanding in all directions, submerging much of the river's banks. A giant blue, three-headed dragon held a massive fish in its mouth. The fish was enormous, some the size of a giant dragon. The fish's body was flat, about 500,000 to 600,000 meters long, and over 300,000 meters wide, a true behemoth. Lin Luo dove into the Tongtian River and battled the giant fish for about a day. The giant fish was the master of the Tongtian River. This river, which swallowed up 1/10 of the stars, had passed through many races along the way. Many races worship rivers, viewing them as their mothers. They throw objects into the water in hopes of good weather and good harvests for the coming year. The Tongtian giant fish was originally a common fish species in the Tongtian River. Its abundance was so great that races often caught and ate it. It was a unique species among the many fish, gifted with devouring life in the water, constantly devouring the creatures within, including the offerings thrown into it by various races. The Tongtian giant fish developed under these circumstances. Many races did not stop the Tongtian giant fish's growth, and even revered it as a deity. In its early days, the Tongtian giant fish was relatively stable, not recklessly devouring those near the shore. As it grew in power, its nature became extremely cruel, and it began to devour other creatures with a frenzy. The human tribe also lived near the Tongtian River and frequently greeted the Tongtian giant fish. That's why Jiang Bumi's information to Lin Luo was so specific. The Tongtian giant fish was usually rather unassuming, staying within the Tongtian River. The creatures it devoured weren't particularly powerful, and it wasn't very well known throughout the devouring star. Beyond the Tongtian River, few powerful creatures knew about the Tongtian giant fish. The Tongtian giant fish wasn't born with the best preconditions, having devoured many creatures before evolving to its ultimate form. After so much time, the Tongtian giant fish's life level was only 155, just 2 levels higher than Lin Luo's. Lin Luo highlighted several powerful creatures, the Tongtian giant fish remaining unscathed, while the others sustained significant damage. The god of karma said, "Little Lin, hurry up and put in some effort. We can't let this creature escape. Once it's in the water, it'd be difficult to get it out." "Don't be so sarcastic, you think I don't understand this principle?" Lin Luo desperately pinned down the Tongtian giant fish, preventing it from escaping. The giant fish's eyes shone with light, striking Lin Luo's body and creating 2 bloody holes. Blood flowed continuously from the 2 holes, dyeing the river red. Lin Luo attacked as well, his 2 heads biting down fiercely on the giant fish, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. 2 chunks of flesh were torn off, and a large amount of blood flowed continuously. The giant fish also attacked Lin Luo, biting off a piece of flesh. After trembling for half an hour, Lin Luo had killed the giant fish with his teeth. To confirm the giant fish was dead, Lin Luo bit off its head in one bite, leaving only the headless body. It wasn't easy. I almost flipped over. Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. "Hurry up and cook this fish. Let's eat it together," the god of karma said eagerly. I didn't see you putting in much effort when you went out just now, but you were quite enthusiastic when eating. Lin Luo complained. The god of karma said, eating isn't urgent. This person is probably sick. Just watch me grill this fish. You guys should have some too. Lin Luo said. The more powerful the god of karma and Ho-Tu became, the stronger they would become as they merged into his body. The two women could increase their levels significantly by eating the flesh of powerful creatures, but they couldn't devour it like Lin Luo. After consuming food from powerful creatures, they had to stop for a while before continuing. Otherwise, if they swallowed too much, they would likely explode and die. The god of karma said, I can't grill all the fish. I want to eat multiple meals from one fish. Such a good ingredient can't be wasted. Catching a fish like this will be nearly impossible in the future. If I don't enjoy it properly, I'd definitely be doing myself a disservice. You're quite a troublemaker. What's the point of eating multiple meals from one fish? Just grill it and eat it, and you're so concerned. Many creatures are simply swallowed without even bothering to cook them. Lin Luo complained. The god of karma said, that's just what you don't understand. What do you mean by I don't understand? You act like a human. Lin Luo thought about it, and realized that eating multiple meals from one fish was a good idea. Fish, if eaten directly, would be full of fishy smell and not taste good at all. With the help of various seasonings, fish would become very delicious. He thought what the god of karma said made sense. Lin Luo had been exhausted for so long, and it was impossible for the god of karma to just eat without doing anything. Chapter 574. Lin Luo, you despicable villain are deliberately trying to trick me. I'm cutting the fish, and you want me to cut it so small? Can't you have a bigger pot? The god of karma used her time power to form a knife and began to slice the giant fish. She cut the fish into small pieces, making it easier to cook. Isn't it about having multiple ways of eating? You can't just leave the fish in one large chunk for fish soup. It won't taste good when you take it out later. It has to be cooked piece by piece. Now stop complaining. If you don't want it to taste good, just roast the whole fish. We taste the same. Lin Luo said impatiently. That won't work. Roasting the fish whole won't be tasty. You have to boil it. First, stir-fry the fish in the pot to release the oil. Then add the seasoning to remove the fishy smell. When the fish is almost done, return it to the pot and add water to cook. The cooked fish will be incredibly delicious. The god of karma said. Lin Luo said, you watched countless cooking videos just to eat a bite of fish, and you memorized every step so well. I let you do it later. The god of karma looked up and said, I can't possibly do it. I only watched the videos. If I made it myself, it would definitely taste terrible. You have to understand that you're human, and cooking is your specialty. It's what you should do. You're the only one with a few twists and turns, you little Yi-Tian. Lin Luo slammed. How can you talk like that? I'm clearly Big Yi-Tian. Everyone has already admitted it. The god of karma said. Stop the nonsense. Lin Luo used the dragon's body to cook. The fish was cut into many slices, but it was still very large. Each slice was still much larger than Lin Luo himself. The god of karma said, last time, I saw a foodie host make a pot of fish soup and a bowl of rice. The fish soup and rice were incredibly delicious together. Rice is essential. You're quite demanding. You can't even make your own rice, Lin Luo said disdainfully. Then I definitely bring this thing. The god of karma produced a large pot from his own small space, the pot no smaller than the one Lin Luo was holding. Lin Luo said, good boy, you always call me a foodie. Back then, you built a large iron pot specifically for cooking. Do I even need to order it? I'm so powerful, the god of karma, that many people will volunteer to build this large iron pot for me. I don't have to do anything. The god of karma said pretentiously. If you're truly capable, I hunt the giant fish and leave everything else to you. Then you cook the delicious fish soup and rice, and I come over to eat. Lin Luo said. The god of karma snorted, you're dreaming? I don't think you ever be able to do that. It's impossible in this lifetime. With your deceptive behavior, it's practically impossible to even get a hot meal from you. Lin Luo shook his head. The god of karma said, don't underestimate me. I just don't cook. My cooking will definitely be better than yours. You're alright, Lin Luo said perfunctorily. The god of karma said, Sister Ho-Tu, I'm going to go get some firewood. You wash the rice here. Once I get the firewood, we cook. Okay, go ahead. I washed the rice, Ho-Tu agreed. Lin Luo said, you're terrible at everything. You're the ultimate slacker. Why don't you wash the rice and pots instead of Ho-Tu? I can figure out your little trick. The god of karma said, that's just your narrow-mindedness. I'm not being lazy, I'm having a clear division of labor. The trees in the forest over there are very tall. I'm afraid there's danger there, and sending Ho-Tu there could easily put her in danger. I control time and space, primarily time. Space is a secondary ability. If I encounter danger and can't defeat it, I can simply flee. You almost got into trouble last time in the Kingdom of Rhea. You brag without thinking. Lin Luo said. That's because the rune source god knows my abilities. The Woodlice King trying to kill me is simply impossible. And I was just being careless. The god of karma said. You're the only one with so many excuses. You always find one. Lin Luo said disdainfully. Are you giving me face, you bastard? I'm always giving you opportunities to look down on me. If you're not happy with me, why don't you keep your level at 149, and let's have a fair fight? The god of karma said, breaking through his defense. Come on, I'm afraid of you. Lin Luo showed no fear. The god of karma said, I won't fight you. A fair fight is basically impossible right now. Your life level is much higher than mine. Even if you were at the same level as me, I'd be in great danger. Lin Luo sighed, you always have a reason. You couldn't beat me from the very beginning. Now I evolved so much that I can easily crush you at the same level. I'm warning you, this guy shouldn't look down on others, the karma god said angrily. Alright, you two, stop arguing. Let's divide the work, and get the meal ready quickly, Ho-Tu advised. That's right, Lin Luo is a petty man. I don't know why you're attracted to him, the karma god said. You can repeat what you said just now, and I promise I won't beat you to death. Lin Luo feigned anger. I don't want to bother with you. The karma god grimaced, and ran towards the nearby forest. Lin Luo and Ho-Tu continued cooking. Lin Luo put the fish into the pot, while Ho-Tu washed the rice and added it to the pot. In reality, there was enough firewood, absolutely enough for cooking. The karma god was just being lazy and pretending to be going to collect firewood. Lin Luo knew the karma god well enough. He was a bit of a jerk. Thankfully, he was reliable when it mattered, so Lin Luo could tolerate him. Ho-Tu frowned slightly. That's strange. Our meal is ready, why hasn't he returned yet? Logically, she's a foodie, so she shouldn't be late. Maybe she got lazy and forgot the time. If she doesn't come back in a while, let's start eating, and don't hold back for her, Lin Luo said. Let's wait a little longer, Ho-Tu said. Half an hour later, the god of karma still hadn't returned. Ho-Tu frowned. Something bad must have happened to the god of karma entering the giant forest. It's been so long since he's returned. We need to go check on him. Lin Luo nodded. He's certainly unreliable, but he's pretty reliable when it comes to eating. Something must have happened. Let's go check on him. Chapter 575. Lin Luo and Ho-Tu moved together, and Ho-Tu merged into his body. There are too many dangers on the devouring star. One could easily run into danger. Leaving Ho-Tu alone near the Tontian River is truly unsafe. So what if the fish and rice are gone? Food isn't particularly important to them anyway. Lin Luo landed in a tree-filled area. He was already flying high, still 200,000 to 300,000 meters above the ground. Originally, at this altitude, only a few flying creatures could be seen. But the trees in the forest where the karma god entered were incredibly tall, many 200,000 to 300,000 meters high, some even exceeding that, reaching 1,000,000 meters. Ho-Tu said, when I saw this place from a distance earlier, I didn't think it was anything special. Now that I'm inside this forest, I see a lot of things, especially the unusual height of the trees. Is it truly unusual? I sense something unusual too. My Buddha eyes can't see through them for a while. Lin Luo said. Can't your Buddha eyes see through it? This giant forest is even more dangerous than we imagined. Ho-Tu's expression changed slightly. It's only a matter of time before I see through it. I carefully observe these trees. They're not real plants, but likely the hair of a living creature. Lin Luo used his Buddha eye to analyze these trees, and concluded they were high in animal fat. A plant wouldn't contain a lot of animal fat. Lin Luo thought of a possibility. Ho-Tu's expression changed slightly. You mean we entered the body of a giant, and the trees we see are just some of the giant's hair? Do you think the giant has noticed we entered his body? I think it must have been discovered. If the giant hadn't discovered it, the god of karma wouldn't have been trapped here. Lin Luo said. Ho-Tu was horrified. There are so many powerful creatures in the devouring star, and yet such a powerful creature exists. I feel you're quite large, and there are creatures even larger than you. If the creature lying on the ground is a giant, how big would it be if it stood up? Giant? That's just a preliminary assessment. I don't know exactly what kind of creature it is. Lin Luo said. The most important thing is to find the god of karma. I feel this creature is very powerful. Ho-Tu was a little frightened. There are quite a few in the information Chief Jiang Bumi gave me. I check if any meet the requirements. Lin Luo wasn't particularly anxious, because there was no point in being anxious. The god of karma had been in the giant forest for quite some time. If something had happened to him, he would have died long ago. In an open space, there were quite a few dead branches on the ground, gathered and tied into a large bundle. I, the god of karma, am truly clever. I wait until Lin Luo and Ho-Tu finish cooking, then I show up and have a good meal, the god of karma said. After a while, she felt a little guilty about this. Am I being a little too much? Lin Luo and Ho-Tu cooked while I was out here playing. It's not a big deal. Anyway, if I do this in the future, he'd definitely dislike me. To avoid being disliked, I just not do it. The god of karma had a strong ability to adjust his mind, and quickly found his peace of mind. It's almost time. I should go back. The god of karma calculated the time and felt it was almost time to go back. She retraced her steps, but the path remained the same. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get out. Strange. This path is clearly the same path, so why can't I get back? It seems there's something wrong with this giant forest that's preventing me from leaving. The god of karma had a strong sense of judgment and could tell something was wrong. It's okay. I can't get out, right? Then I used my time ability. The god of karma panicked and instinctively glanced around. She breathed a sigh of relief when she confirmed that no terrifying creatures were around. The god of karma quickly used her time ability, rapidly jumping through time. She wanted to return to the time before she entered the giant forest, so she could get out. How is that possible? My time ability is broken. The god of karma paled, her fear growing. I can't be that unlucky, can I? I was just taking a break, and then I encountered a powerful creature. There's a good chance I die here. The god of karma felt a pang of regret, thinking she shouldn't have taken a break. She had thought of failing alongside Lin Luo, being annihilated by the supreme heaven or the rune source god, but she had never considered dying from laziness. My time ability can go back a long time, and it's never failed. Now I'm trapped in this giant forest. I used it several times, but to no avail. I hoped Lin Luo would come in and rescue me, but now it seems that's impossible. The god of karma sighed. She couldn't find a way to leave, so she could only wander around the giant forest. Isn't this the god of karma? This is the person beside Lin Luo. A familiar voice came from behind. You too? The god of karma turned and looked over. They were the god of fire and the Jade Emperor. Great. Finally, I see two living people. I haven't been stuck here for long. The god of karma happily ran over. The god of fire was equally delighted and said, We've been stuck here for quite a while too. How long have you been? About an hour, right? The god of karma replied. The god of fire said, Only an hour. We've been stuck here for almost days. You haven't been that long. By the way, how did you get stuck here? The god of karma asked. The Jade Emperor said, The reason we're trapped here is quite simple. We wandered into a giant forest, and by the time we wanted to leave, it was too late. We couldn't get out? What about yours? The fire god asked curiously, Since you entered this, Lin Luo might have as well. We originally wanted to notify Lin Luo, but then we realized he might have ended up like us. So we didn't. Besides, even if we did, we wouldn't have been able to. This forest is incredibly strange, and there's a powerful creature interfering with our signals. We killed a large fish and started cooking. We ran out of firewood, so I figured there was a forest here, so I came here to gather some and head back. Unexpectedly, I got lost. The karma god didn't tell the truth. To say he entered the forest to slack off would have been socially fatal. You're one of Lin Luo's key members. Seeing you disappear, he probably came looking for you, the Jade Emperor said. Chapter 576. The god of karma had a lot of complaints about Lin Luo, but he had to admit, you're right. Lin Luo can be a bit harsh, but he's a good person. Seeing I wasn't coming over, he should have come find me. The god of fire smiled bitterly. I didn't want to implicate Lin Luo, but I didn't expect that I end up implicating him anyway. We might even be wiped out here. Sometimes fate is just so unpredictable. Things you don't want happen anyway, said the Jade Emperor. The god of karma said, Don't underestimate little Linzi. I think he can handle this vast forest. After all, he possesses a pair of Buddha's eyes that can see through the essence of many things. We have no way to stop him, but he does. The god of fire said somewhat pessimistically, May good fortune prevail. Then it all depends on you. I haven't exerted my own strength. Let's search carefully here. Perhaps we encounter Lin Luo, just as we just came here and encountered the god of karma by chance. One person's power is limited, but the combined power of 3 is immense. The Jade Emperor suggested. The god of fire nodded and said, that's a good idea. Let's search carefully. There's a good chance we can find Lin Luo. The 3 of them began their aimless search, trying to find Lin Luo. They knew they were being controlled by a powerful being, and had no idea where they would end up. Inside a vast forest. Ho-Tu asked, have you discovered anything new? Yes, I'm almost certain there's some kind of monster down there. Lin Luo asked. What monster? Ho-Tu asked. It's most likely a creature resembling a turtle. I just used a lot of force, trying to dig through the ground to see how deep the soil was. About 3,000 meters into the soil, my claws couldn't penetrate at all. There's something incredibly hard underneath, preventing me from getting any deeper. Lin Luo conducted an experiment and determined that there was something resembling a turtle shell on the ground. Ho-Tu said, a tortoiseshell can be this large, and with so many trees growing on it, you can see how terrifying this monster is. Does Chief Jiang Bummy have any specific information about this monster? We found it. This powerful creature is called the Camel Mountain Giant Turtle. It's said that its shell is very thick. If it stays in one place for too long, a lot of mud will form on it, and many trees will grow on top of the mud. These trees would be no different from ordinary trees in other places, and wouldn't grow so thick. But when placed on a Camel Mountain Giant Turtle, they grow exceptionally thick. It seems the Camel Mountain Giant Turtle secretes a certain liquid. This liquid helps the trees grow, which is why they grow so thick. The tallest ones can reach over 1,000,000 meters, looking like a giant forest from afar. Even if ordinary creatures know of the Camel Mountain Giant Turtle's existence, they can't defend themselves against it. Sometimes, they enter the giant forest unaware of it, and end up being eaten by the Camel Mountain Giant Turtle. Lin Luo explained. Ho-Tu said, using this method to hunt, it seems this Camel Mountain Giant Turtle is quite insidious. We have been up here for such a long time. The Camel Mountain Giant Turtle must know. Lin Luo said, yes, Chief Jiang Bummy carefully analyzed the information he gave me, as he had experienced it once before. He said this Camel Mountain Giant Turtle is extremely lazy, and might not move for 1,000 years, but it is extremely diligent in its pursuit of food. Any creature that enters the giant forest is considered food. Several members of the tribe entered the giant forest, and didn't emerge for a long time. Chief Jiang Bummy had no choice but to personally enter the giant forest and rescue them. He believes the turtle is not dead. Because the Camel Mountain Giant Turtle is very afraid of death, it will only lower its life level by several levels. Sometimes, when it sees powerful creatures approaching, it will actively avoid them. Chief Jiang insisted on entering the giant forest back then, and he was very worried about the turtle. Entering the Camel Mountain Giant Turtle's giant forest, the Camel Mountain Giant Turtle was so frightened that it finally chose to spit out several people from the tribe. Chief Jiang still believed that the entire devouring star had undergone a drastic change, but the Camel Mountain Giant Turtle is so fearful of death that it is likely not dead. Chief Jiang's prediction was indeed correct. The Camel Mountain Giant Turtle is not dead. Perhaps it sensed the approach of some creature and resumed its hunt. It's unfortunate that the god of karma wasn't paying attention and happened to enter the Camel Mountain Giant Turtle's giant forest. Our escape will be more difficult. Ho-Tu sighed and said, it seems Chief Jiang's method is not suitable for us. I can't think of a way to leave right now. I have found a way to leave, and it's very simple. Lin Luo asked. What method? Ho-Tu asked. Fuse with me, and you know all at once. Lin Luo merged with Ho-Tu, instantly unlocking the celestial Tao, his attributes rapidly increasing. The terrifying energy cannons in the 3 dragon heads' mouths formed terrifying hurricanes. As the 3 energy cannons neared critical mass, they charged towards the bottom of the giant tank. During their flight, the shockwaves generated by the 3 energy cannons converged into a single, powerful wave. The soil crumbled rapidly, destroying many trees. Dense cracks appeared on the deepest layers of the tortoise shell, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Lin Luo had used almost all his strength, and the shell was effectively broken. He had previously thought that his full power, unleashing a combined energy cannon of various attributes, would be enough to shatter the shell in one go. Lin Luo realized that he had underestimated the Camel Mountain Giant Turtle's strength. To have lived for so long, this Camel Mountain Giant Turtle must have possessed considerable strength. After sustaining severe damage to a section of the tortoise shell, Lin Luo immediately unleashed the power of the evil ghost Tao. His body began to shrivel rapidly, his flesh and blood turning to food. Huge, snow-white dragon fangs protruded, and saliva flowed from his mouth, craving food with an immense hunger. The power of the evil ghost path and the celestial god path differed greatly, two stark contrasts. The celestial god path unleashed its own potential, temporarily providing Lin Luo with strength. This overdraft was reasonable, and recovery would occur over time without any sequelae. Sometimes, when Lin Luo's injuries were severe, the celestial god path also had a healing effect, temporarily healing him. The evil ghost path was completely insane, requiring Lin Luo to absorb his own flesh and blood to multiply his own strength, causing his entire body to shrivel. Lin Luo would become extremely hungry for food, wanting to consume more to sustain himself. Chapter 577. Lin Luo harnessed the power of the evil ghost path, significantly increasing his strength to about twice his previous strength. The side effect immediately set in. He became extremely hungry for food. If Lin Luo didn't find enough food, he would begin to devour himself, until nothing remained. Lin Luo dashed underground, reaching the fragile tortoise shell and forcefully pried it open. The Camel Mountain giant turtle was essentially no different from other tortoises. Perhaps the earth turtles of today were its descendants. Its greatest defense was its shell. Without it, the tortoise was practically powerless. Using the power of the evil ghost path, Lin Luo could digest any amount of food. His primary concern was that if he ran out of food, he would devour himself and eventually die. Underneath the hard shell lay delicious flesh. Lin Luo's 3 dragon heads worked together, continuously devouring this rich flesh. Normally, Lin Luo would consider whether to cook his food. After all, he'd been human for so long and preferred cooked food, he couldn't stomach raw food all at once. In his demonic state, Lin Luo didn't care about that, and devoured the food frantically. He devoured the Camel Mountain giant ghost's internal organs. The previously tranquil giant forest trembled violently, its amplitude increasing. The Jade Emperor paused and said, "The entire giant forest is shaking, and the amplitude is getting stronger and stronger. We're even feeling the vibrations as we walk on it. The devouring star is also a planet. All planets should vibrate, right? This should be considered geocentric motion," the god of karma said. The fire god shook his head and said, "If it were a devouring star moving through the Earth's core, the earthquake wouldn't be that strong. Earthquakes from devouring stars primarily affect the creatures we're on, so the impact on me should be minimal. We're feeling strong tremors now. The only possibility is that the creature we're on is trembling violently, which is why we feel an earthquake. This creature is enormous. Even a slight tremor would be a violent tremor to us. Now the tremors are continuous and growing stronger. The creature we're on is likely injured, causing these tremors, which are causing us to feel these distinct tremors." The Jade Emperor nodded and said, "Your analysis is correct. It's likely that the creature we're on is injured, causing the tremors, which we perceive as tremors. This is good news for us. This creature is likely to be attacked, causing these tremors. We have a good chance of leaving later," the god of karma said happily. "This is indeed good news. I wonder what creature attacked this massive monster. But the good news is that we can leave. Being trapped here wouldn't be a good thing. It would be tantamount to a slow death," the Jade Emperor said. The fire god warned, "Although we have a chance to leave, we must also be careful. The creature that trapped us in the giant forest is definitely not simple. Any creature that can make this creature tremble must also be very powerful. If we're not careful, we could very well die at the hands of another creature, so we must be extremely careful." "Of course I know that," the god of karma said nonchalantly. The ground began to tremble violently again, and a massive tiger head suddenly appeared. Perhaps suffering too much, it roared in agony. The tiger's neck shook wildly, and it continued to roar in agony. "Oh my god! This tiger-headed monster can't be the one we're walking on. We thought we were on the ground, but now it seems we're not on the ground, but inside a monster." The god of karma had seen many monsters before, and he had a rough idea of what this one looked like. The Jade Emperor said, "This monster has a tiger head and a turtle body. I killed one like it before, in my own era, but it wasn't this large and far less terrifying. That monster is similar to the one beneath our feet in many ways. The difference is that here there are extremely tall trees, and that monster is operating an island. This island is called the Man-Eating Island. Many creatures that go to this island mysteriously disappear. At first, the number of disappearances was small, so no one paid much attention. As more and more creatures disappeared, I began to investigate. One of my generals disappeared on this island, so I began to investigate. After some investigation, I discovered that this island wasn't an island at all, but the shell of a monster. I thought it was a turtle, but it had a tiger's head. I put a lot of effort into killing this tiger-headed monster with a human body, but I didn't expect to encounter another one here that was exactly the same, only this time even more powerful and terrifying. The god of karma boldly speculated, is there a possibility? This gigantic monster before us is the ancestor of the monster you killed. Is that possible? These creatures all have a lineage. It's impossible for us humans to enter one era after another, while other creatures simply become extinct. There are still creatures that can enter the next era. The Jade Emperor nodded. We left this giant forest. I feel no longer bound by that constraint. The god of fire erupted in flames, transformed into a firebird, and departed with the Jade Emperor and the god of karma. Without that invisible constraint, it was easy for the three of them to leave the giant forest. The god of fire reached a considerable distance from the giant forest before stopping in midair and observing the forest situation. The god of karma said, I didn't see the creature with the tiger head and turtle back being attacked by another creature. Rather, it seems to be experiencing some internal problems and is struggling frantically. The Jade Emperor said, it seems our suspicions were wrong. We thought this powerful creature was under attack, causing waves of vibrations throughout its body. It seems some internal problems are causing its rapid growth. Perhaps some creature has penetrated its body and is devouring it frantically, causing only excruciating pain. The god of fire is a combination of the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor, inheriting the wisdom and memories of both emperors. The god of karma said proudly, this damn turtle has trapped us in this plot. You wanted to wait until we were tired before devouring us. Now, a creature has penetrated its body and is determined to torture you to death. I won't leave today and will watch you die in agony. The god of fire said, who did we say penetrated this creature? If it can't be anyone else, I think it can only be Lin Luo, the Jade Emperor concluded. Chapter 578. The god of karma, rather unconvinced, said, I think you shouldn't overthink this Lin Luo. I think it might not be him. It could be that a powerful creature was just trying to devour this creature, and we happened to encounter it. That possibility makes sense. Then, where was Lin Luo just now? Asked the fire god. We live in the cooking area, not far from this giant forest. Should it be in that direction? The god of karma, somewhat uncertain, saw two large pots. At some point, the pots had been overturned, spilling the rice and fish soup inside. Most of the soup and rice had been consumed, leaving a mess. My fish soup and rice. The god of karma screamed. The fire god smiled wryly and said, you're enjoying yourself quite a bit. You even cooked a big pot of fish soup and rice for us, and you're going to put the soup on top of the rice. It must be quite delicious this way. The Jade Emperor said, Lin Luo, and you are probably cooking here. Now that Lin Luo isn't here, he probably saw you haven't come for a while, so he went into the giant forest. He must have been trapped there. Lin Luo's help was a big part of our escape. I think so. The fire god nodded. Damn it! How despicable. I spent half a day cooking this delicious food, and someone else is eating it. I'm so angry. The karma god is quite greedy, and right now, he's most concerned about his fish soup and rice. Jade Emperor, how do you think Lin Luo managed to break through the giant forest? The fire god asked. The Jade Emperor replied, you probably have a rough idea of the answer. We're staying in a place that resembles a giant tiger-headed turtle. The way to kill it is to break its shell. Lin Luo should be able to penetrate the creature's body and devour it crazily. That's probably it. Lin Luo is being devoured within the giant turtle, and the giant tiger-headed turtle is probably unable to withstand it. Only when the mysterious power of the giant forest dissipates can we escape. The fire god said. The Jade Emperor said, let's wait a little longer. Lin Luo should be here soon. The giant tiger-headed turtle moved frantically, thrashing its body, trying to kill the culprit. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't escape Lin Luo. Ouch! The giant tiger-headed turtle let out a miserable howl and fell to the ground, gradually becoming motionless. The god of karma said angrily, that damn creature is finally dead. If it hadn't trapped me, I would have escaped long ago. These meals won't be wasted by other creatures. I was planning on cooking a pot of fresh fish and having a nice meal, but now it's all ruined. The god of fire said, seeing this creature that trapped us, I feel relieved. We've been constantly toyed with by it since entering the giant forest. The Jade Emperor said, next time, we should be more careful. There are too many powerful creatures in the devouring star. The giant forest is a perfect lesson for us. A powerful three-headed dragon emerged from the giant tiger-headed turtle. By the time it reached the god of karma and the other two, it had transformed into Lin Luo. The Jade Emperor exclaimed delightedly just now, When we discussed who had cracked the giant forest, we suspected it was you. It seems your suspicions were correct. Entering the giant tiger-headed turtle and devouring it frantically was the reason the giant forest's strangeness was neutralized. The fire god was even more certain. No wonder Yendi and Huangdi, before their sacrifices, asked me to help you evolve, saying you were humanity's hope. It seems you're far superior to us. Their predictions were quite accurate. You're too polite. I just happened to think of it. Lin Luo devoured most of the giant tiger-headed turtle's body, raising his life level from 153 to 154. The devouring star was indeed his blessed place. Within a short time, he had already advanced several levels. The fire god said, "We're just being honest. If you weren't at your level, I wouldn't be praising you so much." The karma god said angrily, "Lin Luo, could you level up a little slower so I can level up a bit? How can I level up after you leveled up all your skills? How dare you talk like that? I told you to do some work, but you insisted on slacking off and ended up in the giant forest. I had no choice but to forego my meal and head for the giant forest. Now, the fish soup and rice have been spilled and eaten by other creatures. You bear primary responsibility for this," Lin Luo said bluntly. The god of karma turned his head away and said righteously, "I wasn't slacking off. I was clearly gathering firewood so we could cook more food. Then something went wrong with this giant forest. By the time I realized it, I couldn't get out. I have only this tiger-headed giant turtle to blame. Why did they trap me for no reason? I know you. You must have been slacking off. You thought it was almost time, and we had already cooked dinner, so you came to eat. You didn't expect to be trapped in the giant forest, unable to leave. You're completely confused." Lin Luo bluntly exposed the situation. The god of karma said, "Don't talk nonsense here. Am I that kind of person? I'm not talking nonsense. You're just that kind of person," Lin Luo said bluntly. "You're all right, that's all." Knowing he was in the wrong, the god of karma gave up arguing with Lin Luo. "You're just guilty. You idiot." Lin Luo deliberately disgusted the god of karma, making him furious. "Let's deal with the giant turtle together next. There's a lot of meat on it. Let's share it." The Camel Mountain giant turtle was level 156, not very strong for an ultimate lifeform, but not weak either. Lin Luo entered its body and devoured it furiously, finally killing it. Many organs within the Camel Mountain giant turtle had already been devoured. Lin Luo felt that devouring the Camel Mountain giant turtle was a good deal. There was so much meat on it that one person couldn't possibly eat it all. Of course, if Lin Luo hadn't merged with Ho-Tu and activated the evil ghost path, he could have devoured it like crazy. The flesh on the Camel Mountain giant turtle alone was enough to starve him to death. The Jade Emperor shook his head and said, "I'm sorry. You killed this Camel Mountain giant turtle. It's not right for me to share it with you." The fire god said, "Your evolution is more important. You are the strongest of the three of us. The two of us can only assist you. When fighting against powerful creatures, it will most likely be a one-on-one battle. Your own strength is what matters most. Don't be polite with me. I'm giving it to you because I'm really short of food. If I could swallow it all, I would eat it all. This Camel Mountain giant turtle is too big for one person to finish." Lin Luo devoured about half of the meat, with another half left. Chapter 579. I think you should stop being polite. This guy is incredibly selfish. If he finished eating, he definitely wouldn't have left anything for us. It's only because he couldn't finish it that he offered to leave it for us," the god of karma said bluntly. Lin Luo dealt the god of karma a vicious blow to the head, causing him to scream in pain. "You sneak attack me." The god of karma was about to engage Lin Luo. Lin Luo calmly said, "Think carefully before you act. Do you think you can defeat me? If you can't, it's best not to. Just wait, you idiot. Things change over time. Don't despise the young and poor." The god of karma was furious. "Let's prepare this food. Let us do the rest. I feel bad for not doing anything and then just eating. At least let us do a little. Then we can eat with peace of mind and feel better." The god of fire said, "Let us prepare the ingredients. We still do this kind of work. We cook whatever tastes best," the Jade Emperor said. The god of karma expressed doubt. "Can my two really cook?" The god of fire said, "I can't cook, but I can use my flames to quickly forge a large iron pot. Your two pots are too small, even for creatures as large as us. I use my flames to forge one, and the food we cook will be even more delicious." The Jade Emperor said, "I once ruled over an entire celestial realm. I had many people who prepared delicious meals for me. I have a unique understanding of food." The god of karma's eyes lit up as she said, "If that's what you're saying, The food you cook might be even better than Lin Luo's. Lin Luo cooks a meal, and then shows off. Now let him see who's more capable. What are you talking about? I give you a chance to reframe your words. You've forgotten who got these ingredients. Lin Luo said. You're all right. That's all right. The god of karma wanted to be assertive, but reality forced her to bow. The Jade Emperor and the god of fire had witnessed Lin Luo's strength and were very submissive to him. If Lin Luo said she wouldn't give him the food she cooked, they probably wouldn't give it to her. I hope you treat me this way from now on, or you have nothing to eat. Lin Luo said. The god of fire said, leave it to us too. Don't worry about anything else. Lin Luo had killed the Tuashan giant turtle, and the two of them were able to eat thanks to him. It was easy to avoid seeking the help of the god of karma. The main reason was that the god of karma was so deceptive. If he failed to help them, he would only end up severely hurting himself. The god of fire used his power to smelt stone to create a massive cauldron. The cauldron was enormous, spanning over 100,000 meters and weighing hundreds of tons. Using human technology, it would take decades to create such an iron cauldron. The god of fire, however, was so powerful that he only needed an hour or two to create a large cauldron. The Jade Emperor drew his sword and swiftly cut into the Camel Mountain giant turtle. The flesh of the Camel Mountain giant turtle was broken into pieces, stained with blood. The meat would be washed in the Tontian River for later use. The remaining meat from the giant fish was also cleaned and would be used to make a delicious dish later. You guys eat here. I go do something. Lin Luo said. The fire god said, do you need our help? Just stay here and cook. It's not a big deal. I can handle it alone. Lin Luo said. The karma god, lying on a rock, said, the sooner you go, the sooner you be back. You, come with me too. Lin Luo extended his dragon claws and grabbed the karma god. Can't you see I'm cooking? I don't have time for you. If you want to do something, go do it quickly and don't bother me. The karma god shouted. Just come with me, you obedient guy. You're cooking? You've been playing around here all this time. You're not needed here at all. Ignoring the karma god's objections, Lin Luo flew off to a certain place. Why are you taking me with you now? If you encounter some dangerous and powerful creature, I can't help you. You'd be better off calling the fire god and the Jade Emperor. The karma god criticized her own shortcomings and wanted Lin Luo to let her go. Lin Luo said bluntly, it seems you're quite self-aware. You know you're not capable, so you want me to go find the fire god and the Jade Emperor. That's right. The karma god immediately noticed something was wrong and said angrily, how can you say that? What do you mean I'm not capable? I helped you so much, and now you become stronger and more powerful, and you're saying I'm not capable? If I had known you were such an ungrateful person, I shouldn't have helped you in the first place. Lin Luo said, you were just saying you weren't capable, saying you needed help from the fire god and the Jade Emperor, and not to come to me. Now that I'm serious, you're going back on your word. The god of karma thought for a moment and said, what I said just now was correct. Can you let me go? I feel I can't help you much. Let the Jade Emperor and the god of fire help you. Lin Luo laughed, you're quite realistic. As soon as I mention helping you, you claim you're incapable. Just now you claimed you were competent and were arguing with me. Actually, these were simple matters, so I only brought you along. If I had anything difficult, I would have gone to the god of fire and the Jade Emperor long ago. How could I possibly have asked you? The god of karma was furious. You're such a scoundrel. You're so mean. So it's because I'm incapable that you brought me along. Don't you want to find the person who feeds us? Lin Luo asked. Do you have a clue? The god of karma said. Of course I do. You've forgotten my Buddha Eyes ability, which allows me to see things in the past and future. I saw a golden bird reaching the sky. It arrived at our camp and began to devour a large amount of food. Lin Luo said. What do you want? The god of karma asked with interest. Lin Luo said, eating some of our food must come at a price. How could we let it go like that? How about a farewell my concubine? We happen to have a giant tortoise here, and we could catch a golden chicken back home. Stewing the tortoise and chicken together would surely be delicious, the god of karma suggested. Lin Luo laughed, you're not very reliable in other things, but you're quite reliable when it comes to eating and cooking. You have your own ideas. You know everything about farewell my concubine that I don't. The god of karma looked up and said, of course. Don't you see who I am? I haven't lived in vain all these years. I learned a lot. Chapter 580. Okay, you're awesome. I'm not as good as you at this. Lin Luo said. The god of karma snorted, stop pretending, kid. If I hadn't sealed the 5 special beings of the Supreme Heaven, my evolution wouldn't be slower than yours, probably much faster. You're alright, okay? Lin Luo said perfunctorily. Don't try to imitate my perfunctory approach. The god of karma said angrily. Lin Luo said, you're so shameless. You clearly learned this trick from me, and it became yours then. I learned it from me, the god of karma said stubbornly. I don't care about you. Lin Luo arrived at the home of the culprit of the theft. It was a huge bird's nest, cast from gold and emitting a dazzling light. Wow! This bird's nest is made of gold. This is too luxurious. The god of karma said, his eyes gleaming. Look at you, you're such a money grubber. Life has evolved to this point, and gold is just an ornament. Lin Luo said. The god of karma retorted, how dare you, a human, say that? Isn't your Earth's currency now denominated in gold? Even after the catastrophe, gold will still be very valuable. Very well, we come here this time, and the culprit is a gold collector. We can't ask for much. He ate our rice and giant fish, so he must pay. Lin Luo and the god of karma were in complete agreement. The culprit who stole our rice and fish must pay. If it weren't for the culprit's surprise attack, the two of them would have already eaten. As the two approached, a golden bird quickly flew over. In the golden bird's nest were 2 or 3 chicks, who, perhaps sensing danger, cried out continuously. The god of karma said, no wonder this nest is made of gold. It turns out this bird is made entirely of gold. That makes perfect sense. Lin Luo said, we must not tolerate such thieves. They must pay a heavy price. Well said. The god of karma rarely agreed with Lin Luo. What brings you two here? The golden bird spoke in a seductive, feminine voice. The god of karma said, you even know how to use human language. You seem quite intelligent. Tell me if you pay a price for stealing our food. The golden bird said, I don't know what you're talking about. How did I steal your food? I knew you'd deny it. Lin Luo held out a golden feather. The god of karma said, now that the evidence is here, what explanation do you have? Seeing he couldn't deny it, the golden bird admitted, I ate the rice and fish. The rice is worthless, and the fish barely has some value, but it tastes just average. You're not so stingy as to not even eat a bit of it. King of Karma was extremely arrogant. Sister, do you understand this? You're stealing our food, which we worked so hard to make, and you're complaining about the taste after eating it. The rice is rather crude, just some plants, but the fish must be very valuable. It was taken from the giant fish. You live near here, so you probably heard of the Tantian giant fish. Its life level is 155. We went to great lengths to kill it, and yet it tastes so good in your mouth. What do you mean by taste average? When we returned, the leftovers still exuded an enticing aroma. You said they tasted average. The golden bird was a little skeptical. Is the Tantian giant fish you're talking about the largest fish in the Tantian River? I remember there are many of these giant fish in the Tantian River, and the food they cook should taste the same. The god of karma said, are you going too far? You ate someone else's food and didn't apologize, and now you're questioning their ingredients. We haven't even asked for compensation yet, so why would you deliberately deceive you? I remember one thing, people are treacherous. The golden bird had a bad impression of humans. You people's favorite thing to do is drive up prices and then harm other creatures. Yin Ying's chest heaved with arrogance. Sister, do you have any conscience now? You ate our food, and you keep blaming it. If we were treating you, and you said the food was bad, we could say the problem is ours. But the problem is, we didn't even treat you to a meal. You came uninvited. And although I'm not human, how can you say you're bad? Are you so good that you golden birds are so good at stealing food? I think every race has its good and bad sides. Humans do have some bad sides, but you golden birds aren't much better either. You steal other people's food without their consent. The golden bird said impatiently, let's not waste this nonsense. Aren't you seeking compensation? Just state the price. The god of karma said, I'm not going to waste my time here. If we were in a bad mood, we would have already attacked. We're in a better mood now, so we're not. As long as you pay compensation, we let you go. Otherwise, we just cook you up. What do you mean? The golden bird said angrily. What do I mean? Don't you understand? If you want to fight, then go ahead. The god of karma spoke more forcefully. The two sides were on edge, ready to fight if a disagreement arose. At this moment, the young golden bird chick uttered a cry, which only brought the golden bird to its senses. It's my fault too. I ate your food. Now I'm willing to pay compensation. The golden bird was eager to engage in battle, believing the men before him were hesitant to fire because they were afraid of him. The two men's warnings to fight were seen as intimidation, and the golden bird considered them not particularly powerful. The golden bird didn't believe the two men before her could kill the Tontian giant fish. They were likely to have killed its offspring. The Tontian giant fish had many offspring scattered throughout the Tontian River. The golden bird had once killed a Tontian giant fish's offspring while out hunting. She didn't mind a fight, which could have resulted in the death of her own offspring. She would have taken action long ago. The god of karma said, "I think your bird's nest is quite good. If you give us this golden nest as compensation, your theft of our food will be enough. We can consider it a done deal. You won't cause us any trouble in the future, and we certainly won't." "What?" The golden bird angrily said, "Are you going to take away my environment? What about my children?" Chapter 581. The god of karma sneered, "Now I remember your descendants. When you stole our rice just now, you didn't even consider our 2 requests. We worked so hard to cook so much, and yet, you were still eating it. Actually, we didn't ask for much, but seeing your stubborn attitude, we have to disgust you." The golden bird suppressed its anger and said, "We become acquainted after a fight. How about we both compromise? I can compensate you with some golden feathers. These feathers are quite valuable when plucked from my body. I definitely can't give you this golden bird's nest." The god of karma said, "Why do you sound so childish? What do you mean by compromise? I don't want to compromise right now. If you don't give us the golden bird's nest, this matter won't be easily resolved." "You really want to fight me to the bitter end," said the golden bird. "If you're not afraid of death, then we can. We were originally trying to talk to you nicely, but your attitude just now made it impossible. If you don't give us the golden bird's nest, we all take it away. Then I can't guarantee you and your child's survival." Lin Luo was in a good mood, but he was furious after hearing the golden bird's words. He had seen shameless people, but never such a shameless bird. Only the golden bird could be justified in stealing. Knowing he had the initiative, the god of karma threatened, "You need to think carefully. If you feel you can't give us the golden bird's nest, then let's go to war." The golden bird scowled. "As expected, you humans are despicable. You're using my child to threaten me." The god of karma said, "Are you saying that again? Why are we humans all so despicable? I can promise you this, if we go to war, we won't attack your child. Honestly, I'm not interested in your child either. But if I kill you, your child won't live long." The golden bird said, "Do you think I believe your lies? If I attack you, you immediately attack my child, forcing me to protect my child, which will put me in a difficult position. Okay, you bird are already demonizing us humans. No matter how many plans I propose, you think I'm incompetent." The god of karma said coldly. The golden bird said gravely, "Isn't that the truth? You?" The god of karma was furious. "Don't try to reason with an unreasonable creature. No matter how much you say, it's useless, it always think it's right." Lin Luo said seriously, "You only have 2 choices, surrender the golden bird's nest, or fight us. I surrender the golden bird's nest if I agree." The golden bird pondered for a long time before deciding to surrender the golden bird's nest. She believed her own strength was formidable, and it would be easy to defeat these 2 humans, but they might resort to underhanded tactics and attack her own children. The golden bird had once collaborated with humans to hunt the descendants of the sky-high giant fish. She believed she had contributed the most, and therefore deserved the largest share of the sky-high giant fish. But humans had mobilized an ultimate life form, and several level 149 experts. In the quest to kill the offspring of the sky-swallowing giant fish, the humans suffered several casualties. The golden bird and the sky-swallowing giant fish were natural enemies, their primary role being a deterrent, with humans contributing the most labor. However, the golden bird insisted that she had contributed the most labor, and without her help, humans might not have been able to capture a single sky-swallowing giant fish offspring. The golden bird insisted on claiming 70% of the sky-swallowing giant fish's offspring, leading to several clashes with humans. Finally, humans compromised and gave her 70% of the sky-swallowing giant fish's offspring. The incident was resolved, but the golden bird still felt disadvantaged. Then, humans discontinued their cooperation with the golden bird and hunted alone in the sky-swallowing giant fish. Without the golden bird's assistance, humans caught fewer sky-swallowing giant fish, but they were not as likely to take so many sky-swallowing giant fish all at once as the golden bird, which would have resulted in a smaller harvest and even casualties. The golden bird was extremely dissatisfied when she saw that humans had deviated from their orbit, and that their food supply had increased, not decreased. On several occasions, the golden bird deliberately disrupted human hunting plans, resulting in the loss of a single giant fish offspring and heavy losses. Finally, the humans could no longer resist, and Chief Jiang Yunyan personally attacked and nearly killed the golden bird. Fearing death, the golden bird chose to leave its habitat. It was not until the human tribe was completely annihilated by the four-faced divine king that the golden bird returned. From then on, the golden bird hated humans, believing them to be a despicable race. Whenever it saw a human, it would immediately attack. Several unlucky humans had encountered it and were killed by it. Today, the golden bird was feeding in her nest as usual when she suddenly smelled a human and rushed over. The golden bird didn't find any humans, only 2 large pots. One pot emanated the aroma of rice, which was of little concern to the golden bird. As a higher being, her appetite was a simple matter. The fish soup, which exuded a truly enticing aroma, was even more tempting to her. The golden bird was certain that this fish soup wasn't just some giant fish stew, it was likely made with it. After finishing the thick golden soup, she instantly leveled up, from 154 to 155. Lin Luo, standing before her, was only level 154. The golden bird was a naturally alien species, extremely confident in herself, and many creatures were no match for her. The human race had missed out on many powerful individuals, but overall, it was relatively weak. Because of this overall weakness, many races looked down on the human race, believing it to be inherently weak. The golden bird was confident in itself, believing it could easily kill Lin Luo. But she had 3 offspring in the golden bird's nest, and she feared humans might attack her children. The god of karma scorned her, saying, "If you had known you have to agree even when forced to, you should have done so sooner. You had to be forced into this situation. I thought you were so powerful that you fight us to the bitter end, yet you given in so quickly. You..." The golden bird was furious. "Hurry up and hand over the golden bird's nest to me. If you don't, we destroy you all right now. If we weren't in such a good mood today, we have already killed you. Why are you still complaining?" The god of karma said bluntly. The golden bird devised a plan, suppressed her anger, and handed the golden bird's nest to the god of karma. "This is mine." The god of karma took the golden bird's nest. "This is mine." Lin Luo snatched the golden bird's nest from the god of karma. Chapter 582. Lin Luo, you idiot. I asked for the golden bird's nest in advance. It's definitely mine. What right do you have to take it? The god of karma wanted to take the golden bird's nest back, but was completely unable to do so. You're being unreasonable. I hunted the giant fish, and I cooked all the meals. What does it have to do with you if this golden bird steals my food? She's going to give me her things after she's given them to me, Lin Luo said. The god of karma said angrily, "You can't turn your back on me. If I hadn't said so much, she wouldn't have given me the golden bird's nest so readily. It doesn't really matter whether you're there or not. Tell me what this golden bird's nest is for. You wouldn't ask for anything for nothing. It must be of great use," Lin Luo said. "I won't tell you," the god of karma said. "It's okay if you don't tell me. I have it anyway. You know its use. Without it, it's useless," Lin Luo said. The god of karma said, "I see you clearly, you bastard. Don't even think I give you anything good. I know that after this incident." "Okay, I give you something to eat next time too," Lin Luo said seriously. "That won't do," the god of karma shouted immediately. The 2 men ignored the golden bird and left while arguing. The golden bird was so angry that it almost took action. "I must hold back. I make them leave first, and then I can take action against them outside. It's not that easy to get what I have. It cost you a huge price." The golden bird was furious, suppressing its rage. If she were to start a war in this place, it would likely result in the death of her child. You already endured it for so long, you can endure it a little longer. Watching the 2 people leave, the golden bird followed behind. The golden bird had a history with humans, and was already tired of them, full of hatred. Now humans had stolen her things, how could she bear it without revenge? The golden bird's nest was a foreign object, not forged by her. She was an ancient beast that devoured stars. A creature that could mate with her, and give birth to a child was also extremely powerful. The golden bird's nest was left by this powerful creature, saying that if a child could grow up here, it would become even stronger. When her partner left, she must not forget the golden bird and must protect this golden bird's nest. This golden bird's nest was extremely important. The god of karma said angrily, "Little Lindsay, I discovered that no one is as despicable as you. Don't even think about the effects of this golden bird's nest I told you about. You can't use it even if you have it." Lin Luo said, "It's okay if you don't tell me. I figure it out sooner or later." "You idiot. The god of karma compromised, saying, I can tell you how to use the golden bird's nest, but I want a share of it. Hurry up, Lin Luo said impatiently. It's like you're begging me to tell you about the effects of this environmental hype. It seems like it's a bit of a reversal of the Tian gang. It's like I'm begging you to share the secret. The god of karma was unconvinced. Lin Luo said, I told you it's up to you to tell me. It's fine if you don't. It's only a matter of time before this thing works in my hands. If you don't tell me, then you won't even think about sharing the results I developed. The god of karma said, damn it. Think carefully. You only have one chance. The initiative rests in your hands. Let me be honest with you. This golden bird's nest is made of a special kind of gold. This gold is tens of thousands of times harder than the gold you get from Earth. It's easily absorbed by the skin and adheres to it. No wonder you never killed the golden bird, but suddenly changed your ways. As long as you don't kill predators, it turns out this golden bird's nest is so effective. Lin Luo suddenly realized. The god of karma said, because I'm you, I don't know anything. I lived so long, I must know a lot. I definitely know things you don't. What's the point of saying all this? Even if you know the effects of this thing, you can't use it. You don't have to fight every day. I'm the one fighting every day, and I don't even know who the team's core is. Lin Luo criticized. Yin and Yang said arrogantly, I knew you'd be so proud, so I deliberately didn't tell you the results. You're truly ungrateful. I knew you behaved this way. How dare you say that? You cheated me far more often than I cheated you. When you face a strong enemy, you're the first to flee. When you're eating, you're always complaining about this and that, and the people who asked you to cook have disappeared. I don't know how you can have the nerve to say that. Lin Luo retorted. Anyway, I accomplished something today. No matter what you say, there are some things I don't want to put in the effort for later. You should understand what I mean. The god of karma stated his demands. You make it sound like you put in so much effort. You're usually pretty lazy, and now you have a perfectly good excuse to slack off. I discovered you're truly incompetent. No matter what I do, you pretend not to see it. Don't think I don't know? Lin Luo was used to arguing with the god of karma. It made life a little more fun. The god of karma had many flaws, and was prone to losing his composure at critical moments. Fortunately, Lin Luo managed to hold him back, preventing any major setbacks. You two really enjoy this bickering, but have you ever considered this? Soon, you won't have this opportunity anymore. A massive, golden bird flapped its wings continuously. The god of karma said, Golden bird. You're not afraid of death. We just let you go, and only took a golden bird's nest. We left, and you still dared to chase us. Are you afraid you won't die? The golden bird said coldly, Do you really think I'm afraid of you? If my two children weren't here, I would have killed you long ago. Then you don't have a clear understanding of your own strength. You still think you're strong. Lin Luo sighed. He had just been in a good mood and was about to let this guy go, but he didn't expect him to charge after all. The golden bird said disdainfully, Humans are all filthy bugs. There aren't many strong people in your race. When we made the deal, I clearly contributed the most, but you forcibly took my share, relying on the few powerful individuals in your race. In reality, you're all relatively weak. Kill those few, and I can easily crush the rest of the humans. No wonder you speak to us humans like that. It seems something unhappy happened before. Lin Luo said. Chapter 583. The golden bird sneered, When your race was in decline, we came here. Together, we hunted the descendants of the sky-reaching fish. I was clearly the one who contributed the most, and it was already good that I didn't ask for 90% of the portion. Instead, I only asked for 70%. Yet, you still complain that I was asking for too much. Lin Luo said, It seems that the human tribe has a more powerful presence that frightens you. Otherwise, you might have already devoured all of humanity. Although you humans are inherently foolish, you can sometimes be quite clever. You immediately guess my intention. You, a despicable race, have no reason to exist between heaven and earth. Fortunately, you betrayed me, and were retaliated by the four-faced divine king, killing all of your people. The golden bird said proudly. It seems that our race is too merciful. If they had known you would be so complacent, they would have killed you at any cost. You wouldn't be so complacent in front of me now. Lin Luo said. The golden bird said, I thought you humans were completely extinct. I didn't expect that humans wouldn't be extinct. In later generations, the human race reappeared and returned to the devouring star. It seems the four-faced divine king wasn't strong enough to completely exterminate you humans, leaving a botched job. This job was indeed a botched job. Lin Luo nodded. The golden bird said, You humans have arrived at the devouring star. The four-faced divine king is no longer here, but I can continue and exterminate you all. The god of karma said, you bird are truly shameless. You even claim to be the four-faced divine king. Do you think you're a match for him? You know after you tried everything, won't you? You really think you humans are so powerful? Honestly, if I were as powerful as I am now, I would have attacked the Jiang Union. The golden bird said gloomily. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. The god of karma laughed, clutching his stomach. The golden bird said, what are you laughing at? The god of karma said, I'm laughing at your ignorance. I saw that Jiang Union too. He's a genius capable of fighting against the four-faced god king. And in front of you, the four-faced god king wasn't even interested in attacking you. I don't know where you got the courage to say such things. Some say that giving birth makes you stupid for 3 years. It seems you gone insane after giving birth. The golden bird said, don't waste your words. When we fight, I definitely kill you. You're still angry out of shame. Just saying 2 words, and you already embarrassed yourself. What good is that? The god of karma continued to taunt. You disgusting creature. Although you're not human, you're even more despicable than a human. Your words are so harsh. The golden bird extended its golden claws and slashed towards the god of karma. The god of karma quickly used his time ability to dodge to the side. You're such a disloyal fellow, attacking me out of the blue. The god of karma was furious. A mere level 149 being managed to withstand my attack. You seem quite capable. You won't be so lucky next time. The golden bird had a vague feeling that the two before it were not so easy to deal with. Its life level was 155, so it should have easily killed the god of karma. The problem was that the golden bird suddenly attacked and failed to kill the god of karma. Lin Luo, hurry up and kill her. Show her the power of heaven and earth. The god of karma shouted. I do whatever you tell me to do. I'm so embarrassed. Lin Luo said. Didn't you say? No arguing during a battle. This is a crucial moment. We must first kill the golden bird. It's not a dangerous moment. The golden bird is easily dealt with. It's not a big deal, so I don't need to take it seriously. You despicable fellow. The god of karma said arrogantly. What do you mean by despicable? I learned this from you. Lin Luo said. I'm not that kind of person. Don't talk nonsense here and insult my reputation. The god of karma said. The golden bird gradually felt a surge of fear. She realized that the 2 men before her were too calm and didn't take her seriously at all. Logically, since she was pressing her every step, Lin Luo should have been very frightened. Even though the god of karma had been attacked by him, Lin Luo remained calm. The golden bird suppressed his fear and watched for a chance to sneak up on Lin Luo. Lin Luo didn't take him seriously at all. The golden bird thought that if he relaxed too much, it would be its chance. In the biological world, there is an absolute distinction between strong and weak. Generally, a particularly powerful creature leaves a weak one powerless. No matter how hard a weak creature tries, it is no match for a powerful one. If the 2 sides are of similar strength, the gap isn't that great, and there's still room for maneuver. The golden bird had experienced many instances of the weak defeating the strong, and he harbored a certain hope that he could turn the tide. At this moment, 2 powerful ultimate life forms approached. 2 more humans. The golden bird felt a chill run through its body. The humans before it felt unfathomable, and it might not be its match. Now, 2 more humans approached, both powerful ultimate life forms. The golden bird's remaining hope was instantly extinguished. She now deeply regretted not having chased after them. Losing the golden bird's nest was better than losing her life. The fire god said, What took you 2 so long? We thought you had an accident, so we rushed over after dinner. How's everything going now? Did anything happen? The Jade Emperor said, Yes, you haven't been back for so long, something might have happened. I immediately dropped what I was holding and ran over with you. The Karma God said, With my strength, how could anything go wrong? The main issue is that there's a bird that's tired of living. We already let it go, but it insisted on coming. Isn't that courting death? This golden bird? It's covered in golden feathers. We could use a farewell my concubine there. This golden bird is quite high level, and would be a good match for the Camel Mountain giant turtle. The fire god said. The Jade Emperor said, I didn't know what the farewell my concubine you were talking about was. It wasn't until the fire god explained it to me that I finally understood. It's a turtle and a bird stewed together. Both are ultimate creatures, so it's bound to be delicious. Then what are you waiting for? Everyone, attack together. The god of karma sneered and said, Golden bird, you are very arrogant just now. The more arrogant you are, the more miserable you are. You're going to die soon. Chapter 584. The Golden Bird attempted to spread its wings and escape, but the Fire God and the Jade Emperor anticipated this and had already surrounded it. The chances of her escape were too low, and she would likely be stopped. I just said something wrong. I apologize. The Golden Bird chose to apologize, knowing it was no match for the three creatures before it. The biological world isn't all about killing. Sometimes, when you can't win, you need other means to survive. The God of Karma said proudly, now you know how to apologize. You were so arrogant just now, constantly calling humans the most despicable creatures, and saying you were going to kill us. Now that you see we have 4 powerful creatures, you immediately become timid. I truly despise you. The Golden Bird said, I already given you the Golden Bird's nest. You probably don't know how to use it, do you? I can tell you how to use it, and you spare my life. The God of Karma said, you don't need to tell me. I know all this. I told Lin Luo a long time ago. Don't think you're too smart. There are some things I know better than you. The God of Fire asked Lin Luo, it's up to you how you handle this Golden Bird. I do as you say. The Jade Emperor remained silent, but his meaning was largely the same as the God of Fire's. Lin Luo said coldly, I already given you this chance, but you insist on seeking revenge against me. If I let you go today, you might harm humanity in the future. The creatures that devour stars are unlike those of past eras. Many of those creatures are already dead. If Lin Luo chose not to kill them, these creatures wouldn't survive into the Earth era. However, the creatures on the devouring stars are real and unaffected by time. The Golden Bird could easily escape the engulfing star and wreak havoc on Earth. Lin Luo could disregard everyone else, but he couldn't disregard those around him. The women all lived on Earth. The Golden Bird hurriedly said, I'm relatively weak, but my partner is strong. My partner is the powerful Golden Phoenix. Golden Phoenix? Are we all familiar with this powerful creature? Asked the Fire God. I don't know about that. After all, I wasn't even born at that time, replied the Karma God. Lin Luo said, don't try to make your presence known here. We didn't ask you. The Golden Bird lowered its stance and said, my partner is called Golden Phoenix. He's very kind to humans, and has helped them survive many times. When the human chieftain, Jiang Bumi, fought against the four-faced God King, my partner joined him. The conflicts I had with humans in the past were my fault. I deeply regret it now. I'm still young and can't leave here too far. Otherwise, I definitely follow you to atone for my sins. You can make other requests, and I do my best to atone for them. She was essentially gambling, betting that the 3 people before her had just arrived at the devouring star, and didn't know much. Lin Luo, you're treating me like a fool. You're treating me like a fool too. You think I believe you? With your vicious nature, if your partner were someone who defended humanity, I don't think you have children. The God of Karma said. The Jade Emperor asked, do you have information about this ultimate being? Lin Luo nodded and said, I do have information about it. The human chieftain at the devouring star told us. The Golden Bird's companion is called the Golden Phoenix. Both species are ancient, star-devouring aliens, inherently powerful, and at the very top of the food chain. Compared to the Golden Bird, the Golden Phoenix is significantly more powerful. The Golden Phoenix's life level is 168, a creature that occupies a vast territory. It is extremely repulsive to other creatures, and will immediately slaughter them if they approach. Back then, the Golden Phoenix was targeted by the four-faced Divine King. Unable to defeat him, it sought help from outsiders, including the human tribe. Jiang Bumi, believing that the four-faced Divine King would eventually attack him, considered collaborating with the Golden Phoenix to fight him. However, the Golden Phoenix was extremely treacherous and betrayed Jiang Bumi at the critical moment. This is how Jiang Bumi was nearly killed by the four-faced Divine King and fled back to the human tribe, severely injured. Before Jiang Bumi could seek revenge on the Golden Phoenix took the initiative, seeking revenge, intending to destroy the entire human race and devour some of its powerful warriors. Fortunately, Jiang Bumi had retained some strength and scared the Golden Phoenix away. Jiang Bumi had included the Golden Phoenix on Lin Luo's ultimate creature list. It wasn't like it would become any other creature, so he urged Lin Luo to kill and devour it quickly. The Golden Phoenix was far too powerful, and Lin Luo might not be able to face it, so it was best not to provoke it. If Lin Luo encountered the Golden Phoenix by any chance, he would try to stay away if he couldn't defeat it. The God of Karma said, you two are truly a perfect match. This one has harmed humanity, and your partner has too. No wonder you two thieves are together. It seems fate has brought you together. You. The Golden Bird exuded murderous intent. The god of karma quickly came up behind Lin Luo and said, "Hurry and take care of this guy. Look at her. I just said a few mean words, and she threatened to kill me." Knowing there was no reconciliation, the golden bird flapped its wings and fled. Lin Luo extended his dragon claws and snatched the golden bird away. The golden bird's body was incredibly hard, dozens of times harder than real gold. But no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't escape Lin Luo's grasp. How is this possible? The golden bird's face was filled with astonishment, disbelieving what was happening. She had expected her strength to be slightly stronger than Lin Luo's. Even if she was weaker, it wouldn't be much weaker, and the reality reflected the vast difference between the two. The golden bird was vulnerable in Lin Luo's hands, not even having the courage to resist. It wasn't so much the courage to resist as the courage to fight. The god of karma taunted, "You were quite formidable just now, weren't you? We let you go earlier, only taking back a golden bird's nest. You insisted on charging forward, thinking you could kill both of us. Now we see you're no match for us. We let you go because we were in a good mood, but you assumed we were no match for you, deliberately letting you go and only taking back a golden bird's nest. Sometimes, birds don't die unless they're seeking death. Impossible, I'm not that weak. The humans who devoured the newest humans have all been wiped out. There shouldn't be humans this powerful." The golden bird struggled frantically, unwilling to believe it was so weak. Its struggles resulted in multiple broken bones throughout its body, and its golden feathers frantically fell from it. The god of karma taunted again, "I think it's best for you to stop struggling. The more you struggle, the more pain you suffer. You can't escape Lin Luo's grasp. The difference in strength between you two is too great." Chapter 585. Lin Luo said, "Originally, I didn't want to eat farewell my concubine, but now it seems I have to. I never tried this dish, but I heard others say it's incredibly delicious and nourishing." Xinhuishan said, "In the memories I acquired, farewell my concubine is very nourishing." Of course, that was just some ordinary chicken and some ordinary turtle stewed together. It's just right for ordinary people, and it feels incredibly nourishing, but it won't have much effect on us. But our current ingredients are cooked from two ultimate creatures. Similarly, they're very nourishing for us. Eating them might even level us up. I read these memories from the Flame Emperor. At the time, I was thinking that Earth's humans were quite adept at eating. If Earth's humans had reached the human era, their diet would have been more varied and nutritious, leading to the development of various delicacies. It's very likely that in the human era, many people ate food not simply for evolution, but for deliciousness. Some people simply loved delicious food, and could advance through several levels. This is all very possible. The Jade Emperor smiled. Every era has its own unique characteristics, and Earth's humans have their own characteristics as well. You guys actually insult me like this. The golden bird felt deeply humiliated. Being killed and then made into a sumptuous meal. Any creature would feel deeply uncomfortable if this happened to them. Insult? Lin Luo said coldly, "Why didn't you say it was insulting when you devoured the human? According to the law of the jungle in the biological world, the weak are devoured by the strong. This law works for others, but not for you, right?" The golden bird said grimly, "You insulted me today. Sooner or later, you will receive retribution. Kill me, and my mate will not let you go. Your threat is completely ineffective. Your mate, the golden phoenix, already hates humans. Even without you, the golden phoenix would have fought us to the death." The god of karma said. The god of fire said, "These two ultimate creatures are a perfect match. One feels betrayed by humans due to unequal food distribution and madly hates them, attacking them. The other is ungrateful and seeking revenge for their help." The Jade Emperor said, "In my long life, I encountered several creatures that share the same pattern. One is ungrateful, and no matter how good you are to them, it's useless. They turn against us faster than the pages of a book." The god of fire said, "Kill them. These two creatures are sworn enemies of us humans. There's no reconciliation. Wait a minute. Before I die, I insult him too." The god of karma shouted. "Hurry up, don't waste your time," Lin Luo said impatiently. "Right now." The god of karma said, "Golden bird, please don't break your leg bones. I'm going to feast on your thigh. You damn thing." The golden bird was furious. "Alright, stop it. I don't have the patience to play with you anymore. You can die now." Lin Luo increased the force in his hands, attempting to kill the golden bird. The golden bird said sadly, "Please don't kill me. If you kill me, what will happen to my two children? Now you know what I'm saying. When you devoured other humans, did you ever think about their families? Just accept your death. It's better for everyone." Lin Luo crushed the golden bird to death, and had the fire god begin plucking its feathers. Don't waste the golden feathers. These feathers are very useful if you keep them. They'd be great for ornaments, said the god of karma. Look at you, you're such a money grubber. Lin Luo scoffed. You don't know how expensive fuel and rice are, so you certainly don't know what money is for. You're an official, and those in the officialdom obey your orders, not to mention when it comes to spending money. They're overjoyed when you spend it. The god of karma was unconvinced. Lin Luo said, you know what this is called? It's called charisma. Because I'm more charismatic, they all scramble to get my money. You don't have that, do you? You're just pretending. What charisma? It's because you protect them. If you hadn't, they wouldn't be giving you so much money. You should learn from me. Just like me, I protect others, but I don't let them give me money. I'm very wealthy and self-sufficient. The god of karma said. Lin Luo said, you're being generous. You seem to have forgotten one thing. I killed this golden bird, so the golden feathers should belong to me. You should give them to me now. Give what? You didn't ask for them. I collected them, so they're mine. It's too late for you to say so now. You can't compete with me for them anyway. The god of karma said. Lin Luo said, whatever you want. I don't know if you're just going to use these golden feathers to pretend you got them yourself. Don't talk nonsense. I'm that kind of person. I explained what happened. The god of karma said. Lin Luo said, it's fine if you don't say it. But if you do, I won't understand what you mean. You definitely claim that you're the main force in the battle, and we're just supporting forces. This golden feather is the best proof of that. Nonsense! The god of karma retorted, blushing. The god of fire cleaned up the golden bird and handed it to the Jade Emperor. The golden bird wasn't completely killed by Lin Luo. It continued to fight back as Lin Luo plucked its feathers and ripped it open, but it was firmly suppressed by the god of fire. Ultimate creatures don't die so easily. Most powerful creatures can survive for a while after being swallowed. Damn humans, you treat me like this? Sooner or later you all die. The golden bird cursed. Alright, enough of my bitter words. I'm going to chop you into pieces. The Jade Emperor picked up his specially crafted broadsword and began to slice the golden bird. The golden bird was chopped into pieces, blood flowing continuously. Sooner or later, you suffer retribution for what you've done to me. My partner won't let you go. He's a much higher level and far more powerful than me. The golden bird kept repeating this, and Lin Luo and the other two showed no mercy. The Jade Emperor was a skilled cook. He hadn't lied when he said that in his previous era, there were many ferocious beasts, and he killed and cooked many of them, honing his culinary skills. The meat of the Camel Mountain giant turtle is tougher and requires a longer cooking time. The meat of the golden bird is much more tender and doesn't need as long to cook. When the Camel Mountain giant turtle is almost cooked, add the golden bird to the mix, and the two ingredients will blend perfectly. Is it almost done? I can't wait any longer, the god of karma asked anxiously. It's only been stewing for less than half an hour, and you're already asleep. Even a simple turtle or chicken would take a while to stew, Lin Luo said. Chapter 586. Almost a day has passed. I just took a nap. I usually sleep for a whole day, the karma god said anxiously. You're lying, man. How can a day have passed? Only an hour has passed, Lin Luo complained. The karma god asked, how long do you mean we have to wait? At least 3 days, and that's a conservative estimate. It might be even longer. That long? If you want the food to taste better, you definitely have to wait that long. Okay, then I wait a little longer, the karma god said helplessly. The karma god asked Lin Luo several times, but Lin Luo refused. While cooking, Lin Luo prepared to use the golden bird's nest, which was made of a very rare devouring gold. Devouring gold, when applied to the skin, absorbs into the skin and increases its hardness. Ever since Lin Luo completed the evolution of the star stone in the starry sky, his entire body has turned blue. Later, the color of Lin Luo's scales remained unchanged, remaining blue. The golden bird's nest was forged by the golden phoenix. Only when the golden phoenix reached life level 168, far superior to other creatures, could it obtain devouring gold. The golden phoenix likely collected devouring gold, but it wasn't enough to apply to its entire body, so it didn't use it directly. When his children were born, he used devouring gold to build the golden bird's nest, and when the children grew up, he would take the nest back. Children raised in the golden bird's nest would receive numerous benefits from a young age, experiencing significant improvements in all aspects. When the children grew up, the golden phoenix would take the nest back. Lin Luo had snatched the golden bird's nest, so naturally, he couldn't return it to the golden phoenix. He had unexpectedly arrived at the devouring star, and instead of feeling the pressure ease, it seemed to be growing. Fire God, I have a favor to ask of you. Please melt the golden bird's nest for me. It's a small matter. The fire god's hand suddenly swirled with a golden red flame. This flame possessed spirituality, leaping and pulsing with an extremely high temperature. The golden bird's nest, placed within the golden red flame, didn't melt immediately. The Jade Emperor exclaimed in surprise. With the high temperature of the fire god's golden red flame, if I placed my hand on it for a while, it would probably melt. But this golden bird's nest can hold its own for half an hour. Indeed, the fire god said, the red flame in my hand is my natal flame, arguably the most powerful flame I can control. I can't melt the golden bird's nest right now. The material is the devouring yellow metal, which is incredibly hard. It's meltable, isn't a problem? Lin Luo said. The fire god patted his chest and said, it's not a big deal. The devouring gold has external support, so I might not be able to melt it. Devouring gold is an inert substance. Without external support, it will dissolve sooner or later. The karma god, seeing Lin Luo about to use the golden bird's nest, envied and resentful, you damn bastard. This devouring gold was originally meant for me, and now I'm giving it to you for free. You're a bit of a shady fellow. What do you mean by giving it to me for free? What else did I prepare for you? Remember, I killed the golden bird. I was the first to discover it was stealing our food. You just accompanied me on this trip. You didn't do anything else. Lin Luo said disdainfully. The karma god said, anyway, this is all my credit. I've seen shameless people, but never anyone as shameless as you. Lin Luo didn't bother to pay attention to the karma god. The karma god was just a larger-than-life Yitian. Yitian was a flamboyant, arrogant, and always liked to show off. The karma god was even more powerful than Yitian, and extremely jealous. Lin Luo could understand this. The karma god was a woman, so it was only natural for her to be jealous. The swallowed gold melted into a liquid and smeared on Lin Luo's body. Lin Luo's dragon body was once again replaced by gold, emitting a dazzling light and becoming shimmering. Holy crap! The god of karma exclaimed, I knew swallowing gold was good, but I didn't expect it to be so effective. Your body length has increased many times over. Most importantly, if you apply it, it will gleam with gold, making it perfect for showing off. Even among millions of people, I'd definitely be the most handsome. No matter how envious you are, it's useless because this is mine, Lin Luo said. The god of karma said, this is all my work, and you took it away from me. I'm so pissed. I don't know what you're so angry about. This thing was originally mine. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Luo threatened, if you say another word, I won't let you eat. I got those two things just now. I have the right to express my opinion. You're so cruel. The god of karma tactfully shut up. She had the least say in the team. If Lin Luo got serious, she, the god of karma, would be hurt. The Jade Emperor said, with this devouring gold applied to his skin, Lin Luo's combat effectiveness has increased significantly. The most important thing now is your significant increase in combat effectiveness. Our combat effectiveness has increased significantly, and it's difficult to change our position. You're completely different. The fire god agreed, you are our main force. Your increased strength is paramount. Lin Luo said, the devouring gold is very powerful. I absorbed it immediately after applying it. My skin became much harder, and my combat effectiveness has skyrocketed. The fire god said, the only regret is that there's too little devouring gold. Only 1% of it is applied to Lin Luo's body. It's difficult to completely cover it. The Jade Emperor said, although covering the entire body is difficult, if it can be done, Lin Luo's combat effectiveness will increase several levels, far exceeding his previous level. That's true, said the fire god. Hey, that freeloader, Lin Luo said to the karma god. The god of karma, hands on his hips, said, this guy is saying who's eating for free. You ungrateful thing. If it weren't for my help, you wouldn't have gotten this far. How dare you call me a freeloader? Don't overestimate your own achievements. In reality, you cheated me more than you helped me. Lin Luo retorted. Very well, if that's what you're talking about, don't ask me about the gold swallowing. I won't tell you. And don't threaten me with food. I show you I'm a man of integrity. The god of karma said firmly. I admire your integrity. Don't eat later. I don't want the gold swallowing. Lin Luo said. The god of karma said, whoever regrets is a wimp. Alright. Lin Luo knew the god of karma's character. She would definitely be the first to regret. Chapter 587. Amidst a vast expanse of heaven and earth, the rune source god transformed into a man covered in strange runes and punched Gao Shan repeatedly. Punch after punch landed on Gao Shan, shaking the entire ground. I have no grudge against you, so why are you attacking me? Gao Shan scolded. The Rune Source God said, Mountain God, you think just because you have the word mountain in your name doesn't mean you're a living being? You lived long enough hiding in this place. You can die now. He entered the devouring star, and many memories returned. Some of the four-faced God King's memories entered the Rune Source God's mind. The mountain god the Rune Source God wanted to kill was one of the four-faced God King's memories. There's a familiar aura about you, a familiar aura that I find very distasteful, the mountain god said angrily. The Rune Source God said, I am the four-faced God King. Do you think I'm a fool? I believe everything you say. You are not the four-faced God King. Although you have his aura, it is very weak. You are probably part of the four-faced God King. Long ago, the four-faced God King fought the devouring star and died. His body was split into several parts, but he never truly died. You are probably the four-faced God King's skin. Too much time has passed, and your skin is very different from the four-faced God King. I see a different power in you. The mountain god's body began to transform. A giant mountain rapidly disintegrated, rearranging itself into a giant snake. The snake was pitch black, hundreds of thousands of meters long, about 10,000 meters thick, and weighed over 10 million tons. Compared to the mountain just now, the giant snake was twice as large. The snake's black pupils emitted a terrifying light, and its tongue flickered continuously from its mouth. Its massive body stored terrifying power, ready to attack at any moment. The Rune Source God said, I thought you were truly a giant mountain, but you're actually a snake. The mountain god said, I was originally a giant mountain, but through the baptism of time, I came to life and became a giant snake. I can also become a giant mountain. Everything has its own magical qualities, and there are some creatures I haven't seen. The Rune Source God sighed. The things on you are also quite magical. You are the skin of the four-faced God King, right? But your main power doesn't come from the four-faced God King, but from the strange runes on your body. This strange rune should be alive, and give it enough time, it could develop into a terrifying being. However, you killed it prematurely and took it for yourself, thereby gaining even greater power. You call me magical, but in fact, your strange rune is even more magical than mine. The mountain god said. The rune god smiled and said, It seems the longer you live, the more knowledge you gain. You can see the strange runes on my body at a glance. Many people believe that these strange runes are created by me. Do you know that these strange runes are actually powerful creatures? I gain great power by killing strange runes. The mountain god sighed and said, Some creatures with great talents could have developed very well. It is precisely because there are too many creatures, like you, that those talented creatures are unable to develop. Are you lamenting yourself? I don't think you need to. You're luckier than many creatures. The fact that a mountain can grow flesh and blood is itself an incredibly lucky thing. Rune Source God said. I took a look today. It's very likely that I won't be lucky enough to survive. The last time the four-faced Divine King came, I managed to escape. This time, I might not be. Mountain God said. What's wrong? You chosen to give up resistance. Rune Source God said, If you choose that, it's naturally the best choice. You suffer less pain, and I waste less energy. I'm ready to give up resistance. I lived long enough. Living any longer feels meaningless. Mountain God said. The Rune God nodded and said, The law of the jungle will continue. The creatures that survive will become extremely powerful, and most of the others will be devoured. While I still have the strength to compete, creatures like you are basically incapable of doing so. It's better to give up quickly and end your life. You have a point. The mountain god's massive body began to move, charging fiercely toward the Rune God. The Rune God was momentarily caught off guard, and was seized by the mountain god's enormous jaws. Sharp fangs pierced his skin, drawing a heavy stream of blood. The mountain god exerted his strength frantically, tearing the Rune God's arm off, blood pouring from the severed area. He tore the entire arm off, attempting to continue his attack. The Rune God endured the pain of the severed arm, and punched the mountain god. The mountain god was suddenly repelled, unable to launch his next attack. The Rune Source God grasped the broken wound with his hand, and the strange runes possessed a healing effect, rapidly healing the wound. You're such a despicable fellow. You tried to kill me just now, and now you're attacking me again, biting off my arm. The Rune Source God said with a scowl. The mountain god said coldly, You're still too young. Some things are better the longer they live. I'm trying to teach you a lesson, but unfortunately, your reflexes are still very fast. If you were a little slower, I would have no problem killing you. You taught me a lesson, and you did. I was too relaxed just now. I told you lived so long. How could you afford to give up your life so easily? You were deliberately showing weakness, just to sneak up on me. The Rune Source God said. What else? The Mountain God said, I discovered that creatures like you from outside are quite easy to deceive. You believe everything I say. Creatures like us, the star-devouring creatures, simply won't believe such lies. The four-faced God King came after me before, but he couldn't kill me. You think you can? Back then, I wasn't just fast, I was also quite powerful. The Mountain God no longer concealed his aura, his level climbing from 155 to 168. The Rune Source God's expression grew grim. You, old man, have hidden a great deal of strength. Your level has increased by 13 levels in a flash. If I had reacted a little slower, you would have devoured me. That's about right. That's why I say it's a pity. As expected of a creature decomposed from the four-faced God King, you're still quite powerful. The Mountain God said, I learned this lesson. I'd be more careful next time. The Rune Source God said, creatures that survive by devouring a star are all scoundrels. Chapter 588. I think this is the only lesson you need, because you have no chance, and will soon become my food. The Mountain God launched another attack, its massive body moving, the entire ground trembling. The Rune Source God's expression remained calm, not the slightest bit panicked. The strange rune's healing power was powerful. In a short while, the strange runes healed the Rune Source God's injuries, regenerating his broken limbs. The Mountain God opened its maw and fiercely bit down at the Rune Source God. The Mountain God's maw resembled that of a snake, capable of opening wide enough to swallow even an entire Rune Source God. The Rune Source God remained calm, grabbing the Mountain God's head with both hands to prevent it from approaching him again. He was level 166, having previously consumed some of the essence of the devouring tree, which had further evolved his body. The Mountain God's body pressed down, and the Rune Source God felt a pressure. The Rune Source God felt a tremendous weight, and his feet sank into the earth. The Mountain God seized this opportunity, and bit the Rune Source God on the shoulder. The Rune Source God felt a sharp pain, and blood flowed continuously. The Mountain God's serpentine body shifted, hoping to expand its attack, and pose a fatal threat to the Rune Source God. The strange runes on the Rune Source God's body began to move, rushing towards the Mountain God. As if the strange rune source came to life, it entered the Mountain God's serpentine body. The Mountain God immediately felt pain on his skin. The strange runes easily bit through the sturdy snake scales, causing a large amount of blood to flow. The Mountain God's body, as black as ink, was stained red with blood. Ignoring his wounds, the Mountain God bit the Rune Source God again, tearing off a large amount of flesh and blood. The Rune Source God felt intense pain and delivered a powerful punch to the Mountain God. The Mountain God was repelled and immediately retreated. The Rune Source God was wounded in two places, with a large amount of flesh and blood missing. Both creatures were dead, each trying to kill the other. The Mountain God did not pursue the victory, but simply eliminated the strange runes on his body. Didn't you just say you were the four-faced God King? Your strength is nothing compared to the four-faced God King. You are far inferior to him. The Mountain God taunted. The Rune God scowled. What are you bragging about? You're stronger than me, but it's just because you lived longer. If I lived as long as you, I'd definitely be stronger. Your talent isn't as strong as mine. Besides, we haven't even reached a decisive victory, so why are you bragging? I don't even know what you have to brag about. The Mountain God scoffed. What do you mean my age means I'm stronger? That's not always the case. Some creatures thrive on accumulation, you know? Just like me, you're part of the four-faced Divine King. Your innate strength isn't a gift, it's not a gift. It doesn't show how talented you are, it's just luck. The Rune Source God said, according to your statement, only gradual growth can prove one's strength. Interpret it however you want. It doesn't really matter. Let's see who's stronger. Then be prepared to be devoured by me. It's almost impossible for you to devour me. It's more likely that I devour you. Didn't you see the fight just now? I bit off 2 chunks of your flesh, but you could only use some strange runes to hurt me. If you didn't have these strange runes, you wouldn't even stand a chance of hurting me. The Mountain God sneered. The Rune Source God narrowed his eyes slightly. You don't need to say that. I killed the weird rune. Now I am the weird rune. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the terrain on both sides began to shift. 10,000-meter-high peaks formed, enveloping the 2 creatures. The Rune Source God said with a dark face, What do you mean? My point is simple, isn't it? I'm afraid you escape, and then I won't be able to encourage you. Now I'm sealing off all sides to see how you can escape. The mountain god said bluntly. Okay, you're really amazing. You think you got me beat, that you're invincible. The rune source god said. The mountain god said, I can't say I'm invincible, but it's easy to devour you. My strength surpasses yours. You chose the wrong opponent. If you had chosen a creature of a lower level, or perhaps the same level, it would have likely defeated you. But you chose me. My strength is no less than any other creature. You don't know how powerful you are. Thinking back to that time, I'm terrified. I was so close to death at the hands of the four-faced Divine King. It seems you were lucky back then, surviving the four-faced Divine King. You won't be so lucky today. I kill you, the rune source god said coldly. The mountain god couldn't help but laugh. You're kidding, right? With your strength, didn't we just fight? You might not have any advantage over me. On the contrary, I have the upper hand. Killing you will be difficult, but not too difficult. The biggest worry is that you escape. If you do, I probably won't be able to catch you. After all, I'm quite heavy. What are you laughing at? Do you think I'm using all my strength? The rune source god angrily asked. Then let me see if you're using all your strength. The mountain god's massive body moved, charging towards the rune source god. The rune source god looked at the mountain god warily, his pupils constricting sharply as he quickly tracked the mountain god's body. The mountain god's body was enormous, yet incredibly agile, its rapid movement leaving only an afterimage. The rune source god's eyes were unremarkable, unlike Gao Shangqian's and Lin Luo's, which could easily detect moving objects. With a loud bang, the rune source god was struck by a massive object and sent flying backwards. He crashed into the mountain, stirring up a cloud of dust, and was unable to emerge for a long time. What are you looking at? You think you can find my body? Do you think I'm really slow just because I told you I'm slow? The mountain god taunted. The rune god crawled out of the mud, looking incredibly shambling. How could you possibly be so fast? Fast? I feel alright. If I were slower, I wouldn't be alive now. Actually, I hate creatures like you with strong talents. Unlike me, whose talents are weaker, I can only grow slowly. The mountain god's eyes gleamed fiercely, an oppressive aura. He seemed a completely different being from the previously motionless mountain. Alright, it seems I truly underestimated you ancient creatures. Now I'm going to unleash my true strength and kill you. Many strange runes appeared on the rune god's body, covering a large area. Chapter 589. Strange runes completely replaced the rune source god's skin, turning his entire body black. You still have a hidden card. It seems I underestimated you. The mountain god continued to move, charging towards the rune source god. He couldn't give the rune source god a chance. It would be best if he could kill him with a single blow. Creatures like him work their way up step by step, the hardships of which many creatures are unaware. The rune source god charged at the mountain god and struck him with a fist. His fist was tinged with black flames, formed by strange runes, condensing a powerful force. He struck the mountain god, creating a massive hole in his body, from which dark red blood flowed. The mountain god, realizing something was wrong, immediately retreated. You want to leave after the fight? There's no such thing as a good thing. The rune source god, unwilling to let the mountain god go, pursued him further and delivered another punch. This punch created another hole, shattering flesh like rock, and more dark red blood flowed out. The rune source god struck with ruthlessness, unwilling to let the mountain god off easily, intending to slay it in one swift blow. The mountain god's speed was immense, but it was ineffective against the rune source god. The rune source god's body was completely transformed into a strange, rune-like form, and his overall strength had greatly increased, completely surpassing his previous level. The mountain god had little chance of escape, and was caught and struck repeatedly by the rune source god. After the two creatures separated, the mountain god was badly beaten, with over 20 holes in his body, from which dark red blood flowed. While the dark red blood was small, it still dyed his body red. The rune god looked down at me and said, "You really think that after all this time, your strength has increased, and I can't stand up to you? In fact, you have been living in your own self-centeredness. Your strength is still very weak. I just didn't use my full strength. If I had, you would not be my opponent at all. Let me see if you have any trump cards, old man. Generally speaking, old men like you have trump cards." Damn it! The mountain god felt slighted, his mood sour. Among the many powerful creatures, he was one of the least gifted. He had survived in such a harsh environment until now, all thanks to his own hard work, growing stronger step by step. Many gifted creatures perished, but he, the mountain god, had lived on. The mountain god was very proud of this, believing that after living so long, he would one day unleash his extraordinary brilliance and surpass many powerful creatures. He lived for a long time while devouring the star, believing that he had grown immensely stronger. But reality was cruel. The mountain god was still no match for the gifted and powerful creatures. The rune source god before him was born from the four-faced god king. The four-faced god king was so gifted that even a single part of his body was incredibly powerful. From the look of you, it seems like you just used your power. It seems the longer you live, the less you become. It would be better for me to devour you now. Rather than continue to live in weakness, it's better for everyone to die quickly. The rune source god taunted. Who said I don't have any trump cards? The mountain god said angrily. It's great that you still have one. If I easily dispatched you, this battle would be too boring. If you had some trump cards, we could prolong the fight, and it would be more interesting. Fight me properly, and don't even think about running away. You were actually quite fast just now, but not as fast as me. With all my strange runes attached to me, my combat power will be multiplied many times over. The rune source god's eyes were filled with contempt. Then watch me carefully, and witness my true strength. Yes, I be waiting nearby. You better not even think of escaping. If you do, I ruthlessly annihilate you without giving you a single chance. If you say you have no other options left, then just go and die. I give you a quick and painless death. The rune source god said. I show you my true strength, and then I'm afraid you try to escape. Yes, I'm quite looking forward to your subsequent attacks. You should have seen the strange runes attacking me just now. If I don't attack myself, I let my own strange runes take over and devour your entire body. The mountain god manipulated the rocks around him, rapidly replenishing his body. Many holes were filled, and his injuries healed. After his injuries healed, a large amount of rocks came in, making his body grow even larger. The rune source god observed the mountain god's transformations throughout, with no intention of attacking. In his eyes, the mountain god was powerful, but not as powerful as rumored, and far inferior to the human Lin Luo. The rune source god, born from the four-faced god king and blessed with strange runes, had few rivals of his level. Lin Luo, however, was quite different. The rune source god believed that Lin Luo was even more powerful. The rune source god said, I wonder where this human is gone. If I could capture and kill this human, I have one less thing to worry about. This human's growth is incredibly rapid. When I first met him, I could have crushed him with one hand. Now, if I want to kill him, I need a more devious method. Overwhelming him with sheer force is difficult to achieve. He felt that if he encountered Lin Luo, and Lin Luo simply chose to flee, it would be an unsolvable problem. The mountain god seized an opportunity, and fled into the distance. This old fellow. The rune source god was furious, and immediately pursued the mountain god. The mountain god sped up to maximum speed, sprinting frantically ahead. I told you clearly just now, you can't escape. If you insist on making a desperate struggle here, I soon catch up and kill you. The rune source god transformed into a stream of black light, and swiftly pursued the mountain god. The mountain god, sensing the danger of death, continued to increase his speed, but he couldn't match the rune source gods. The rune source god was far faster than him, and the distance between them grew closer and closer. After chasing for half an hour, the rune source god caught up with the mountain god and punched him in the face. A large part of the mountain god's body exploded, revealing a massive hole. Dark red blood flowed from the huge hole, staining a portion of the mountain god's body red. The rune source god was enraged, and used his full strength in the battle. He hadn't used his full strength before, nor had he used it in the devouring world. The rune source god was primarily wary of Supreme Heaven, fearing that if he used his full strength, he would kill Lin Luo, giving Supreme Heaven an advantage. Now that he was in the devouring star, he no longer felt that pressure, and could use his full strength. Chapter 590. Rune source god, there's no need to kill me. I can tell you a way to increase your strength. Your current body isn't that of a true four-faced god king. If you could become one, your strength would be greatly enhanced. The mountain god said, What are you up to, old man? Do you think I believe your lies? Not every four-faced god is incredibly powerful. Aside from the four-faced god king, the others are just average. Forget about escaping from me. Just accept your death. That way, you suffer less. The rune source god sneered. The mountain god threatened, You've been doing this for so long. Even if I die, you won't feel any better. The rune source god narrowed his eyes and said, If you want to feel bad, come here and try. With your strength, see if you can make me feel bad. You can indeed? The mountain god uttered a harsh remark and fled frantically. The rune source god sneered. I thought this old creature, having lived so long, must have some tricks up his sleeve. I didn't expect him to be useless. Without any tricks, his first thought was to escape. The mountain god's massive body surged forward, shattering many obstacles. The rune source god pursued closely behind, occasionally inflicting damage on the mountain god. The mountain god was no match for the rune source god, but killing him was still quite difficult. The rune source god wasn't in a hurry. Like a hunter playing with his prey, he would wait until the prey was exhausted, and then he would have time to kill it. I've been running for so long, I'm almost exhausted. The mountain god gasped. Good fellow, you can finally run no more. I thought you were so strong, capable of great distances, but now it seems you're just average. Don't resist. It would be better if I killed you sooner rather than later. You save yourself a lot of pain. The rune source god said. You bastard. The mountain god was furious. When I first met you, I thought you were so powerful because of your boastful attitude, but now it seems you're just average. Now I'm exhausted, so just go and die. I pledge my loyalty to you, but will you please let me go? The mountain god pleaded. The rune source god couldn't help but laugh. You're going to die of laughter. Wasn't I just pretending to be so powerful? You keep saying you're not a genius, but geniuses are more powerful. Now you can't beat me, and you're begging for mercy. It's truly shameful. I was so arrogant just now. I hope you can forgive me. I think you need an assistant. You can do a lot of things in the Devouring Star. I can give you a lot of help, and you can gain more benefits from the Devouring Star. The mountain god said in a negotiating tone. That's not necessary at all. I have some of the Four-Faced God King's memories, enough for me to do a lot. And you, this old cunning fellow, I'm worried. You lived so long, and I don't think your strength has increased much. But one thing is certain, your insidiousness is highly rated. You might kill me, and I won't even know how I died. The best way is to get rid of you. Every word from the rune source god was filled with insult, leaving the mountain god feeling deeply humiliated. I'd definitely not do that if I helped you. I hope you give me a chance, the mountain god said. I didn't expect you to be so shameless, still begging me here. I give you a quick death. The strange runes on the rune source god's body flared up, charging towards the mountain god. Not good. The mountain god had witnessed the terror of strange runes before, biting him like tiny insects. The rune source god's methods were far more powerful than before. Too many strange runes could devour him in one gulp. A ball of golden flame descended, burning the strange runes and emitting clouds of black air. That was a close call. The mountain god breathed a sigh of relief. He had nearly been devoured by the strange runes. The timely appearance of the golden flame saved his life. The rune source god said gloomily, Who is so bold as to ruin my plans? Do you really want to die? You are a creature from the outside world. You haven't lived more than a tenth of my life, and you're telling me all this right here. I'm ruining your plans. What can you do to me? A strong, male voice rang out. Soon, a gigantic bird appeared in the sky, its golden wings spread wide, eclipsing the entire sun. Golden flames blazed from its body, like a gigantic sun. Golden Phoenix. The mountain god exclaimed joyfully. Golden Phoenix said coldly, Mountain god, you are truly useless. You couldn't defeat the Four-Faced God King before, and now you can't even hit a single part of him, and you're still begging frantically for mercy. Don't you think you're ashamed? The mountain god said shamelessly, Now is not the time to discuss this. Come and help me resist this rune god, and I will thank you profusely. Golden Phoenix said, You old fellow only offer words of thanks, not gifts. You live too long, you become quite shrewd, and your actions are impeccable. You can ask me to save you, but you have to pay a price. You know exactly what I want. If you don't, I leave now. The mountain god gritted his teeth and said, I can give you what you want, but I won't give it to you until you leave with the one I saved. I can agree to that, but I must warn you. Don't try to scheme against me, or you be my food, Golden Phoenix threatened. The mountain god said, Golden Phoenix, you think too badly of me. I may be an old coin, but I still have some integrity. I know what to do, and what not to do, and I would never do anything rash. It would be best if you could understand the pros and cons of this. Golden Phoenix nodded. The rune source god narrowed his eyes slightly. Have you two finished catching up? I see you really don't take me seriously, chatting like crazy in front of me. Golden Phoenix's life level was 168, so the rune source god didn't think he would lose. I hate two kinds of creatures the most. One is the despicable humans, and the other is you, the Four-Faced God clan. You're part of the Four-Faced God King, And you came from the outside world, which makes me even more disgusted. Golden Phoenix said disdainfully. You make it seem like I like you, but you're also disgusting to me. I was about to devour this old guy, but you came to stop me. The Rune Source God said coldly. Chapter 591. Golden Phoenix said, Not only will I stop you, I also devour you. Of course. Let's see who's stronger. Whether you can devour me or not, I might very well be the one to devour you. The Rune Source God, his face filled with rage, lashed out at the Golden Phoenix. His palm, the size of a palm fan, quickly expanded, capturing the Golden Phoenix. Are you naive to think you can capture me this way? Flames erupted from the Golden Phoenix's golden feathers, blazing fiercely. It hovered in midair like a giant sun. The moment the Rune Source God's hand touched the Golden Phoenix, he felt an immediate surge of pain. You're so arrogant. You really think I'm a mountain god? Golden Phoenix taunted. I'm still here. Can you please give me some respect? It's mainly because my talent isn't very good. I thought after so long, my hard work would make up for it. I never imagined that after all this time, my hard work wouldn't be enough. The mountain god sighed. Jin Feng scoffed, if hard work could compensate for innate talent, what good would it do us, the ancient alien species, to be so fearless? It was because we, the ancient alien species, fought so much amongst ourselves that these later stage creatures flourished and took over the entire devouring star. The devouring star is divided into 3 periods. The first is the lifeless period. During this period, the devouring star was not as good as it is today. Living conditions were extremely harsh, making it impossible for ordinary life to survive. Some single-celled, nuclear-powered life forms appeared, but their numbers were extremely vulnerable to extinction. Sometimes, tens of thousands of species would become extinct in a single day, while tens of thousands of new life forms would emerge. It wasn't until the devouring star devoured a nearby life-bearing planet that living conditions improved and most life emerged. The second period was the Archaic period, when many powerful creatures appeared. The Golden Phoenix, the Golden Bird, the Dragon King, the Sky Dragon, the Black Tortoise, the Vermilion Bird, and so on all appeared during this period. Many creatures were born naturally powerful, terrifying from birth, requiring no developmental period. The third period saw the emergence of intelligent races, such as humans, the four-faced gods, the underworld, and the celestial gods, all of which appeared during this period. These races weren't as naturally powerful as those from the Archaic period. They required a long period of development to become truly powerful. Compared to archaic races, intelligent races couldn't be particularly powerful, and their potential generally lags far behind that of archaic alien species. However, intelligent races were extremely numerous, allowing them to freely reproduce numerous forms of life. Unlike archaic alien species, it was extremely difficult for 2 interbreeding species to produce children. Most ancient alien species have difficulty producing children through mating. Furthermore, the ancient alien species themselves are extremely ferocious, and will not yield to anyone. In fact, it's difficult for 2 ancient alien species to mate, even a male and a female. This undoubtedly led to a decreasing number of ancient alien species. Initially, the ancient alien species were able to suppress intelligent species. Many intelligent species became food for the ancient alien species, and some even served as both slaves and food. When the ancient alien species were happy, intelligent species became slaves. When unhappy, they became food. Under normal circumstances, intelligent species dared not resist, and could only accept the brutal oppression of the ancient aliens. The ancient aliens were extremely ferocious and, upon discovering an intelligent species they were suppressing, would likely exterminate it entirely. In later stages, intelligent species developed more rapidly, gained abundant resources, and rebelled against the ancient aliens' rule. By the time the ancient aliens realized the intelligent species' strength and needed to put down the enemy, it was already too late. The intelligent species had become a force of nature, and the ancient aliens were unable to control them. Many ancient aliens were marketed and consumed by the intelligent species. Fearing being killed and eaten, many ancient aliens voluntarily retreating to the deep mountains and forests. Even though the ancient aliens made many concessions, they were still slain by the intelligent species. Once, Jin Feng was attacked by several powerful intelligent species, who united to attack him. Jin Feng nearly died, but luckily escaped. Since then, Jin Feng has harbored a hatred for intelligent species, and whenever he encountered one, he would kill it. Jin Feng wouldn't commit such a mad crime, fearing the reunion of several intelligent species. The mountain god is a creature from the first period, considered inanimate, reborn into life after undergoing a series of dramatic changes. His talent might be inferior to that of a more ordinary creature, but the main reason he reached the ultimate life level is that he lived long enough. You're alright, is that all? Just help me hold off the rune source god, and keep me alive. I don't ask for anything else, the mountain god said. Jin Feng, it seems you do know a few things. You two are chatting like crazy here, completely disregarding me. I doubt you two, even if you join forces, would be a match for me. The rune source god said coldly. The strange runes were active, swarming like a swarm of bees, charging towards the golden phoenix. Golden flames erupted from the golden phoenix, but failed to burn the strange runes. Instead, they landed on its body, tearing and ripping it apart. The pain rippled through him, causing him to cry out involuntarily. I thought you were such a powerful braggart, but I didn't expect you were only this good. You can't even withstand my strange runes? The rune source god taunted. You underestimated me. An even brighter light emanated from the golden phoenix, burning away all the strange black runes. Before he could even bask in triumph, the rune source god had already approached. The rune source god launched a powerful punch at the golden phoenix. The golden phoenix flew backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. I told you too, even if you joined forces, you wouldn't be a match for me. You could always devour one creature at a time, and now another one is coming your way. The rune source god rushed towards the golden phoenix, intending to kill it. He was furious at the golden phoenix's appearance. The mountain god was already a sure thing, but it was unexpectedly destroyed by the golden phoenix. How could the rune source god tolerate this? Just as the rune source god was about to pounce and devour the golden phoenix, the mountain god attacked him from behind, knocking him to the ground. The rune source god's impact created a huge crater. You two really did cooperate. I just told you to join forces and kill, and then you joined forces. The rune source god taunted. It's said that in the biological world, several creatures cooperate with each other. Killing and devouring a single creature isn't a big deal. Now you don't want to be called despicable. Then we show you what true despicableness means. Chapter 592. No need for help, a single creature, can handle it. Golden Phoenix said. No problem, you'd be the best if you were alone. The mountain god understood Golden Phoenix's personality, and knew she was difficult to talk to, so there was no point in forcing an argument. He might as well do nothing for now, waiting until Golden Phoenix was overwhelmed before offering a helping hand. Eager to regain his dignity, Golden Phoenix charged forward at breakneck speed, transforming into a golden shadow. The rune source god, unwilling to be outdone, used his physical body to block the Golden Phoenix's charge. Bang! The two creatures collided, sending Golden Phoenix flying. The rune source god possessed far greater power, and his physical body was even stronger. The Golden Phoenix slammed fiercely into the mountain peak, causing it to break apart and fall heavily, showering it with dust. You really think you're stronger than me, and you're an ancient anomaly. You really think you're invincible. Compared to you ancient anomalies, we intelligent races are far stronger. The rune source god taunted. The Golden Phoenix emerged from the dust, its golden feathers covered in dust, looking disheveled. The mountain god said, Golden Phoenix, you need to think carefully. You alone are no match for him. It will take the two of us to kill him. Now's not the time to think about that. If we kill him and devour his flesh, our strength will increase greatly. Sometimes even resorting to underhanded tactics is necessary. The rune source god coldly addressed the mountain god, You're shameless, old man. You know how to win by any means necessary. The mountain god said, Isn't that surprising? When you encounter a powerful enemy, you have to unite with others to fight. The winner is always right, and the loser is always wrong. Golden Phoenix nodded and said, You make sense? Now we should cooperate to kill the person in front of us and devour him whole. You were quite impressive just now, weren't you? Why are you cooperating now? It seems the older you get, the less capable you become. You've been eliminated by time. This era is new, and powerful creatures like us are worthy of it. You should be eliminated. Rune Source God said. Golden Phoenix said solemnly, I know you're trying to provoke me, and tell me not to cooperate with you last time, but I'm not a fool. Yes, you know I'm no match for you, so I wait and see. Then I devour you, and the mountain god will be next to die. It seems you're quite clever. It'd be difficult for me to deceive you, but I can be sure of one thing. You admit that I'm stronger than you. You're no different from any other creature, right? I didn't expect you to be that strong, said Lin Luo. Jin Feng said, Stop trying to sow discord here. I won't listen to you anymore. As long as I can kill you, any of these methods are easy. Jin Feng, it's best that you understand this principle. If we unite now to kill him, we gain a lot. Now's not the time to be aggressive. I know you have noble blood and a heart that refuses to yield, but facing some opponents, we have to yield, just like the four-faced God King. He is the strongest of our star-devouring order. You should have seen his endurance, and you have to admit it whether you want to or not. The mountain god spoke earnestly. Don't ramble on. I understand this principle. Don't worry. From now on, I will cooperate with you to kill this self-righteous creature. The golden phoenix launched the first blaze attack, its golden flames coalescing into a pillar that charged towards the rune source god. Faced with two incredibly powerful creatures, the rune source god dared not hold back. The strange black runes on his body seemed to come alive, gathering in front of him to block the golden flame pillar. The golden flame pillar burned fiercely, incinerating many of the strange runes. As the golden phoenix launched its blaze, the rune source god mysteriously vanished from his position and reappeared beside him. How could your speed possibly be? Before the golden phoenix could recover, the rune source god struck with a punch. The unfortunate golden phoenix left another afterimage, its body flying backwards and slamming heavily into a mountain. The mountain god seized the opportunity to attack, biting the rune source god's neck. The rune source god's strange runes began to move, moving towards the mountain god's body. The mountain god quickly released his jaws, putting distance between him and the rune source god. He had seen the treacherous and difficult nature of this strange rune before. The mountain god feared that being possessed by the strange black rune would be difficult to handle immediately, giving the rune source god an opportunity. Aren't you two joining forces to attack me? You don't seem particularly formidable to me right now. How about you kneel down and beg me to spare you? I take you in as my subordinates. It would be extremely difficult for the rune source god to kill two creatures at once, and he would likely be seriously injured. The devouring star is home to many powerful creatures, and with the rune source god severely injured, it would be difficult for him to hunt other creatures. Do you think we're fools? We listen to you. If we kneel down and beg you now, you're saying it's difficult to kill both of us, and you're trying to find a compromise to kill us. Do you think that's possible? The mountain god was cunning and shrewd, immediately understanding the rune source god's intentions. The rune source god said, "It seems my attempts at stratagem are futile, having run into someone as cunning as you." "Now I can take this criticism as a compliment," the mountain god said. "You don't care at all," the rune source god sneered. "Why should we be afraid? Honestly, there's no need to be afraid. If we join forces to kill you, everything will be easy. Only the victor is right." "Mountain god, you're right. Only the victor is king." The golden phoenix attacked the rune source god, choosing to collide with him. "You're truly a fool. Didn't you just lose? And now you're resorting to this method?" The rune source god sneered. As the golden phoenix collided with the rune source god, its body suddenly stopped, and golden flames rushed towards him. The golden flames were incredibly intense and extremely hot. They clung to the rune source god and began to burn furiously. "You become clever, knowing your flesh is no match for me. So you resorted to this method, burning me with this golden flame. But your golden flames can't do any real harm to me." The rune source god's expression changed slightly. Golden Phoenix said, "What do you mean by clever? I live much longer than you, and you might not be my match in wisdom. Do you think I'm a fool? Everything I did was so reckless. Just now, I was just testing your methods." Chapter 593. These two old bastards are quite cunning. They're still trying to test me. Then I show you your true strength. Test my attacks, and see how you can withstand them. The rune source god launched an active attack, charging at the mountain god. The mountain god was momentarily unable to resist, and the rune source god pierced through his body once again. The golden phoenix seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, using fire. The rune source god was again engulfed in flames, requiring strange black runes to extinguish. The rune source god had just faced the golden phoenix's attack when the mountain god launched another attack, forcing him to face it. The golden phoenix and the mountain god joined forces, leaving the rune source god vulnerable to attack from both sides. Under the mountain god's command, the rune source god had no place to deploy his strength. Even though the rune source god was more powerful than the two combined, he still couldn't find a way to kill them, and could only remain in a stalemate. If I continue to fight them, I'd likely be worn out to death. That would be too much of a loss for me. The best way to break the deadlock now is for one of us to flee and end this futile battle. The rune source god assessed the current situation. The battle between the two sides could not be stopped. If the battle continued, a winner would be decided, and there would be two possible outcomes. One outcome was that he would win and devour both creatures. The other outcome was that the two creatures would unite and win, devouring the rune source god. The Rune Source God had a 60% chance of winning, a higher chance than the Mountain God and the Golden Phoenix combined. The Golden Phoenix said, "This four-faced Divine King has a truly powerful part. Even if we two creatures joined forces, we still couldn't easily defeat him. Right now, his chance of winning is still higher. Why don't we launch our strongest attack and see if we can kill this creature?" The Mountain God quickly said, "Don't do that. If we launch our strongest attack to fight him to the death, he surely return with his strongest attack, and the end result will likely be our defeat." Golden Phoenix said, "It's not that we're afraid of him, it's really infuriating. A creature from the outside world dares to bully us like this." The Mountain God said, "There's no other way. Our only choice now is to follow this pattern. There are two outcomes, either he retreats, or we retreat. Anyway, I won't retreat, unless he flees first," said Golden Phoenix. The Mountain God said, "I didn't ask you to flee with me. I was mainly waiting for him. If we escape, the two of us will be separated, and we be defeated by this creature one by one. That's a very dangerous thing." "You're very thoughtful." Golden Phoenix had to admit. "I should be the one to thank you. If you hadn't shown up in time, I might have been killed by this creature." The Mountain God said. Golden Phoenix said, "Very well, I think we can form an alliance. Now that the devouring star has emerged once more, freed from the constraints of the devouring world, we will journey into the universe. New opportunities have opened up, and we can evolve even faster. We can indeed cooperate. It will benefit everyone. Let's resolve the current crisis first, and then we can cooperate. Let's maintain a stalemate, increasing the intensity of our attacks appropriately, to force the Rune Source God to retreat." Golden Phoenix, she said, has become less impulsive over the years. She knows that recklessness is useless, and that flexibility is the only way to gain greater power. In the past, the Golden Phoenix could survive even if it wasn't agile, and wouldn't necessarily die immediately. But things are different now. If it's too reckless, it'll only die. You should carefully consider my offer. Killing me is impossible, but killing you would be a bit of a struggle, and it wouldn't be good for either of us. Rune Source God said, "How about we stop here and cooperate? Cooperation would be greatly beneficial to both of us." Golden Phoenix was the first to refuse. "We ancient aliens won't cooperate with intelligent species. This aspect of your wisdom is truly despicable. Calling your own despicableness wisdom is just the kind of disgusting creature you are." Rune Source God feigned anger and said, "Very well, you actually call me despicable? Then let's fight to the death, and see who can take it first." Golden Phoenix said, "That's exactly what I was thinking. Let's fight to the death, and see who can take it first. Rune Source God, don't try to scare us here. We all live for a long time, and we can see through any schemes and intrigues. You're just trying to divide us. You won't cooperate with us. Besides, if I don't truly cooperate with you, do you think it's reliable? You don't even trust us, let alone us." The Mountain God said coldly. Rune Source God said, "So what do you want to do now? You know my win rate is over 60%, while yours is only 40%. If I pay the price, I can still kill you. The result will be a loss for both of us, and I'd be the one at a disadvantage. If you knew, then you should have given up on us earlier. Retreat first, and we promise not to attack." The Mountain God said. The Rune Source God said, "Why can't you retreat first? Why do I have to?" The Mountain God said, "We don't need to explain this. You know it better than we do. If we retreat, you can easily defeat us all, and we don't want that to happen. You're quite cunning, old man. You can spot even the slightest bit of trouble. Why don't you come and help me? You're so smart, you'd definitely be able to help me." The Rune Source God said. The Mountain God said, "I'm quite clever, but not as smart as you. Besides, you won't tolerate me. Don't say these useless things. Okay, we see you next time. You won't be so lucky next time." The Rune Source God stopped talking and chose to retreat. The Golden Phoenix tried to chase after him, but was stopped by the Mountain God. "I'm really fed up with this. I want to charge up and teach this guy a lesson. I'm furious that he escaped like this. This devouring star is our territory, not just anyone can mess around." Golden Phoenix said angrily. The Mountain God said, "I'm just as angry as you are. But there's nothing I can do. This guy is far stronger than us. Even the two of us combined are no match for him. I was truly lucky to escape from the four-faced Divine King. If he hadn't happened to encounter a human that day, I might have been the one killed. He concealed some things. Given the four-faced Divine King's strength, escaping was impossible. When the Mountain God saw the four-faced Divine King, he immediately fled. During his escape, he happened to encounter a human. Chapter 594. Golden Phoenix asked worriedly, "Do you think there's a possibility he might catch up with us and launch a surprise attack?" "What you say is very likely, but there's no need to worry too much. Since you're not fused with the golden bird, we can go find the golden bird. That way, we have an extra helper. The three ultimate beings combined are still powerful," the mountain god said. Golden Phoenix nodded and said, "You're really smart. You came up with a plan right away." The mountain god said helplessly, "There's no way. I always been weak. I need to think beyond your expectations. Otherwise, I would have died long ago." "You have a point," said Golden Phoenix. "Let's go back and find the golden bird," the mountain god said. Led by Golden Phoenix, the two ultimate beings entered an open area covered in lush green grass. The mountain god sighed, "Golden Phoenix, you really know how to enjoy yourself. You occupied such a large area. After the upheaval of our devouring star, good places are becoming increasingly scarce." Golden Phoenix said angrily, "Originally, the devouring star was all ours. We were the masters of the devouring star, but then intelligent races appeared and occupied our territory. They truly deserve to die. Indeed, they deserve to die. The emergence of intelligent races caused the devastation of the creatures of our first two periods, especially during the abiotic period. Many slowly developing creatures were killed by intelligent races." The mountain god sighed. "Indeed, most of our ancient alien species perished at the hands of intelligent races. If it weren't for the emergence of intelligent races, the creatures of our two periods would have survived well. I used to hate the human race the most, but after what just happened, I hate another intelligent race, the four-faced gods." The Golden Phoenix held a deep hatred for humans. "It's best to find your mate, the golden bird, now. This rune source god might still be watching us," the mountain god said. "When I become powerful, I will devour all these outsiders, leaving no one behind," the Golden Phoenix said angrily. The two enormous creatures moved up and down, and the surrounding creatures chose to stay away, not daring to provoke the two terrifying creatures before them. "What's going on?" The Golden Phoenix's face darkened. The golden bird had disappeared from the nest, and the nest had vanished with it. Several young birds, placed in an ordinary nest, chirped continuously upon seeing the Golden Phoenix return. "The golden bird is gone?" the mountain god asked. Jean Feng said anxiously, "My partner has a strong maternal instinct. After giving birth, she won't easily leave the nest. If she's not there now, something must have happened. Most importantly, the nest is gone," the mountain god said. "I looked around and saw no signs of fighting. The golden bird must have left on its own initiative." "Is the golden bird's nest you mentioned made of devoured gold?" "Nests made of devoured gold can help birds grow well." Jean Feng's face was gloomy, and she remained silent. The mountain god said, "There's no need to hide this from me now. We're allies now. You're a little distrustful of me, but you're smart enough to know you must trust me. Only I can help you." "The golden bird's nest is made of devoured gold," Jean Feng admitted. "Do you have any way to find the golden bird again?" "We can go look for it now," the mountain god said. "Yes, let's go together." Jean Feng wanted to go alone, not entirely trusting the mountain god. But if the golden bird were in any danger, it would be best to have a helper, someone who could help the Golden Phoenix. "No matter who it is, I help you. Since we're allies, we must cooperate unconditionally in attacks." The mountain god felt that the Golden Phoenix was not a good partner. She was suspicious, selfish, and shameless. She might betray her teammates at a critical moment. But he had no other choice. The Golden Phoenix was already a very good partner. Most creatures are dead now. Creatures as powerful as the Golden Phoenix are rare. The main reason the mountain god cooperated with the Golden Phoenix is that the Golden Phoenix is not very smart, and its IQ is not particularly high. Near Tontian River, the god of karma picked up a large chicken drumstick and tore into it frantically, biting off pieces of meat and exposing the bones. "It's delicious." The god of karma's mouth was so full that he had difficulty speaking. "Don't talk while you eat, you even spit out a lot of chicken. The golden bird is a precious ingredient. If you can't eat it, don't waste it," Lin Luo complained. The god of karma snorted, "Even if it's a waste, I have to eat it. I put a lot of effort into this." After Lin Luo's reminder, the god of karma began to be frugal. The meat of the golden bird and the camel mountain giant turtle was both very precious. Killing and stewing the two ultimate creatures together, both creatures were very nutritious, and the fusion was even more nutritious. The god of karma brought a bowl, filled it with a thick soup, took a sip, and felt his whole body warm. "It seems my idea was a good one." The camel mountain giant turtle and the golden bird stewed together is like farewell my concubine. I feel like after eating this meal, I can evolve to the ultimate life form. It's really not easy. Watching you evolve to the ultimate life form, while I haven't yet, is more painful than killing myself. The god of karma said, I think you should thank me sincerely. If it weren't for my help, you would never have evolved to the ultimate life form in this lifetime. Lin Luo said, I thank you, big head ghost. You're the one who benefited the most this time. You think it's nice of me to thank you. The god of karma snorted coldly. The god of fire said, this golden bird's nest doesn't contain much gold. It can't cover your entire body. You need to devour more gold. This devoured gold will cover you and make you stronger. The most important thing is to make you stronger. Only then will we have a chance to turn the tables. Sometimes, top-tier combat power is the most important thing. I think so too. Top-tier combat power is the most important thing. The Jade Emperor said. The fire god asked the karma god, do you know anything about devouring gold? Devouring gold is very important to Lin Luo. The more we obtain, the better it will be for Lin Luo. Of course I know that. It depends on Lin Luo's sincerity. If he's sincere, I tell him. If he's not, then I definitely can't tell him. I'm quite familiar with this ungrateful person. The karma god snorted coldly. Stop pretending. I don't know. You definitely don't know, but you're pretending to know. You said that it was difficult to know about devouring worlds before, but devouring stars and devouring worlds are two completely different places. What can you possibly know? Lin Luo ruthlessly exposed him. Don't talk nonsense. I do know. The karma god said stubbornly. Chapter 595. You say you know. Then tell us the approximate location of this devouring gold. Just give us a rough idea of its location, so we can know. I may not know the others, but don't I know you as well as I do? Lin Luo asked. The god of karma said, do you think I'm a fool? If I tell you a clue, with your intelligence, you'd definitely find it. To prevent this kind of accident, I won't tell you anything. Stop pretending. You definitely don't know. Lin Luo said. Neither the god of fire nor the Jade Emperor were fools. They understood the meaning behind the god of karma. The Jade Emperor said anxiously, we can't waste too much time here. We need to find a way to make Lin Luo stronger. Devouring a star is one of our few remaining opportunities. We must seize the opportunity. You're right. Lin Luo has now evolved to the ultimate life form. While our future may seem bright, it's actually very dark. The highest level of celestial life forms must evolve to eternal beings. Once they truly become eternal beings, no one can stop them. The god of fire was equally anxious. I think you two shouldn't be too hasty. Some things can't be rushed. We know too little about the entire devouring star. Rushing around recklessly is the most dangerous. It's better to attack step by step. Some protections depend on luck, and without luck, it's difficult to obtain them. Lin Luo said. The Jade Emperor sighed, you have a point. I was a little too hasty. Some things really do depend on luck. The fire god became more rational. Lin Luo, don't put too much pressure on yourself. The future of humanity depends on you alone. The others must also work hard. Don't worry, I don't think I'd be that unlucky, Lin Luo reassured them. Delicious, delicious. As the three chatted, the god of karma ate frantically, fearing someone would snatch it from him. A gigantic golden bird flew down from the sky, its abundant feathers a dazzling spectacle in the sunlight. After completely blocking out the sun, it shone with a dazzling light, replacing the enormous sun. A golden phoenix descended from the sky, targeting Lin Luo and the others. A giant rock snake, clattering furiously, smashed everything it touched into smithereens before arriving in front of them. The two ultimate creatures arrived with a fierce momentum, emanating a terrifying murderous intent. My companion, the golden bird, has disappeared. It was last seen right here with you. What do you have to say? The golden phoenix's golden feathers were coated in dense flames, their heat so intense that they erupted with terrifying murderous intent. If the five creatures before it weren't ultimate creatures, the golden phoenix would have been tempted to attack. The god of karma took 2 sharp bites of the golden bird's wings. The meat was tender and juicy, and the eating gave her a warm feeling, a wave of warmth flowing through her body. It's delicious. I've eaten so many delicious foods, but the best is this golden bird. The Camel Mountain giant turtle is also good. Paired with the golden bird, it's simply divine. The god of karma couldn't help but exclaim. After she finished speaking, a brief silence fell. What happened? The god of karma asked, somewhat bewilderedly. Ho-Tu reminded her, you ate someone's wife, and their husband has come to us. The god of karma said, It's not a big deal. I believe Xiao Lindsay can handle it. Jean Feng was nearly furious. You despicable people came and killed my wife while I was away, then cooked and devoured her. Humans are truly despicable and shameless. I don't like what you're saying. What do you mean by us humans being despicable and shameless? We didn't bother your wife, the golden bird, at first. Then the golden bird stole our food, and we went after her. Not only did this guy refuse to apologize sincerely, he even tried to plot against us. Your wife deserved her death. Who knew he had no power, and would even try to plot against us? The god of karma scolded. Now that my wife has been killed and cooked by you, you can say whatever you want. Regardless of who's right or wrong, you killed my wife, and I will avenge you. I kill you all. You cooked my wife and ate her, so I cook you all and eat you too. Jean Feng angrily said. You humans are truly disgusting. I used to think you were passable, but now it seems you're truly a scourge. Unable to defeat Jean Feng, you resort to such scheming. Have you been targeting Jean Feng and her family for a long time? As Jean Feng's ally, the mountain god naturally spoke on her behalf. You say we humans are despicable, but you never devoured a single human. How can you allow creatures like you to devour humans, while we humans aren't allowed to eat you? The Jade Emperor's era was a wild and desolate place, where many creatures were incredibly powerful. Their favorite habit was cannibalism, often involving entire cities and tribes, with tens of thousands of people in them. Those powerful creatures would devour at least a family, sometimes even an entire clan. The Jade Emperor's tribe was once devoured by powerful creatures. At its peak, it numbered over 100,000 people, but later, fewer than 100 were eaten. Among these 100 was the Jade Emperor, whose survival was due to his good fortune. Having watched his parents being devoured by powerful beasts, the Jade Emperor set a goal from a young age, to kill those monsters that preyed on humans, so they could experience the feeling of being eaten. Finally, the Jade Emperor succeeded, slaying and devouring the beasts. To prevent a counterattack from the beasts, the Jade Emperor established the Heavenly Court, inviting powerful individuals from the human race to join and eliminate the fragmented state. Emperor Dejuan had also established the Heavenly Court, primarily to strengthen the unity of the demon race. Both organizations were called the Heavenly Court, uniting powerful individuals, but they were of different races. The Jade Emperor was also very thoughtful, having captured many powerful beasts for food, which honed his culinary skills. Now, seeing the Golden Phoenix coming to seek revenge, he recalled some past events and felt angry and ready to attack. It seems you're too lazy to deny it, and just admitted it straight away. You're more straightforward than those humans. They clearly done something deeply offensive to me, and I confronted them, and they've been apologizing profusely. If you just been like me, I have wasted less time. Golden Phoenix's eyes blazed, as if about to spit out golden flames. The god of karma scoffed, you're even more pretentious than me, kid. What's so pretentious about that? You're running over to be confronted, thinking everyone's a fool, right? You must be deliberately finding an excuse to devour another tribe, then claiming it was an offense. In short, you're bullying the weak. The reason we're so strong now is because we're powerful enough, so we're too lazy to admit it. Do you understand? Chapter 596. Remember this, you were the one who talked the most just now, and you were even devouring my wife's chicken wings. When I catch you, I chop you into pieces and torture you. I don't know what race you are, but you're a despicable creature, just as despicable as the humans. Golden Phoenix's feathers stood on end in anger. The god of karma said, you're going to attack me, whether I pay attention to you or not. You have to get past little Lindsay first, and then, there are the powerful fire god and the Jade Emperor. Don't you know that the powerful usually strike last? They're called the big bosses behind the scenes? You're still the most powerful. Wait until I dealt with them all, and then I kill you. As an ancient alien species, Golden Phoenix's perception was extremely sharp, and he naturally knew which of the 5 creatures before him was the most powerful. The handsome Lin Luo was the most powerful, while the god of karma, who was speaking, was the weakest. The mountain god, however, was reluctant to attack, and used a special communication method that only Golden Phoenix could hear. There are 5 of them, all ultimate lifeforms. The strongest has reached level 155. If I don't take action, I'd be seriously disadvantaged. What's wrong? Are you scared? We're both level 160 plus. How can we not defeat them? Not so much. Running away is easy. I observed carefully, and you should know. I saw 3 ingredients in their stew: the camel mountain giant turtle, the sky-reaching giant fish, and your wife, the golden bird. You should all know these 3 powerful creatures. The most powerful of them is the camel mountain giant turtle, at level 160. Now, they're being stewed by all 5 of them. The mountain god observed more carefully than Jin Feng, searching for living creatures in the causal soup. He saw 3 creatures in total. The camel mountain giant turtle was an old acquaintance. They had once collaborated and devoured several powerful, intelligent species. The mountain god believed the camel mountain giant turtle was more insidious than himself, making it harder for powerful creatures to detect. Even if the camel mountain giant turtle was discovered, it was uncertain who would devour whom. The mountain god considered searching for the camel mountain giant turtle, hoping the 3 ultimate beings could form an alliance and achieve greater benefits. To his surprise, when he saw the camel mountain giant turtle again, it had become food. "Am I going to let the enemy who killed my wife go?" Jin Feng said angrily. "I didn't ask you to give up on them. If we hadn't fought that rune source god just now, I would have supported you. We fought the rune source god so many times that we were injured, and we haven't fully recovered yet. We're at a disadvantage against 5 ultimate beings now," the mountain god reasoned. "You're right. I haven't fully recovered from the battle just now. If we force an attack, I only have 70% of my strength. I'm only able to use 70% of my strength, which is too good to be true. I might not be able to kill the 5 ultimate creatures before me. They might try to escape." Jin Feng calmed down considerably. "My situation is slightly better than yours. I can only use 80%. 80% of my strength is too complex, and it could easily lead to failure. According to your suggestion, we can only withdraw for the time being. But now that we quickly discussed it, it's extremely difficult for us to withdraw. Don't worry about that. I handle it." After consulting with Jin Feng, the mountain god decided to retreat temporarily. "If you two want to fight, do it now. Don't delay our meal. You didn't see me. Seeing you two in front of me has even reduced my appetite. I even been eating a little slower." The god of karma took out some rice, and poured it with the soul broth stewed with the golden bird, the camel mountain giant turtle, and the sky-reaching giant fish. The soul broth poured over the tender white rice, instantly emitting an extremely enticing aroma. What a delicious smell! The god of karma swallowed hard. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Feeling ready, she quickly scooped up the rice. The iron pot of rice was devoured in one gulp. Delicious. The god of karma gave a thumbs up and spat out 3 words. "Damn it!" Jin Feng was furious, almost losing her temper. She was in a terrible mood. He felt like a husband watching his wife being taken away by a group of bandits, insulted in front of him, and told that his wife was really tender. Don't be impulsive. Taking action now would be disadvantageous to us. We have a chance later. We'd be able to exact revenge on this unknown creature sooner or later, the mountain god advised. "I do as you say." Jin Feng still chose to suppress her anger. Taking action now would be extremely disadvantageous. The mountain god said, "It seems there's some misunderstanding between us. I think we can talk it out. It's best to maintain peace and avoid violence." Lin Luo bluntly asked, "I killed Jin Feng's wife. Can he forgive me? Didn't you just say it was a misunderstanding? I didn't intend to kill the golden bird." According to Jin Feng, his wife is a bit unreasonable and has a bad temper. The fact that you didn't kill his child is the best proof. If it's just a misunderstanding, I think it's better to resolve it. The mountain god acted as a peacemaker. "I need to hear Jin Feng's explanation for this," Lin Luo asked. Jin Feng suppressed her anger and said, "My explanation is the same as the mountain god's. My partner is no match. She must have felt she was wronged, so she followed you and wanted to kill him. This was primarily her fault." The mountain god continued, "Now that he's explained, I think this matter can be put to rest for now. It was all a misunderstanding." The god of karma said coldly, "We 2 old fellows are truly cunning. Seeing we can't win, we want to retreat. Now let me tell you, you came here to serve as food. We won't let you go. And you still want to leave? That's a nice thought." "You have no right to speak here," Jin Feng said angrily. "You little bird, you're so arrogant. How dare you yell at me? I destroy you." The god of karma said angrily. Golden Phoenix said, "If you dare, let's fight one-on-one, fair and square. No one else can interfere." "Of course, that's fine. The 5 of us will take on you alone." The god of karma said shamelessly. You're shameless." Golden Wind cursed. The god of karma said, "Little Lindsay, go ahead and kill this guy. Stop talking nonsense." The mountain god spoke again. "We already made a lot of concessions. I hope you can make some concessions as well. This will benefit everyone. You know there are many powerful creatures on this devouring star. These creatures have lived for too long, and their strength has greatly weakened. If we unite and kill them, we will gain more benefits. Cooperation will bring greater benefits. I hope you take a long-term view. Chapter 597. Jin Feng feigned anger and said, "We don't want to escalate this fight. It's enough to resolve some misunderstandings. I'm clearly the one who suffered the most, and I already made concessions. If you still disagree, then let's go to war. I'm not afraid of you. Don't be impulsive. The person just now couldn't make the decision. We still have to look at the person in front of us and make the decision." The god of karma said dissatisfiedly, "Are you two looking down on me? What do you mean I can't make the decision? I'm the founder of this team." Xiao Linzi joined later. "Under the shareholding system, I have the most say." Lin Luo said calmly, "I know what you were thinking. You initially wanted revenge on us, but then you saw we were stronger and gave up. I was right. It seems that no creature that has lived this long is bad, and the same is true for you humans. The entire species tends to be weak, but there are always a few exceptionally strong individuals, like you three." The god of karma said coldly. "Are you praising me? Do you mean to say that our human race is strong, or that we are weak?" The Jade Emperor asked. Golden Phoenix rebuked the mountain god. "I told you from the beginning that these humans are despicable and shameless. Their race should have been exterminated long ago, and not a single one of them should remain. Our cowardice only earns the contempt of these despicable humans. Now is not the time to blame me. These three humans are not easy to deal with." The mountain god sometimes thought Golden Phoenix was a fool, and that the three humans were incredibly intelligent. The three believed they were no match for Golden Phoenix and the mountain god, and would agree with the opinions of Golden Phoenix and the mountain god. But the three were determined to fight, unafraid of the Golden Phoenix and the mountain god. The god of karma said, "Stop arguing here, both sides. Act now." The Golden Phoenix launched the first attack, targeting the god of karma. Its sharp beak pecked at the god of karma, intending to pierce through him. The god of karma quickly used his time and space abilities to avoid being killed by the Golden Phoenix. "You're courting death. I told you to attack Xiao Linzi, and then defeat him, then come after me. You attack me directly, resorting to a sneak attack. You have no martial ethics at all." The god of karma had barely finished scolding her when the Golden Phoenix returned and launched another attack, determined to kill her. "You fool. I told you to attack Xiao Linzi, and the other two, not me. I'm the strongest in the team. You don't even know the backstory, do you? If I attack you, you're dead." The god of karma cursed. Jin Feng angrily declared, "You ate my wife right in front of me, and you dare tell me this? No matter who comes today, I kill you first. Xiao Linzi, hurry up." The karma god was nearly killed by Jin Feng's continuous attacks. Her unique abilities allowed her to dodge Jin Feng's attacks, and Jin Feng's severe injuries prevented her from exerting her full strength. "Who are you calling Xiao Linzi?" Lin Luo was not in the least bit anxious. He wanted to see the karma god suffer a setback. The karma god was a powerful Yitian, and many things were even more outrageous than Yitians. He would show you what arrogance meant. Lin Luo believed that the karma god's arrogance needed to be curbed, otherwise it would be hard to tell who the real power was. The god of karma said, "My name is Lin Luo, okay? Come and help me quickly. I'm almost dying. You won't feel any better if I die." "I wouldn't feel any better if you died, would I? I definitely offer a moment of silence and send you a wreath," Lin Luo said. "Damn it! You don't even take me seriously." Golden Phoenix was furious, and wanted to take the opportunity to kill the god of karma. After several consecutive blows, Golden Phoenix was forced to admit the fact that many outsiders were far more powerful than herself. The three humans before her were so calm, which meant they posed no threat. "Remember this, you idiot. I hold grudges." The god of karma was furious. "I told you you're not very smart, and you still don't believe me. Didn't I tell you? A smart person these days would proactively give up and ask for help, instead of threatening me. The more you threaten me, the less I tolerate you," Lin Luo said. The god of karma shouted angrily, "You bastard. Don't let go of your pride. I believe you can hold on, and ultimately defeat the enemy. I have faith in your strength." Lin Luo encouraged him. "You're just being sarcastic. Hurry and save me. You're not being humble enough. Please save me." Under the threat of death, the god of karma chose to abandon his precious dignity. "You can't ask for help earlier. You insist on suffering. I don't understand how some people think. They have obvious masochistic tendencies. Stop being sarcastic. Hurry and help me. I'm really going to die soon." Lin Luo's entire body rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant three-headed dragon. Due to the gold consumed, its color had changed from blue to golden. The Golden Phoenix, seeing Lin Luo about to intervene, attempted to quickly destroy the god of karma. Lin Luo's level was lower than the Golden Phoenix's, but his speed was far greater, reaching the god of karma before him. The god of karma immediately chose to merge with Lin Luo's body, and Lin Luo's aura surged. The Golden Phoenix's wings flapped frantically, and the golden flames quickly merged, forming a massive pillar of flame that rushed towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo didn't withstand the Golden Phoenix's attack head-on. The Golden Phoenix, which had only reached level 168, hadn't made significant progress in recent times, but its strength remained formidable. Using the god of karma's power, he instantly passed through the Golden Phoenix's flaming attack and appeared beside it. Before the Golden Phoenix could react, Lin Luo struck it with a fierce palm. Jin Feng was knocked down, and it took him a long time to regain control. Several wounds were visible on his body, and blood was oozing from them. How could your body be so strong? You're only level 155, and you transformed from a human into a dragon, not a true ancient beast. How could you possibly be so powerful? Jin Feng's face was filled with disbelief. Human bodies are inherently weak, and few humans evolve them. Most of the time, they rely on weapons to fight. The pride of the ancient alien species that devoured stars was their powerful bodies. His repeated defeats were all due to his greatest pride, and he found it difficult to accept this outcome. Jin Feng felt that his defeat by the Rune Source God was understandable, as the Rune Source God was essentially the four-faced divine king, inherently powerful. But he couldn't even defeat a human. This was something he couldn't accept. The reason I can't defeat you is probably because you're covered in devouring gold. It makes you incredibly powerful. I should have used it earlier, but you've been left with nothing. Jin Feng found a relatively good excuse. Chapter 598. The god of karma taunted, "You idiot, have some nerve. What do you mean by devouring gold? Devouring gold is at best a supplementary function, increasing the hardness of your shell, but it doesn't directly improve it. The main reason is that you're just rubbish. You've been eliminated by time." The god of karma has one good point. He often gets jealous and envious, and when he gets into conflicts with outsiders, he firmly sides with Lin Luo. What do you mean by eliminated by time? We ancient aliens are naturally strong, unlike you intelligent races, who are born weak. You die at the slightest touch from me. The intelligent races were able to develop, because our ancient alien race lacked unity. If we had united, we would have wiped out all of you intelligent races, and this world would still belong to us. Jin Feng recalled the past, and felt a surge of resentment. The ancient alien races were numerous, occupying the entire devouring star. Other races had to bow before them. Especially when intelligent races were first discovered, they were used as food and slaves by the ancient alien races. Later, the intelligent races rebelled against the Tian Gang and suppressed the ancient aliens, resulting in the decimation of the ancient aliens. The devouring star transformed into the devouring world, leaving only an empty shell. Most creatures could no longer thrive on it, and could only linger. During this period, many powerful creatures perished, including ancient aliens, intelligent races, and others. Finally, one day, the devouring star was released. Jin Feng believed that the return to the glory of the ancient alien race was imminent, but reality proved a disappointment. Jin Feng, despite being at level 168, even allied with the mountain god, was unable to defeat the level 165 Rune Source God. He's facing a level 155 human, and now he can't even defeat them. When did he get so down and out? Lin Luo said, "It seems you don't understand your own level. You were once so confident, thinking you were stronger in the past. Every era is making progress. It's impossible to keep progressing. You ancient aliens refuse to evolve, and sooner or later you will be replaced by intelligent races like us. This is perfectly normal. You say humans are despicable, and that's despicable if they don't obey you. Well, according to you, we consider your attitude to be truly despicable." The god of karma said, "Little Lin, stop talking nonsense with him. Kill Jin Feng quickly. I think this guy will taste even better, and will definitely be more nutritious. All you do all day is eat. Can you be a little more ambitious? How dare you criticize me? You're just here to eat. Otherwise, you wouldn't be fighting." Jin Feng, unconvinced by her defeat, continued to attack Lin Luo. "We, the ancient alien species, are the strongest. Intelligent species can never match our progress. We are inherently strong and can withstand the advancement of time. I'm only injured, so I can't defeat you. I never be able to defeat you again." Jin Feng refused to admit his elimination. The ancient alien species' noble bloodline could never be eliminated. He was trying to find an excuse to cover up his mistake. Jin Feng's life level was 168, but too much time had passed. His flesh and blood hadn't grown, and he still used the same old methods. Mountain gods know how to keep pace with the times, and over such a long period of time, they had made their bodies extremely powerful. But the Golden Phoenix, with its superior foundation, had no idea of this. His level was 168, but it was actually probably only 160. The Golden Phoenix could devour fresh flesh and blood, which could raise its actual level. But his luck was bad, and he encountered only powerful creatures. Bah! What ancient bloodline is the most noble? If you're saying that, then my bloodline is the most noble. I'm the product of the devouring world. You all came from me, so my bloodline is the strongest. The god of karma sneered. No creature is more powerful than my bloodline. What you're saying is nonsense. The Golden Phoenix lost its mind and charged at Lin Luo. Lin Luo was already prepared. He fired 3 Buddha demon bullets, each condensed with terrifying power, at the Golden Phoenix. Bang! The 3 Buddha demon bullets struck the Golden Phoenix, erupting in a dazzling light that engulfed it. Lin Luo rushed towards the Golden Phoenix, and the 3 heads simultaneously bit down on it. The Golden Phoenix sensed the imminent threat of death, and escape was impossible. The 3 heads bit down fiercely on the Golden Phoenix, their sharp fangs piercing its flesh, drawing a large amount of blood. The blood flowed so much that it dyed the Golden Phoenix's body red. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? The Golden Phoenix said, suddenly realizing. The god of karma said, I told you clearly just now that you've been eliminated by time, yet you still refuse to admit it. Now you realize how powerful I am. The Golden Phoenix said, you despicable creature. You only hide in this body. If you dare to come out, I will tear you apart. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm definitely not coming out. Some people had a clear chance to escape, but they insisted on talking to me here. Now they don't even have a chance. The god of karma sighed. I fight you. Before Jin Feng and Lin Luo fought, the mountain god had given him some advice. He believed that since these 3 humans remained calm upon seeing him, they must be very powerful. This proved their strength. The mountain god's opinion was that if the 3 humans were truly powerful, they should choose to leave. Jin Feng was in a very bad state now. He had already been injured, and Lin Luo's attack had left him with extensive wounds. Jin Feng was shaky, and even escape was difficult. He had completely lost his mind, thinking that a fight might offer a chance. When the ancient aliens ruled and devoured the stars, many of them were powerful representatives. Choosing to retreat was a shameful act. In later times, when the ancient aliens fought against powerful intelligent races, they often fought to the death. If only I could go back to the past, to the peak of our ancient species. Golden Phoenix unleashed blazing flames, the surrounding temperature soaring to such a pitch that even the surrounding space began to distort. Lin Luo felt the scorching heat, his body threatening to melt, yet he clung to Golden Phoenix fiercely. Risking his life, he bit Golden Phoenix's neck. Golden Phoenix's neck was severed, and her scales, along with her flesh, melted, flowing down like water. I can't lose. I'm a powerful ancient species, able to emerge from the devouring star. This is our chance to become great again. Until his death, Golden Phoenix refused to give up his obsession, believing the bloodline of the ancient species to be unparalleled. One day, the bloodline of the ancient species will reappear, crushing all other races. The god of karma complained, you're almost dead, yet you're still bragging about being the most powerful ancient alien race. If you were, you wouldn't be dead. I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you! Jin Feng said with great resentment. Chapter 599. Huh? The god of karma said with disdain, it's already had its head chopped off, and it's still crying out. I don't know what it's crying about. Restoring the glory of the ancient alien species? Everyone's dead, what's the point of you restoring anything? Jin Feng wanted to say more, but was devoured by Lin Luo. Without Jin Feng's head, the corpse fell powerlessly into the air. Lin Luo didn't let go of the headless corpse, restraining it to prevent it from escaping. Ultimate life is very tenacious, and doesn't die easily. Even if the headless corpse escapes, it can still grow a head after a while, and Jin Feng can be resurrected. Lin Luo said, some creatures are like this. I was unwilling to admit I'd been eliminated by time, and I kept thinking I was powerful, when in reality, I was very weak. I was like a frog in a well, unwilling to admit my weakness and refusing to emerge. Ho-Tu nodded and said, in biological evolution, weakness isn't the most fatal thing. The most fatal thing is knowing one's weakness, but refusing to admit it. We've given Jean Feng so much time to repent, but she hasn't even considered it. The result is only natural. The god of karma said, "Why do I feel like you two are mocking me?" "You misunderstood," Lin Luo said. "I wouldn't dare," the god of karma snorted. Lin Luo said, "You're overthinking this. You're not that intimidating. You've never been that powerful. Look at the level of this Jean Feng. Back when she was devouring stars, she must have been a dominant force. At your peak, you hadn't yet ascended to the ultimate life form. You're nowhere near as powerful as Jean Feng. You won't miss an opportunity to taunt me." Kaori was furious. Lin Luo said, "After killing the Golden Phoenix, my next target is the Mountain God. We must not let either of these creatures go." After he battled the Golden Phoenix, the Mountain God attacked the Fire God and the Jade Emperor. The Fire God and the Jade Emperor weren't as powerful as Lin Luo, capable of fighting level 155 against level 160 creatures. Even though the Mountain God was injured, the battle was tough. Thankfully, they cooperated, preventing the Mountain God from instantly killing them. The Mountain God, a long-lived scoundrel, knew he couldn't kill the Fire God and the Jade Emperor in one fell swoop, so he opted to hold them back and engage in a grueling battle. He understood that the outcome of the battle depended primarily on which human was fighting the Golden Phoenix. If the Golden Phoenix won, he would strike back, using all his strength to kill the two. If the other human won, the Mountain God would flee. Although the two were allies, their alliance was fragile. The Mountain God wasn't that great. Jean Feng died to accompany him. At the start of the battle, the Mountain God had high hopes for Jean Feng, believing that even if he couldn't defeat a human, he could escape. The Mountain God's prediction was accurate. Jean Feng couldn't defeat the human, but he didn't expect she wouldn't even have a chance to escape. If the Mountain God had been with Jean Feng, he would have called her a fool. He had warned her in advance that if she couldn't win, she could choose to flee. Jean Feng, foolish enough, kept chanting the glory of the ancient alien species, and finally got herself killed. The Mountain God, realizing the situation wasn't right, abandoned the Fire God and the Jade Emperor and fled. Seeing Lin Luo approach, the Fire God said helplessly, "I'm not strong enough to stop the Mountain God from escaping." The Jade Emperor was feeling quite frustrated. "You took on the Golden Phoenix alone and easily killed her, but even the two of us combined couldn't kill the Mountain God and could only watch him escape. You two have done well. The Mountain God's life level is over 160. While that power level is a bit exaggerated, it won't last long, but the Mountain God is definitely not weak and is not much behind the Golden Phoenix. Our life levels are only 150 each. We're very good at holding off for a while, buying me some time. That's enough talk. I'm going after this Mountain God. We can't let this delicious treat slip away right before our very eyes." Lin Luo chased in the direction the Mountain God fled, leaving the Fire God and the Jade Emperor behind. The Jade Emperor, still struggling to let go of the recent battle, said, "Creatures are always better than us. I used to think I was so thoroughly evolved, practically invincible at my level, that few creatures were more formidable. Now, having seen Lin Luo, I realize how weak I am. My enemy is Lin Luo, and I'd probably be dead by now." The Fire God said, "I said it well just now. After all, we're only level 150. Even if we work together, it'd be difficult to defeat a level 160. And I'm not trying to comfort you, but how many creatures are as monstrous as Lin Luo? You're right. His current level of monstrosity wouldn't be achieved in an entire epoch." The Jade Emperor felt somewhat relieved, having lost some of his competitive streak. No matter how determined a person is, if the gap in strength between the two is too great, they won't compete. Lin Luo gained a pair of wings from a creature he killed, increasing his speed by more than tenfold. He soon spotted the Mountain God's silhouette. What kind of monster is this? He's transformed into a dragon, and even more powerful than a dragon. The Mountain God had already fled with all his might. He faced numerous obstacles, but he pushed them aside with all his might, only thinking of running faster. He had lived since the lifeless days of the star-devouring star, and had witnessed countless terrifying beings. The Mountain God was sure he encountered a terrifying being, but none as terrifying as this human. In the blink of an eye, Lin Luo reached the Mountain God, and the Mountain God's massive snake body stopped advancing. "It seems you're a clever creature, knowing you can't escape, so it's better to stop and wait," Lin Luo said. "Golden Phoenix died at your hands?" The Mountain God guessed the outcome, but still didn't believe it. Once upon a time, the Golden Phoenix was a dominant force, ruling a vast region. All ancient species, intelligent races, and other life forms within the region were subject to its command. Even after the Golden Phoenix was defeated and fled from an intelligent race, it was still able to rule a vast area. Many creatures, upon hearing the name of the Golden Phoenix, would avoid it, but they never expected the Golden Phoenix to die at Lin Luo's hands. The Mountain God and the Golden Phoenix had just discussed the possibility of escaping from the devouring star and reaching a new world outside, which would then shock all creatures outside. Now that the Golden Phoenix is dead, and he is being pursued relentlessly by Lin Luo, it seems that all those discussions were a joke. Times are changing, life is constantly evolving, and many old things have become rotten, though they simply refuse to admit it. If I hadn't killed him, how could I have come after you? Lin Luo asked. Chapter 600. You have a point. Poor Jin Feng refused to admit, even to his death, that the so-called ancient alien species had been eliminated. If he had realized this sooner, perhaps he wouldn't have suffered such a tragic outcome. The Mountain God sighed. Elimination is normal. Survival of the fittest. Creatures can only grow stronger, not weaker. Those unwilling to change will become food for others. This process of growth is painful and time-consuming, but it's unavoidable. Lin Luo had endured countless hardships and dangers to reach this level of evolution. Even the slightest mistake could have been fatal. You have a point. I've gone through this process many times before, evolving from inanimate objects to living things. Needless to say, the hardships involved. The Mountain God nodded. The God of Karma said, Are you two finished talking? If you don't get started soon, I'm getting impatient. What do you want? Lin Luo asked. The Mountain God replied, Even the Golden Phoenix isn't your match, let alone me. This choice isn't mine, it's yours. The God of Karma said, We just killed a Golden Phoenix, a kind of chicken. This Mountain God is a large snake. If we stew the Golden Phoenix and the Mountain God together, we have dragon and phoenix soup. Are you from Guangdong? You know everything I don't know. Lin Luo smiled. The God of Karma said proudly, It doesn't matter if I'm from Guangdong. Some delicious foods require personal development. I think the people of Guangdong are quite good, they developed many delicacies. The fact that you're able to enjoy such delicious food is thanks to someone like me who's willing to try new things. You, like me, only have one type of barbecue, which is too monotonous. You grill everything, which is boring. In terms of food, you're a lot like the Golden Phoenix, you're completely inflexible. Lin Luo said, If Jin Feng knew she just died, and was being used as a negative example, she'd be furious. The God of Karma said, What's there to be mad about? The strong prey on the weak, that's normal. The Mountain God swallowed and said, Can you find a better way to die? You see, you transformed into a large green snake. Actually, I'm not a real snake. My body is mostly made of stone. If you stewed Jin Feng and me together, the taste would probably be terrible. Are you saying that on purpose, kid? How about I cut off a piece of your flesh, and see if it's real flesh or stone? The God of Karma didn't want to miss this delicacy. I can cut it for you to see. The Mountain God took the initiative to cut off a piece of flesh, and showed it to the God of Karma and Lin Luo. The cross-section revealed stone, not flesh. It seems you weren't lying, huh? So much energy wasted, so much chasing, only to find a rock. Lin Luo, hurry up and finish it off. I don't want to eat this rock anyway. If you want, you can, but my teeth aren't very good. The God of Karma said disdainfully. Lin Luo said, I'm a little disappointed that the Mountain God's flesh is rock, but it's still edible. Wait, can I ask for forgiveness now? The Mountain God's composure was all a facade. Having lived so long, it was a lie to claim he wasn't afraid of death. The God of Karma said, You're still a bit impressive, old man. I thought you'd given up and died peacefully, but you couldn't resist begging for mercy. The Mountain God said, No living creature wants to live. I naturally want to live too, so I'm trying to fight for it. If you really want to kill me, there's nothing you can do. If I don't give you a choice and just kill you, will you resist? Lin Luo asked. The Mountain God said, Of course I will resist, but the outcome is basically unchangeable. Tell me what you need to persuade me. You know, creatures like us have evolved to such a high level, having killed and devoured countless creatures. Compassion has long since vanished. We only see the possibility of evolving stronger. Lin Luo said. That's true. I definitely offer something worthwhile in exchange for my life. The Mountain God pulled out a large piece of gold from his possession. The gold shone brightly, dazzling the eyes. Devouring gold. The God of Karma recognized it immediately. The Mountain God nodded and said, What I have is indeed devouring gold. Golden Phoenix has always needed it. He came to me primarily to obtain this devouring gold. Now I want to use it to save my life. You have more than just this devouring gold. You should have more elsewhere. Lin Luo said. The mountain god said, I devoured gold somewhere else, and I want to use it to exchange for my life. You're still trying to negotiate terms with us? Hand it over now, or I kill you, the god of karma threatened. The mountain god calmly replied, I know devouring gold isn't enough to save my life. I have information about several powerful creatures, and I can give them all to you, and I can even take you to devour them. The god of karma asked, Are you setting a trap there, waiting for us to fall into it? The mountain god shook his head, I wouldn't do anything stupid like that. It wouldn't benefit me in the slightest. You appear quite intelligent. Having experienced countless years, you know that honesty is paramount in cooperation. If you do anything untoward, you know the consequences. Lin Luo threatened. Of course I know that. I will be honest, as long as you can let me go, the mountain god said. I agree to your request. After analyzing the situation, Lin Luo concluded that cooperating with the mountain god would be more beneficial. The mountain god was very different from the golden phoenix. The golden phoenix was an ancient species with a powerful bloodline, and killing it would yield a bountiful meal. The mountain god, as he had said, was mostly composed of stone, and Lin Luo would gain limited benefits from killing and devouring it. I believe you will keep your promise, the mountain god reassured himself. He would not cooperate unless absolutely necessary. Just as Lin Luo was about to lead the mountain god away, a familiar figure ran over. This familiar figure was covered in strange black runes, instantly recognizing it as the rune source god. The rune god said coldly, I was wondering why it's so lively here. Turns out there are two familiar faces here. I didn't expect to run into you either. Lin Luo didn't feel much pressure. The rune god was very powerful, and couldn't be easily defeated. But when Lin Luo tried to take the mountain god away, the rune god couldn't stop him.